Chapter 1. Consciousness gradually faded, the world besieged by darkness. An all-encompassing silence enveloped everything, and all matters seemed to come to an end. Is death truly the terminus? At present, it appears not to be. The anticipated stillness did not persist. Instead, a whirlwind ensued, as if traversing a millennium, as if moving from the cosmic singularity towards the obliteration of all existence. The soul seemed to find a haven, and the world illuminated. The sacred celestial realm did not materialize, rather. A ghastly green cleaved through the darkness. Screams, roars, and the oppressive weight of death surged forth once more. A warm current descended like divine armament, swiftly yet tenderly dispersing the fear. The soul found solace. Another tumultuous swirl followed, as if the body were being pulled and kneaded as the world stabilized. A chilling aura gradually enveloped him. How can one feel cold even in death? Attempting to slowly open his eyes, he yearned to behold this world. His gaze seemed somewhat juvenile, struggling to discern the distant scenery. Yet, from the encompassing darkness, he could ascertain that it was night. Is this the underworld? Is ascending to heaven beyond my worth? His body lay upon the ground, the stones jabbing painfully at him, prompting him to struggle to rise. He endeavored to prop himself up with his hands, yet his efforts were in vain. Whether it was the weight of his body or the weakness of his limbs, he could only manage a slight sway. As for standing, alas, that seemed beyond his capability. The inability to perform even this simple act filled him with sudden trepidation. Instinctively, he raised his hand before his eyes, but the sight that met him sent shockwaves through his mind. I have been reborn. Gazing at his tender little hands, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Should he rejoice in his rebirth or lament the failure of his self-termination? To speak frankly, he had yet to prepare himself for the journey of life since closing his eyes for the final time. This underworld boasts impressive reincarnation efficiency, a seamless transition indeed. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, this new life had commenced. Albeit somewhat abruptly, he would simply proceed and observe. At least for now, he possessed a remarkable advantage. He retained all the memories and consciousness of his previous life. This meant he was now wielding the intellect of a nearly 20-year-old soul within this innocent, youthful body. What is this? This is the essence of a prodigy. He could easily envision how he would dominate his peers with an intellect far surpassing his physical age, and he couldn't help but mourn for his future companions. He was destined to be the child of legends, the envy of others. In his moment of joy, he couldn't help but laugh, emitting a charming, youthful sound. Regaining his composure, he began to survey his surroundings, eager to discern the nature of his new family. As his eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, fragments of the environment began to materialize. Yet, with but a glance, his heart sank. The barren branches and the cold moonlight unmistakably indicated that he was outdoors. Where was the house? Where were the family members? The chill continued to assail his fragile body, and tremors began to spread throughout him. What did it signify for an infant under 1 year of age to be abandoned in the wild? Dying of cold, starving, or being devoured by lurking beasts, these were all fates that could befall him. At this moment, what could wisdom accomplish for him? In other words, in this body, he was utterly powerless. All he could do was wait and witness the arrival of death. Is this heaven's punishment for my desire to end my life? His blood seemed to grow cold, his gaze vacant as he stared at the sky, the moon reflecting in his clear green eyes. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his mind, as if a foreign object had been forcefully inserted into his brain. The intense agony nearly rendered him unconscious. He wished to scream, yet exerting himself only left his mouth agape, his voice choked in his throat. The torment continued to assault him. He felt as though his soul were being torn apart by a rabid beast, with each bite weakening his consciousness and intensifying the pain. He yearned to resist, his legs flailing as if attempting to kick away the mad dog gnawing at his very essence. His struggle seemed to yield some result, as the pain diminished slightly. Grasping at a lifeline, he began to resist fervently, akin to a victim of a mob, solely focused on protecting his vital points. Yet, mere defense would not suffice. His soul grew increasingly frail, and his awareness gradually slipped from his control over his body. His limbs felt increasingly powerless, as if approaching the final moment. If the soul is extinguished, it should all come to an end, right? It is said that before one dies, memories of their life flash before their eyes like a lantern parade. He was now experiencing this. Fragments of his past slowly ebbed away before him. He saw himself as a child, frolicking with companions by the stream, and remembered dozing off during class. Yi-Jun, you're my best friend. You barely made the grade. Yi-Jun, you're truly useless. I am so disappointed. Yi-Jun, Yi-Jun. Little June, you have your high school entrance exam coming up. Mama will stop working to come home to accompany you. It's all right, isn't it, just a little bit? As long as you study well, it will all be the same. Little June, why did you bring the keys today? Mama loves it when you call out for her to open the door every day after school. Little June, it doesn't matter if you didn't get into the top school, we can still go to second-tier college. As long as you are willing, Mama will sacrifice everything to send you to school. As long as you are healthy and can start a family, Mama will be happy. A single tear rolled down as the past turned to smoke. In a moment of clarity, his consciousness seemed to enter a peculiar space. It resembled a station, pure and white, with neither an origin nor a destination in sight. He looked around in confusion, only to see an infant lying nearby. He gently picked up the infant, who radiated a faint glow, as if dissipating. The infant merely gazed at him, with clear green eyes reflecting his own dark hair and yellow skin. You must be the rightful owner of this body, he said apologetically to the infant. It is my fault for being incapable, occupying your body, yet failing to protect it. He tenderly stroked the infant's cheek with his finger. The infant, feeling the touch, giggled softly, its tiny hand reaching up to caress the large hand that was touching its face. Suddenly, the infant transformed into a cascade of golden light, leaving him bewildered and motionless. The golden light consciously surged into his body, and he instantly felt his waning soul begin to rejuvenate. In a moment of disorientation, his consciousness arrived in a space of utter void. The infant had long since vanished, or perhaps merged with him. Echoes of the child's voice resonated in his mind, and he understood its meaning. Live on. He looked at his soul, restored to its original state, feeling the burgeoning power within him, and tightened his fists. If living on is the goal, then let me take you along to thrive in this world together, whether it be hope or sense of indebtedness. He turned to survey his surroundings, only to be startled by a sudden sight that sent chills down his spine. A humanoid figure, hunched and devoid of skin, stood there, covered in blood, its head resembling a bald ball, with only 2 slits where its nose should be. A monster. The monster's blood-red, soulless gaze made him acutely aware that this was the creature that had been tearing at him. Before he could react, the monster, unable to contain its hunger, lunged at him with its gaping maw. Caught off guard, it bit into his shoulder, and the familiar pain surged once more. Ah! He let out a cry of anguish, but the pain ignited a primal ferocity within him. Without a trace of flamboyance, he emulated the monster, lunging forward to bite and tear. The creature seemed momentarily stunned by his somewhat familiar tactics, but was quickly roused by the pain it felt. A fierce struggle ensued between man and beast, each inflicting wounds upon the other, both souls suffering damage. As they neared mutual destruction, a flash of light erupted. The comforting warmth enveloped him once more. The monster recoiled at the light, but, driven by its bloodlust, lunged once more. Yi-Jun hastily defended himself, and to his astonishment, the pain ceased upon contact. The monster began to wither and crumble. In mere moments, the monster was reduced to ashes, yet from its remains surged a multitude of gray light. This light, akin to the golden radiance of the infant, flowed into his soul. He felt his essence rapidly strengthening, the acceleration of power intensifying. As their souls melded, it was no simple addition of 1 + 1 equaling 2. A potent force filled the entire space. Simultaneously, an overwhelming torrent of memories flooded into Yi-Jun's mind without restraint. And thus, he fainted. In the external realm, Yi-Jun's youthful body gradually filled with a peculiar power, dispelling the cold. The night continued to shroud the earth, and he fell into a deep slumber. When he awakens, Yi Jun will become a thing of the past. He shall continue to live on as Eli Hall. The Hall couple of London are renowned local lawyers, celebrated for their exceptional defense capabilities, which have earned them a remarkable reputation within the legal community. They are indeed a distinguished pair of legal practitioners. In their professional lives, they complement each other seamlessly, and in their personal lives, they share an unspoken understanding. Their affluent family background provides a foundation for their child that is unattainable for most. However, they have no children. Yes, when the heavens open a window for you, they may quietly shut a door, and one might even find themselves caught in between. The Hall couple has been married for many years without being blessed with a child, which might be their only regret, and indeed, their greatest one. Yet, fate seems to have favored them. On the first day of November in 1981, they stumbled upon their child. Although it may not sound particularly pleasant, it is indeed the truth. They found him. This incident took place on the outskirts of a forest in the western suburbs of London. That day, while taking a leisurely stroll, the couple discovered the child beside a thicket. With emerald green eyes and porcelain-like skin, he resembled a delicate doll. Though his clothing bore some stains, it was evident that he did not come from a destitute family. The Hall couple took a great liking to the child and searched high and low for his family, but to no avail. Their first instinct, as lawyers, was to take the child to the police station. After several days of the police searching without success, the Hall couple decided to adopt him, naming him Eli Hall. "Eli, have you changed your clothes? You should hurry down. We are about to leave." This was Mrs. Hall, a woman who appeared both astute and capable, calling to her son from upstairs. "Got it, Mom. You shouldn't rush me. I simply can't wear these kind of clothes." A boy of around 10 descended the staircase, donning a meticulously tailored suit, which made him look like a classic nobleman. Upon hearing her son's somewhat willful remark, Mrs. Hall smiled wryly and gently patted Ella's shoulder. "Your father's old classmate has invited us over today. When visiting others, we mustn't forget our manners, as I have taught you." Eli shrugged. "I was just saying." The two made their way to the door, where Mr. Hall had already been waiting in the car. Mrs. Hall surveyed her impeccably dressed son with satisfaction and said, "With you looking like this, I can almost envision you attending Eton College. You truly haven't disappointed us." The Hall couple dotes on their child immensely, and Eli has never let them down. From a young age, he was dubbed a child prodigy due to his exceptional intelligence. Even while still in primary school, he received an invitation to Eton College. Many aspire to attend Eton but cannot, yet Eli received an invitation directly from the esteemed institution. This brought great pride to the Hall couple, filling them with hope for their son's future. Eli, however, merely pursed his lips in indifference. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have been pleased to attend such a prestigious school, but now he might be unable to attend Eton. After all, he was destined for Hogwarts. Indeed, Hogwarts, a magnificent school of magic with a history spanning over 1,000 years, standing alongside Beauxbatons of France and Durmstrang of Germany as one of the 3 great magical academies of Europe. Eli is a wizard. This truth was known to him even as an infant. He had consumed 2 souls, one belonging to the original owner of this body and the other to that monstrous entity. Upon assimilating these souls, he inherited all their memories. Due to his tender age, the infant's memories were scant and hazy. In contrast, the memories of that monster were far more complex, leaving Eli astounded for quite some time after absorption. The world to which he had traversed was none other than that of Harry Potter. In his previous life, the Harry Potter series had captivated audiences worldwide and had been adapted into films. It was through these films that Eli had gained some insight, though he had not seen them all, and the passage of time had dulled his recollections. Nonetheless, he retained a general sense of the plot's direction, which serves as an advantage for him as a transmigrator. Through these memories, he also learned that the owner of these memories was none other than the arch-villain of the Harry Potter universe, Voldemort, the man labeled as the most dangerous dark wizard in history, whose formidable power and terrifying ideology cast a lifelong shadow over the British wizarding community. One cannot underestimate the impact he had on an entire era. The monstrous entity that Eli had absorbed was, in fact, one of Voldemort's soul fragments. But why had Voldemort's soul fragment found its way into Ella's body? This question delves into Ella's origins, or rather, the origins of this body. At the zenith of Voldemort's power, a prophecy circulated throughout the wizarding world. The Dark Lord would meet his demise at the hands of one born at the end of July. How could Voldemort permit anyone to jeopardize his grand ambitions? Even if it were merely a prophecy, upon investigation, it was revealed that Harry Potter, the son of the Potter family, was indeed born at the end of July. In fact, there were 2 young wizards born in that month. However, due to the Potter's formidable resistance against Voldemort, he became convinced that Harry was the prophesied child. Thus, in late October 1981, Voldemort resolved to personally eliminate the Potter family. Perhaps it was the fluttering of a butterfly's wings, instigated by the time traveler Eli, that altered the course of events. Harry Potter, originally the sole heir of the Potter lineage, found himself with a brother in this world. This young Potter was none other than Eli, who had astonishingly transmigrated into the role of Harry Potter's younger sibling. After absorbing Voldemort's memories, Eli gained insight into the events of that fateful night. As Voldemort prepared to kill Harry and Eli, an ancient spell rebounded the curse, destroying his physical form, leading many to believe he had perished. The spell in question was the blood protection charm cast by their mother, Lily Potter, at the cost of her own life. This caused Voldemort's soul to fragment. Initially, in the original world, he had only split his soul once to bestow a piece upon Harry. Yet now, Voldemort's soul had divided twice, with one fragment consumed by Eli. This was a veritable treasure trove, containing all of Voldemort's memories prior to that night, including an immense reservoir of magical knowledge. Eli was overjoyed upon absorbing these memories. In such a magical realm, what could possibly hold greater value than the recollections of a wizard of legendary stature? Consequently, Eli began to study the magic contained within the memories from a young age. With the blood of wizards coursing through his veins, every young wizard in England was destined to attend Hogwarts. Thus, he had no choice but to regretfully decline Eton College. Eton was merely a passing thought. Eli casually pocketed a coin, prompting Mrs. Hall to roll her eyes. Eli, one must remain humble. I've taught you this. Mrs. Hall refrained from engaging in banter with Eli and took his hand, leading him out. Come, we must be on our way. After a drive of about an hour, Mr. Hall steered the vehicle into a neighborhood, flanked by similarly styled 2-story detached houses. Eli felt an increasing sense of familiarity. Father, where are we? Eli finally could not contain his curiosity. Mrs. Hall tilted her head, but Mr. Hall interjected, My old classmate lives here, in a place known as Little Whinging. If I am not mistaken, it should be number 4. Privet Drive. Yes, number 4, Privet Drive. Why do you ask, Eli? Upon hearing number 4, Privet Drive, Eli experienced a profound revelation. This was indeed the residence of the Dursleys, where Harry Potter, the nephew of Mrs. Dursley, resided in the cupboard under the stairs. Eli had never anticipated that his father's old classmate would be the Dursleys. Initially contemplating how to encounter his brother Harry Potter, this revelation felt serendipitous. As they drew near, Eli, as a time traveler, felt little fraternal connection to Harry. Perhaps it was the wizarding blood flowing through him, or perhaps the soul of young Potter that had fused with his own, but Eli could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. He and Harry had both faced Voldemort's killing curse, yet he bore none of the iconic lightning-shaped scar that symbolized dark magic. I owe half my life to my brother's salvation, Eli mused, his hand unconsciously brushing against his forehead, which bore no trace of such a mark. Noticing Eli's unusual demeanor, Mrs. Hall gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Eli, are you feeling car sick? Her words roused Eli from his reverie. He regained his composure and smiled at the concerned Mrs. Hall, shaking his head. I'm fine, Mother. I was merely lost in thought. This reassured Mrs. Hall. The vehicle soon came to a halt, and Eli gazed expectantly out the window. At the entrance of number 4, Privet Drive, the Dursley family awaited them in an orderly fashion. The corpulent Mr. Dursley, resembling an inflated balloon, had meticulously groomed what little hair he possessed, donning an outfit that appeared to be an oversized suit. Conversely, Mrs. Dursley was exceedingly slender, her long neck seemingly suited for eavesdropping on neighbors, and she too had made an effort to look presentable, clad in a long dress that matched her husband's suit color. Beside Mrs. Dursley stood their son, Dudley, resembling a small gas canister, adorned with a round cap and dressed in what appeared to be a school uniform, neatly arranged and evidently well thought out. Upon noticing the Hall family's vehicle come to a stop, Mr. Dursley's belly retracted as he greeted them with a broad grin, his eyes nearly disappearing in the process. Mrs. Dursley maintained a more subdued demeanor compared to her husband, though her gaunt face bore a somewhat stiff smile. The Hall family disembarked, and Mr. Dursley approached. "Oh, Ernest, how delightful to see you. We must catch up thoroughly today." As Mr. Hall stepped out, he stood tall and well-proportioned, resembling a model in his impeccably tailored deep blue suit. Exuding an air of calm and restraint, he extended his hand in greeting to Mr. Dursley. "Hello, Vernon. You still look as sprightly as ever." Mrs. Hall, accompanied by Eli, approached, and Mrs. Dursley greeted her. "Hello, Doris. Welcome to our home," but Mrs. Hall, shedding her usual professional demeanor, donned a dark, flowing dress. "Hello, Petunia. Thank you for your invitation," she replied gracefully, while Mrs. Dursley appeared somewhat apprehensive. The commanding presence of Mrs. Hall left Mrs. Dursley feeling slightly overwhelmed. Eli scrutinized the scene, but failed to spot the familiar figure he had envisioned, leaving him feeling a tinge of disappointment. Just as the two families exchanged pleasantries, an elderly woman across the street appeared to be observing them intently. The moment Eli stepped out of the car, she took notice. With deep red hair that barely grazed his ears, Eli cut a striking figure. Perhaps due to hereditary factors, he was tall and slender, often mistaken for a girl in his youth. "Lily," the elderly woman murmured, her murky eyes quivering with excitement. As the two families engaged in friendly banter, Dudley stood idly by, seemingly bored. Mrs. Dursley noticed Eli and appeared taken aback, as if she had encountered something utterly extraordinary. Memories long buried surged forth. Eli immediately sensed Mrs. Dursley's unease, and inwardly alarmed, he exuded a wave of energy from his being. For a moment, Mrs. Dursley froze, then swiftly regained her composure as if nothing had transpired. Once the pleasantries concluded, Mr. Dursley ushered them inside. Eli breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had momentarily let his guard down. He had been concerned about whether Dumbledore might take notice of him, due to his striking resemblance to his mother, Lily Potter. There was no ulterior motive behind this thought. It was simply because he bore an uncanny likeness to her. While Harry inherited his father's features along with her mother's eyes, Eli embodied his mother's face and eyes. It was perplexing why his father's genes had suddenly faltered. Regardless, Eli had perfectly inherited Lily Potter's traits. His deep red hair and striking features both a testament to her lineage. Dumbledore, revered as the greatest wizard of the century, commanded undeniable power, even instilling fear in Voldemort during his prime. For Eli, the most unsettling aspect of Dumbledore was not his might, but rather his unparalleled ability to read minds. Dumbledore excelled in the subtle art of extracting thoughts from others without their knowledge. For him, only by controlling everything could he safeguard the wizarding world as a white wizard. If Dumbledore were to discover that Eli was a time traveler, one could only imagine the schemes the old man might devise. Just moments ago, Penny had seen Eli and been reminded of Lily. In order to avert any uncontrollable incidents, Eli cast a confusion charm, causing everyone to overlook his appearance. All the guests entered the house. Where the living room had been meticulously arranged, Mr. Dursley poured drinks for the halls. It must be said that Mr. Dursley, as a successful corporate executive, certainly had a knack for hosting. At least Eli found no fault in his hospitality, save for his somewhat unappealing demeanor. Mrs. Dursley was also quite attentive in her hosting, though she appeared visibly strained, as fleeting memories of unwelcome past experiences washed over her. She could no longer recall what had just transpired, yet the emotions lingered. She endeavored to suppress her feelings, but found herself stealing glances at Eli beside her. A familiar sensation stirred within her, and as she pondered, it slipped away like sand through fingers. Eli, on the other hand, remained oblivious to Mrs. Dursley's discomfort. He merely surveyed his surroundings, his gaze lingering on the cupboard beneath the stairs for quite some time. Harry should be inside there, if all went as expected. The Dursleys never allowed Harry to meet guests. Eli, it was said, was soon to attend Eton College. Indeed, a bright future awaited him. Eli politely smiled at Mr. Dudley. Mr. Hall's hearty laughter rang out, and he complimented Dudley, remarking that he was indeed quite remarkable in his smelting school uniform. What a fine young man! A proud expression crept onto Mr. Dudley's rotund face. His son was a perpetual source of pride. Eli, however, found little interest in such hollow flattery, yet felt compelled to remain, casting about in boredom. Suddenly, a thud echoed from the cupboard behind him, causing the halls to turn in unison. Mr. Dudley's expression soured. But he quickly regained composure, muttering that their household was perpetually in motion. How vexing! The halls thought little of it. Yet Eli knew that it was Harry, his brother, who resided within. Eli felt a twinge of irritation at the sight of old Dudley's forced smile. As the cupboard door was locked from the outside, a spark of inspiration struck Eli. He summoned his magic to unlock it. With a creak, the door opened slightly. Upon seeing the door ajar, Harry emerged, quietly asking, "Are you looking for me?" The room fell silent, the Dudley smiles freezing on their faces. Just moments ago, they had claimed the cupboard was empty, yet now a child stood before them. The lie was exposed, and while awkwardness loomed, it was imperative that their guests were not misled. Mr. Dudley quickly recovered, stating, "Oh, this is my nephew. His family is absent, and we've taken him in, but he could be rather troublesome, so we thought it best to keep him there." Eli paid no heed to Mr. Dudley's words. His full attention was on the slender boy before him. Harry, just released from the cupboard, was instantly drawn to the boy with red hair and dark eyes. A familiar sensation leaving him momentarily dazed. Eli gazed into Harry's green eyes, his own thoughts momentarily clouded. This marked their first encounter, one boy in the cupboard and the other in the living room. The adults appeared to be engaged in merry conversation, but Eli knew it was mere polite banter. After dinner, the Halls took their leave. Eli had already suggested a stroll while the adults were still engaged in awkward small talk, and he brought Harry along. "Oh, my foolish brother, let me rescue you from this wretched existence." Mr. Dudley seemed somewhat apprehensive and insisted that Dudley accompany them. Although Dudley showed little interest in this unfamiliar companion, he was more than willing to escape the adults' tedious chatter. "Listen here, kid, from now on, Harry is under my protection. You're not to bully him, understood?" Eli pretended to threaten Dudley menacingly, yet his expression bore an undeniable charm. Dudley, however, was unimpressed. "Oh, you even know who I am? In this neighborhood, I'm someone of note. Every child here knows to call me Dudley." "What? Are you mad, you skinny little stick?" Indeed, in the face of Dudley, Eli appeared rather feeble. Eli was quite dissatisfied with Dudley's attitude. "Damn that brat. Are today's children so foul-mouthed?" Harry sensed the tension and attempted to intervene, though he was unsure why this noble boy named Eli was standing up for him. Harry, who had never experienced friendship, was determined not to let Eli suffer. Despite Dudley's harsh words, Harry did indeed think Eli looked somewhat frail compared to Dudley. "Eli, don't provoke Dudley." Eli, however, remained undeterred. "Nonsense. I, a genius young wizard, shall not be intimidated by this little gas can." He was resolute in giving Dudley a memorable lesson. A wave of energy emanated from Eli as a stone, nearly the size of half his face, began to levitate. Harry stepped back. "I'm about to create some trouble." "Huh, what trouble?" Eli did not respond, controlling the stone to hover between them. Dudley, taken aback by Eli's display, stood frozen in place that a glimmer of excitement flashed in Harry's eyes. Seeing Dudley intimidated, Eli's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. "Remember this, chubby boy. Even if your ego is this big, I could crush you with a single hand." With a bang, the stone shattered under its own weight, splintering into countless fragments. Eli withdrew his magic, and the debris rained down. Dudley's plump face turned ashen, trembling as he let out a gasp. His parents had always warned him to steer clear of such peculiar beings. Now he had learned his lesson well. It was utterly terrifying. Observing Dudley's fright, Eli softened his demeanor. "So, do you still dare to bully Harry?" No, I wouldn't dare." Eli nodded in satisfaction. "Good, teachable child. By the way, have I bullied you today?" He wore a benevolent smile, his eyes betraying kindness. At least, that was how he perceived it. Yet to Dudley, Eli appeared akin to a devil. And no, nothing like that. Eli was even more pleased. Excellent. Now go play. Dudley, feeling a sense of relief, fled without looking back. Harry, watching Eli's display of power, was filled with admiration. That was so cool. He had always wished to deliver a few punches to Dudley's pudgy face, yet found himself perpetually the victim. Though being bullied was humiliating, he longed to possess Dudley's bravado. Noticing the starry-eyed admiration in Harry's gaze, Eli felt an inexplicable sense of delight. He patted Harry on the shoulder. See, don't get too carried away. It's of no use. At that moment, Harry held no objections. He was now under the protection of an older brother. Eli smiled and turned away, his expression suddenly pale. The energy expenditure from shattering the stone had taken a toll on him. Although the magic within him surpassed that of many adult wizards, a wizard's strength was not solely determined by the quantity of magic they possessed. Mere magic without skill was fruitless. That display had been a rather crude application of his magic, consuming even more energy than casting a destructive spell. Moreover, being young, his body could not withstand excessive magical output. He needed to grow stronger. Eli grew increasingly eager for the life awaiting him at Hogwarts, yearning to witness true magic alongside the greatest white wizard. The lesson imparted to Dudley was but a minor interlude. By the time the Hall family returned home, night had fully descended. Eli, there's a letter for you. Mrs. Hall, perplexed, held a letter that bore no stamp and appeared somewhat weighty. It was clearly marked as received by Eli Hall, with the address specified down to Eli's very room. Upon noticing the letter in Mrs. Hall's hand, Eli's eyes lit up, yet he maintained an expression of feigned ignorance though. Who sent me this letter? Eli's bewildered demeanor convincingly suggested he was entirely unaware. Mrs. Hall handed the letter to Eli, refraining from opening the envelope herself, for the Hall couple had always respected Eli's autonomy. As he took the letter, the distinctive roughness of the parchment brushed against his fingers. The familiar emblem composed of a lion, snake, eagle, and badger invoked a profound sense of unreality within Eli. The three of them sat in the living room, and Eli earnestly read the contents of the letter aloud to his parents. Unsurprisingly, upon finishing, suspicion was clearly etched on the faces of Mr. and Mrs. Hall. They each scrutinized the letter again, and Mr. Hall solemnly placed it on the table. Seeing his parents' serious expressions made Eli feel a wave of anxiety wash over him. How was he to explain this? They had always hoped he would study law and become a lawyer, yet here he was, becoming a wizard. After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Hall declared, "I believe we should retain the original letter and seek assistance from the police." Eli nodded, feeling a sense of bewilderment at this unexpected reaction. Wasn't there to be surprise? Magic. He had prepared to demonstrate his abilities, yet it seemed they were opting to involve the authorities. Mrs. Hall also nodded in agreement, asserting this individual knows far too much about Eli. They must have had ulterior motives. Ernest, I believe we should apply for protection. Indeed, Doris. Let us remain calm. I will reach out to friends in the judicial and law enforcement sectors to expedite the protection application. A fleeting glimmer of fierce determination crossed Mr. Hall's face. Anyone who dares to harm my son should not even think of it. Mrs. Hall's expression softened slightly, but she insisted, for safety's sake, we should hire a few bodyguards beforehand. Mr. Hall nodded gravely. Meanwhile, Eli was reeling from the unexpected turn of events. What is going on? A protection application. What on earth is a bodyguard? And why does father look so menacing? Please don't lose your composure. Eli realized that matters were spiraling out of control. He even saw his father preparing to seal the acceptance letter. If he did not explain soon, Dumbledore might very well be branded a fraud. Eli stammered, interrupting his parents' plans. Mom, Dad, please calm down. I think I might know something. Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Hall turned their sharp gazes toward Eli. Just a moment. Let me fetch my recording device. This is evidence that Mr. Hall began to rise. But Eli quickly interjected, Wait, Dad, don't rush. I'm talking about magic. Seeing Mr. Hall's hasty demeanor, Eli swiftly halted him. His parents looked puzzled. Magic? Mrs. Hall inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Noticing that his parents had finally calmed down, Eli hastened to elucidate. Yes, magic. The letter speaks of magic, and it might be real. I can demonstrate for you. Before they could question further, Eli summoned his magical energy, directing it toward the vase on the table. To the astonishment of his parents, the vase gradually levitated, even circling around the three of them before gently settling back onto the table. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Time seemed to stretch as Mr. and Mrs. Hall grappled with the shattering of their worldviews. After a prolonged pause, Mr. Hall finally spoke, but his tone lacked the authoritative confidence he had once exuded in his professional life. To clarify, Eli, you are a wizard, and you are to attend a school called Hogwarts? Eli nodded repeatedly, affirming yes, it appears that way. Mr. Hall took a deep breath, as if his worldview had been shattered once more. Ultimately, it was Mrs. Hall who broke the silence, stating, "Ernest, at the very least, Eli's magical talent is genuine as for this school. Perhaps we should have a discussion with them?" Mr. Hall's expression shifted several times, realizing he had no other recourse. His education and knowledge left him utterly unprepared for the current predicament. "I suppose that is our only option." Relieved that his parents had finally accepted the reality of magic, Eli exhaled deeply. He had genuinely feared they might do something rash in their disbelief. The couple examined the letter repeatedly, learning that a professor from a school would come to personally explain things, which eased their concern somewhat. The family awaited the arrival of the next day with a mix of emotions. On the following day, Mr. and Mrs. Hall canceled all their appointments, solely to await the arrival of the so-called professor from the magical school. Are they not supposed to schedule an appointment in advance? Mrs. Hall began to complain as they passed the time idly. "Well, I suppose the letter didn't mention that," Eli replied, just as the doorbell rang. "Speak of the devil." Eli shrugged and Mrs. Hall rose to answer the door. Although she was home, her loungewear had been carefully selected, exuding simplicity while retaining an air of elegance. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a tall witch. Her hair was tightly styled, giving her a stern appearance. Clad in a flowing emerald robe, it was undeniable that her attire was undoubtedly that of a witch. Of course, Eli and his family might not have realized that Professor McGonagall had dressed this way specifically for her visit to a Muggle household. She had yet to don her pointed hat. "Good day. Is this the Hall residence?" she inquired. The aristocratic air was unmistakable. As a talented and accomplished witch, Professor McGonagall exuded an undeniable presence that Mrs. Hall responded in kind. "Yes, you must be the professor from Hogwarts. Please come in." Mrs. Hall welcomed Professor McGonagall into their home. The professor was favorably impressed by the family. She had visited numerous Muggle homes, which often felt chaotic. The decor of the Hall residence struck her as quite pleasing, simple, grand, and meticulously arranged. Mr. Hall rose to greet her. "Hello, Professor. I'm Ernest Hall, Eli's father, and this is his mother, Doris Hall." Professor McGonagall introduced herself as well. "I am Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts." Mr. Hall nodded with a smile. Eli was accustomed to his parents' sudden seriousness. "Professor McGonagall, as this is our first encounter with your magical school, could you perhaps provide us with an introduction? For instance, what about the faculty?" Professor McGonagall chuckled lightly. "Please, if we are to discuss faculty, Hogwarts fears no rival. The headmaster is the greatest wizard of this century. Among the professors are masters of dueling, potions, transfiguration, and herbology. With such a lineup, who could possibly compare?" After Professor McGonagall's thorough introduction, Mr. and Mrs. Hall gained a clearer understanding of the magical school. At the very least, given the esteemed titles of the professors, it surely seemed promising that Mr. Hall turned serious once more. "Professor, I apologize for my rudeness, but might you demonstrate some magic for us?" Professor McGonagall graciously accepted, remarking that such a request was quite standard for Muggle families. She produced a slender wand and aimed it at the vase on the table. Eli could distinctly feel a delicate magic emanating from Professor McGonagall's wand, cascading over the vase like quicksilver. The vase transformed in a flurry of change, ultimately becoming a proud, white creature with its head held high and tail elegantly arched. Although they had witnessed Eli's magic the previous day, the sophistication of this display left them in a state of disbelief. However, their refined upbringing allowed them to maintain a composed demeanor, compared to the raucous behavior of other Muggle families. The Hall family was a breath of fresh air. There was even an instance when a Muggle fainted from fright, only to insist afterward that she was a devil after being revived by a simple spell. Naturally, as a professor, One cannot resort to harshness with the parents of students. Merely employing a forgetfulness charm, I believe you, too, should prepare Eli's school supplies as indicated in the letter, Professor McGonagall suggested. Of course, we simply do not know how to reach Diagon Alley. Might you guide us? Professor McGonagall readily agreed. They arranged to meet the following morning. Soon, the appointed time arrived at the designated location. Eli, have you spotted that wretched leaky cauldron? Mrs. Hall inquired, having searched in vain. Naturally, she was unable to find it, as the leaky cauldron had been enchanted with a muggle-repelling charm, causing all passing muggles to unconsciously overlook it. Eli took the hands of his elders and led them to the pub, pushing the door open to— "Oh, why did I not notice this pub earlier?" Mrs. Hall exclaimed in astonishment. Inside the leaky cauldron, witches and wizards filled the space, unconsciously turning their gazes toward the unexpected newcomers. Judging by their attire, it was clear they were young wizards of Muggle descent from Hogwarts. The group soon joined Professor McGonagall at the bar. The professor tapped her wand against the wall a few times, causing the bricks to retract and reveal a hidden world akin to a paradise. Welcome to Diagon Alley. The Hall family was evidently captivated by the unique charm of Diagon Alley. The narrow street bustled with people dressed in various wizarding attire. The shops lining the alley exhibited a myriad of styles. I suggest we first visit Madame Malkin's to order a set of school robes. However, prior to that, we need to exchange some Muggle money for galleons at Gringotts, as Muggle currency is of no use here. Gringotts appeared as a crooked white building, staffed entirely by diminutive goblins. The Hall couple exchanged a substantial amount of galleons for ELIDAS they exited. Mr. Hall lamented the peculiar exchange rates of wizarding currency. 1 galleon equaled 17 sickles, or 493 nuts. After ordering a set of robes for Eli, Professor McGonagall suggested they split up. She and the Halls would procure equipment, such as cauldrons for Eli, while he would venture to Ollivander's wand shop to select his wand. This arrangement pleased Eli immensely, and he made his way alone to the wand shop. The sign bore the inscription, Ollivander, established in 382B.C., crafting wands of exceptional quality. Ollivander, a master wand maker. Upon entering the store, a complex, aged aroma of wood enveloped him. A new Hogwarts student, an elderly man with silver hair, suddenly appeared. The old man seemed to glide silently, even in his movements, prompting Eli to internally scoff. Ollivander studied Eli's face thoughtfully, if I am not mistaken. "You remind me of a former customer. I remember every patron who has visited my shop. May I inquire about your lineage?" Ollivander looked at Eli with a hint of curiosity. Eli's heart skipped a beat as he almost forgot about this peculiar old man. His memory was astonishingly sharp. He could recall details about wands sold to customers, no matter how far back in time. Given Eli's striking resemblance to Lily, it was only natural for Ollivander to make a connection. Eli quickly clarified, "Sir, I come from a Muggle family." Ollivander paused, then replied with a hint of apology, "Oh, I beg your pardon. It appears I have made an error." He then turned to fetch a measuring tape. Though the uncertainty on his face remained, the tape seemed to possess a life of its own as it measured Eli's dimensions. Eli couldn't help but wonder why it was necessary to take his measurements for a wand. Surely, as he grew, those measurements would change. "Sir, I don't quite understand why we need to measure my body," he inquired. Ollivander replied nonchalantly, "For good luck." "Indeed, quite impressive," Eli mused. "What did you say?" "For good luck," Ollivander reiterated as he retrieved a wand. Eli noticed a glint of mischief in his eyes. His surprise. He had been outmaneuvered by this clever old man. Applewood, dragon heartstring, 13 inches, remarkably powerful, yet unsuitable for dark magic. Give it a try. Eli accepted the wand and waved it gently. A tremendous shockwave erupted, crashing into a nearby counter and shattering it to pieces. "Oh!" Eli's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the wand. Ollivander appeared momentarily stunned, muttering, "Oh, unsuitable, unsuitable. We should try another." However, Eli had different thoughts. Good heavens, with such power from a mere flick, wouldn't that make me invincible in a duel? What need would I have to fear Voldemort? His eyes gleamed as he looked at Ollivander, silently communicating, "This is the one I want." Ollivander's expression darkened as he returned Eli's intense gaze, clearly conveying, "No, you do not want this one," understanding Ollivander's intent. Eli sheepishly returned the wand. Ollivander presented another wand, Willow wood, unicorn hair, 12 inches, perfect for transfiguration. Eli took it and pointed it toward a nearby, flickering lamp. Instantly, the small flame erupted as if fueled by gasoline. Roaring to life, "Oh no, absolutely not this one." Ollivander swiftly reclaimed the wand, disregarding Eli's disappointed expression, as the boxes piled higher around them. Ollivander's forehead glistened with perspiration, and he had never encountered such a boisterous customer. Each wand he offered seemed to react violently in Eli's hands, displaying remarkable power. "Perhaps I should try that one," he mused, suddenly dashing deeper into the storeroom. The sprightly old man returned moments later, mysteriously opening a box. Purple wood, thestral tail hair, 13.5 inches, a curious combination, extremely unusual and rather ominous. Eli was bewildered by Ollivander's cryptic remarks. Was he trying to imply something sinister? Without extracting the wand, Ollivander handed the entire box to Eli. Eli examined the wand with a peculiar expression, feeling nothing extraordinary. A faint glow emanated from him. As magic and wand began to resonate in harmony, a wave of energy radiated from the wand, causing Ollivander to feel an unexplainable tremor. Eli sensed a profound connection with the wand, as though it were an extension of his own arm. "That I believe this is the one." Ollivander hesitated, finally conceding to Eli's choice. "Thank you for your assistance today," Eli expressed, feeling somewhat guilty for the havoc he had wreaked in Ollivander's shop. "And no trouble at all, young one. It is quite common. 0.7 galleons. Thank you for your patronage." Ollivander's words conveyed ease, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of distress as he surveyed the chaos around him. Eli promptly paid the galleons and bid farewell. "Remember, young one, the wand chooses the wizard." Eli smiled faintly, showing no objection. At least the portrayal in the film was indeed so that he exited the shop. Ollivander murmured, "To master the power of death." Turning around, he beheld a scene of utter chaos. Exclaiming, "Oh, Merlin's underpants!" Eli encountered the Hall couple, who were empty-handed. Professor McGonagall suddenly received urgent news and took her leave. The Halls did not perceive McGonagall's departure as rude, for she had gifted them a bag. The undetectable extension charm. Eli gazed in astonishment at the small bag in his hand. Upon opening it, he discovered a world within. The bag was no larger than a palm, yet its interior was spacious enough to accommodate several wardrobes. We could not ascertain the nature of this enchantment, but it was undeniably wondrous, akin to space technology. Observing his father, who was subtly stirred with excitement, Eli could not help but smirk inwardly. Indeed, a man remains a boy until death. Who could resist a bag that seemed to embody high-tech spatial folding? However, Professor McGonagall's generosity was indeed remarkable. From his recollections of Voldemort, Eli knew that items imbued with the undetectable extension charm were typically quite costly. Not to mention, the charm that expanded a palm-sized bag to the size of several wardrobes was no small feat. Eli silently acknowledged Professor McGonagall's kindness. "What else do we require?" "An owl for delivering messages." "And a pet." That Mrs. Hall glanced at the list, and the trio proceeded towards the Owl Emporium. The Eli Owl Emporium was bustling with various owl cages. From a distance, the sound of chattering could be heard. Many young wizards were present, mostly accompanied by their parents to purchase owls. This was a characteristic of the British wizarding community, as British wizards favored using owls for communication. The owls of the magical world were, of course, distinct from ordinary breeds. They possessed magical lineage, inherently equipped with name magic, enabling them to locate recipients based on their names. Thus, an owl was standard for every British wizard, much like a mobile phone. Without much deliberation, Eli chose a sprightly little creature, a black owl, whom he named Sheffley. "Eli, do you need a pet?" Mrs. Hall inquired. The mention of pets reminded Eli of Ron's rat Scabbers and Hermione's large cat Crookshanks. Having a pet could indeed be a source of amusement. The group then ventured to the Magical Menagerie, a shop specializing in various pets. Upon entering, an em-lang of odors from various droppings assaulted their senses. "Oh, they really ought to clean up." Mrs. Hall covered her mouth and nose. Eli curiously observed the array of pets nearby at the entrance. A short-legged pug sat vacantly in its cage, staring at the newcomers. Eli regarded it with disdain, recalling a foolish dog that belonged to a certain key-keeper. Proceeding further, an assortment of bizarre pets captivated the attention of the visitors. Girls gathered around a counter filled with fluffy creatures. As these soft and gentle beings were particularly favored by young ladies, soon they found themselves in the reptile section, filled with lizards and snakes, a place some might avoid entirely. Hungry, hungry, a repetitive voice reached Eli's ears. He glanced around in astonishment. This was not any language he recognized. It resembled hissing more akin to that of a snake, yet he understood its meaning perfectly. He remained discreet, silently searching for the source of the sound. After all, even in the magical world, hearing voices others could not was not considered auspicious. He stopped before a small black snake, the very creature from which the sound emanated. "Are you the one speaking?" Eli attempted to communicate, but his mouth produced a hissing sound akin to that of a snake. He quickly fell silent. This was not something to boast about. Those who could converse with snakes were known as parselmouths among wizards. The most infamous parselmouth was the despicable Herpo, a renowned and perilous dark wizard of ancient times. Following him was another notable parselmouth, Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts and its first head of Slytherin House. He was also a formidable dark wizard, standing with the other 3 founders as the most powerful wizards of their era. The most recent parselmouth, known to all but seldom mentioned by name, was none other than Voldemort. As the last descendant of Slytherin, Voldemort inherited the gift of Parseltongue. Eli had also become a parselmouth due to the simple fact that he had merged with a fragment of Voldemort's soul, acquiring not only his memories but also his ability to speak to snakes. Harry, too, bore a fragment of Voldemort's soul, making him a parselmouth as well. Eli had no intention of revealing this information, for it would bring him unnecessary complications. The small black snake understood Eli's words, nodded at him, and continued to repeat, "Hungry, hungry." Eli was immediately inclined to take it home, although the Hall couple found it somewhat difficult to accept Eli's choice of a snake as a pet. They had always respected his decisions. They also wished for Eli to have a delightful companion during his solitary life at Hogwarts. The shopkeeper retrieved a cage containing the small black snake and enthusiastically introduced it. "It has been here for some time and is always more lively than the other little snakes." Eli inquired, "Have you fed it?" The shopkeeper replied earnestly, "Oh, absolutely. We treat every pet well." Eli glanced at the small black snake, which repeated, "Hungry, hungry." Eli thought it futile to argue with the shopkeeper about its feeding and asked, "What is its name?" After a moment's thought, the shopkeeper answered, "Reese, we call it Reese." Eli, hearing Reese, thought of Dog Egg. "Oh, fine, let's call it Dog Egg then." The shopkeeper paused, wanted to explain, "No, it's actually called Reese." "Dog Egg, I know. Come on, little Dog Egg, let us go home." The shopkeeper resigned, said, "That will be 10 galleons. Thank you for your patronage." The shop included a few treats, resembling dried mice, that on the way back, Eli softly repeated his pet's new name. "Little one, your name is Dog Egg. Do you hear me? Now, tell me your name." "Hungry, hungry," it replied. Eli fed it a piece of dried mouse, and then heard, "Dog Egg, Dog Egg, Dog Egg." Just as the group was preparing to leave, Eli suddenly made a request. "What?" Mrs. Hall exclaimed, clearly agitated and vehemently opposed to Eli's suggestion that Mr. Hall, standing by, furrowed his brow, appearing quite conflicted. "Eli, could you explain why you wish to stay here?" Mr. Hall pondered for a moment, finally managing to articulate a response that sounded sufficiently composed. Eli, feeling awkward, averted his gaze, already aware that the elders would likely disapprove. However, he did not anticipate such an intense reaction from his mother. It turned out that Eli had just proposed his desire to stay at the Broken Cauldron before school commenced. This suggestion nearly caused Mrs. Hall to grasp his ear in agitation. Of course, Eli was not acting on a whim as a time traveler. He was cognizant of the impending plot developments. Simultaneously, he understood the terrifying dangers that lay ahead. In the original narrative, Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of the century, met his demise amidst the turmoil instigated by Voldemort. Hogwarts students suffered tremendous casualties, and even the Muggle world would be affected. It could be said that as long as he remained a wizard in Britain, safety would elude him. Moreover, he bore the unique identity of being Harry Potter's younger brother, a character that had never existed in the original text. Perhaps the flutter of his outsider's wings had altered certain plot lines. Because of this, he was uncertain about the extent of the changes that might unfold. Should the alterations be too significant, he would forfeit the sole advantage of being a time traveler. Voldemort would not spare him. For he was a member of the Potter family, the brother of the Chosen One. Dumbledore would inevitably uncover his lineage before this legendary wizard. Any falsehood would prove futile. He was destined to be embroiled in this turmoil. For the sake of the Halls who had nurtured him, for his renewed life, for his brother Harry Potter, and for the little Potter who had aided his survival, he must endure. He had to eliminate Voldemort before any harm befell these individuals. Killing one of history's most dangerous dark wizards was no trivial matter, albeit he was one among many. There was an abundance of preparation required. He needed to amass sufficient magical prowess before Voldemort regained his strength. Additionally, he required ample magical resources to bolster his power and establish a degree of influence within a magical community. This, in turn, would weaken Voldemort's strength, considering that many of his followers, the Death Eaters, hailed from traditional wizarding families. He possessed a unique talent, and he was confident that even the Voldemort of yesteryears could not rival him. Hence, what he lacked was time. Even a single month before the school year commenced was a period he wished to utilize wisely. However, according to the Ministry of Magic's regulations, young wizards were prohibited from casting spells in the Muggle world. This effectively restricted wizards of Muggle descent, himself included. Remaining at home would squander a precious month. The absence of time instilled a sense of unease within him. Thus, despite knowing that the Halls would oppose him, he felt compelled to advocate for his request. Father, Mother, please hear me out. That I understand this request may seem absurd, but I hope for your support. I wish to make the most of this month. However, I cannot practice magic in the world of ordinary people. You know I refuse to be left behind. I do not want to fall too far behind those young wizards from magical families, so I beseech you. After listening, Mrs. Hall turned her head away, unable to bear it. Mr. Hall's brow furrowed even deeper. Eli rarely made such earnest appeals. Yet this request indeed caused them considerable concern. Nevertheless, they recognized Eli's ambition. He had always been this way. The child had consistently behaved like a miniature adult, and they never underestimated him. After what seemed like a difficult deliberation, Mr. Hall finally reached a decision. He gazed intently into Eli's green eyes. Eli, I agree to your request. However, I hope you can assure your own safety. Mrs. Hall glanced at her husband, ultimately refraining from further opposition. Though she repeatedly cautioned Eli escorted his parents out of the pub, promising to report his safety daily. Once they boarded their vehicle, he entered the pub. He sought out the owner, Tom, to secure a room and followed him upstairs. The upstairs environment starkly contrasted the downstairs, being remarkably clean and orderly. Each door bore a brass nameplate. Mr. Tom led Eli to room 12, which would serve as Eli's abode for the forthcoming month. The room was bright and impeccably tidy, with oak furniture arranged neatly. Eli was thoroughly satisfied with his quarters. He released his pet, dog Egg, allowing it to scurry about the room. This little creature had become quite loyal since Eli had begun feeding it. From his bag, he retrieved the textbooks needed for school, selecting basic spells, a beginner's guide. His memories regarding Voldemort were replete with an abundance of spell knowledge, yet nearly 99% consisted of potent dark magic. To avoid either demolishing the room and incurring a hefty fine or facing a spell's backlash and suffering an early demise, it was prudent not to attempt anything recklessly. Extracting even a couple of simple spells from such a vast reservoir of memory proved daunting. Thus, he opted to study the textbook instead. The simplest spell within was the Lumos charm. The incantation was Lumos, which conjured light at the tip of the wand. It was indeed quite straightforward. Such a minor spell should be child's play, right? Clearing his throat, he focused and waved his wand according to the instructions in the book. Lumos, buzz, a blinding radiance erupted from the gap beneath the door. My eyes, the intense light nearly blinded him. Dog Egg, who had been leisurely digesting its meal, dashed to the corner, trembling in fear. Meanwhile, the caged Shih Tzu had nowhere to escape, and it was now barking angrily at Eli. A rapid series of knocks sounded at the door. Rubbing his eyes, Eli opened the door to reveal none other than Tom, the owner. Tom appeared somewhat anxious, sporting a receding hairline, and he peered into the room with a worried expression, thankfully finding no visible damage. Merlin's beard, was there a battle in your room just now? Eli awkwardly smiled at Tom. though his vision remained slightly impaired. No, I was merely practicing a spell, considering it a pre-class review. Tom's demeanor softened at this explanation. What spell were you practicing? The Lumos charm. Tom suddenly regarded Eli with a peculiar expression, as if to say, "Are you joking with me? Whose Lumos makes such a ruckus? If you hadn't said it, I would have thought muggles were attacking." Sensing Tom's evident skepticism, Eli shrugged helplessly. "That if you don't believe me, I can demonstrate." Tom thought to himself, how impressive can a Lumos charm be? Perform your demonstration if you wish. I'm curious. Eli closed his eyes in preparation, even covering one eye with his hand. Tom scoffed. What kind of commotion can a child like you create? He watched Eli with keen interest. Again, it was the familiar incantation. And once more the same effect. Lumos. Buzz? Ah. My eyes. Eli peeked through a tiny gap in his fingers. Tom doubled over, clutching his eyes in agony. Observing Tom's gleaming bald head, Eli couldn't help but think, this time, the effect should be particularly impressive. A few waitstaff arrived from downstairs, using a healing spell to restore Mr. Tom's vision. Eli sheepishly offered an apologetic smile from the side. Fortunately, Tom was forgiving, not pursuing the matter further, but instead giving Eli a few more reminders. Eli obediently saw Tom off. Even after Tom descended the stairs, Eli could still see him muttering under his breath. Although he encountered some initial difficulties, the indomitable Eli refused to believe he couldn't master few spells. For several days, he isolated himself in his room. Aside from the staff delivering meals punctually, Eli hardly ventured outside. Lumos, the wand finally emitted a steady and gentle glow. Eli felt a surge of joy and attempted to increase his magical output. Causing the glow to gradually intensify, that he suppressed the urge to cheer. Waving his wand to extinguish the luminescence, he had succeeded. Not merely because he had mastered such a simple incantation, but because he had finally gained better control over his own magical power. The Lumos spell itself was quite elementary, requiring no deliberate practice from Eli. His magical energy was ample enough to support the execution of numerous spells. In other words, while many young wizards were still learning how to channel their magic, he could merely recite the incantation to successfully cast a spell. However, the very power that served as a strength also presented challenges. His greatest difficulties stemmed from his exceedingly potent magical energy. Magic, in essence, is a profoundly scientific endeavor. Although it may sound peculiar, this is the undeniable truth. To successfully utilize a spell rather than merely trigger it, one must truly comprehend the composition of said spell. In other words, magical energy is merely the foundation for spellcasting. To master one's magic, intellect is also essential. Magic is inherently idealistic. This notion was confirmed during Eli's explorations over the past few days. Initially, he simply sought to cast the Lumos spell. Subconsciously, he thought to himself, utter the incantation, and then light would appear. As he expected, his magical energy surged uncontrollably, nearly blinding both himself and Mr. Tom. However, during his practice, he focused on releasing the Lumos spell steadily. It became evident that the stronger his intent, the more aligned his magic became with his desires. Ultimately, he even achieved the ability to freely regulate the intensity of his magical output. This was indeed a moment worth celebrating. It represented his greatest achievement over the past few days. With such a foundation, he would find it much easier to learn other spells in the future. Returning to the topic of magical power, the magnitude and strength of a wizard's magic often indicate their innate talent. To unleash a grand spell, an immense reservoir of magical energy is required. The same spell, fueled by varying amounts of magical energy, will yield different results. Yet to this day, wizards have yet to discover methods to accelerate the growth of their magical power, but a wizard's magic can only increase with age. Eli found this somewhat difficult to accept. Did wizards not invent any techniques? In his previous life in China, every practitioner of the mystical arts and novels could rely on such techniques to expedite their power growth. Was there truly no method of meditation? Eli had indeed experimented with numerous so-called meditative practices, yet they proved utterly ineffective. This was only to be expected, as wizards are not foolish. Whatever Eli could conceive, they likely had already tested. Thus, Eli resigned himself to abandoning the search for a method to augment his magical power. However, it was certain that during the process of growth, the extensive release of magical energy might indeed stimulate its increase. Although rather crude, it was the only viable option. Yet, he was not currently faced with a shortage of magical energy, but rather an excess that was difficult to control. Young wizards often experience magical surges, primarily due to their youthful naivety, making it challenging to contain their internal magic. According to Voldemort's memories, the soul is the key to controlling magical power. The more powerful the wizard, the stronger their soul must be. Benefiting from the soul fragments of young Potter and Voldemort, Eli's soul far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Yet, correspondingly, his magical power also exceeded the norm. His current magical energy might not be much less than that of the professors at the Academy. This posed a burden on his soul. Therefore, although no magical outbursts had occurred, he still experienced difficulties in controlling his spells, if his soul's growth could not keep pace with the increase in magical power. He could find himself in peril that a magical outburst could easily obliterate the physical body. This constituted a latent danger. Fortunately, Voldemort's memories contained methods for soul cultivation, which he intended to try in the future. It must be noted that in the realm of soul research, Voldemort was unparalleled, even surpassing Dumbledore. This was advantageous for Eli. Thus, Eli now had several tasks ahead. He would delve into Voldemort's memories to discover methods for enhancing his soul. He would diligently train to master his magical control and improve his spellcasting abilities. Additionally, there was another crucial aspect concerning Eli's future development: earning money, not pounds, but wizarding galleons. In China, the 4 essentials of cultivation were summarized as wealth, companionship, techniques, and land. This principle holds true in the realm of magic as well. Without wealth, he would lack the financial means to conduct certain resource-intensive magical experiments. If he wished to brew potions, he would also require funds. Wouldn't he? Speaking of potions, this led Eli to consider a lucrative avenue. Over the past few days, he had visited the apothecary, conducting a sort of market research. He discovered the primary issue plaguing the wizarding potion market. All existing potions relied on the manual crafting of potion masters. This resulted in a severe scarcity of potions and exorbitant prices. It is often said that potion masters are immensely wealthy, which is undoubtedly true. For Eli, this represented a business opportunity coming from the Muggle world. He possessed considerable expertise in resolving production issues. What to do about the insufficient supply of potions? To discuss large-scale production, one must mention assembly lines. This is the secret to product manufacturing in the Muggle world. Assembly lines not only significantly enhance production speed, but also address technical complexities. The complete crafting of potions requires a potion master. He certainly could not afford to hire one. However, if he could break down the potion-making process into distinct tasks, a single workstation might only need to chop ingredients or add them in precise proportions. This would elegantly resolve the technical challenges. Moreover, establishing a potion assembly line factory within the magical realm might not even necessitate hiring assembly line workers. When faced with difficulties, magic comes to the rescue. Why not create a few enchanted puppets to perform simple, repetitive tasks? In the Muggle world, this is referred to as fully automated mechanical production. Imagine, when his potion factory is established, a continuous stream of potions flooding the market, he could swiftly dominate the potion industry. After all, potions are needed for healing, for injuries, and for magical experiments, aren't they? As long as he controls the potion market, he wields considerable influence. Of course, these are merely ideas at this stage. The use of magical puppets may involve alchemy and transfiguration, so he still needed to enhance his abilities to safeguard his enterprise. Thus, the road ahead was long and arduous. Knowledge is power. Accio. As Eli gently raised his wand, the textbooks on the table began to float upwards, as if lifted by an invisible hand. With a flick of his wand towards the doorway, the books soared across the room and then returned with another wave. As his wand descended, the textbooks settled neatly back onto the table. "Good day, guest of room 12. Here is your breakfast." And a knock echoed at the door. "Alohamara." Eli sat at the table, giving his wand a light tap, causing the door to swing open. The waiter stood at the entrance, holding a tray, and upon seeing him, Eli discreetly pursed his lips in annoyance. This fellow always demanded a tip upon delivering meals, and Eli had lost track of how much he had been extorted. Remaining still, Eli tapped his wand once more, and the food on the tray floated into the room. The waiter, wearing a sycophantic expression, exclaimed, "Oh, what a splendid display of magic!" "You see," bang, before the waiter could utter the word tip, Eli waved his wand again, causing the door to slam shut. The waiter nearly bumped his nose against the door. Stumbling back in surprise, his mustache bristling in indignation as he stormed off with the tray, Eli had no inclination to concern himself with the waiter's emotional state. His finances were exceedingly tight. He had no funds to spare for tips. Aristocratic charm? Apologies, but none to be found. Inquiring about the whereabouts of his funds, Eli cast a fleeting glance at the pile of potion remnants stacked in the corner. Alongside a shattered cauldron, his lips twitching slightly of late, he had devoted himself not only to the diligent practice of magic, but also to the profound study of potion making. This endeavor was pivotal for his future prosperity, compelling him to treat it with utmost seriousness. Mastering potion making necessitated hands-on experimentation, inevitably resulting in losses in the initial stages. The setbacks were particularly pronounced, leading to numerous failures, including a dramatic explosion of a cauldron. However, after several days of experimentation, Eli had begun to reap rewards. Most potions, it turned out, were akin to conducting chemical experiments. With careful attention to ingredient ratios and heating conditions, even a muggle could successfully concoct them. Only a select few potions required the aid of magic. Yet, while the wizarding world boasted potion masters, the human realm had never known a master of pharmaceuticals. This stark contrast stemmed from the fundamental distinction that potions possessed magical properties. The existing potion formulas were the culmination of centuries of refinement by wizards, representing the safest and most reliable methods of preparation. Merely memorizing a formula rendered one an ordinary potion maker. Only by deeply understanding the principles of each potion and the magical properties of each herb could one aspire to the title of potion master. A skilled potion maker could acutely perceive the fluctuations of magical energy during the brewing process and adeptly manipulate these variations through their techniques. Each potion master held unique perspectives on their craft. Nevertheless, this digression aside, even the simplest of compound remedies did not necessitate overly complex methods, nor did they require magical energy. The primary factor impacting the efficacy of ordinary potions was the precise ratio of ingredients. Eli had not refrained from criticizing the potion textbooks of the wizarding world, which often employed vague terms such as a pinch, a generous amount, or a few drops. Such imprecision was utterly unacceptable. As a transmigrator who had received a comprehensive education in high school chemistry in his previous life, Eli was determined to achieve precision. To this end, he even requested a set of chemical apparatus in a letter to his family. Although the Hall couple remained perplexed about the relationship between magic and chemistry, they promptly sent him a high-end set of chemical tools to support his studies. Thus, within a wizarding tavern, a young sorcerer engaged in potion making using scientifically inclined beakers, graduated cylinders, and glass stirring rods. This scene was a stark contrast to the traditional practices expected of a wizard. Yet, this methodology proved remarkably effective. Through repeated experimentation to determine optimal ingredient ratios, Eli uncovered several precise potion formulas. These could be deemed exclusive secrets. The potions brewed with precision indeed surpassed the effects described in textbooks, affirming that Eli's hypothesis was entirely accurate. Presently, Eli was concocting a potion known as the elixir of the undead. The name itself evokes the notion of poison, and indeed, it was a highly toxic and peculiar one. Why was Eli brewing poison, you may ask? To eliminate Tom, inherit the tavern, and abscond with the profits? Certainly not. His aim was to sell this batch of poison. Recent potion experiments had left his finances precariously thin. The amount of currency a wizard could exchange annually in the Muggle world was limited. The Hall couple had already provided him with the entirety of this year's exchangeable funds. Yet in less than a month, he had already exhausted it. One could not deny that engaging in research was a costly endeavor. Should Eli remain without income, he would find himself homeless before the school year commenced, only to return home to a sound thrashing. Reluctantly, Eli resolved to brew potions for profit. But why specifically poison? Because he intended to venture into the darker alleys frequented by dark wizards to sell his wares. It was not a thrill-seeking escapade. Rather, it was due to the fact that the apothecary shops in Diagon Alley refused to accept his potions. Even when presenting high-quality potions crafted with precision, he was met with indifference, as they would merely respond, "We have our own potion masters." Eli vowed with indignation that once he established his own potion factory, he would ensure that competitors understood the meaning of cruelty. The elixir of the undead was a formula he had discovered within Voldemort's memories, designed specifically to affect the soul. Its potency was formidable, and the formula was not widely known, with very few privy to its details. More importantly, this poison was relatively easy to concoct and cost-effective, though the materials were rather obscure. The formula was not solely known to Voldemort, and there was little fear of exposure. That it was, in every sense, perfect. However, in pursuit of quality, Eli had invested considerable time determining whether the dosage of Banshee grass juice was 0.2 milliliters or 0.25 milliliters. Yet every moment spent was worthwhile, as he had successfully crafted a batch of high-quality elixir of the undead. A gentle mist wafted upwards, causing Eli to feel slightly lightheaded. What a splendid creation! It is worth noting that Eli's robust soul allowed him to withstand the effects. Had it been another inexperienced young wizard, they would have perished upon mere inhalation. Carefully bottling the potion, he filled a total of 20 small vials, concealing them within a seamless, expandable pouch. Nightfall arrived swiftly, unnoticed by the bustling streets, where a short figure cloaked in black, face obscured, blended into the shadows. The patrons of the tavern were engrossed in their revelry, paying him no heed. In Nocturne Alley, however, the streets were teeming with furtive figures. Eli entered the largest establishment, its sign reading Borgin Burks. This shop specialized in the sale of various bizarre and even sinister magical artifacts. Both the shop and its proprietor were of no ordinary caliber. Even Voldemort had once served here as a clerk in his youth. Though shrouded in mystery, the shop's long-standing reputation was undoubtedly established. Upon entering, Eli found the interior shrouded in darkness, permeated by a scent of decay. The shelves on either side were lined with a plethora of grotesque items. Cursed opal necklaces, blood-stained playing cards, and a glass eye that seemed to watch him. There was even a desiccated human hand resting on a cushion. The hand of glory, encased in glass, illuminated only for its holder, proving to be a thief's invaluable companion. The cloaked figure caught the attention of a hunched man at the counter, who persistently combed his greasy hair away from his face. His voice was as slick as his hair, a fine item, though I may not have use for it. Eli replied nonchalantly, though the eerie atmosphere left him feeling quite unsettled. The man turned around. "Ah, it seems you're not a thief, but a customer." Eli approached the counter, extending a hand to place a vial of the elixir of the undead before the man. "What do you propose for this?" His voice was slightly hoarse, a precaution taken after consuming a specific potion to conceal his identity. The man's expression fell instantaneously, realizing that Eli was not merely a customer, but a robber. He produced a peculiar wand and hesitantly examined the vial on the counter before finally picking it up. Uncorking it, he took a gentle whiff, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly masked. Yet, Eli noticed this reaction. The man hastily recorked the vial, though he kept it firmly in his grasp. 100 galleons. He stated. Eli furrowed his brow. This scoundrel was attempting to swindle him. Having learned the prices from Voldemort's memories, Eli scoffed. "I fear you must be jesting, sir. If you cannot produce a sufficient sum, perhaps you should consider purchasing a compound remedy instead." The man's countenance soured. 150 galleons. Eli chuckled softly. The man's expression darkened further, yet he was powerless to act against this audacious thief, especially in light of the elixir of the undead. "And how much would you desire?" Eli inquired coolly. 500. The man's mouth twitched violently, realizing Eli was indeed the more cunning negotiator. 200. 400. "I have but a few vials remaining." The man ground his teeth in frustration, wishing to unleash a few curses upon this insufferable little figure. 300. "I'll take whatever you have left." Eli could not suppress a smirk as he replied, "Deal." He then proceeded to pull out vials from his pocket, each handful causing the man's face to darken further. A total of 20 vials. Please, do count them. The man cast a fierce glance at Eli a few times before turning away to retrieve a bag. Reluctantly, he placed it upon the counter. What a cunning individual you are, Eli remarked with a faint smile. Taking it as a compliment, he too drew forth his wand, inspecting the bag thoroughly before opening it to count the contents. The man finally lost his composure, exclaiming that there was no need to count. It was 6,000 galleons, every last one intact. Bojan Bach, have my reputation to uphold, Eli chuckled softly, indeed confirming that not a single coin was missing. Thank you, Mr. Bojan. I look forward to our next collaboration. With that, he turned to leave. As Eli departed, the man swiftly concealed his expression, revealing a sinister smirk. Which little wizard is selling the potion of the dead? He chuckled, the laughter echoing ominously in the dim surroundings as he vanished into the shadows. Eli hurried through the dimly lit alley, clutching the 6,000 galleons. A veritable treasure, indeed. As the saying goes, what one fears will surely come to pass. Suddenly, a figure sprang from the corner, pinning the unsuspecting Eli against the wall. This individual, appearing all too familiar with such encounters, expertly restrained Eli's hand as he reached for his wand. The man was middle-aged. His thinning hair and rotten teeth, accompanied by a foul odor reminiscent of sulfur, he growled menacingly at Eli. Rich little dwarf, I can hear your coin purse jingling. Hand it over. The rancid stench nearly suffocated Eli, who desperately sought a way to escape. Yet, how could a mere child compete with an adult? His mind was a chaotic blur, devoid of any useful incantation. The man brandished a wand, pressing it against Eli's throat. Allow me to cast a curse upon you. Once you are dead, your riches shall naturally belong to me. He appeared somewhat deranged, his eyes wild with madness. Eli was instantly engulfed by terror as the man began to chant a spell, the wand pulsating with gathering dark energy. Avada Kedavra, the killing curse. Upon hearing the initial syllables, Eli began to struggle frantically. The killing curse was a death sentence. A shadow of death loomed over him, the aura emanating from the wand, rendering him breathless. In a daze, he could almost see the ghastly green light that had illuminated the night before, accompanied by a woman's piercing scream. No. All he wished for was to return to the leaky cauldron, where someone could save him. Suddenly, a crackling sound erupted, followed by a powerful tug, as if his body were being stretched infinitely. The strangeness dissipated, replaced by the sounds of a raucous crowd and a distant scream, "Tea the leaky cauldron." Patrons paused their revelry, turning to gaze at the two who had suddenly appeared. Oh, that Esiclos. The Ministry of Magic is after him. He has killed quite a few. Eli stared around in bewilderment, questioning how he had suddenly returned to this place. His attention was drawn to the writhing dark wizard on the ground, the threat of death resurfacing in his mind. Grasping his wand, Eli, fueled by rage, unleashed a spell. Petrificus totalis. A robust beam of gray light struck the dark wizard, rendering him immobile, his body displaying petrified traits. Without delay, Eli turned and dashed upstairs. All of this unfolded in the blink of an eye. The wizards merely witnessed the cloaked figure casting a petrification spell before fleeing. A stunned silence enveloped the room before an uproar of discussion erupted. Who was that? Who else but an Auror? Why did the Auror flee? Tom, the bartender, quickly gathered the staff to inspect the fallen dark wizard. Oh, he has been hit with such a potent petrification curse. I've never heard of one turning a person to stone. And he even disintegrated while operating. The staff felt a surge of pity for the unfortunate man. Tom gave him a nudge. Stop gawking. Hurry and notify the Aurors. He then led the others upstairs. Recalling that the cloaked figure had dashed up there, upon reaching his room, Eli swiftly locked the door, erasing all traces of himself along with the cloak. He lay on his bed, feigning sleep. After a while, a knock echoed through the silence. Eli, now clad in his pajamas, feigned a sleepy demeanor as he opened the door to find Tom and a group of staff blocking the corridor. How are you, child? Has anything happened? Eli rubbed his eyes and replied, I've been asleep. There shouldn't be any trouble. Tom nodded, offering a brief admonition before departing. He, of course, had no suspicion that the cloaked figure was the unregistered Eli. The visit was merely to confirm his safety. Eli reclined on his bed, his eyes wide open and his breath quickening. The events of earlier replayed in his mind. He had nearly met his demise under the killing curse. Yet, why had he ended up in the leaky cauldron? Suddenly, he recalled that fateful night, meant to be spent in the Potter household with Harry, but he had ended up outdoors instead. Eli racked his brain. Unable to find any explanation, he sighed, closing his eyes to touch the pouch of coins nestled in his arms. Amidst all the chaos, the galleons remained a tangible truth. The Daily Prophet swiftly reported on the events of that night. An unidentified cloaked figure had appeared at the leaky cauldron, bringing with him the Ministry's fugitive Eclasse, and had cast a petrification spell before fleeing. This bizarre news quickly became fodder for the gossip of wizards. After a time, the Ministry of Magic issued a statement declaring that the cloaked figure was indeed an Auror and that Eclasse had been apprehended in accordance with the law. As for why the Auror had fled, it was due to pressing matters at hand. Upon reading this, Eli scoffed derisively. The Ministry was inept in its duties, yet excelled in claiming credit. Of course, he could not reveal his identity as the cloaked figure. Whether anyone would believe him was uncertain, but it would undoubtedly bring trouble. Naturally, the public remained skeptical of the Ministry's claims, and the newspapers published critiques demanding that Eclasse be brought forth for confrontation. The Ministry was left speechless, using the excuse of the ongoing interrogation to evade the matter. Thus began a tug-of-war between the Ministry and the media, providing ample reason for the public to buy newspapers. Eager for the latest gossip, time swiftly passed, and the start of the school year approached. Eli concluded his rigorous training and returned home for a few days, and on September 1 the Hall family arrived at the station. After bidding farewell to his parents, Eli vanished between platforms 9 and 10, but upon arriving at platform 9 3/4, he found it bustling with people, young witches and wizards exchanging farewells with their parents. With all his belongings tucked away in a concealed bag, he felt light and carefree as he boarded the train, searching for a familiar figure. Knock, knock, knock. Eli rapped on the compartment door, drawing the attention of a frail boy with dark hair inside. Eli, Harry exclaimed, his green eyes wide with disbelief. This was surely an extraordinary encounter in an extraordinary place. Eli entered the compartment, noting that Harry was alone. It seemed the trio had yet to reunite. Harry, still in shock, stammered, "You're a wizard too?" The moment the words escaped, Harry felt they were unnecessary. Eli smiled. "I hadn't anticipated running into you either, but I sent fate marvelously unpredictable." The two sat together, conversing as if they were long-lost friends. Eli gazed at Harry's familiar face. He felt an irresistible urge to draw closer. Perhaps this was the power of blood. "May I join you? Everywhere else is full." At the entrance, a bashful boy with red hair timidly inquired, seemingly interrupting a lively conversation. Noticing the attention of the two, he appeared even more self-conscious than of course. "Come in." Eli instantly recognized the iconic red hair and realized that one of the three main figures, Ron Weasley, had arrived at "Hello, I'm Ron Weasley." The two introduced themselves in turn. Upon mentioning Harry, Ron displayed a look of astonishment. "Why, you are Harry Potter." Having already witnessed his fame in the wizarding world, Harry felt no confusion. Casually, he revealed the scar on his forehead. "Cool," Ron exclaimed in admiration. "I could see this age. Forming friendships was effortless," and the trio quickly fell into conversation. Both Harry and Eli were left with a positive impression of Ron. Perhaps this was the innate charisma inherited from the Weasley clan. Just as they were engrossed in their chat, a plump lady wheeled in a snack cart. "Need anything?" "No, thank you," Ron replied awkwardly, producing a squish sandwich. Sensing Ron's embarrassment, Harry generously declared, "I'll take it all." In an instant, both Eli and Ron cast envious glances at his apparent wealth. Eli couldn't help but think, had he known, he would have revealed his identity sooner. After all, he was Harry Potter's younger brother, as the youngest son of the Potter family. Was it too much to ask for a share of the inheritance? Quickly transforming his indignation into determination, Eli began to feast heartily. Ron suddenly wanted to demonstrate a spell that could turn his fat rat, Scabbers, yellow. Unfortunately, it was a failure. Eli patted the dog hidden in his embrace, recalling that this rat seemed to belong to a rather unsavory villain. "What was that spell called again?" "Animagus," an extremely advanced transformation spell that allows one to transform into a specific animal. This rat was indeed an animagus. Eli suddenly felt a mischievous inclination, since it was a villain. Surely a little preemptive fun wouldn't hurt. Ron, how about I give it a try? Ron readily agreed, clearly fed up with the rodent. Eli drew his wand and lightly tapped it. Instantly, the gray fat rat transformed into a rather unpleasant shade of yellow. Cool. Ron and Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, modesty, modesty. Eli feigned humility, secretly reveling in his triumph. A shocked voice broke through. Silent casting. The trio turned to see a disheveled young witch entering. That I'm Hermione Granger. They began yet another round of introductions. When Harry was mentioned, Hermione exhibited surprise. Ron found this impolite girl rather unlikable, but Hermione's attention was evidently fixated on Eli. Did you just use silent casting? The books say that's a highly advanced technique. She rambled. Eli was drawn to Hermione's appearance, though not due to beauty. She was still a child yet to fully mature. She resembled her film counterpart almost exactly, save for a pair of prominent front teeth. To put it delicately, one might call them rabbit teeth. I've memorized all the books at home, but I'm still worried about keeping up with everyone. Eli. Clearly, while they'd been daydreaming, Hermione had delivered a grand speech. I was listening. Eli feigned seriousness. The young girl didn't think much of it. That I've just learned a few spells. Could you help me refine them? Eli readily agreed. It's a small matter. Hermione pulled out her wand, aiming it at Harry's rather worn glasses. Restore to original. A soft sound echoed. Harry felt his vision sharpen significantly. Removing his glasses, he discovered they appeared brand new. Eli nodded appreciatively. For a young witch, achieving this level was commendable. Hermione looked nervously at Eli. He immediately affirmed, Very well done. I find your casting quite standard. Standard? Then that means it's not good enough, she replied, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. Sensing she was about to enter another lengthy monologue, Eli swiftly interrupted. What were you here for again? Suddenly recalling something, Hermione dashed out. I almost forgot I need to find Neville's toad. The others in the compartment sighed in relief. Remember to put on your uniforms. Hermione reappeared unexpectedly. Later that evening, the train gradually arrived at a quaintly aged station. Eli. Roused from his slumber, Eli blinked sleepily to find Harry and Ron before him. Are we already there? Eli rubbed his eyes, stifling a yawn, his hair a tousled mess. Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances at the freshly awakened Eli. This fellow could certainly sleep a lot. They had barely exchanged a few words when Eli had lain back in his seat and begun to doze off. Had it not been for the sound of snoring, they might have suspected he was simply carsick. Harry caught sight of a sizable wet patch on the seat from drool and felt slightly embarrassed. This guy looked like a nobleman, yet his sleeping habits were atrocious, drooling all over the place. Nevertheless, Eli seemed entirely unbothered by the matter, smoothing his hair as he rose. It wasn't that he slept well. Perhaps it was a talent from his past life as a Chinese person. He simply wanted to sleep the moment he boarded the train. Eli maintained this fine tradition, but don't you all sleep on the train? Came the call of the prefect from outside. Everyone, hurry off the train. The luggage will be taken care of by the house elves. The three disembarked first-year wizards. Over here. Hearing that deep voice, Harry's eyes lit up. Hagrid! He tugged Eli and Ron along as they dashed over. Wow. Upon seeing the towering figure of Hagrid, Ron swore he was genuinely scared. Such a size was a rarity even in the wizarding world. Aside from the giant kin, Eli gazed at the giant with keen interest. If he were to name a character from the movies he favored in his past life, it would certainly have to be Hagrid. The gentle giant, dressed in an oversized leather coat that seemed custom-made, with disheveled hair and a bushy beard, he appeared quite furry. His beetle-like eyes gleamed brightly in the dark. Hagrid greeted Harry and the young witches and wizards with a casual wave. Then feigned seriousness as he began to address the students. One must admit, as a long-standing staff member of Hogwarts, he was quite competent. Eli curiously surveyed his surroundings. It appeared to be a village, though he wondered how far it was from Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade was a village entirely composed of wizards, containing many delightful treasures. A group of first-year wizards clad in black uniforms followed closely behind Hagrid. Resembling a troop of little radishes, Hagrid led them to the lakeside, where several small boats awaited, moored without a bridge. Soon, we shall row across the lake to Hogwarts, just like the four founders did. It is a proud tradition. Hagrid spoke gravely, passionately recounting the greatness of the four founders, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye. Eli and the others listened intently, occasionally applauding in support of Hagrid. Their scattered applause prompted others around them to join in. Eli had always found school legends fascinating. Ron, meanwhile, provided them with tidbits about the four houses. You see, the four houses of Hogwarts are named after the four founders. My favorite is Gryffindor, which always welcomes those with courage. Even Dumbledore came from there. My entire family is Gryffindor. I'm sure I am too. As Ron spoke, a proud expression adorned his face. Upon hearing him, Harry developed an interest in Gryffindor, though worry was etched upon his features. Yet, what if I cannot go? Having endured bullying since childhood, he had always felt inferior. Hearing of Gryffindor's remarkable reputation, he immediately doubted his ability to belong. Do not fret. If Ron is confident he can join Gryffindor, why can't you? Ron responded with a puzzled expression. Eli offered a comforting remark, fully aware that Harry would indeed be sorted into Gryffindor. Besides, with Dumbledore around, how could that crafty old man possibly allow his savior to end up in another house? Thus, Eli resolved to join Gryffindor as well, lest this seemingly not-so-bright brother face any further bullying. Furthermore, he had a natural affinity for Gryffindor, who would turn down a band of brave little lions. Suddenly, a haughty proclamation echoed nearby. Only those of noble pure blood may enter the illustrious Slytherin. The trio glanced over in dissatisfaction. The speaker was a golden-haired boy, proud as a rooster. The moment Eli spotted that ostentatious slick-back hairstyle, he recognized him immediately. Draco Malfoy, hailing from the ancient and pure-blood Malfoy family. After extending a friendly invitation only to be cruelly rebuffed by Harry, he had taken to opposing Harry at every turn, earning him the moniker the Arrogant One, but a quintessential second male antagonist. However, Eli always perceived him as merely a bothersome brat, an insufferable little boy. Ron, eager to retort, was silenced by Hagrid's interruption. Listen up. A boat can only accommodate 4 individuals if you happen to fall overboard. I'll have to fish you out, but I've heard there are water demons lurking in the lake. This statement left the young wizards momentarily stunned. Hagrid, you can scare children too. The trio found themselves in a boat together with another young wizard they did not recognize. Setting off, with Hagrid leading the way, as they traversed a tunnel, Hagrid shouted back, "Watch your heads." The young wizards dutifully ducked, though, in reality, only Hagrid was at risk of bumping his head. Indeed, someone soon realized this. Ron sat up straight, exclaiming, "No need to duck. You can't possibly hit your head. Look. Oh, be careful. Bang. Oh, my nose." A protruding rock sent Ron tumbling. Eli stifled a laugh, remarking, "Yes, I saw that. Ha-ha." Hagrid shot a glance at the raucous young wizards. Pursing his lips and reiterating the need to duck at last, they arrived at Hogwarts. The grand doors of the great hall stood closed, with a tall witch wearing a pointed hat stationed at the entrance, Professor McGonagall. First-year students, Professor McGonagall. Hagrid entrusted the young wizards to her care, exchanging greetings before departing. Professor McGonagall appeared quite stern, causing the young wizards to hold their breath. Ron was still nursing his nose, after introducing them to the 4 houses. Professor McGonagall entered the hall to report to Dumbledore. Oh, it's true. The savior Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. Malfoy's comment sparked a murmur among the young wizards. They were astonished that Harry Potter had indeed arrived. Malfoy reveled in the attention he garnered from the younger wizards, standing before Harry with an air of arrogance as he extended his hand in a mock-friendly manner. "I am Malfoy." Draco Malfoy. Ron found his pompous demeanor amusing. Upon hearing Ron snicker, Malfoy shot an irritated glance his way, instantly recognizing him with disdain. Red hair, tattered robes, clearly a Weasley. Ron's face flushed with anger at Malfoy's derogatory remark. He then glanced at Eli, who wore a hostile expression. "Oh, another redhead. Are you also a Weasley? I suppose your robes must have drained your family savings, Eli. I haven't even spoken yet, and you're already provoking me?" Eli had been contemplating how to retort Malfoy, but he had not anticipated the confrontation would come so swiftly. Insulting his friend and then him, he would not hold back. "That I am your father." "What?" Malfoy stared in disbelief. questioning whether he had misheard that I said, "I am your father," Eli reiterated with feigned benevolence. Unaccustomed to such a retort, Malfoy's pale face turned a shade of deep crimson, just as he was about to unleash a torrent of insults. Professor McGonagall appeared behind him, her expression disapproving as she gave him a gentle pat. He sulked back, visibly agitated. Harry erupted into laughter, as if he were a short child of merely 1 meter 20. Eli had truly lived up to his expectations. Ron was equally elated, reveling in the satisfying retort. The young wizards were ushered into the Great Hall, where hundreds of upperclassmen gazed at them with curiosity, leaving them somewhat bashful. "Ron, did your family tell you how the sorting works?" Harry inquired quietly. Ron's expression soured as he replied, "I heard from Fred that we have to battle a troll." Harry's face turned pale at the thought. At the front of the staff table rested a tattered old hat, resembling something that hadn't been washed in centuries, with creases forming a mouth. "You may think me ugly, but I swear you will find no other hat as handsome and dashing as I." The young wizards were instantly captivated by the hat. Professor McGonagall held a parchment scroll. Hannah Abbott, the girl whose name was called, approached nervously, taking a seat on the stool as Professor McGonagall placed the hat atop her head. Hufflepuff." "In less than a minute," the hat announced loudly. The Hufflepuff table erupted in enthusiastic applause. Harry exchanged a puzzled glance with Ron. "Is that the troll?" Ron looked embarrassed, muttering, "Damn Fred, he tricked me again. Hermione Granger." Hermione appeared extremely anxious, taking deep breaths and murmuring to herself. Ron leaned in to whisper to Harry and Eli, "I knew she had to be a bit off." "Gryffindor." The young witch dashed joyfully towards the Gryffindor table. Ron followed suit, continuing the family tradition by joining Gryffindor. Soon, it was Harry's turn. As Eli observed Dumbledore at the head table, he noticed the usually relaxed demeanor had vanished, prompting him to straighten up. Eli couldn't help but think, even you, old Dumbledore, must feel nervous at times. When Dumbledore's gaze swept in his direction, he promptly lowered his head, letting his hair obscure his face. "You cannot see me." "You cannot see me." He certainly did not wish to be singled out by Dumbledore prematurely. Harry was equally anxious. Once the hat was placed upon his head, he muttered, "Gryffindor, Gryffindor." The hat deliberated for a while before exclaiming, "Then it shall be Gryffindor." Harry's face lit up with excitement as applause erupted from the Gryffindor table. "We have Potter!" Harry and Ron waved at Eli from the Gryffindor table. Eli remained remarkably composed. As it seemed, the sorting hat was indeed negotiable. Eli Hall. He finally heard his name, but he lifted his head, brushing his hair aside, and stepped forward. Professor Snape at the staff table suddenly froze. Professor McGonagall offered a kind smile to Eli. Having formed a favorable impression of this polite young wizard, as the hat was placed on his head, before it could utter a word, he declared, "No need to deliberate. I will go to Gryffindor. Cough up if you try to send me elsewhere." The sorting hat hesitated, having never encountered such a forthright young wizard. However, it certainly remembered that particular instruction. "Slytherin." As Eli was about to head to Gryffindor, he suddenly found himself choked. Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat taken aback. Dumbledore's expression shifted, and a certain long-haired head of house's eyes gleamed with interest. Harry and Ron wore looks of astonishment. Eli, with a pale countenance, strode towards the Slytherin table. His dismay. Draco Malfoy was seated beside him. "How dare you even think you belong in Slytherin?" Eli muttered, "If you keep yapping, I'll give you a couple of hefty slaps." Although unaware of what a hefty slap truly entailed, Malfoy refrained from retorting. However, his lackey was quick to voice his displeasure, shouting at Eli, "If you keep talking, I'll take your heads off." The two fools turned pale instantly. He was clearly furious. How could he possibly end up in Slytherin? Wasn't the sorting hat supposed to be negotiable? Had he perhaps approached it incorrectly? Curse sorting hat. It must not differentiate simply because I am not the protagonist. The cuisine at Hogwarts was particularly fine. Though situated in England, they seemed to possess their own unique menu. At least Eli did not witness the infamous British culinary disaster, gazing at the stars. On the long table, young wizards feasted heartily, particularly the first-year newcomers, who were effusive in their praise for Hogwarts fare. Only Eli, with indignation, stabbed at the chicken leg on his plate with his fork. Beside him, Malfoy and his lackey watched in terror, as if Eli's fork were piercing them instead. They could not fathom why this peculiar individual harbored such intense animosity. From the moment he entered the Great Hall, Eli had made a profound realization. This fellow was a harbinger of doom, absolutely not to be trifled with. For a moment, Eli was perplexed as to why his biological parents, Mr. and Mrs. Potter, along with his brother Harry Potter, were all Gryffindors, yet he had been sorted into Slytherin. Could it be? He shook his head vigorously, dismissing the thought. He took a deep breath, even questioning whether the sorting hat had made a mistake. Slytherin traditionally only accepted ambitious wizards, yet aside from a desire to protect his brother and family, all he wished for was to lead a laid-back life. What? You mentioned potion making. Oh, it's merely a small venture. Well then, since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. He glanced distantly at Harry and Ron, who seemed to be observing him with little enthusiasm for the food. Eli offered them a reassuring smile. Looking at the delectable dishes before him, he thought it would be a shame not to indulge, and soon began to devour his meal with fervor. Malfoy, seated nearby, wore an expression of sheer horror. Was this guy unhinged? One moment he was disinterested, and the next he was ravenously consuming his food. Surely he wouldn't bite me. Malfoy, inwardly grumbling, could only pray that he wouldn't have to share a dormitory with this harbinger of doom. Sharing a room with him would be the unluckiest fate imaginable. Eli, however, paid no mind to Malfoy's chameleon-like complexion, nor did he comprehend the latter's inner turmoil. Instead, he recalled Dumbledore's earlier admonitions, to avoid the Forbidden Forest and the fourth-floor corridor. Eli was acutely aware of the dangers lurking within the Forbidden Forest, including the eight-eyed giant spider that feasted on children. To venture in there would be tantamount to seeking death. He vowed that if he were to foolishly enter, he would deserve to be called a dog. But who would believe that such a man-eating creature had once been cared for by Hagrid? Although upon learning that the three-headed dog was also Hagrid's pet, one might no longer be so astonished. Speaking of the three-headed dog, this was one of the reasons Dumbledore forbade students from entering the third-floor corridor. Beneath a trapdoor on the third floor lay a treasure of the wizarding world, the Philosopher's Stone. It could turn stone into gold and contained immense magical power, even capable of creating the elixir of life. This was a tremendous allure for Voldemort, who was desperately yearning for resurrection and eternal life. In the story of his previous life, Dumbledore had cleverly exploited Voldemort's covetousness for the Philosopher's Stone, setting up several challenges to safeguard it. This was in essence a trap laid for Voldemort, as well as a trial for Harry Potter and his friends. The so-called challenges were merely games designed by old Dumbledore for Harry and his companions. Otherwise, Dumbledore would never have so blatantly emphasized the prohibition against entering the third floor that it was as though he were guiding both Voldemort and Harry. Upon this thought, Eli couldn't help but shudder, a chill running down his spine. What a cunning old man indeed! As mealtime drew to a close, Eli had thoroughly cleaned his area, while poor Malfoy had scarcely eaten anything. With a pitiful expression, Malfoy cast resentful glances at Eli, who was patting his stomach in satisfaction. Dumbledore waved his hand, and the table was instantly cleared. Eli's eyes widened at this display. Indeed, Dumbledore was the greatest of wizards. Even from his seat, one could feel the terrifying energy emanating from within him. The heads of houses led their respective students back to their common rooms. Along the way, head of Slytherin, Gemma Farley, incessantly introduced them to the house. She resembled a motivational speaker Eli had encountered in his previous life. Let us hear some applause. Welcome to Slytherin House. Congratulations on joining the finest house at Hogwarts. You may have heard rumors about us, claiming that we exclusively train dark wizards or only accept pure-blood wizards. That I believe it is necessary to clarify that other houses also harbor dark wizards. They simply refuse to admit it. However, we do indeed seek to recruit pure-blood wizards. Yet, many of our students have at least one Muggle parent. That we are the aristocrats of ideals. Our emblem is the serpent. The most intelligent creature, much like us, astute and ambitious. Here, you will forge alliances with like-minded partners, and here, you will realize your ambitions. Eli could not help but grimace. It was evident that she took great pride in her house. The pure-blood ideology of Slytherin was, in fact, one of his aversions that in his previous life in China, only dogs were concerned with lineage. Yet in recent years, the notion of pure blood had diminished significantly. Perhaps it was connected to Voldemort's downfall. Nevertheless, having arrived at Slytherin, Eli harbored no ill thoughts. He had always believed that no house was superior. All were equally commendable. Thus, even if the reality differed from his expectations, he would accept this outcome with grace. The Slytherin common room was distinctively located underground, beneath the Black Lake, adorned with a wall of glass that offered a view of the lake's depths. The shimmering reflections danced upon the walls of the common room, presenting a unique ambience. Eli smacked his lips. He had to admit, Slytherin's taste was quite refined. Yet he couldn't help but worry about the potential for dampness, that he even mused whether, should the glass wall shatter, Slytherin would meet its end. But he chuckled softly, dismissing the absurd notion. Yet it was not entirely implausible. Malfoy, sitting a bit farther away, appeared increasingly anxious. This guy was unpredictable, alternating between pouting and laughing. Would he suddenly lash out at me? As time grew late, the head of house concluded her impassioned address. Below, the young wizards wore expressions of excitement, as though they had already inherited the greatness of Slytherin. He had to admit, this individual possessed quite the talent for oration. As the hour grew late, everyone gradually made their way to their respective dormitories. Eli entered his room, pondering who the unfortunate soul would be that would share 7 years with him. Upon opening the door, he was met with an unexpected sight. "You? It's you." He found himself face to face with Malfoy's pale visage, along with the terrified faces of Crabbe and Goyle, his 2 lackeys. Malfoy was filled with a desire to flee. I must have drawn the worst luck imaginable, to be assigned to the same dormitory as this harbinger of doom. Yes, a lunatic, a brute. He could already envision the dismal years ahead. "No, I must tell Dad. I want to leave this dorm. No, I must escape Slytherin, flee Hogwarts." Eli observed the 3 individuals, their faces alight with amusement. Clearly entertained, he generously approached and patted their shoulders, startling them into collapsing onto the bed. Eli chuckled silently, finding these unfortunate children quite amusing. "Why are you all so tense?" he inquired. "Although we had a minor disagreement earlier, we are roommates now, destined to share a space for the next 7 years. Let us consider the past as though it never transpired that he would not allow himself to be irked by a few mischievous kids." Extending his hand towards Malfoy, he introduced himself. "I am Eli Hall. A pleasure to meet you." Malfoy looked at the courteous Eli in surprise, entirely different from the menacing figure he had encountered previously, but a trace of resentment dissipated within him. However, he thought, who would want to share a bed for 7 years? Perhaps Eli's proactive demeanor, coupled with his noble upbringing, had an effect. Malfoy stood up, solemnly shook Eli's hand, and replied, "Pleasure to meet you. I am Draco Malfoy." Eli couldn't help but laugh at Malfoy's feigned seriousness. Draco scowled, wondering what Eli found so funny. Eli then extended his hand to Goyle and Crabbe, who appeared even more anxious. "I am Vincent Crabbe. I am Gregory Goyle." As they reintroduced themselves, the atmosphere significantly lightened. While still quiet, it was no longer tinged with tension. Eli placed the little creature, Dog Egg, into a specially designed reptile box at his bedside. This seemed to pique Draco's interest. "I asked that your pet?" Eli, taken aback, was surprised that Draco spoke first. "Indeed, a small black snake of unknown breed. You may call him Dog Egg." "Dog Egg?" Draco struggled to adapt to such an Eastern-style name. He appeared quite intrigued by the notion of a small snake as a pet. Seizing the opportunity for conversation, Eli engaged him in casual dialogue. Goyle and Crabbe soon joined in, and the atmosphere brightened further. Eli stoked the flames of their curiosity by narrating Chinese mythological tales. It turned out that children are invariably captivated by such stories, as evidenced by the rapt expressions on Draco and his companions' faces. "What about the monkey? What happened to him? That Buddha is incredibly impressive." Indeed, they even picked up some Eastern phrases Eli had taught them. Eli feigned an air of mystery, stating, to learn more of the tale, stay tuned for the next installment. The 3 mischief makers looked vexed, clearly desiring more stories. "Not wishing to disappoint," Eli declared, "then let me regale you with the tale of Laozi's journey west from Hongu Pass." Draco was utterly enchanted by the Eastern narratives, eagerly adopting a listening posture a few thousand years ago. He began, omitting several thousand words. Having concluded his tale to a sense of satisfaction, Eli observed the puzzled expressions on their faces. Why did this lousy venture out to teach others? Would he not encounter danger? After all, he did not bring a guard. Eli was momentarily flummoxed by this trio of deathly questions. What nonsense! Why would an elderly man need an army for such an endeavor? Was he out to conquer lands? These troublesome children! How I despise troublesome children! Yet their expressions indicated that they would not relent until they received answers. Eli gathered his thoughts and continued, lousy was, in fact, a formidable wizard, exceptionally skilled in combat. He would vanquish anyone who dared oppose him, cutting a swath from Hogwarts Pass straight to the Thames, swinging his blade with unwavering resolve, so much so that it dulled with use. And even his wand began to smoke, as Eli elaborated. He noticed Draco and his companion's expressions shift to enlightenment, so that elder was a powerful figure. Suddenly, Draco interjected, but if he didn't blink, wouldn't his eyes dry out? Eli erupted in exasperation. I told you lousy preached, and you question why he didn't bring an army. I explained he fought his way through, and you asked me if his eyes would dry out. Enough already. Go to sleep. Eli's sudden outburst startled the three, and seeing that he ignored them, Draco sulkily retreated beneath his covers. I was merely asking. From that day forth, the tale of Lousy's journey west from Hogwarts Pass to the Thames became legendary at Hogwarts. Come on, you two. Hurry up. If you don't move faster, we'll be late. Draco impatiently urged the sluggish Crabbe and Goyle. Given the previous day's storytelling session, the young wizards had hardly slept. The trio lingered in their beds, reminiscing about the exploits of the Monkey King, unable to settle into slumber due to their excitement. Eli, on the other hand, was preoccupied with the lingering question of whether that old man's eyes would indeed dry out. As time passed, they nearly overslept, particularly those two dimwits, who remained stubbornly unresponsive to Eli and Draco's calls. Frustrated, Draco seized a cup of cold water and splashed it onto their faces, finally rousing them. They dashed to the classroom, arriving just in time. The classroom was sparsely populated, indicating they had arrived relatively early. Goyle and Crabbe nearly collapsed at the entrance, as their lumbering bodies were indeed a burden after their hurried dash. Eli and Draco entered the classroom to find a tabby cat perched on the podium, with what appeared to be glasses etched near its eyes. With no professor in sight, it seemed they had arrived quite early. Draco, oblivious to the world around him, stood proudly in the hallway, likely pleased that Harry Potter and Ron had yet to arrive. Eli, however, stood solemnly beside the tabby, surreptitiously nudging Draco, who was grinning like a fool. What's wrong? You don't have to be so serious. It's just a class, and the professor hasn't even here yet. Draco resumed his air of superiority. At this juncture, Eli had lost interest in engaging with him. Noting Eli's respectful demeanor towards the tabby, Draco was puzzled. Why are you being so deferential to a cat? It's clearly McGonagall's, just like its owner, thin and old. Alas, this child was hopeless. Eli mentally mourned for Draco, his gaze conveying the sentiment that youth often leads to folly. Suddenly, Eli executed a perfect 90-degree bow before quietly taking a seat. Draco, bemused, wondered if Eli had lost his senses as he sat beside Eli. He elbowed him again. What on earth is going on? Just then, the tabby leapt into the air and transformed into a human form, a tightly wound bun, a green robe, and a serious expression adorned with spectacles. It was none other than Professor McGonagall. She approached Draco, gazing intently at him. Upon witnessing the transformation, Draco's complexion visibly paled. Mr. Malfoy, I hope you will show more respect to an elderly professor next time. Slytherin loses 20 points. Oh no! Came the collective wail of Eli and the other Slytherin students, dismayed at the loss of a full 20 points on the very first day of school. This was a devastating blow to the little snakes, who held an almost obsessive reverence for the house cup. Everyone glared at Draco, while he stood in stunned silence, his mind a blank slate. He had spoken ill of the professor right in front of her, in front of so many witnesses. What a social disaster! Professor McGonagall turned away, transforming back into the tabby cat, resuming her previous position. Eli cast a sympathetic glance at Draco, who was starting to change colors again, and let out a sigh. The effect of instilling fear was profound. The students, having experienced that moment of terror, obediently lowered their heads to their textbooks. Regardless of whether they absorbed the material or not, They merely pretended to study. Particularly affected was Draco, whose tender spirit had sustained a significant trauma as the other young wizards arrived and observed the class diligently engaged in their studies. They sensibly found their seats, but of course, exceptions always exist. Misfortune did not befall just one individual, Merlin. If we had arrived any later, her expression would surely have been frightful. Eli looked over, his eyes filled with compassion. Another child was about to acquire a shadow from their childhood. Upon noticing that others were in trouble, Draco couldn't help but laugh foolishly at Potter and at Weasley. Eli, watching Draco reveling in the misfortune of others, couldn't help but marvel at the boy's audacity. Once again, the familiar transformation occurred. The tabby cat suddenly morphed back into Professor McGonagall. Ron stared blankly at the suddenly appeared professor and instinctively remarked, "Impressive skills." Professor McGonagall responded with utmost politeness. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Weasley. However, I think perhaps one of you should be turned into a pocket watch. That way, the other would arrive on time, that we got lost." Harry retorted defensively. "Then you ought to be transformed into a map. Surely, you shouldn't need a map to find your own seats." The two reluctantly found their places. That Draco's face fell. Why hadn't points been deducted? With all the students present, Professor McGonagall ceased her preamble. She tapped her wand against the blackboard, and instantly, a myriad of words appeared. "Transfiguration will be the most rigorous and perilous course you encounter. Should I discover anyone carelessly waving their wands, you will be asked to leave the classroom." With another wave of her wand, a match appeared in front of each student. The task for this lesson is to transform the match before you into a needle. Remember to apply the knowledge imparted to you. Upon receiving the professor's instructions, the young wizards began to experiment as per the blackboard-esque guidance. Yet, each match remained utterly still, showing no signs of transformation. Eli, however, approached the task with calm assurance. For him, transfiguration was merely a matter of having hands. Transfiguration primarily relies on the wizard's intent to alter the form of an inanimate object or a living being. To successfully complete a transformation, a wizard must possess a thorough understanding of the desired outcome. If one wishes to transform a table into a pig, one might need to conduct several dissections to comprehend the pig's anatomy. Such magic, which forcibly alters the properties of matter according to a wizard's will, profoundly tests the wizard's soul strength. Thus, for Eli, blessed with an extraordinary soul, transfiguration was remarkably simple, perhaps due to the fusion of souls. His memory had now reached a near photographic level. He could recall the precise form of a needle without error. With a gentle flick of his wand towards the match, a stream of magical energy enveloped it. Under the influence of his magic, the match swiftly morphed into a gleaming silver needle, complete with a threading hole. Although his current magical control did not allow him to embellish the needle with patterns. This achievement was already remarkable for a young wizard. Professor McGonagall hurried over to Eli, her eyes sparkling with delight as she beheld the shiny silver needle. "Oh, Mr. Hall has successfully transformed a match into a silver needle." The other students gazed at Eli in disbelief. Hermione shot a bewildered glance at the needle on his desk before turning to poke at her own match with her wand. Draco looked at Eli with envy. Feeling the weight of his peers' attention, Eli couldn't help but feel a sense of secret satisfaction. Suddenly, a sharp sound interrupted the moment. Eli stared in astonishment at the silver needle, now broken into several pieces on his desk. Professor McGonagall's initial surprise turned to regret. "What a pity, Mr. Hall. You must learn to control your magic. However, given your accomplishment, I believe you have grasped the essence of transfiguration, so 5 points for Slytherin." The little snakes around him beamed with joy. While Eli wore a serious expression, Draco clapped Eli on the back. "Don't be like that. You've succeeded." Eli smiled back at Draco, yet his concerns lingered. He had previously experimented with transfiguration, after successfully mastering his magical control. He had not encountered any instances of magical overflow. Yet the broken silver needle starkly indicated that his magic had once again exceeded his control. In recent times, he had sensed a growth in his magical power, but he had not anticipated it reaching such levels at this rate. Losing control of his magic seemed inevitable, and he was facing a threat to his life. He left the classroom, unaware of how the lesson had concluded. His mind clouded with worries. Suddenly, Harry and Ron rushed over. Eli. Eli snapped out of his reverie, looking at the two before him and greeting them. However, they appeared somewhat grave. Draco, intending to call out to Eli, noticed Harry speaking to him and darkened his expression before walking away. Eli, I think we should go find Professor Dumbledore together. The Sorting Hat must have made a mistake, Ron said earnestly, while Harry nodded in agreement. They even attempted to drag Eli along, but Eli halted them. Wait, I think we should remain calm. Ron and Harry stared at Eli. He shrugged and smiled at them. The Sorting Hat has been around for so many years. It's unlikely it made a mistake. Perhaps I truly do belong in Slytherin, but Ron protested anxiously. Eli was such a kind and amiable person. How could he possibly belong to a school known for producing dark wizards? He didn't want Eli to be in a house rumored to be a breeding ground for dark wizards. Eli patted Ron on the shoulder. Ron, Harry, I think we've misunderstood Slytherin. The team may not be as bad as we think. But even the tales about the Dark Lord originated from Slytherin, Ron exclaimed. Eli shrugged nonchalantly. Every villain has their reasons. We cannot assume that just because one person is bad, everyone else must be too. Can we? If Slytherin were truly so dreadful, I doubt Dumbledore would allow it to continue to exist. Perhaps out of trust in Dumbledore, or perhaps out of trust in Eli. Ron fell silent. Don't we just want to be in the same house as you? Harry murmured. He wasn't entirely sure how terrible Slytherin was. He simply wanted to be with Eli. Eli was the first person willing to stand up for him, the first to extend a hand of friendship. Harry regarded Eli as his best friend. Eli looked at Harry, momentarily a loss for words. He placed a hand on their shoulders. Are we not still friends? Of course we are, they replied in unison. Believe me, as long as we remain friends, does it matter which house we belong to? We are still part of Hogwarts. Besides, we can attend classes together, and after class we can play together, even during the holidays. I would love to invite you both to my home. Upon hearing Eli's words, Harry and Ron finally set aside their grievances towards Slytherin. They no longer insisted on changing houses, resolving their inner conflicts. Yet Eli still harbored his own concerns, one that threatened his very life. Excuse me, please make way. At that moment, during herbology class, Eli was making his way toward Draco. He had witnessed Draco's sulky demeanor just after Transfiguration class and knew precisely why. After all, they had finally established a rapport, and one could even call them friends. Draco had never been so amicable towards anyone. Yet, seeing his new friend laughing and chatting with Harry Potter, whom he had a history with, had understandably upset the proud young boy. Eli sighed deeply. Are all the children today like this? On one side stand his own elder brother and dear friend, while on the other is a roommate and newfound companion. Yet, these two factions are at odds with one another. Eli can already envision the future when Draco and Harry, these old adversaries, are at each other's throats, leaving him unsure of whom to aid. However, how could he stoop to bicker with a mischievous child? Thus, Eli resolved to first clarify matters with Draco. Navigating through a throng of people, he finally squeezes himself beside Draco. To his surprise, the latter merely casts a glance his way before feigning ignorance. Eli leans in. Hey, why are you walking so fast? Humph. Draco haughtily turns his head away. Oh, my temper. I come to explain, and you play the aloof one, huh? Fine, I shan't bother with you. Let whoever cares deal with it. Humph. Eli also turns his head away. Explanation? What nonsense. Nearby, Goyle is bewildered by the unfolding drama and sneaks a glance at Eli. However, when Eli shoots him a glare, Goyle recoils. What are you staring at? Be careful. I might just devour you, one bite at a time. Eli's sudden ferocity startles Goyle, causing him to exclaim. Professor Sprout at the front of the class looks over in astonishment. What on earth is happening during my lesson? Mr. Goyle, this is class time. Please refrain from making such strange noises. Thank you. The greenhouse erupts in laughter, leaving Goyle's face flushed with embarrassment. After class, the young wizards disperse, some heading for meals, while others plan outings together. Eli, however, makes his way to the 8th floor of the castle when the crowd has thinned. I've found the tapestry. On one side of the corridor hangs a massive tapestry depicting a giant clobbering a fool named Barnabas. It seems to tell the tale of a certain Barnabas who once attempted to command giants to perform ballet. Unsurprisingly, the result was him being rendered a fool. Yet, Eli did not come here merely to admire this tapestry. His true objective is the Room of Requirement. This exceedingly mysterious chamber is said to have been constructed by the founders of Hogwarts themselves. The IT ordinarily vanishes, only materializing for those who genuinely need it. How does one enter again? The details have grown hazy over time, and after several attempts, it isn't until he paces back and forth thrice while silently wishing for a magical laboratory that the Room of Requirement finally reveals itself. On the wall opposite the tapestry, a grand door suddenly materializes upon the formerly smooth surface, adorned with intricate ancient carvings. The door swings open automatically. Eli steps inside, and indeed, it is a spacious laboratory, filled with an array of magical instruments he has never encountered before, along with piles of unused parchment. Eli is thoroughly pleased with this laboratory. Rumor has it that this place possesses everything one could desire. Suddenly, he feels an urge to experiment. He silently wishes for a restroom, and with the sound of flushing, a room manifests in the corner. Indeed, it is a restroom. The Room of Requirement is truly remarkable. Eli does not waste any time. He has pressing matters of life and death to attend to. He settles down, focusing intently on studying Voldemort's memories. In fact, he had begun to explore Voldemort's recollections in hopes of finding a solution upon realizing the risks associated with the surge in his magical power. When it comes to the study of souls, Voldemort could confidently claim the first place, with even Dumbledore being unable to rival him. He has also discovered a particular spell, one that Voldemort acquired during his travels in Egypt. Having infiltrated a pyramid, more accurately, it is a modified version of a spell that originated from Voldemort. Egypt is renowned for its flourishing magical civilization. However, its reputation in the magical community is rather grim, as it is infamous for producing dark wizards. Many notorious dark wizards on the international stage hail from Egypt, where dark magic has developed extensively, often targeting the soul with exceedingly malevolent curses. In Egypt, such dark magic aimed at souls is referred to as necromancy. The ability to reanimate the dead and revive souls is precisely what makes necromancy so fearsome. They excel at manipulating the deceased. The army of inferi that Voldemort later assembled was realized through necromancy. In ancient times, only pharaohs possessed the knowledge of necromancy, and upon their demise, the corresponding texts were naturally entombed with them. Voldemort sought to create an army of the dead and endeavored to study the soul to attain immortality. Thus, he entered the pyramid and obtained the legacy of these necromantic spells. Among them is a particular incantation that can sever a living being's soul. Voldemort recognized the potential of this spell and modified it to become a dark magic capable of cleaving souls and consuming them for his own use. The incantation is known as soul devouring. According to Eli's understanding, Voldemort invented this spell due to his Horcruxes that in pursuit of immortality. Voldemort fragmented his soul to create Horcruxes. As long as the Horcruxes endure, he cannot die. Sounds enticing, doesn't it? But is immortality truly so easily attained? A soul is inherently a unified entity. If you fracture it, can it still be whole? Moreover, throughout history, those who crafted Horcruxes only divided their souls once. Voldemort, however, was exceptionally fearful of death and split his soul a staggering 7 times. This led to his erratic temperament and extreme volatility. Naturally, he became aware of the peril posed by his weakened soul and thus devised this spell in an attempt to bolster it. This is precisely what Eli requires. However, as the saying goes, every remedy has its drawbacks. This incantation is not without its flaws. The souls of others remain just that, others. Even if he absorbs them, potential dangers linger. Yet, there are no better alternatives available at the moment. His magical power is now increasing at a rate surpassing that of his soul. If this continues, he shall meet his doom. There is no other recourse. Eli retrieves a bottle containing a cockroach. Let me test whether this spell works. As he prepares to unleash dark magic for the first time, particularly a spell targeting the soul, Eli feels a twinge of anxiety. He draws forth his pale wand, aiming it at the still wriggling cockroach. Soul devouring. An invisible force emanates from the tip of the wand. It appears as though an unseen chain has latched onto the cockroach. Suddenly, the previously lively creature begins to thrash violently. The chain yanks its soul from its very core, and the cockroach ceases to struggle completely. Eli is now exceedingly tense, for the gray mass representing the cockroach's soul is on the verge of entering his body. Although this fragment of a soul is pitifully weak, he remains deeply concerned. After all, matters of the soul, regardless of size, are significant. Yet the arrow is nocked, and it must be released. Eli awaits the soul's entry. But suddenly, the gray essence is absorbed into the wand. It was intercepted by the wand. This unexpected turn of events catches Eli off guard. Such a scenario was never mentioned in Voldemort's memories. Is this not a serious deviation from expectations? As a novice in magic, Eli finds himself utterly at a loss. However, moments later, a pure, white sphere of light emerges from the tip of the wand. Although it is even smaller than the previously minuscule gray mass, its radiant glow brings a sense of reassurance. The light sphere seamlessly enters Eli's body. He feels a wave of satisfaction emanating from his soul. It seems as though his soul has strengthened ever so slightly. Had he not been attentive, he might have failed to notice. Could it be a success? The outcome is undeniably clear. He has succeeded. Eli has successfully discovered a method to enhance his soul. He raises his wand, caressing it thoughtfully. This wand is truly a remarkable artifact. If I'm not mistaken, it was just now that the wand purged all impurities from his soul. Eli sensed that there were no traces of the distracting thoughts that were supposed to arise upon absorbing his soul. As recorded in his memories, it turned out that his wand had directly transformed the soul into pure soul energy. Thus, the only side effect of this method had vanished. Indeed, as the younger brother of the illustrious child of fate, he was certainly enjoying some privileges. After tidying up his belongings, Eli returned to his dormitory. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Eli's future life would revolve not only around attending classes, but also finding ways to absorb souls. Time to kill. Starting with his roommate, he would first eliminate the arrogant Draco, followed by Crabbe and Goyle. Dispose of the bodies, cover his tracks, and he would be set on the path to Azkaban. Eli immediately dismissed such perilous thoughts, if he wished to avoid a one-way trip to the wizarding prison Azkaban. It was best to behave himself. Absorbing the souls of animals was the safest option. But where could he find the most animals? Eli recalled the Forbidden Forest. From today onward, he would become the master of the Forbidden Forest. What? School rules. I know not of them. I have never heard of such things. As night fell, the moon shrouded by clouds, Eli stealthily crept out of bed. Oh, a sound nearly startled Eli into casting a killing curse. It was Goyle, who was currently dreaming of finding a restroom. Seeing Goyle stir awake, Eli, to avoid detection, aimed his wand at him. Sorry, little brother, sleep tight. A beam of red light struck Goyle, sending him back into slumber. Just as he had located the restroom in his dreams, in the dark castle, a shadowy figure moved stealthily. Next time, I must learn the disillusionment charm first. After a pulse-pounding moment, Eli finally arrived at the Forbidden Forest. Phew, he sighed in relief, having narrowly avoided a collision with the Weasley twins. Those two were notorious for their midnight escapades and pranks. Now, he no longer feared being discovered as Eli ventured into the Forbidden Forest. It appeared that, aside from the darkness, there were no immediate dangers. Along the way, he absorbed a few rabbits, but encountered nothing else. Thus, he delved deeper, the fearless novice unaware of how close he was getting to the heart of the forest. Suddenly, he heard a clicking sound above him. Looking up, he gasped. What the hell? The horrifying sight made Eli exclaim. The gigantic spider was slowly descending from above, poised to attack him. Avada Kedavra! Intense fear ignited a fierce rage within him. Startled and enraged, Eli felt a nameless fire burning in his heart. Gazing at the monstrous spider, he was filled with a murderous intent. A violent green light flashed, and the giant spider fell lifelessly to the ground. Eli panted heavily, having experienced fear and fury in quick succession, followed by the release of a powerful spell that left him somewhat breathless. Damn it, he had actually encountered an acromantula. He anticipated venturing so deep. What a blunder! Had he not reacted in time, he feared he would have met his end right there. This was no place to linger. Eli pointed his wand at the spider's body, preparing to absorb its essence and depart. Soul siphon! Soul siphon! Eli attempted it several times, but found no response. It appeared to be a mere shell devoid of soul. Just as Eli was puzzled, sounds of a struggle echoed from afar. Quickly, retreat. Beware of those damned spiders. Eli cautiously crept forward, hiding behind a tree. Not far ahead, two factions were engaged in a fierce battle. One side consisted of centaurs from the Forbidden Forest, while the other was the very acromantula he had just encountered. From the looks of it, the acromantula seemed to hold the upper hand, and the centaurs were retreating in disarray. It wasn't that the centaurs were inept. Rather, the sheer number of giant spiders and their astonishing speed overwhelmed them. The centaurs appeared unable to wield magic, relying solely on their primitive bows and arrows for defense, placing them at a disadvantage. Should he intervene with his formidable spells, it would be a trivial matter for him to slay an acromantula. In such close quarters, the arrival of a wizard on either side could turn the tide of battle overwhelmingly. Yet, did he truly need to assist the centaur clan? Eli, having seen movies in his previous life, knew that while the centaurs resembled humans, they steadfastly believed themselves to be magical creatures rather than human. Furthermore, this particular group of centaurs in the Forbidden Forest seemed to harbor little fondness for wizards. However, not all centaurs shared this sentiment. Eli remained hidden behind the tree, watching as the centaur faction steadily retreated. If he did not lend assistance, their defeat was all but assured. That if, because of him, the centaur clan emerged victorious in this battle, surely they would no longer regard him with disdain. Eli felt a strong inclination to act. His goal was to forge a friendship with the centaurs as the intelligent beings of the Forbidden Forest. They bore the responsibility of patrolling it. Gaining their friendship would greatly facilitate his future explorations within the forest. With this thought in mind, Eli resolutely made his decision. Shatter. A blinding light pierced the battlefield like a razor, obliterating a giant spider poised to attack. Little wizard, a silver-haired centaur, stared in astonishment at the small figure charging into the fray. Even with a mask on, it was evident that he was a young wizard. The giant spider that had just been slain had intended to attack him, and he was grateful for the timely spell that if you do not wish to become spider fodder, it would be wise to check behind you. The young wizard suddenly exclaimed. The centaur quickly turned to see a giant spider charging at him with a menacing glare. He drew his bow and unleashed a flurry of arrows, repelling the creature. "Thank you." Eli cast a quick glance at him, his silver hair catching attention. "Keep fighting bravely. Sleep tight. Shatter." Eli, utilizing his agile movements, expertly navigated among the centaur warriors, evading the giant spider's attacks. A series of ruthless spells blasted the giant spiders, threatening the lives of the centaur warriors into oblivion. The centaur fighters, who had been valiantly resisting, were left dumbfounded by the sheer brutality of Eli's spells. But aren't you supposed to be incapacitated? How then is that dismembered carcass before us a reality? How come you've employed every spell in your arsenal? Observing the giant spider that had succumbed to a single blow, the centaur warriors fell silent. As for Eli, he wished it could be different. His immense magical power outstripped his academic prowess, compelling him to wield spells as if they were cannon fire. The spell he had cast on Goyle was already the most restrained he could manage. Otherwise, Draco and the others would have been dining already. This was Eli's first experience in such a chaotic melee, and in his desperation, he disregarded the subtleties of magic. He simply aimed to eliminate his foes. Regardless of the spell, the effect was akin to a bombardment, so he resolved to employ them all indiscriminately. Disarm. A wave of red light shot from behind the centaur ranks, crossing over them and into the midst of the spider swarm. Boom! A shock wave erupted, causing the centaurs to squint against the dust storm. For a moment, debris and spider remnants flew through the air. When the haze settled, a deep crater appeared where the spiders once were. Or rather, their remains were scattered everywhere. The centaur warriors stood in stunned silence. The centaur chieftain, Ronan, gazed in disbelief at the small figure behind him. Had young wizards become this powerful? Another centaur leaned in. "Are you sure that is a young wizard and not Dumbledore? If he hasn't shrunk, he shouldn't be this short." Eli panted heavily, realizing that he had indeed overexerted himself in that last attack. Despite his formidable magical prowess, even he found it challenging to endure such a drain. Ronan approached with a small contingent, suddenly aiming his bow at the panting Eli. "Leave at once, you masked one." The Forbidden Forest does not welcome wizards. Eli was momentarily taken aback by his words. "What did you say? After I fought tooth and nail to help you fend off the enemy, you now wish to turn on me?" Eli regretted his earlier intervention, astonished by the callousness of this half-beast. Although he was slightly out of breath, dispatching this group of magicless foes would pose no difficulty for him. He raised his wand menacingly at Ronan, his intentions clear without the need for words. The surrounding centaur warriors immediately tensed, drawing closer in a threatening formation. "Wait! Everyone, calm down. Let us not be hasty." The silver-haired centaur rushed in, placing himself between Eli and the others. The warriors relaxed their bows slightly, yet Ronan remained poised, bowstring taut. No. Ronan, it was this wizard who aided us. We should not act thus." Ronan furrowed his brow, a flicker of internal conflict crossing his face. Indeed, Eli had rendered them significant assistance. Yet wizards were not to be trusted. "Step aside. Forenza, you know our clan's rules. Wizards are not our allies." Eli smirked coldly, uncertain whether to label this fellow as ungrateful or simply obstinate. "Has a wizard stolen your wife or something?" "Thank you, Forenza, but I'm not one to seek warmth from a cold shoulder. If he intends to attack me, he'll have to contend with my wand." Sensing Eli's chill, Forenza's heart quaked. He had witnessed the killer's power firsthand. No, it must be a misunderstanding. "Allow me to speak with my companions, if you will." Just as they stood in an impasse, a tide of enormous eight-eyed spiders surged forth from the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Their numbers were several times greater than before. The sound of their skittering filled the air as the spiders, under the orders of their leader, came to slay those who harmed their kin. "This is bad." The centaur warriors immediately took note of the advancing arachnid army, nervously drawing their bows, cold sweat beading on their brows. The previous swarm had already driven them to desperation. Now, facing such a horde, their fate seemed sealed. Eli gazed at the mass of black spiders, his expression grave. Truly, the spiders were the unchallenged sovereigns of the Forbidden Forest. Their sheer numbers could dominate it entirely. "Fall back. We cannot withstand this." Ronan commanded, glaring fiercely at Eli. "This is all your fault for the explosion." Eli's eyes widened in disbelief. "What a convenient scapegoat you have found." Forenza was about to lead Eli to safety when Eli broke free. "Step aside. Forenza, if that ungrateful wretch wishes to lay the blame at my feet, then let me deal with this myself." Eli was seething with anger. He had acted with good intentions, only to be met with such ruthlessness. He could not bear this indignity. "Do not act rashly." Before Forenza could restrain him, Eli began to chant a spell. Inferno. This was merely a standard fire spell, yet fueled by Eli's extraordinary magic, it would undergo a transformation. An endless torrent of flames, driven by Eli's fury, erupted from his wand. The flames expanded with the wind, engulfing everything in their path. The terrifying heat caused the hair of the unprepared centaurs to curl, compelling them to retreat in terror. That moment, Ronan had no thought for wizards or otherwise, his gaze fixed on the colossal serpent formed by the flames. "Destroy them. Leave none alive." The inferno surged forth like a tempest, crashing against the spiders. The black tide collided violently with the golden waves. The outcome was devastating. The flames mercilessly consumed all life in their wake. The aggressive spiders had scarcely reacted before they were reduced to ashes. The fiery onslaught continued unabated, a relentless force. The entire Forbidden Forest was illuminated as if it were day. In his furious state, Eli could scarcely consider the consequences, desperately squeezing out the last vestiges of his magic. The sea of flames incinerated the black tide completely. Not a single spider remained. Eli's arm fell limply to his side, his face a ghastly pale. Summoning the last of his strength, he shot a mocking smile at the dazed Ronan. "I have dealt with the trouble I brought upon myself. What can you do?" Eli collapsed backward, and Forenza hurried to catch him. Ronan's complexion darkened, a tumult of shame and fury battling within him. He lowered his head, as if surrendering. Gradually, he knelt before Eli in reverence, offering an apology on behalf of the Centaur clan to their most esteemed guest. The surrounding centaur warriors slowly followed suit, bowing in submission. "Quickly, take me." Before Eli could finish, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Firenze had no choice but to hoist Eli onto his back. Suddenly, a crackling sound filled the air as a tall, thin elder with a long silver beard approached, wielding an unusually shaped wand adorned with small, joint-like spheres. "Ronan, what is the meaning of this?" Upon recognizing the newcomer, Ronan's demeanor shifted. "Dumbledore." Glancing at the still raging inferno, he continued, "We had a clash with the spiders." Before he could elaborate, Dumbledore interjected, "I believe it is imperative that we extinguish the fire if you wish to continue existing here." He slowly waved his slender wand, and had Eli been conscious, he would have felt the overwhelming surge of magical energy. The once mighty flames, as if compelled, were effortlessly absorbed into Dumbledore's wand. In a brief moment, the Forbidden Forest was shrouded in darkness once more. If not for the oppressive heat, one would have been oblivious to the recent catastrophic inferno. Observing the desolate remnants of the Forbidden Forest, Ronan's heart ached. Dumbledore, too, was rendered speechless by the sight. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Since the magic was unleashed by my student, perhaps I might offer some compensation." Gazing at the devastated forest, Dumbledore's lips twitched. "This would cost him dearly. Shall I charge an additional fee for the textbooks?" Ronan, filled with sorrow, pointed at the ruins. "Compensate? How could you possibly do that? What can you offer to repay the debt you owe me?" "I do not seek your compensation." Dumbledore sighed with relief, glad to avoid monetary reparations. Having resolved the issue of the Forbidden Forest, he turned his attention to Eli, still shrouded in mystery on Firenze's back. "If it is not too much trouble, I would like to take my student back with me." Eli's face was obscured, preventing him from discerning who spoke. Firenze stepped back a few paces, recognizing that Eli, despite his unconsciousness, likely wished to keep his identity concealed. Suddenly, Ronan moved forward, positioning himself between Dumbledore and Firenze. "I apologize, Professor Dumbledore, but we feel it is our duty to protect the privacy of our clan's most esteemed guest." Though his words seemed unremarkable, Ronan's grave expression betrayed his anxiety. Refusing a contemporary powerhouse required considerable courage. The centaur warriors shifted closer to Firenze. Dumbledore was taken aback by their reaction, surprised that these creatures, who typically harbored animosity toward wizards, would so fiercely defend one. Fortunately, it was Dumbledore who stood before them. As a champion of justice, he seldom resorted to force. Had it been Voldemort, the situation would have been far more dire. He sighed in resignation, a gesture that seemed oddly out of place on the face of a man over a century old. "Very well, since you were so insistent. I take pride in my student. He has earned your friendship." After exchanging a nod, Dumbledore vanished in a flash of magic. Instantly, Ronan and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure exerted by the legendary wizard had been overwhelming. Though he was a force for good, his power commanded respect, and no one could disregard Dumbledore's formidable magical presence. Ronan turned to face Firenze. "Firenze, please ensure our esteemed guest is escorted safely. Remember to return with his name." That he gazed at Eli, who lay unconscious on the back of Firenze, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Handing Firenze a vial containing a restorative potion, he accompanied the unconscious Eli to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, with the castle looming in the near distance. This Firenze. Where exactly am I?" Firenze tucked away the vial, smiling as he replied, "I have brought you to the brink of the Forbidden Forest, quite close to the castle. How do you feel now?" Eli rose to his feet, a wave of soreness nearly causing him to collapse once more. The efficacy of the centaur's potion was indeed remarkable, sparing him considerable suffering. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Eli could not help but break into a cold sweat. He had been reckless to unleash his magical power so fervently. Without holding back in the slightest, such exertion could lead to significant harm. Fortunately, Ronan had not retained any murderous intent towards him. Otherwise, he might have already been on the path to rebirth by the time he succumbed to unconsciousness. In any case, this incident had imparted a profound lesson. Never act on impulse. "Thank you, Firenze. I feel much better now." Firenze recounted the events that transpired while Eli was unconscious. That be why the end of his narrative. Eli was drenched in cold sweat. Old Dumbledore even showed up. he exclaimed, though the revelation was not entirely surprising given the commotion he had caused. If Dumbledore had failed to notice, it would have been a disservice to his reputation as the greatest white wizard of the century. Thankfully, Ronan and the others had not revealed his identity. This realization left Eli quite astonished that stubborn Ronan had ultimately chosen to protect him. Perhaps this was the most significant reward of the journey: friendship among centaurs. "I am Eli Hall," he said, pulling down his mask. Although he had mentally prepared himself, seeing Eli's youthful visage still left Firenze in disbelief. "That I am Firenze, the next chieftain of the centaurs," he declared, pride evident in his demeanor. Eli chuckled, then inquired, "By the way, Firenze, how did you end up in a confrontation with those acromantulas?" Upon hearing the term acromantulas, Firenze's face darkened with anger and resentment. "As guardians of the Forbidden Forest, we centaurs bear the responsibility of maintaining its stability. However, ever since their leader, Aragog, arrived in the forest 60 years ago, various creatures within have faced their menace." Firenze appeared to recall a painful memory and turned away. "They have rapidly expanded their numbers due to their swift reproduction rates, growing their population to enormous proportions in a remarkably short time. Their territory has also increased, forcing other species to flee. We have sacrificed many of our kin in the battle against the acromantulas." Eli's expression turned somber as he patted Firenze's flank, unable to reach his shoulder. "You are all truly commendable." Firenze turned back, his face grave. "Thanks to your assistance today, you shall forever be an honored guest among our centaur clan." He bowed deeply to Eli. This left Eli feeling somewhat embarrassed, hastily helping Firenze to his feet. "Oh, please, there's no need for such formalities. Protecting the forest is everyone's responsibility." It seemed Firenze had forgotten who had set the Forbidden Forest ablaze moments prior. Observing Eli's playful demeanor, Firenze chuckled. "I must admit, that was indeed a spectacular display of magic." Eli felt even more bashful. "Please, no more compliments. I might become too proud." He was a bit shy about it. Firenze burst into hearty laughter. The two became quite familiar with each other, and Eli found himself quite fond of this amiable centaur. Night deepened. Eli knew it was time to return to the castle if he wished to avoid being late the next day. Firenze glanced at the sky, his expression turning serious. "You should head back. Everything will soon become less safe. The planet Mars shines brighter." Eli was momentarily bewildered by the sudden aura of mystery. However, he had great faith in the centaur's astrological predictions. Recalling that this was something Firenze had once told Harry in the films, Eli looked up at the sky. It seems rather overcast today." The mysterious atmosphere dissipated, leaving Firenze feeling somewhat awkward. "Ahem, well, it's getting late. You should return to the castle." Eli, no longer lingering, suddenly recalled something and turned back to ask, "By the way, what was that potion you gave me?" That potion had indeed worked wonders after such exertion. It had restored him so swiftly that he knew it would be invaluable in the future if needed. Firenze suddenly wore a mysterious expression. "Unicorn blood?" "Oh, what? What did you say?" Eli exclaimed, nearly losing his composure. "That is something one should never consume. Anyone who does is cursed to meet a most unfortunate fate." His surprise, Firenze erupted in laughter. "I was just joking. It's a potion we brewed ourselves. Next time you visit, we'll prepare some for you." Watching Firenze's mischievous expression, Eli felt a wave of exasperation. Now even centaurs are scaring children. He turned to leave. "All right, I'm off." Firenze laughed heartily as he returned to the Forbidden Forest. Upon returning to the castle, Eli felt like a thief, sneaking back to his dormitory. He reaffirmed to himself that he must master the disillusionment charm next time. As Eli stealthily made his way back, a sudden noise ahead nearly startled him to death. "Peeves, you can't do this." Listening closely, he recognized the voices of the Weasley twins. These two had happened upon Peeves. It was well known that Peeves delighted in tormenting students. Unlike other ghosts, he could interact with the physical world. The entire castle feared only Dumbledore and the ghost of nearly headless Nick. These unfortunate souls had encountered Peeves while wandering at night. If this troublemaker were to report them, they would be in for it. "In light of your predicament, I'll lend a hand." Eli quietly approached, brandishing his wand at Peeves' throat, adopting a voice that sounded ancient. Peeves, you're up to your old tricks again. The once boisterous Peeves immediately cowered. Vanishing in a flash upon hearing the voice, Eli stepped forward, and the twins, still shaken, beheld him mid-o. I thought it was really Dumbledore. We were nearly done for. Eli chuckled at their dramatic exchange. All right, you two, head back. The twins looked at Eli with eager expressions. That move you just pulled was so cool. Teach us how to do it. Eli felt overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. Through Ron, they had also come to know each other. Eli had always had a fondness for these amusing characters while watching the films in his past life. All right, I'll teach you tomorrow. For now, it's time to sleep. Seeing Eli acquiesce, the twins excitedly dashed off. Though whether they returned to their dormitory or elsewhere was uncertain. Finally back in his dormitory, Eli collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted, not even wanting to move as soon as he closed his eyes. He fell into a deep slumber. The adventure of that night went unnoticed, though he appeared rather lackluster the following day. During this period, he had mostly kept to himself, immersing himself solely in magic. Eager to grow stronger, he devoted all his attention to his studies. He had never visited the library. With Voldemort's memories, there was little need for it. The insights he gained from Voldemort regarding magic were immensely beneficial. Therefore, apart from attending classes, he would spend his time in the room of requirement, delving into memories and practicing spells. Tonight, he would stealthily venture into the Forbidden Forest to absorb souls. Notably, his primary target for soul absorption had become the Acromantulas. Since that night, they had grown exceedingly timid, often finding themselves fleeing from Eli. Not only did they provide him with ample souls, but they also yielded a plethora of giant spider corpses. It was worth noting that these magical creatures, rated at least 4 stars in danger, were truly treasure troves. Just the venom alone could fetch a staggering 100 galleons per pint. Every day Eli, the hunter of the 8-eyed giant spider, has now transformed into an invisible billionaire. Eagerly awaiting the moment he can sell his collected materials, in recent days, his roommate Draco has scarcely seen him except during classes. Of course, since that unfortunate incident, their conversations have been few and far between. Draco remains the proud nobleman he has always been, and their relationship appears to have reverted to the awkwardness of their initial encounters. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron have been embroiled in conflicts akin to those depicted in the original narrative. However, Eli was taken aback when Hermione suddenly intercepted him as he was about to ascend to the 7th floor to the room of requirement. Hermione, what is it? He inquired. Hermione, clutching a stack of books, wore an expression of exasperation. Eli, you possess such remarkable talent. Why are you not utilizing it to its fullest potential? Eli was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp Hermione's intent. Noticing his silence, Hermione assumed he felt ashamed and continued. I haven't seen you in the library lately. Suddenly enlightened, Eli realized that with the notes from a mentor in hand, there was little reason for him to frequent the library. Yet he bore no ill will towards Hermione. After all, her intentions were good. I've been preoccupied lately, so I'll explain everything to you later. Aware of the clever and tenacious nature of this little witch, Eli feared that further conversation might lead to unforeseen revelations, prompting him to make a hasty exit. Hey you, Hermione exclaimed, watching as Eli swiftly departed, her foot tapping in frustration. Am I really that intimidating? Today, being Friday, Eli was about to attend his first potions class. Whether it was intentional or not, it was peculiar that despite the long-standing rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor, which often culminated in altercations, the school frequently paired these two adversarial houses for various courses. Potions was no exception. Eli was certain that starting today, the first-year Gryffindor students would come to loathe potions class, not for any other reason, but because the professor was Snape. Eli was somewhat familiar with Snape's tragic childhood. Not only had his beloved been taken by a Gryffindor, but he had also endured frequent humiliations at their hands. It was rumored that on one occasion, they had publicly stripped him of his trousers. Given Snape's vengeful nature, as long as he remained a professor at Hogwarts, Gryffindor would find no peace to make matters worse. He was the head of Slytherin House, notorious for his bias and fierce protection of his own. Ironically, the person who had once humiliated him was Harry's father, and in a twist of fate, Harry bore Lily's eyes, but his father's face at IT was easy to imagine that today Harry might lose a few points simply for entering the classroom with his left foot. Eli felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. With his striking resemblance to Lily, he genuinely feared Snape's unpredictable wrath. If anyone could be deemed the most ardent lover in the entire Harry Potter series, it would undoubtedly be Snape. Thus, in an effort to minimize Snape's attention, Eli refrained from bringing his set of potion-making tools. The atmosphere in the potions classroom mirrored Snape's dark demeanor, being a basement. It was damp and dreary, certainly not a place where any rational person would wish to learn. Eli, where have you been these past few days? We've hardly seen you. Harry, seated beside Eli, remarked before Snape's arrival. Could you possibly move a little farther away? Eli nearly kicked Harry aside, fearing Snape would take notice of him. In Snape's eyes, Harry was like a target. Sitting beside him was akin to inviting trouble. Nonetheless, Eli prided himself on maintaining his composure and refrained from any inappropriate actions, though he subtly shifted away. I've been studying lately. It's no surprise you haven't seen me, he replied. Harry and Ron exchanged skeptical glances. Eli, sensing this, became defensive. What? Do you look down on me? Just wait until I perfected my skills. You'll be envious. As their banter continued, a loud crash echoed from the entrance, heralding the dramatic entrance of the old bat. No. Snape, clad in black from head to toe, enveloped in a floor-length cloak that billowed as he strode, combined with his hollow, dead fish-like gaze, he resembled a menacing old bat. The classroom fell silent. Even the Slytherins were rendered speechless by Snape's ominous entrance. I can assure you, this professor is not to be trifled with, Ron whispered. Snape approached the lectern, his vacant eyes scanning the classroom as if in search of prey. Upon spotting Harry, his gaze fixated upon him, particularly on his eyes. The moment Snape beheld Harry's face, he grimaced as though he had swallowed a fly. When his gaze shifted to Eli, his pupils dilated, and he could not look away. Eli, upon Snape's entrance, instinctively lowered his head, unable to meet Snape's piercing stare. Snape lingered on Eli for a prolonged moment before his attention returned to the dazed Harry, his expression akin to discovering a lump of refuse near his meal. Mr. Potter, he called out, causing Harry to look up in bewilderment, oblivious to the impending consequences. Eli began to mourn silently, astonished that Snape had targeted Harry so swiftly. The professor's emotionless yet magnetic voice reverberated through the dimly lit classroom. Surely, the Gryffindors have left you a seat? At this moment, Harry and Ron found themselves seated among Slytherins, and although there was no explicit rule, it was customary for students from the same house to sit together during class. Professor, Harry attempted to protest, but Snape mercilessly interrupted him. I shall not repeat myself. Mr. Potter. Faced with Snape's fearsome expression, Harry and Ron had no choice but to slink back to their Gryffindor seats, with Harry and Ron gone. Snape gazed contentedly at Eli, who was left alone at IT. Was as if the world had suddenly become a more beautiful place. In a buoyant mood, Snape began to deliver his potions class manifesto. You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making. His voice rose slightly. This is not a place for frivolous wand waving. Many of you may not believe in the existence of magic here. I do not expect you to truly appreciate the allure of a simmering cauldron, wafting with fragrant steam, nor will you comprehend the enchanting power of the liquid flowing through one's veins, stirring the heart and clouding the mind. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, even stave off death, but there is one condition. You must not be the kind of fools I often encounter. Eli sat there, feeling utterly exposed under Snape's watchful. Admittedly, Snape's speech was compelling, captivating the young witches and wizards in the classroom, particularly Draco, who brightened at the mention of enhancing reputation and nearly rushed forward to pledge his loyalty when Snape spoke of immortality. Meanwhile, Eli began to mourn for Harry once more, for this poor boy was about to endure Snape's initial onslaught. Mr. Potter, Snape called out again, prompting Harry to raise his head in confusion, an ominous premonition brewing within him. As anticipated, Snape coolly inquired, Tell me, what will result from adding daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood? Harry, having barely skimmed the textbook, was at a loss to, I don't know, Professor. Snape showed no reaction, as his gaze remained fixed on Eli throughout the exchange. Laughter erupted around them, primarily from the Slytherins, led by Draco and his cronies. Hermione raised her hand high, signaling her willingness to answer, but Snape disregarded her completely. "Don't know." "Very well. Where can one find Bezoar?" "I don't know, Professor." The same response elicited even louder laughter, while Hermione continued to raise her hand, only to be ignored once more. What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? I find myself a loss for words. At this juncture, Harry's voice had diminished considerably. The trio of inquiries regarding Snape's demise had indeed caught him off guard. Snape gradually shifted his gaze from Eli, casting a fleeting glance at Harry. It appears that great renown does not equate to competence, as even the pre-class preparation eludes him 10 points deducted from Gryffindor. Instantly, raucous laughter erupted from the Slytherins, with Draco particularly relishing the sight of the impassive Harry. Snape surveyed the room and inquired, "So, why have none of you recorded the questions I just posed? It seems that only Mr. Hall understands that a quill is intended for note-taking. 10 points to Slytherin." Eli, observing the untouched quill before him, slowly crafted a question mark in the air. Hermione shot a defiant look at Eli, as she had been perfectly capable of responding moments ago. Even the Slytherins were taken aback by this sudden influx of points. The headmaster's blatant favoritism is rather unbecoming, though I wouldn't mind a bit more, Eli mused, recognizing Snape's profound affection. Those earlier questions, seemingly designed to challenge, were in fact an expression of his debt to Lily, articulated through the language of flowers. Yet this unique approach certainly posed a challenge for our Harry. Next came the practical potion-making lesson, where Snape assigned the task of concocting a potion for scabies, pairing students into duos. However, Eli found himself assigned to work alone, a decision that seemed rather deliberate. This introductory potion proved to be child's play for Eli, even in the absence of sophisticated scientific instruments. His honed dexterity from previous practice would suffice to yield an exceptional potion. His movements were swift and fluid. He had practiced this potion countless times, chopping ingredients, extracting juices, and applying heat. His actions flowed seamlessly, reminiscent of a master artisan. All of this unfolded under the discerning eyes of Snape, the true maestro, whose gaze glimmered with intrigue. As Snape approached Eli, he noted that Eli was nearing completion, while the other pairs fumbled through their tasks. Struggling with their tomes and ingredients, Snape scooped a spoonful of potion, warmed it slightly, and his expression shifted to one of discovery. The text states that 3 drops of sneezewort juice should be added. "I see you've deviated somewhat from this guideline." Snape's voice was surprisingly gentle. Although Eli felt a wave of discomfort at Snape's unexpected warmth, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride at receiving the attention of the potion's master. "Actually, I've found that the quantities listed in the book are merely the most common and stable. They lack precision, so I collect the juice and pour it down the stirring rod for greater accuracy." Eli responded with ease, for this was the culmination of considerable experimentation that had cost him many galleons. Snape's eyes sparkled, as if he had discovered a kindred spirit. Indeed, the text lacked precision. One should forge their own path. Suddenly, he straightened, proclaiming, 20 points to Slytherin. He then held up Eli's potion for all to see, declaring, "I believe you should witness what constitutes a truly remarkable potion." At that moment, Hermione was still grappling with the heating process. While Eli had already completed his task with remarkable quality, she stared at him, her expression one of disbelief. Could it be that he was genuinely studying? The lesson concluded swiftly, with most students managing to brew potions. Yet none could compare to Eli's, perhaps due to Eli's performance. Snape was in unusually high spirits, even offering Harry a few words of guidance that nearly left Harry astounded. Even Neville, who had spilled his potion, was met with only a few reprimanding words. "Document today's experiment on parchment and submit it to me next time. Additionally, Mr. Hall, please remain. Did you summon me, Professor?" Eli responded as the other young wizards departed, leaving only Eli and Snape in the classroom. "What is with that penetrating gaze, old bat? I'm not Dumbledore." It would be disingenuous to claim that Eli felt at ease. However, he was certain that Snape would not harm him. What he dreaded most was the potential exposure of his identity. With Snape so focused on him, could it be that he had already uncovered the truth? Snape took a seat and inquired, "Mr. Hall, Would you care to share your perspective on potion making? "Mm. You kept me behind just to ask me this." Eli exhaled with relief, grateful it was not related to his identity. Regarding this query, while Eli could never rival the potions master before him, as a New Age wizard integrating scientific thought with magical principles, he was confident that his answer would impress Snape. Potion making, in essence, is the art of harnessing and combining the magical properties of various ingredients to achieve specific effects. Eli spoke calmly, fixing his gaze on Snape. Surprised are we? Astonished, perhaps? Eli nearly wore his eagerness for praise on his sleeve. Snape fell silent for a moment, and the anticipated reaction of gasping in awe did not materialize. You possess some insight, but you have yet to fully grasp the essence of potion making. It appears you remain constrained by the text. Nevertheless, for a first-year student, it suffices, but for you, it is still inadequate. Eli's expression froze. Wait a minute. Where's the praise? This isn't what I envisioned. What do you mean it's insufficient for me? Old Bat, clarify your remarks. Yet in reality, Eli displayed a facade of humility, stating, I welcome your guidance. Alas, before he could attain greatness, he must bow to the current masters. Snape glanced at him, remarking, those with talent need not feign such humility. You are not that arrogant, fool Potter. Eli felt awkward, caught in the embarrassment of being exposed. Could you not be a tad more tactful? Isn't a touch of modesty expected from every diligent student. While he was well aware of Snape's acerbic tongue, he was now experiencing it firsthand that as Snape extolled the talents of his own students, he couldn't resist taking a jab at his nemesis's offspring. Nonetheless, being acknowledged by Snape was quite gratifying, as this character had seldom offered compliments throughout the entire series of films. While Eli wore a smile on his face, internally he was brimming with sarcasm, when suddenly Snape gestured and various potion ingredients flew from the surrounding cabinets. One must admit, Snape's mastery of magical control was utterly impressive. His prowess was formidable. Perhaps only Dumbledore could consistently overshadow him within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. However, in reality, no matter who it was, save for Voldemort, everyone else would find themselves outmatched by Dumbledore. The sheer might of the masters is indeed formidable. The potion ingredients hovered between the two, and Eli recognized most of them, having memorized the entire text long ago. You are woefully ignorant of the power of the accomplished scholar. Tell me, what are these ingredients intended to brew? Snape inquired, his voice imbued with a magnetic quality that compelled one to listen intently. Eli scrutinized the assortment. Bone water. He easily identified it as the ingredient for brewing bone water, a common poison with corrosive properties against biological tissues. This toxin is classified as merely ordinary due to its lack of color and odor, necessitating specialized containers for storage. It reacts not only with organic matter, but also exhibits corrosive effects on other substances. Snape was not surprised by Eli's response. It was merely a casual test. With a flick of his fingers, some ingredients transformed into liquids while others became powders. If the earlier display of telekinesis had evoked admiration from Eli, this subsequent feat left him utterly astounded. Truly, he was deserving of the title master. The processed ingredients began to merge at varying ratios and sequences. Eli could distinctly sense the magical fluctuations emanating from Snape. Bubbling and frothing, the liquids began to boil in midair, and Eli felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and revere the master. This was a sight he had never beheld in his previous life, nor had he encountered it in any potion book. He had always assumed that potion making entailed monotonously stirring at a cauldron's edge. Was this the prowess of a master? If so, could it be that potions could be brewed with such ease, even without the need for tools? It seems that potion masters are not only wealthy, but also formidable wizards. Before long, the potion was successfully concocted, its hue transparent and utterly devoid of scent. Snape extracted a single drop and let it fall upon the table. What was originally a corrosive substance, the bone corrosion liquid, reacted as innocuously as pure water. However, should one mistakenly believe this to be mere water, they would be gravely mistaken. A desiccated mouse carcass was produced, accompanied by another drop. The moment this seemingly benign droplet came into contact with the dried remains, it swiftly dissolved the corpse into oblivion. This was indeed the quintessential elixir for obliterating evidence. Eli, observing from the side, was momentarily taken aback. Snape maintained his usual inscrutable expression, as if the entire spectacle had not been orchestrated by him. Truly, he was a master of subtlety. Ignoring Eli's astonishment, Snape waved his wand, and the potion vanished without a trace. The true essence of potion-making lies in transforming decay into wonder. Meet me in my office every Saturday afternoon. Eli, still reeling from disbelief, could hardly process this. Was this the fabled special treatment? Is there something else? Snape's dismissal was clear, prompting Eli to quickly compose himself and respectfully take his leave as he walked through the corridor. A profound sense of unreality washed over him. How could it be? The old bat was already offering him special attention. His excitement was palpable. This was a rare opportunity from the master of potions. No, it was beyond mere special treatment. It was akin to a grand banquet. With plans for a potion factory in mind, the prospect of Snape's direct tutelage filled him with hope for exceptional potion recipes. The potion aspect was nearly resolved. The only remaining challenge lay in the assembly line. This was crucial for his future domination of the potion market. It might involve Transfiguration and alchemy. Perhaps he should pay a visit to Professor McGonagall. An authority on Transfiguration? That would surely be a wise choice. As for alchemy, it posed a greater challenge. Voldemort's memories offered scant knowledge on the subject. It seemed a trip to the library was inevitable. Hogwarts Library was undoubtedly a treasure trove of knowledge. With that in mind, Eli recognized the need to carve out time for his studies. The thought of shouldering such weighty responsibilities at his tender age was somewhat daunting. Just as he pondered his future, Harry and Ron approached him. And Hermione too. Eli, could you teach us about potions? Harry and Ron gazed at him with eager anticipation. What? Eli questioned, almost incredulous. Had these two been subjected to the Cruciatus curse? When did they begin to care about their studies? Ignoring Eli's teasing, Ron insisted, "Come on, teach us. Our survival in the old bat's class depends on you." Realization dawned on Eli. They were afraid for their lives. How could he, as a brother-in-arms, not lend a hand? He patted his chest confidently. "No problem. I'll take charge of your potions class." Then he glanced at Hermione, who appeared hesitant yet determined. This clever little witch was known for her brilliance. Why would she seek his guidance? "Hermione, your potion skills must surpass those two fools." After a moment of inner conflict, Hermione finally resolved, "Having observed your performance in class, I believe I have much to learn. So please, allow me to study alongside you." It was indeed a challenge for the proud Hermione to utter such words. Her relentless dedication to her studies, combined with her natural talent, marked her as one of the most exceptional witches of her year. Since witnessing Eli's magical prowess on the train, Hermione had kept a close eye on him, viewing him as a benchmark. However, her observations had revealed that he appeared to have little formal training, which had led to her earlier frustrations. Yet today, Eli's display had shown her what true youthful potential looked like. Eli regarded the tenacious little witch with surprise. "Welcome aboard. Let us do this." Hermione's excitement was palpable. "How about this? Tomorrow is Saturday, and if we're free, let us meet every Saturday morning for our studies." Everyone agreed. Once the plan was set, Harry and Ron dashed off to find their next adventure, while Hermione, clutching her books, surely headed for the library. That evening, a solitary figure appeared at the entrance of the Slytherin common room. It was Eli, embarking on his customary night exploration. Pointing his wand at his head, a silvery liquid began to envelop him from above. Eli felt a cool sensation wash over him. Gradually, his form became translucent before vanishing entirely. This was the disillusionment charm, an essential spell for an Auror, one that many adult wizards might not possess. Having mastered the charm, Eli swaggered into the forbidden forest, heading straight for its depths, soul-sucking. Another soul was devoured by Eli. After rummaging through the corpse, he collected the valuable remnants and prepared to seek his next target. Firenze, the silver-haired centaur before him, could only be Firenze. Eli approached, yet he noted the centaur's grave expression. Another unicorn has perished. Eli felt a jolt of alarm. Who but Voldemort could be responsible for slaying unicorns? In his desperate quest for survival, he resorted to hunting these creatures, consuming their blood. Recent attacks on unicorns had already claimed several lives. This marked the second incident in recent days. Eli tightened his grip on his wand. It seemed Voldemort was indeed on the move. Saturday arrived, a day that promised joy. Today, the small classroom orchestrated by Hall was finally in session. Mornings always held a sense of ease, and the atmosphere in the empty classroom at Hogwarts was harmonious. "Harry, can you read?" Eli inquired, pointing at the textbook. Harry's expression soured, but on this page. The third item instructs you to add sneeze word juice. Did you follow the instructions? No, then why not? Do you believe your method surpasses that of the book? Oh, look, Ron, if you hadn't told me, I would have thought this pot contained a troll-less feces. For reasons unknown, Eli, in his inaugural teaching endeavor, seemed to have awakened an extraordinary talent. Early in the day, he was as sharp-tongued as if possessed by Snape himself. Harry and Ron's faces darkened significantly. They had hoped to escape the old bat's foul language. Instead, Eli proved equally adept at delivering scathing remarks. However, Eli found this exhilarating. He truly understood the thrill of berating students, much like Snape did in class. He pondered the origins of this newfound talent. Could it be hereditary? Surely not from his father. James Potter had been more inclined towards mischief than malice. His mother? That was out of the question. If Snape were to catch wind of Eli's musings, he would surely cast an Avada Kedavra without a second thought. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Eli shook his head. Dismissing the bizarre thoughts that had crept in, he turned back to unleash a verbal barrage on Harry and Ron. Only the little which remained unscathed by Eli's venomous commentary. Yet, truth be told, Hermione had little reason to be criticized. She had memorized the entire textbook before the school year even commenced, an impressive feat indeed. Eli had observed Hermione brewing potions. Although she lacked personal insights, her technique was flawless, matching the book to the letter. Such proficiency was something Harry and Ron could scarcely hope to attain, especially given their propensity for errors even when following the text meticulously. "Oh my goodness, you certainly forgot to add the porcupine quills, didn't you? Am I wrong?" Eli's voice boomed once more, the diligent little which shook her head in resignation. Yes. Ron appeared sheepish. Meanwhile, Harry, ever the carefree one, was stifling laughter at the side. "Harry, you have the audacity to laugh? I can guarantee you don't even know what porcupine quills are." Once again subjected to a scathing remark, Harry lowered his head in dismay, feigning interest as he stirred the potion. Ron, seemingly on the brink of despair, tossed his hands aside and plopped down on the ground. With a long face, "Eli, I think I'm ready to give up. I simply cannot comprehend potions," he lamented. "Indeed, no matter how hard I try, I feel I cannot compete with those of you who possess natural talent." Harry, with a crestfallen expression, echoed his sentiments, having lost all hope in the subject of potions. He imagined the old bat sneering at him, beckoning with a malevolent grin. "We're all gifted individuals, so acerbic. Just a moment ago, I could have sworn I was in Snape's class." Ron cast a mournful glance at Eli, who had just been the target of the most vicious remarks. These two first-year wizards had, within the span of a single morning, learned a plethora of profanities they had never encountered in their lives. "I dare say, it appears you two possess no genuine interest in this subject," Hermione interjected suddenly, her tone resolute. Ron shot her a glance. He had long held an aversion to Hermione, which perhaps stemmed from the age-old rivalry between the academically challenged and the gifted. Yes, our problems are numerous. Miss Know-It-All, who seems quite interested in nearly every subject." This moniker had been coined by Snape during class, owing to Hermione's enthusiasm for answering every question posed. You, Hermione, naturally displeased by this nickname, flushed red at Ron's sarcastic mention. All right, Eli interjected hastily. Sensing an impending quarrel, he looked at the two, realizing they were simply ill-suited to one another. Observing the fatigued faces of Harry and Ron, Eli understood the wisdom of moderation. "Let us call it a day. We shall resume our studies next week." Harry and Ron's expressions transformed into one of relief. Sighing at their lethargic demeanor, Eli pondered that they were blissfully unaware of the dangers they would soon face. Lacking even a spark of desire to grow stronger, perhaps there was a flicker of ambition, but it certainly paled in comparison to their inertia. Learning, after all, requires a gradual approach. It is not merely a gift, but the accumulation of knowledge that brings understanding. Eli spoke earnestly. "Yet we have scarcely seen you study, and yet you are still superior to us." Eli glanced at Ron, lamenting their youth. You simply have not witnessed my efforts. Prior to the school year, I resided at the Leaky Cauldron for a month, diligently studying each day. At this, Harry and Ron regarded Eli with expressions of disbelief, as did Hermione, who couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This fellow was even more relentless than she was. Sensing Hermione's surprise, Eli felt a rush of pride. To impress such an academic prodigy was no small feat thus. In the East, there is an ancient saying, where there is a will, there is a way. Nothing is insurmountable. Before Eli could finish his philosophical reflection, a voice behind him sent a shiver down his spine to, Professor Dumbledore. Harry and Ron scrambled to their feet, while even the young witch Hermione straightened up a bit. Eli suddenly felt a tense rigidity in his body. Heavens, why has Dumbledore appeared so suddenly? He has been avoiding me. Given Dumbledore's wisdom, it was only a matter of time before he uncovered Eli's true identity. With his cunning and strategic mind, Dumbledore would undoubtedly integrate him into the fight against Voldemort, at which point Eli feared being led by the nose. After all, he was merely gifted, even as a reborn individual. He had not lived as long as Dumbledore, a 1,000-year-old tortoise, a 10,000-year-old schemer. This man only grew more cunning with age. Eli turned to face Dumbledore. Good day, Professor. He bowed slightly, though it was not out of deference. He merely sought to avoid making eye contact with Dumbledore, a master of legilimency, who could easily probe his thoughts. Dumbledore waved his hand with a smile, reassuring, no need to be anxious, no need to be anxious. I merely took a stroll and did not expect to stumble upon a little classroom here, and I must say, Mr. Hall, your potions class is quite impressive. What? How long have you been listening? Surely he couldn't have overheard all my profanities. Youth is a wonderful thing, and friendship is truly splendid. It fills me with joy to see you learning from one another. 5 points each for Gryffindor and Slytherin. He then turned his gaze towards Eli, his eyes inscrutable. For such a remarkable young teacher, 5 more points for Slytherin. What is happening? Even if you attempt to win me over with points, I shall not yield. It seems I have interrupted you. So I shall take my leave. Before the others could fully comprehend the situation, Dumbledore was already turning to depart. Just as Eli was about to exhale in relief, Dumbledore suddenly turned back. However, Mr. Hall, it would be wise not to adopt any poor habits. Even if that individual happens to be your professor. Dumbledore winked mischievously at Eli before exiting the classroom, leaving Eli with a chill running down his spine. Eli could now understand the sensation of being singled out for instruction by Snape. While Snape's treatment of him was somewhat different from that of other students, he was undeniably a strict instructor in potions. Eli, have your eyes grown dim with age? If you continue to pour like that, I fear my office will require a complete renovation. Have you caught the foolishness of Potter's contagion? How could you not distinguish between these two? Eli was now thoroughly exasperated. Damn this old bat. Could he refrain from speaking? Snape is truly Hogwarts' premier critic, effortlessly chastising Eli without resorting to foul language. Could he retort? Regrettably, Eli refrained. Nevertheless, despite Snape's acerbic tongue, Eli had gleaned a wealth of potion knowledge from him. In just one afternoon, he absorbed the equivalent of half a semester's worth of normal coursework. That Snape's teaching style bore little difference to the so-called rote methods of his previous life. From the outset, he had inundated Eli with a myriad of potion preparation techniques and the properties of various substances. Fortunately, with his remarkable memory, Eli was able to retain this information more swiftly than most would in an entire semester. Eli was eager to learn the effortless potion brewing technique that Snape had demonstrated. Snape cast a sidelong glance at him, pausing momentarily to suppress his impulse to criticize. According to Snape, Eli would need to achieve a profound understanding of potion properties and magic control before attempting such endeavors. Nonetheless, Snape took the time to teach Eli how to manage his magical energy, which was far more efficient than his previous solitary efforts at the Leaky Cauldron. However, such gains came at a cost. Following the intensive session, Eli's head throbbed with pain, a consequence of overexerting his spiritual energy. Thankfully, due to his dedication to strengthening his soul, he could endure longer training sessions at a higher intensity, leading to quicker improvement. It could be said that Snape was revealing his most treasured skills, from which Eli benefited immensely. If this were a consequence of Snape's superficial judgments, Eli found himself wishing for even more. Ron, why are you so excited? As they made their way to flying class, Ron's face radiated with palpable joy, nearly bouncing with enthusiasm. Do you know what flying class entails? Ron said mysteriously, tinged with anticipation. It was evident he was eager to share this with his friends. Quidditch? Eli blurted out, feeling confident since he had already been deemed the currency king of Hogwarts. Ron's expression instantly froze, and the surrounding young witches and wizards erupted in laughter at his expense. Ron's face flushed crimson. Eli, you're such a killjoy. Then, Ron, why not enlighten us on what Quidditch is? As expected, Harry, ever the kind-hearted one, offered Ron the chance to express himself, if one could overlook the mirth dancing in his eyes. Eli chose not to interrupt, well aware of Ron's passion for Quidditch. In truth, Ron had been incessantly regaling them with various tidbits of Quidditch news, such as which team had claimed victory this year, and where a promising player had emerged. Eli couldn't help but think that if Ron were to allocate even a fraction of his passion for Quidditch to potions class, he wouldn't be subjected to such scathing reprimands every Saturday. Seizing the opportunity, Ron cleared his throat and feigned profundity as they ambled toward the flying field. Laughing and chatting merrily, a Slytherin mingled among a group of Gryffindors, a sight indeed peculiar. Initially, the young lions might have harbored some reservations toward Eli due to inter-house rivalries. But upon genuinely engaging with him, they swiftly cast aside their biases. Thus, the so-called prejudices of the houses were merely the fabrications of meddlesome individuals. Yet, there were always those who revered such notions. Like our Draco, who, flanked by a cadre of Slytherins, cast a disdainful glance at Eli from a distance. That's the heir of the prestigious pure-blood Malfoy family. Draco held considerable status within the reputation-obsessed Slytherin. Accustomed to being the center of attention, Draco had never known the camaraderie of an equal friend. The flying lesson remained a joint endeavor for Slytherin and Gryffindor, inevitably sparking friction. Madame Hooch approached with an energetic stride, her gray-white hair and hawk-like nose making her resemble a predatory bird. Now, beside you lie your brooms. When I count to 3 and blow my whistle, simply lift off gently and attempt to soar a circle before returning to your original position. 1, 2. Before she could reach 3, a hapless soul had already taken flight. Mr. Longbottom, please come down. Clearly, Neville was not in control of the situation, his panic evident as he clung to the broom to prevent himself from plummeting. Longbottom, Longbottom. A startled cry escaped Neville as he was propelled skyward by the rebellious broom. The surrounding young wizards watched in trepidation, while only Draco and his cronies reveled in the spectacle. Eli had already grasped his wand. Disheartened by the professor's lack of response to halt Neville's ascent, that moment, Neville was on the verge of losing his composure. The uncontrollable broom sent him into a series of perilous tumbles, and had he not held on tightly, he would surely have been thrown off and met a grim fate. Oh, there he is. The crowd rushed forward as Neville dangled precariously from the tip of a rooftop statue, his clothing audibly straining under the pressure. With a sudden drop, Neville plummeted, causing some young wizards below to gasp in horror. Stop! Madame Hooch waved her wand, but her efforts to levitate him fell short. Wingardium Leviosa, a firm incantation emanated from Eli, who pointed his wand at the falling Neville. A surge of magic swiftly caught the screaming B.O.Y. As Eli lowered his wand, Neville gently descended to the ground. Madame Hooch hurried over to check on him, while the surrounding young wizards gazed in astonishment at Eli, who calmly stowed away his wand. Aren't we all first years? How does he possess such skill? Professor, I wish to learn that. Gryffindors looked at Eli with admiration. It was undeniably impressive. Witnessing Eli with his hand casually tucked in his pocket was undeniably cool. Harry and Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement, each wishing to emulate his nonchalant demeanor. The Slytherin snakes cast appreciative glances, but Draco's expression reflected a mix of disappointment and irritation. I must escort Mr. Longbottom to the infirmary. He has sustained some scrapes. When I return, I expect not to see any of you airborne. Otherwise, before you even hear the word Quidditch, you'll be expelled from my class. She supported Neville as they approached Eli. Mr. Hall demonstrated remarkable magical skill. Slytherin earns 10 points. After Madame Hooch departed, Draco picked up a ball. Neville's memory ball. He intended to hide it, but Harry intervened. Draco took to the air, and Harry, riding a broom for the first time, refused to back down, with Hermione unable to dissuade him. Eli did not intervene. It was precisely Draco's antics that allowed Professor McGonagall to witness Harry's exceptional flying talent. Harry would become the youngest Seeker. "All right, Draco, there's no need to keep harping on it," Eli remarked after Harry reclaimed the ball. Feeling publicly humiliated, Draco snapped at Eli. "What did you say? How dare you, a Slytherin, support those foolish Gryffindors? You are a disgrace to Slytherin." This remark was met with agreement from his lackeys, while other Slytherins nodded in tacit approval. Many of them were displeased with Eli's close association with Gryffindor, viewing them as a band of reckless fools. "Malfoy, shut your mouth." Ron stepped forward to spit at Draco, with other Gryffindors rallying behind him. This was quintessential Gryffindor behavior, ready to brawl at the slightest provocation. After all, not only had they insulted their friend, but they had also disparaged Gryffindor as a whole. Any self-respecting Gryffindor would find that intolerable. Tension mounted between the two factions, poised to erupt into a full-blown inter-house battle. If a fight were to break out, it would certainly make headlines, a rare occurrence in the history of the school. Just then, a calm voice interjected, diffusing the charged atmosphere. Eli nonchalantly toyed with his pale wand. "I appreciate your concern, but allow me to handle this matter myself. I am more than capable." The Slytherins erupted in disbelief. "How arrogant! Do you underestimate me, Theodore Nott?" Eli chuckled softly, a hint of coldness in his demeanor. He was indeed somewhat angered. Being kind to others did not equate to tolerating repeated insults. "I'm not targeting you. I am referring to all present as a bunch of fools." The small serpents were taken aback, astonished by this unrestrained bravado. Eli turned his gaze towards Draco, pointing his wand at him. "I believe I must teach a lesson to those who dare speak disrespectfully." Draco recoiled in terror. He had never before been on the receiving end of a wand. "If you dare to act recklessly, I shall inform my father." Eli let out a derisive laugh. "Perhaps I, as your father, should teach you how to resolve issues in a wizardly manner." Some Slytherins had already raised their wands, preparing to strike. With a firm flick of his wand, a powerful surge of magic erupted, forcing the small serpents to retreat. The Gryffindors looked on, dumbfounded. Eli had not employed any spells. It was merely the application of his magical prowess. The small serpents, having been so easily repelled, wore expressions of dismay. They were numerous, yet they could not withstand a single strike. The astute serpents began to contemplate. Was it truly necessary to confront this formidable individual? "I think we need not proceed this way," spoke one of the Slytherins. His words elicited nods of agreement from those around him, causing their aggression to dissipate. Draco's face turned particularly pale. He felt as though death were imminent. He could indeed summon his father to resolve the matter, but would he survive until his father arrived if he provoked Eli further? He deeply regretted his earlier insolence, especially directed at the one person he should never have antagonized. "Eli, let it go. Continuing this ruckus will draw the professor's attention." Hermione urgently grasped his arm. Harry and Ron joined in, attempting to persuade him. None had anticipated Eli's overwhelming ferocity. Fighting in groups was one thing. But if Eli acted alone, expulsion could be his fate. Eli regarded Draco, who had once again transformed into a chameleon, and asked, "Have you learned how to speak appropriately now?" Draco trembled and nodded. "What are you all doing?" The young wizards from both houses gazed in fear at the approaching Professor McGonagall. If any professor wielded the greatest authority, it was undoubtedly McGonagall. Unlike Snape, she was exceedingly just as the head of Gryffindor House. She would not hesitate to punish her own students for wrongdoing. Points deducted would be without mercy. Professor McGonagall was known for her stern demeanor, and the young wizards dared not act recklessly in her presence. Hermione, in a flurry of panic, was at a loss for what to do. Her greatest fear was hearing McGonagall declare her failures in all subjects. Yet violating school rules was equally terrifying. Everyone present, save for Eli, sensed impending doom. A punishment was inevitable. "What are you congregating here for?" "If I'm not mistaken, it should be time for flying class. Professor, Neville has sustained a minor injury. Madam Hooch has taken him to the hospital wing. And we were practicing here." Eli remained completely unfazed, exhibiting the calmness of a seasoned veteran. He was well aware of Professor McGonagall's purpose for coming. Casting a skeptical glance at the surrounding students, she confirmed that they were indeed unharmed. "I hope you can behave until Madam Hooch returns." Professor McGonagall turned to Harry, "Mr. Potter, come with me." Harry looked at Eli and the others with confusion, unsure of the situation that had suddenly unfolded. "Go on, Harry. If Professor McGonagall intends to punish you, she will not be particular about the location." Eli patted Harry on the back, signaling him to remain calm. Harry, still in disbelief, followed Professor McGonagall. Eli knew that soon he would hear about Harry becoming the Seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. The youngest Seeker, indeed, as both their fathers, James Potter, had also been a Seeker, and a remarkably skilled one at that. James Potter's medals were displayed in the Hogwarts trophy room. The first flying lesson ended on an unexpectedly sour note. The event of the day had far surpassed their expectations. Draco's expression remained grim. Eli did not approach him to make amends. His patience was limited. Initially, he had extended goodwill towards Draco under the pretense of being roommates. Despite Draco's earlier provocation, however, Draco's continued airs of superiority made it clear that Eli Hall was not his subordinate. Today served as a lesson for him, a reminder that before absolute power, all else is but a fleeting notion. Eli, Ron, and Harry came bounding over, their faces alight with excitement. Eli hastily swallowed a piece of cake, only to find himself choking, rolling his eyes in discomfort. "Oh, Eli, what is the matter with you?" Harry and Ron quickly handed him a cup of water, gently patting his back. After a moment, Eli recovered, casting a reproachful glance at the duo who had nearly caused his demise. "What is it?" "Guess what? No thanks, I want to guess. If you want to say it, go ahead. If not, then forget it." Ron, no longer teasing, leaned in to whisper to Eli. The nearby small serpents were bewildered. Why were these griff finders at their long table? They discreetly leaned in to eavesdrop. "Hey, can you keep it down? You're nearly falling onto me." Eli snapped at the nearby eavesdropper, who was listening rather shamelessly. The exposed serpent quickly lowered his head, feigning ignorance. The one who had been struck blushed, yet said nothing. Eli's fearsome reputation had long since spread. Provoking this formidable figure was akin to courting death. Eli shot the individual a disdainful glance, gesturing for Ron to continue. "Harry has become the Seeker for Gryffindor," Ron exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in anticipation, eager to see Eli's astonishment. Harry appeared somewhat shy, as he too was unsure of what this truly meant, feeling bashful under the weight of so many compliments. Eli regarded Ron quizzically. "Is that all?" "Huh." Ron was taken aback. Where was the excitement? The surprise? "Come, I shall show you something." Eli took the bewildered duo and led them outside. "Eli, are we nearly there?" Eli guided them to the trophy room, pointing at one of the medals. "Wow, Harry, you never told us your father was also a Seeker," Ron exclaimed in amazement. Harry gazed dreamily at the still glimmering medal, as if envisioning his father in his youth. "I didn't know," he murmured, a hint of sadness coloring his voice. Eli observed Harry, who had borne the weight of his family's demise for so long. It was truly a burden. Eli placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, and Harry felt an overwhelming warmth. "How do you feel? I trust you have the confidence to excel as a Seeker. Although I am reluctant to admit it, I wish you success in the match." Eli's jest brought laughter to both boys, and Harry replied with a grin. "If that is the case, then I must win." As Halloween approached, the school organized a lavish feast. Yet, amidst this joyous occasion, a minor, unpleasant incident occurred. There's a troll in the dungeons. The great hall doors were flung open violently, and a man clad in a large hood rushed in. It was Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. "I believe you should all know." Before he could finish, he inexplicably fainted on the floor. Boom! The ceiling echoed with a timely clap of thunder. Instantly, the hall erupted in a cacophony of students' terrified screams. Eli had to cover his ears to avoid being overwhelmed. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Draco, who looked ready to leap onto the table in fear. Eli yanked him back down. "Shut up! Stop screaming!" This was the very individual who had been the loudest moments ago. "Silence!" A booming voice immediately hushed the hall. It was Dumbledore. The heads of houses ushered the students back to their common rooms. "Teachers, follow me." Dumbledore instilled a semblance of security among the young wizards, and the heads of houses finally stepped forward, guiding students from their respective houses back to the common rooms. Eli's attention remained fixated on Harry and Ron, who, as expected, dashed towards the dungeons. Eli promptly followed suit, well acquainted with the scene that unfolded. Ron taunts and Hermione weeping alone in the restroom. Somehow, a troll had wandered into the vicinity. Harry and Ron, concerned for Hermione, rushed over, only to stumble upon the troll wreaking havoc in the girls' lavatory. Indeed, a shrill scream from Hermione echoed from the restroom ahead. "Eli, you stay here. I'm going to save Hermione." Without heeding the two, Eli charged into the girls' restroom. The troll was rampaging, swinging its club indiscriminately, while Hermione cowered in terror beneath the sink. Rupture! The spell struck the troll's back. Such a powerful incantation could easily obliterate an adult acromantula in a single blow. Yet, when it struck the troll, it seemed to be diminished to an inconceivable degree. Roar! Stung by the spell, the troll pivoted in fury, aiming its club at Eli, the diminutive figure wielding a wooden stick. The troll, despite its formidable size, possessed a rather simplistic intellect, its small head resembling a chocolate bean atop its massive frame. However, its magical resistance was extraordinarily high, which accounted for the minimal damage inflicted by Eli's spell. The troll's wrath was entirely drawn towards Eli, at least granting a moment's respite for the quivering Hermione huddled in the corner. Eli, Hermione, tears streaming down her face, suddenly spotted him. "Stay silent. Shatter." Eli gestured for Hermione to refrain from making any noise that would attract the troll's attention again, then unleashed another spell, completely securing the troll's focus on himself. Boom! The massive club crashed down, creating a deep crater in the floor. Eli gasped at the state of the ground. Fortunately, the troll's movements were rather clumsy, allowing him to evade with serpentine agility. While darting about, he continued casting spells. Despite the troll's high resistance, Eli's formidable output finally drew blood. Infuriated by its injury, the troll became even more dangerous to Eli. Suddenly, a stone came from seemingly nowhere and struck the troll atop its head, leaving it momentarily dazed. "What the hell are you two doing here?" Eli nearly choked in exasperation upon seeing Harry and Ron hurling objects at the troll from the sidelines. This was nothing short of a hindrance. The troll, undeterred, raised its club and targeted the area where the two were gathered, further complicating Eli's efforts to evade. With the space already cramped, dodging alone was troublesome enough. Now, with two additional burdens, escape became all the more impossible. Eli pushed Harry and Ron away with his magic, using the recoil to slip behind the troll. Boom! The club crashed down where the three had just stood, leaving Harry and Ron pale with fright. Had it not been for Eli, they would have been reduced to mere puddles of flesh. Shatter! Another spell redirected the troll's attention back to Eli, but Hermione was still behind him. Damn it! Eli yanked Hermione along, narrowly avoiding the descending club, forcing the two into a perilous corner. Eli. Harry, witnessing Eli and Hermione in jeopardy, sprinted forward, seizing the opportunity to leap onto the troll's arm as it swung its club. Startled, the troll flailed, and Harry even jabbed his wand into the troll's nostril. The scene was chaotic, to say the least. Defenseless, Harry was hoisted by the troll, which raised its club to strike. Wingardium Leviosa! In a moment of desperation, Ron finally cast the levitation charm, immobilizing the troll's raised club mid-air. The club then crashed down on the troll's head, stunning it momentarily, causing its steps to falter. Surely, this was not the end. The troll shook its head vigorously. Regaining awareness, Eli's eyes widened in alarm. This was not how the story unfolded in the original narrative. The troll should have been rendered unconscious by now. Perhaps Eli's presence as an outsider had stirred the proverbial butterfly effect, preventing the troll from succumbing to unconsciousness. Harry was in grave danger. The troll, now fixated on the small figure in its grasp, exhibited a disturbingly human-like sneer. It hoisted Harry high, intent on smashing him to the ground. No one could intervene. Harry's demise seemed imminent, and Eli felt a surge of panic as he envisioned the horrific scene of Harry's head splattering. Ron stood frozen, devoid of color. Hermione's tear-filled eyes widened in dread as death loomed closer. A wave of murderous intent surged forth, blood vessels coursing through Eli's pupils. Ultimate death. A desolate ray of light collided with the troll, as if severing the very essence of life from the world. No, it was the troll that was denied existence. Boom! The troll's lifeless body crashed to the ground, devoid of any further breath. Eli, Eli. The voices faded as Eli, drained of magic, gradually lost consciousness. This seemed to be the second time. Having fainted from magical exhaustion in such a short span since the beginning of term, what other dangers lay ahead? As the others beheld the troll collapsing amidst the gray light, the seemingly doomed Harry tremulously rose to his feet. Harry! Ron rushed over and embraced him, genuinely believing he had just lost a dear friend he had known for merely a month. A dazed Harry nodded, still in shock, as they noticed Hermione, shaking Eli, who appeared to have slipped into unconsciousness. Eli! Harry instantly regained his senses and threw himself beside Eli, observing his tightly shut eyes and pallid complexion. What had happened? What was wrong with Eli? Panic surged within him, for he was profoundly afraid of losing another cherished friend. Just moments ago, Eli had explicitly warned him to stay back. If not for him, would Eli have been safe? Guilt gnawed at Harry's heart, and Ron remained tight-lipped. He should merely be unconscious, uninjured. Hermione frantically checked Eli, relieved to find no visible wounds and a steady breath. They wouldn't have needed to come at all if not for searching for her in the restroom. And Eli wouldn't have had to protect her. She had witnessed the spell clearly. It had undeniably been cast by Eli. She could guarantee she had never encountered such a spell in any book. One capable of slaying a troll could not possibly be within the reach of a mere young wizard. When that gray light was unleashed, she had felt her own vitality ebbing away, a terrifying spell indeed. How dare you? A commotion erupted at the entrance as Professor McGonagall, aghast, clutched her chest, followed closely by Snape, Quirrell, and several other professors. McGonagall nearly fainted at the horrific sight before her. An unconscious troll sprawled on the ground, with several students nearby. You must explain what has transpired, with one of her students nearly perishing at the hands of a troll. McGonagall was unusually furious. Harry and Ron stammered, at a loss for words. Would they tell McGonagall that they had chased their friend away only to end up confronting the troll? It's all my fault. Professor Granger, McGonagall regarded the usually obedient young witch with surprise, as she had always held high hopes for the diligent student. Hermione, unable to meet McGonagall's disappointed gaze, lowered her head. I had read about trolls and believed I could handle it. So, the disappointment etched on McGonagall's face was unmistakable, while Snape appeared to find the situation utterly ludicrous. Miss Granger, oh, is that Eli? Upon spotting Eli lying beside Hermione, McGonagall's complexion paled, and she stumbled forward. Snape's expression darkened, and he rushed over, roughly shoving Harry aside. Madame Pomfrey hastily approached. Professor, Eli should merely be unconscious, Hermione whispered, but no one responded to her. Madame Pomfrey extended her wand for a thorough examination, confirming that Mr. Hall was indeed only in a state of faint, having evidently exhausted his magical reserves. Professor McGonagall's expression finally softened. Snape produced a vial of potion, and after Madame Pomfrey administered it to Eli, his complexion began to regain a hint of color. I must first escort this child to the infirmary. With a flick of her wand, Madame Pomfrey levitated Eli and carried him away to the medical wing. This left only the three iron-headed boys, trembling under the professor's scrutinizing gazes. Miss Granger, I had always believed you possessed more wit than your peers, yet this time you have truly disappointed me, due to your grievous misjudgment. Gryffindor loses 10 points. Professor McGonagall then turned her attention to the two fools beside her, and you two, Harry and Ron, shivered in unison. You should comprehend how fortunate it is for a few first-year wizards to survive the clutches of a troll. 5 points to each of you. The trio's expressions improved slightly. Although they had not received extra points, it was better than a net loss, was it not? Professor McGonagall cast a glance at the motionless troll on the ground. Mr. Hall, for risking your own magical energy to aid your friend, I shall award you 15 points. She fixed a penetrating gaze on the three boys, as if to say, if I catch you again, you shall rue the day. Rejoice in your sheer luck. Professor McGonagall and the seemingly lethal Snape hurried away, with the three boys trailing behind. Only Professor Quirrell remained. S. McGonagall and Snape traversed the corridor. Snape inquired, "Can you discern what spell that was?" "I cannot. However, it is certain that it resembles a curse akin to the killing curse." Snape's demeanor grew serious. The bizarre spell and Eli's magical exhaustion seemed to lay the answer bare before them. Eli's memories were frozen at the moment, just before he fainted, and he could still feel the chaotic release of magic. A suffocating gray light enveloped him. Is this a dream? In a desolate forest. There was nothing remarkable, devoid of the cries of birds or the rustling of leaves. Was that the sound of water? Following the sound, Eli discovered a small river ahead. Who are they? By the riverbank stood 3 men, the flowing water obstructing their path. Eli presumed they would be a loss. Yet to his surprise, they drew their wands. Wizards, with a flick of their wands, a bridge materialized over the river, allowing them to cross unhindered. The group joyfully stepped onto the bridge. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in an odd garment appeared. Eli strained to discern the person's face, but remained shrouded in a veil of mist, obscuring his vision. The world abruptly began to collapse, and his consciousness returned to reality. The scent of potion assaulted his nostrils, and familiar weakness and pain coursed through his body. He resigned himself to inaction, for he recognized this as the infirmary. Alas, another depletion of energy. Eli lay languidly on the hospital bed, a rare moment of respite amid his studies. "Would you care to try this? It may be of some use to you." Eli turned his head to find Dumbledore seated beside him, sifting through a box of sweets that, "If you wish to eat, then eat. Do not dawdle, you old man." "Professor," Dumbledore replied, "I have only just arrived. I heard that a first-year wizard subdued a troll. Such youthful audacity." "Here, try this." Dumbledore selected a jelly bean from the box and offered it to Eli. "Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. When I was young, I once tasted one that was distinctly foul that made me quite ill." Eli accepted the candy with a grimace. "Then how do you know what it tastes like?" Eli hesitated to eat the jelly bean. Dumbledore paused, then tactfully changed the subject. Try it. You may feel better afterward." Driven by curiosity, Eli pressed on, "But I still wish to know how you recognize the flavor." Dumbledore's expression, reminiscent of a child caught in a moment of innocence, almost compelled him to give Eli a playful reprimand. Children these days are quite insistent. Dumbledore, somewhat flustered, adjusted his glasses and admitted, "In youth, curiosity often abounds." Observing Dumbledore's awkwardness, Eli slowly extended his thumb in approval. "A true master, indeed. Fearless in the face of inquiry." Feeling the weight of the moment, Eli decided not to probe further. Wary that Dumbledore might become irritated and silence him, but he swallowed the jelly bean that old Dumbledore had handed him. "Yuck," Eli nearly retched. "Is this the taste of a dirty sock?" "Ah, it seems rather unpalatable, but that is to be expected," Dumbledore explained, though Eli could clearly see him suppressing a smile. Eli cast a mournful glance at him, feeling small and insignificant. Their conversation meandered on, yet Eli's mind raced. Surely, Dumbledore had not sought him out merely for idle chatter. It had to pertain to the spell from the previous day. However, with Dumbledore remaining tight-lipped, Eli hesitated to speak first, lest he be led astray. But why was Dumbledore so unhurried? "Are you truly that unoccupied, old man?" Eli watched as Dumbledore leisurely munched on snacks from friends, seemingly oblivious to the dwindling supply. Was he here to interrogate or merely to indulge in the treats of a child? Finally, Eli could no longer contain himself. "If you eat any more, what will be left for me?" "Professor, I wish to inquire about the troll from yesterday." Dumbledore, as if jolted from a reverie, exclaimed, "Ah, I was just about to ask you. That was indeed a powerful spell. I shall observe your performance, akin to an actor on stage. Now, enlighten me with the specifics of that spell." Eli found it tedious to engage with the old man, yet he knew he must clarify the nature of the spell unleashed yesterday. Dumbledore set aside his snacks. In truth, you must tell me." "Eli, can you recall how you cast that spell?" Eli pondered carefully. "I remember the troll was about to harm Harry. I felt desperate, wanting to kill the troll to save Harry, and then I unleashed that spell." Indeed, the murderous intent he had felt then was terrifying upon reflection. You remember the incantation?" Dumbledore inquired, his gaze penetrating beneath his crescent-shaped spectacles. "Ultimate death." After a moment's contemplation, Dumbledore's all-seeing eyes met Eli's. I believe I should congratulate you on creating a new spell. Those deep eyes locked onto him. Eli felt a tremor within him, as if something were attempting to invade his consciousness. He instinctively resisted, his formidable spirit clashing with that force. Yet it seemed that the force bore no malice. Upon encountering resistance, it withdrew. Forgive me, child. Please understand the concerns of an old man. Eli regarded Dumbledore with a complex expression, astonished that he would confess to probing into his thoughts. Professor, Dumbledore rose, smiling at Eli. Your talent truly astonishes me, whether in spells or in spirit. However, I believe it is time I return to your friends. They seem rather impatient. He winked at Eli and turned to leave. Let him go, Eli thought, as Dumbledore pocketed a handful of jelly beans. Dumbledore opened the door to the infirmary, and indeed, Harry and the others had arrived. After exchanging pleasantries, he exited, seemingly munching on a jelly bean as he went. Yuck! Came the sound of Dumbledore's retching from outside. Eli. Harry and the others rushed to Eli's bedside. How do you feel? Quite well, Eli replied, handing the last box of jelly beans to them while retrieving a box of chocolate frogs for himself. Though it feels as if I were struck by a troll that he shifted his body. He still felt weak, longing for the restorative potions from the Centaur clan. Without them, he would have been able to rise and move about freely by now. No, Eli, I believe if a troll had struck you, you might not even be aware of it. Oh, what a dreadful joke. Ron subconsciously shot another remark at Hermione, though it was indeed rather unamusing. Hermione merely cast him an exasperated glance. The two no longer seemed as adversarial as before. Eli observed the trio, now considerably more harmonious. With great satisfaction, it appeared that after their harrowing encounter with the troll, they had forged a sufficient bond of friendship. Hermione approached Eli's bedside with a serious demeanor. Pursing her lips, Eli, I wish to formally apologize to you all that I should not have been so headstrong yesterday, nor should I have rambled on, just as the young which was about to launch into a formal apology. Eli felt a headache coming on. All right, speaking like that feels distant, doesn't it? Come on, give my shoulders a squeeze, Eli said with an air of arrogance. Hermione's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her carefully rehearsed speech from the previous night evaporating from her mind. Hermione, there's no need for that. We're all friends, and we all had our faults yesterday. But now that we're all fine, let us talk about something cheerful. Fortunately, the kind-hearted Harry timely salvaged the moment, with Ron, that ironclad man, nodding in agreement. Indeed, as long as you refrain from delivering a speech, we'll be quite happy. Eli shot him a peculiar glance. Truly an ironclad fellow. Hermione glared at him, not wanting to engage. Eli, do you know, you are now a hero who bravely fought a troll, Ron exclaimed excitedly, nearly spraying Eli with spittle. Yes, Ron boasted to everyone, he was almost becoming a hero himself for battling the troll. Harry mercilessly exposed Ron's exaggeration, leaving him with a bright red face. Eli wiped his face. He could already tell that Ron's big mouth had made him rather famous, if it weren't for saving them. He wouldn't have desired such attention, but it was too late now. He might as well go with the flow. Eli unwrapped a chocolate frog, revealing a wizard card featuring Dumbledore. Oh look, I've got Dumbledore. He passed the card around. In fact, I already have several of these. Ron, an avid collector of such cards, had previously shown off his collection that I didn't even know Dumbledore was so formidable, defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald. Discovering 12 uses for Dragon blood, and being a friend of Nick S. that Harry read aloud Dumbledore's accomplishments inscribed on the card. Oh, what are the 12 uses of Dragon blood? Eli inquired, earning a chorus of eye rolls. Ron was distracted by a pile of snacks, picking through them like Dumbledore himself. Hey, Draco sent you a gift. Ron held up a beautifully wrapped box that looked quite expensive. Eli took it, noticing a note attached that bore only a name, Draco Malfoy. Now that's typical of that proud little brat, sending a gift while still playing coy by sticking on his name. Eli couldn't help but chuckle. At least he had a conscience. Opening the box revealed chocolates that appeared to be of high quality. After tasting one, he exclaimed, quite delightful. Is Madame Pomfrey not around? Dante, you think it's a bit disruptive for the patients to be awake? At the sound of that magnetic voice, Harry and Ron jolted upright. Good day, Professor, Eli said, propping himself up. since it was rather inconvenient. There was no need to be so formal. Snape produced a vial and handed it to Eli. "This is a restorative potion. Drink it." Eli reluctantly accepted the potion and consumed it. That Snape, even when doing a good deed, had to throw in a biting remark. Snape glared at the three trembling boys, his impatience evident on his face. "Mr. Potter, do you believe you have already secured victory over Slytherin?" He sneered. "Oh, you are always so arrogant." Harry stood frozen, feeling uneasy, wanting to retort but not daring to. The atmosphere in the infirmary grew considerably somber with Snape's arrival. Was the Quidditch match about to commence? Eli was baffled. It felt like he had missed an entire century after fainting the previous night. "It begins today," Hermione replied. "Thanks for the reminder, Miss Questioning." "Well then, good luck to you all," Snape muttered, not wishing to waste another word before turning to leave. He hurriedly entered and exited, leaving four little heads to exchange glances. "So Harry, you're competing today?" Eli was the first to break the heavy silence. Yes." Eli threw back the covers and swung his legs over the bed. "I cannot miss today's match, though I'm not sure whom to cheer for." Harry and the others jumped in surprise, hastily pushing Eli back onto the bed. Eli sighed in exasperation. "Come on, you have to trust Snape's skills. I am perfectly capable of moving about now." As a master of potions, Snape's recent concoction was undoubtedly crafted by his own hands. Otherwise, it could not have had such a remarkable effect. Unable to resist Eli, they prepared to leave the infirmary together. Oh heavens, who allowed the patient to get out of bed? They all froze in place. "Madame Pomfrey, I'm fine. Do you think I'm unaware of how serious your overexertion is? Please return to your bed at once." Eli felt a headache coming on. This school was filled with people not to be trifled with, and Madame Pomfrey was certainly one of them. Renowned for her exceptional medical skills, she was equally famous for her almost obsessive care of her patients. Eli had to produce the vial of potion Snape had delivered. "Actually, Professor Snape just came to give me some medicine, and it worked wonders." Madame Pomfrey took the vial with a skeptical expression. "Snape? His potions are indeed potent." She held it to her nose and sniffed, a look of shock fleeting across her face before she waved her wand to examine Eli. Indeed, he had nearly fully recovered, but still needed to rest. "All right, Madame Pomfrey, as soon as I finish watching the Quidditch match, I will return to rest." After much convincing from the others, Madame Pomfrey reluctantly allowed them to leave. Harry went off to prepare for the match, while Eli, Hermione, and Ron made their way to the stands. "Oh, look who it is, our hero who fought the troll." The Weasley twins exaggeratedly pointed at Eli from the stands. Instantly, a crowd of Gryffindors gathered around. "It's Eli. That's Eli. Didn't they say he was injured by the troll? No way. Didn't they say he was dead?" Eli listened to the surrounding chatter, feeling a wave of confusion wash over him. "What on earth was going on? When did I break my leg? And who said I died? Ron, what on earth have you been saying?" Eli ground his teeth at Ron, who was too embarrassed to lift his head. "George, put away that loudspeaker." Eli quickly stopped George, who was about to announce something with a horned "No, I'm Fred." He asked George. Eli stepped right up to the twins. "George, that tactic of yours isn't working anymore." The twins exchanged astonished glances. "Eli, how did you do that? Even Mum can't. Don't let it slip." The two of them bantered back and forth like a comedy duo, their timing impeccable. Eli even suspected they had practiced in secret. The twins draped an arm around his shoulder and began whispering. "Quickly, tell us how you figured it out." They spoke in unison. Eli smirked. "Want to know?" "Yes, magic." The twins exchanged puzzled looks. "Magic? What magic?" Eli began to doubt whether they were genuine wizards. "Your magic is different. That's why I could tell you apart." The twins looked even more bewildered, exchanging glances for a while. "Can you feel it? I might be like you, but I can't feel anything." Eli was left baffled. "You can't feel the magic in others?" They nodded. Seeing their expressions, they didn't seem to be lying. Could it be true that they genuinely couldn't sense anything? It was said that even their mother, Mrs. Weasley, often mixed them up. Could she not feel it either? "Never mind, if I can't figure out, I'll just ask Snape later." All right, I've told you the method. I am off now." Eli extricated himself from the twins, exchanged a brief greeting, and made his way to the Slytherin stands. The little snakes had long since taken notice of the commotion on the Gryffindor side. Although they did not share the same adventurous spirit as the little lions, a first-year wizard capable of battling a troll was certainly worthy of their attention. Hello, Eli. Welcome back from the hospital. Greetings, I am. The little snakes appeared remarkably restrained, behaving like miniature adults as they shook hands with Eli, who reciprocated their politeness. All the while, a smile remained frozen on his face. Approaching Draco's side, Eli noticed that Draco, despite having seen him, deliberately pretended not to. Hey, Draco, Eli said, patting him on the shoulder, causing Draco to visibly flinch. Am I really that frightening? Oh, Eli, congratulations on your discharge. Thank you. The chocolate you sent was delightful. Draco's face lit up with pride. That was arranged by my father. Then an awkward silence ensued. After a moment, Draco could no longer contain his curiosity. So you really killed the troll? Eli shrugged and chuckled. If it weren't for him falling to his demise. It would indeed have been me. A flicker of envy crossed Draco's eyes. But seeing Eli standing there with one hand in his pocket, gazing at the sky with a 45-degree tilt, made him smirk. After days apart, the two began to rekindle their camaraderie, engaging in a surprisingly agreeable conversation. Draco bombarded Eli with questions about the troll. The team soon took to the field, with Slytherin facing off against Gryffindor. Both traditional powerhouses, they were renowned for their long-standing rivalry. Anticipation buzzed in the air. Harry Potter entered the arena as Gryffindor's Seeker, riding the latest Nimbus 2000, which elicited a wave of cheers. In contrast, Slytherin remained relatively quiet. Harry's superior equipment, the Nimbus 2000, was akin to a high-performance sports car, bestowing him an undeniable advantage over the older broomsticks. The match commenced with a burst of pent-up energy from both teams. Players soared on their brooms with abandon. Initially, Gryffindor showcased superior skills, quickly gaining the upper hand with a series of goals. The Slytherins were visibly frustrated, with Draco sighing heavily beside them. Before long, the Slytherin team could no longer contain themselves and resorted to their traditional tactics. Flint, the Slytherin captain, in a fit of rage after a missed shot, knocked Gryffindor's captain and keeper, Wood, off his broom. Gasps echoed from the stands. Only then did Slytherin unleash their true strategy, by any means necessary. Two players ganged up on a female Gryffindor player, forcing her to collide with the wall. They even attempted to knock players off their brooms. Slytherin began scoring repeatedly. The stands erupted with jeers, as nearly all the other three houses joined in the condemnation. Yet the little snakes reveled in their triumph. Only Eli buried his face in his hands in embarrassment. How disgraceful, resorting to underhanded tactics when they couldn't compete. Was this Quidditch or rugby? Though Harry felt the pressure, his duty was to locate the golden snitch, and once found, the game would end in their victory. Suddenly, however, Harry's broom began to shake violently, akin to a wild stallion. Harry dangled precariously in midair. A fall could be fatal. Eli glanced toward the professor's area, where Snape stared intently at Harry, muttering incantations under his breath. Could it be Snape's doing? Not necessarily. Quirrell, seated behind Snape, was also murmuring incessantly. Eli dashed forward. Leaving Draco bewildered, he stealthily approached the area beneath the professor's platform. Hermione, Eli, they exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing each other's intentions. Hermione aimed her wand at the hem of Snape's robes. Oh no! Eli exclaimed too late. Hermione had already ignited Snape's clothing. Alas, poor headmaster, do not blame me for my inaction. Hermione was simply too swift. The two fled. Snape, you're on fire. Chaos erupted at the professor's table as Snape shot up, colliding with Quirrell behind him at last. Harry's broom settled. The golden snitch finally appeared, and Harry turned to pursue it. The Slytherin Seeker also spotted the snitch and gave chase. The two engaged in a fierce aerial duel, with the Slytherin Seeker attempting to knock Harry off his broom. Yet Harry was no pushover, and the competition intensified. As the snitch made a sharp descent, both Seekers dove after it, the ground rushing closer at an alarming speed. The Slytherin Seeker nervously glanced at Harry, only to see him resolute. They were about to hit the ground. Unable to maintain his composure, the Slytherin Seeker veered upward. With unparalleled skill and the broom's performance, Harry executed a turn just before impact, sparking another eruption of cheers from the stands. Standing atop his broom, Harry reached out. Thud! He lost his balance and fell, provoking yet another gasp from the crowd. Was he about to be sick? Harry clutched his chest. Yuck! He expelled the snitch along with some liquid. Just now. Snape wanted to kill you, what? Ron exclaimed dramatically, prompting Eli to hurriedly cover his mouth. Keep it down. Do you wish for everyone to know we're discussing a professor? Harry appeared taken aback. He was well aware of Snape's animosity towards him, but never anticipated that Snape would wish him dead. Hermione wore a grave expression. She had never encountered a scenario in which a school professor plotted to murder a student. Snape was certainly not a good person. What was he scheming? Why? Eli was eager to hear their conjectures while also sympathizing with his headmaster. Although Snape did not seem virtuous, Eli recalled that he appeared to have no involvement in the matter. Harry, taking on a serious tone, began to analyze. Last time we encountered the troll, Snape had scratch marks on his leg. Scratch marks? Hermione's eyes lit up as if she had struck upon an epiphany. Are you suggesting that the troll was released by Snape, and in the ensuing chaos, he ventured to the third floor, but was injured by the three-headed dog? Precisely. Ron and Eli exchanged bewildered glances. Ron simply did not comprehend, while Eli feigned ignorance. Although he had no idea when they had ventured to the third floor to encounter the three-headed dog, such details were beyond his purview. He was merely playing dumb. How could he not be influenced by his surroundings? Having witnessed Dumbledore's masterful performance, Eli felt that one day, he too could aspire to win an Oscar, a three-headed dog. What are you talking about? Eli believed his act was quite remarkable, truly an immersive performance. Hermione proceeded to explain, that night when we returned to the tower, the shifting staircase led us to the third floor. To evade Filch, we darted into a room, and there was a three-headed dog. Hogwarts is home to 142 staircases that can rotate randomly, and a moment's inattention can lead you to a different place. In fact, Harry and Ron were late to their first Transfiguration class precisely because they got lost on the stairs. Oh, why were you out so late? Upon hearing this, Ron's face flushed with anger. Don't even get me started. That Malfoy fellow challenged us to a duel. But when we arrived at the designated spot, we found that coward had not shown up. Eli looked at Hermione in surprise. So, Hermione, you accompanied them on their late-night escapade? Hermione's face flushed as she hurriedly explained, I was trying to prevent them from getting tricked, but they wouldn't listen to me at all. Hermione had always been quite rule-abiding. The thought of breaking school regulations never crossed her mind. That Ron's disdain for Hermione stemmed from her incessant interference in their plans. Yet Eli knew that Hermione's placement in Gryffindor was a testament to her rebellious spirit. Breaking the rules? How delightful! Eli decided against teasing Hermione further, as, oh, now you suspect Snape is plotting something regarding that creature on the third floor? Precisely. Harry declared emphatically that despicable Snape is certainly not a good person. Even Eli refrained from defending Snape, for if it were not for his familiarity with the plot, he too would have been inclined to believe that Snape was indeed malevolent, that it is not that our side lacks effort. Rather, it is the incompetence of our teammates that frustrates us. Hagrid! Hello, children! The group fortuitously encountered Hagrid, and Harry promptly relayed his suspicions. Although Hagrid was not a professor, he was nevertheless a member of the school staff and frequently acted on Dumbledore's behalf. Thus, Harry hoped that Hagrid would report their concerns to Dumbledore. How could you possibly suspect Snape? Hagrid exclaimed, incredulous at Harry's conjecture. Having spent many years at the school, he was firmly convinced that Snape was not the type to engage in such nefarious deeds. However, Harry had already made up his mind. When the troll invaded the castle, Snape had taken advantage of the chaos to venture to the third floor, where he was even injured by the three-headed dog. Hagrid appeared utterly astonished. You know about Fluffy? How did you find out about him? Oh dear, Eli thought. Hagrid has unwittingly revealed too much. Fluffy. The monster has a name? Ron seemed taken aback that such a fearsome beast could possess a name that sounded almost endearing. Hermione quickly seized upon the crux of the matter. Hagrid, do you have some connection to that three-headed dog? Realizing he had let slip too much, Hagrid grew somewhat flustered, but upon hearing the name Fluffy, his spirits lifted. Fluffy! I bought him from a bunch of Irishmen when he was just a cute little puppy. Later, Dumbledore borrowed him to guard Nick. Hermione. Harry. Ron. Eli. Oh dear. Now, Eli harbored considerable doubts, wondering if Hagrid had been raised on truth serum. For he had divulged so much without any prompting. Nick? Hagrid paused, suddenly aware that he might have misspoken, and he appeared somewhat flustered. No, whatever it is, it's none of your concern, you little wizards, since hearing the name Nick. Harry and his friends had become obsessively devoted to uncovering information about him. Eli was exasperated. Hadn't he shown them that card during his last hospitalization? It was all right there. Harry and Ron might have forgotten. But how could Hermione, with her brilliant mind, not recall? Christmas soon approached, and the school had arranged a holiday break. Many young wizards chose to return home to celebrate with their families, while a select few, like Harry, opted to stay. Harry had fully embraced Hogwarts as his home, no longer wishing to endure the Dursley's disdain. Yet, Eli still pondered, wasn't Christmas a Christian holiday? How is it that the wizarding world also celebrated Jesus? Merlin, shall I take my leave? However, Eli had no time to dwell on such matters. He was currently sweating over a letter sent from home. Just days prior, he had written to inform his parents that he would not be returning for Christmas. Fortunately, the Halls were not prone to writing scathing letters. Otherwise, Eli was certain his Christmas would be spent in the midst of a tirade. Gazing at the sternly worded letter, Eli was drenched in cold sweat. Returning home would likely result in a severe beating. Nonetheless, the Halls ultimately agreed to Eli's request to remain at school. Early in the morning, the castle was adorned anew. The festive spirit of Christmas permeated the air, with Professor Flitwick busy preparing a magnificent Christmas tree. Professor, do you need assistance? Oh, Eli, your help would be most welcome. Professor Flitwick, as the head of Ravenclaw, had repeatedly expressed a desire to recruit Eli into their house. Of course, this had met with vehement opposition from a certain greasy-haired professor. He never hesitated to commend his students, especially exceptional ones like Eli. Let me take a moment to bask in my glory. I'm positively marvelous. Eli withdrew his wand, and with a gentle flick, the surrounding orbs began to float and adorn the tree. Professor Flitwick was nearly beside himself with joy, almost bending his wand in half. By Merlin's baggy shorts, what splendid levitation! 10 points to Slytherin. At that moment, the score jar indicated that Slytherin had amassed the highest points, many of which were earned by Eli. This rate. The House Cup was surely within their grasp. Far ahead of their rivals, Eli's skills could be attributed to Snape. During this time, he had been learning from him, and his control over magic had improved significantly. His potion-making skills were undoubtedly on par with those of 7th-year students. Harry and Ron were engrossed in a game of wizard chess, akin to international chess, but with the pieces moving autonomously and destroying their opponents upon capture. Eli tried his hand at it as well. But like Harry, he found himself roundly defeated by Ron. Well, losing is one thing, but your sportsmanship is abysmal. After several losses, Eli began to vent his frustration, even brandishing his wand. Had Harry not intervened, Ron might have met an unfortunate end. Afterward, Ron refused to play with Eli again, that you'd best find information about Nick during the break. Hermione was preparing to return home, and Ron initially intended to do the same, but his family was off in Romania, visiting his brother Charlie. We've searched 100 times. You haven't even been to the restricted section. Eli stared blankly at Hermione's departing figure, bewildered. Who are you? Where have you hidden Hermione? Where's my law-abiding Hermione? The next morning, Harry and Ron arrived, boasting about Harry's new invisibility cloak. Originally belonging to their father, it had ultimately found its way into Harry's hands. Ron presented Eli with a sweater adorned with a large Y. Both he and Harry had received one, and Eli adored Mrs. Weasley's craftsmanship, wearing the sweater every day. Harry could hardly contain his excitement to try on his invisibility cloak. Soon, a terrifying scene unfolded in the restricted section. A hand holding an oil lamp burst in as the cloak fell away. The child beneath it was none other than Harry, searching for Nick. Nick! He had spotted Nick's name in a book and hastily pulled it down. Upon opening it, a face suddenly emerged from the pages, letting out a spine-chilling scream. Harry was instantly terrified. Who's there? It was Filch's voice. If he were caught, Harry would be doomed. He quickly yanked the invisibility cloak back on. But in doing so, he shattered the oil lamp. Never mind that now. His figure vanished once more. Filch, lamp in hand, trembled as he approached. Come out. I see you. His quaking voice betrayed his own fear. Harry swiftly slipped away. Snape, Harry gasped, recognizing Professor Quirrell's voice. Turning around, he saw Snape pinning Quirrell against the wall. You wouldn't want me to oppose you, quarreled. I don't understand. I believe you do. Suddenly, Snape's gaze shifted toward Harry. Harry held his breath, fearing he might be discovered. Snape seemed to sense something amiss and extended his hand, slowly reaching for Harry. Eli, you should really see what I've discovered. Eli was immersed in a book on Transfiguration in the library, eager to learn more about animagi. Just then, Harry rushed in, breathless and whispering urgently to Eli. Eli regarded Harry with curiosity, but upon noticing the figure behind him, he lowered his head in embarrassment. Eli, quiet. No loud noises in the library. A voice from behind startled Harry, causing him to jump. Madam Pants? Eli dared not lift his head, feigning ignorance as he flipped through the pages of his book. Who could be unaware that in Hogwarts, the professor in class holds supreme authority? Madame Pomfrey reigns in the infirmary, and no one in the library would ever dream of challenging the formidable presence of Madame Pants. Even placing a book back on the shelf in the library requires utmost delicacy. A mere whisper could elicit a withering glare from Madame Pants. Yet, individuals like Harry, who seldom visit the library, might not recall how to survive under her watchful eye. Infuriated, Madame Pants brandished her feathered duster. And at that moment, Harry felt even more intimidated than when facing Snape. And you, stop rifling through the books so carelessly. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Eli's mind. He was already feeling timid. And now he was being criticized. However, as the saying goes, discretion is the better part of valor. He swiftly returned the book to its place and, pulling along the visibly shaken Harry, fled without a backward glance. What do you want to tell me? Once in the corridor, Harry finally exhaled in relief. He, who had never been fond of the library, now had another excuse to avoid it. Yet, recalling his quest to find Eli, Harry felt a flicker of excitement. Come with me tonight. I will take you to a wonderful place. Eli regarded Harry with a peculiar expression, tightening his clothing. Surely he doesn't have something untoward in mind. I am not interested in that, Eli retorted. Harry was momentarily taken aback. What was this all about? Seeing Eli's mischievous demeanor, he suspected his thoughts had wandered astray. I discovered a marvelous mirror, Harry whispered conspiratorially. Eli pondered. A mirror? Could it be the mirror of Erist? If nothing had changed, then Dumbledore ultimately concealed the Philosopher's Stone within the mirror of Erist. This mirror reveals the deepest desires of one's heart. Eli was intrigued. Even he was uncertain of what he truly yearned for within. That evening, Harry and Eli squeezed beneath the invisibility cloak. Eli was nearly overwhelmed with discomfort. The younger sibling had no rights. This cloak was a legendary Deathly Hallow, ultimately inherited by Harry. Yet Eli, being a descendant of the Potters, had gained nothing from it. Look, the Deathly Hallow rested upon his head, but it did not belong to him. Unbeknownst to Harry, Eli had been muttering under his breath, feeling a surge of excitement to share this extraordinary mirror with his friends. During his nocturnal escapade into the restricted section, he had been caught by Filch, only to encounter Snape and Quirrell engaged in some clandestine activity on his escape route. Snape had seemed to sense his presence, reaching out as if to test the waters. Ultimately, however, Snape had failed to locate him. Perhaps his own commotion had drawn Snape's attention. In any case, it was a close call that it was then that he stumbled upon the mirror. He had invited Ron to see it, and they both witnessed different scenes within the mirror, each showcasing their most fervent desires. Thus, he was eager to bring Eli to experience the magic of the mirror. This is it, Harry exclaimed, rushing forward to unveil a massive cloth, revealing a mirror that reached the ceiling. The ancient patterns etched upon it indicated its considerable age. This was the mirror of Erist, inscribed with the words, I do not show your face, but your desire. Eli felt a surge of anticipation, eager to discover his deepest longing to return home, perhaps to some extent. But from the very first day in this world, he had prepared himself to start anew. That desire seemed less significant now. To become the most powerful, to dominate the magical realm. The allure was undeniable. He did indeed have a passion for magic. Yet, he appeared to lack ambition. Those plans for development were merely for self-preservation amidst danger. Why complicate life when one could live peacefully and comfortably? At that moment, Eli found himself utterly at a loss regarding his aspirations. Harry stood before the mirror, a blissful expression adorning his face. What do you see? Eli inquired. Noticing Harry's dreamy smile, "That my parents," Harry replied. Still entranced. Was he glimpsing the future? He turned around, his smile faltering, for they had already passed away. He drew Eli to the mirror, asking, "What do you see?" Eli gazed quietly into the mirror, where he initially saw only himself. Gradually, images began to emerge in the scene. He stood alongside the halls, and to his astonishment, there were Lily and James, with Harry beside them. The vision abruptly vanished, replaced by a cloaked figure resembling a deity. Supreme and omnipotent, with all others reduced to mere servants in his presence, he held dominion over their lives and deaths. Was this not the mysterious figure from his dreams? Eli attempted to discern the figure's face, but his view was obscured by mist, rendering it indistinct. "What did you see?" Harry inquired, his anticipation palpable as he observed Eli's shifting expression. Eli turned away, muttering. Family to Harry's smile became strained as he approached the mirror once more. "You are fortunate. Your family is here. While I can only witness phantoms through this mysterious mirror, I could see that moment." Eli yearned to tell him, "No, you still have a family right behind you," that he longed to take the mirror back with him so he could at least see them. Shaking his head, Eli stepped forward to place a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. Urging him to turn away from the mirror, Eli's gaze held a depth Harry had never witnessed before, reminiscent of Dumbledore. "Harry, illusions are merely illusions. They cannot impart wisdom, only lead us into despair." Harry, however, stole another glance at the mirror, "But I only wish to see them. They are gone." Eli took a deep breath, understanding how great a luxury this desire was for Harry, who had lost his loved ones at such a young age. Yet he could not allow Harry to languish in that illusion. "Harry, do not pity the dead. It is the living who deserve compassion. Life must go on. Stagnation is not a viable option." "Well said," came an unexpected voice from behind. It was Dumbledore. Eli felt a chill run down his spine. Was this old man capable of moving without making a sound? Dumbledore winked at him, as if to say, "You little rascal, you're stealing my lines." Eli stood there, knowing that Dumbledore was about to embark on another round of ideological education. "Mr. Hall's words have greatly enlightened me, and at this moment, I believe it is best that I refrain from further comment. I think this mirror would be better placed elsewhere." After uttering this, Dumbledore slowly exited the room, leaving Eli and Harry bewildered. "I was ready to hear more. Why did you stop?" Eli was thoroughly impressed by this unpredictable old man. After all, they say the older the ginger, the spicier the wisdom. These old-timers have tricks deeper than one could imagine. The mirror was to be removed, and the two had no choice but to return. Fortunately, Dumbledore did not deduct points for their nocturnal escapade. Perhaps they had benefited from the Savior's influence? Suddenly, Harry grasped Eli's arm. "Eli, can you teach me magic?" Eli looked at Harry, puzzled, unsure of his intentions. Harry's expression was resolute. "Yes, my family is gone forever, but I at least want to avenge them. Do you realize what you are about to face?" Eli regarded him gravely, yet Harry remained steadfast. Voldemort. The name that instilled fear across the entire magical community was uttered from the lips of a mere child. He was not the slain giant. "But I still wish to kill him." Eli was at a loss for words. Whether this was a fleeting whim or a moment of fervor, it was certainly not his place to discourage him. With a teasing glint in his eye, Eli replied, "Very well. From this moment forth, I shall learn as you do. Can you endure it?" "I can." Killing Voldemort was not a matter to be taken lightly. The following day, Eli brought Harry to the room of requirement. Harry was awestruck by this magical place. "First, you must master a signature spell, even if it is the only one you know." Harry was taken aback. Can one spell truly suffice in a battle? Eli suddenly thought of a charming rogue. Indeed, some wizards thrive solely on a single spell perfected to an art. The room of requirement transformed into a training arena, with several metallic dummies before them. Expelliarmus, a beam of crimson light erupted from Eli's wand, striking the dummy and sending its weapon flying. The disarming charm, an exceptionally practical combat spell, rendered the enemy weaponless, thus incapacitating their ability to attack. Harry gazed at Eli in awe, his eyes sparkling with wonder. "This is splendid," he thought, envisioning a future where he could effortlessly disarm Voldemort with such finesse. However, Eli's swift hand yanked him back to reality. Focus, we are in class. No daydreaming. Eli shot him a disapproving glance. First, you must become familiar with the incantation. Repeat after me. Expelliarmus, Expelliarmus. Harry stumbled over the words, his confidence wavering. Do not hesitate. You must be resolute and decisive. As you chant, visualize the enemy's weapon being sent flying. The two embarked on a rudimentary lesson in magic, akin to toddlers learning to speak, with Harry's voice nearly straining to the point of exhaustion. Expelliarmus. Eli nodded with satisfaction. Now, grasp your wand firmly. Remember the gesture and incantation, and be decisive. Harry, filled with newfound confidence, aimed his wand at the dummy. Expelliarmus. Eli exclaimed, "Oh dear!" The wand sparked with a few errant sparks. But the brilliant red light of the spell was nowhere to be seen. Theory is one thing, but the reality of practice is an entirely different matter. When Harry finally attempted to cast the disarming charm, chaos ensued, and exasperated Eli began to grumble, channeling Snape's spirit. Are you whispering to avoid alarming the enemy? Use your gestures with conviction. Are you afraid of injuring someone? Ultimately, an irate Eli drew his wand and chased Harry around the room. You incorrigible child. You must be decisive. Casting a spell is not merely reciting words. You must possess a fervent desire to see it come to fruition. Eli seized the trembling Harry and urged, "Look at that dummy. Imagine it as your uncle, Dudley, Snape, or that old Voldemort. Are you enraged? Picture disarming them. Then imagine kicking them soundly with your shoe. Expelliarmus." Dazzling red light sent the dummy reeling, its weapon flying from its grasp. Eli nodded in approval, patting Harry's shoulder. "Well done, you succeeded. Now let us take a break." Suddenly, Harry, in a fit of enthusiasm, lunged at the dummy, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks while shouting curses. All right, enough." Eli rushed to intervene. But it was futile. Harry was thoroughly engrossed in his performance. "Stop. You mustn't strike it any longer. You might injure someone. If you break it, you'll have to pay for it." Breathless, Harry finally ceased his assault. "Harry, Eli, I haven't seen you both all day." After concluding their practice, Eli and Harry sought out Ron, only to find him absent from the common room. They fortuitously encountered him in the Great Hall. "Ron, we were just looking for you." Harry dashed over, eager to invite Ron to join their magical studies. This was Eli's suggestion, as they were unaware of the trials that lay ahead. It would be prudent to enhance their skills. "Looking for me?" Ron replied, having just spent time with Eli learning magic and feeling he had made significant progress. Thus, he was keen to know if Ron would join them. Harry, ever the enthusiastic advocate, was met with Ron's immediate reluctance at the mere mention of studying. Ron's unwillingness was practically written across his face, illustrating his aversion to academic pursuits. "This isn't negotiable," Eli interjected, aware that Harry's approach would not sway Ron. Instead, he opted for a mix of intimidation and persuasion. "Ron, do you wish to flounder during your O.W.L. exams? Particularly in potions, Snape is not one to be trifled with, and a moment's inattention could lead to a poor score." Eli assumed the role of a frightening uncle, instilling a sense of dread in Ron. Ron appeared momentarily stunned, contemplating the consequences of failing an exam and the inevitable wrath of his mother, compounded by the ridicule from Fred and George. His expression darkened as he considered the repercussions. Observing Ron's wavering resolve, Eli seized the moment. "See, if you study with us, you won't have to endure Snape's scowls or fear embarrassing yourself in class. You wouldn't want to risk a bad grade, would you? Harry is joining us too." In that moment, Eli embodied the image of the conniving uncle, and Ron, the poor child, soon found himself ensnared in Eli's scheme. Ron's disinterest in studying was not a disregard for his well-being. He understood all too well the implications of poor grades. His brother Percy, as head boy, often served as a cautionary example for Mrs. Weasley. "Very well," Ron reluctantly conceded, his agreement tinged with reluctance. He truly loathed studying. Did he not find Quidditch exhilarating? Eli's face broke into a victorious grin, while Harry stood by, astonished. Is this truly happening? Are we conspiring in secret? Unacceptable! Fred and George burst onto the scene, cracking jokes. "Come on, tell us, have you two struck some nefarious deal, or perhaps established a covert organization?" Eli listened to their banter, bemusement evident on his face. What on earth are they talking about? In truth, it was nothing of great significance. Eli feigned mystery, and the twins were more than eager to bite. What secret? Do tell. Eli adopted a cryptic demeanor. One, no. You must agree to one condition. The twins exchanged glances. What condition? You must promise to keep it a secret. Under no circumstances can you disclose our secret. The twins relished the intrigue. Their curiosity piqued that we swear to secrecy. Eli nodded in satisfaction, lowering his voice. Our secret is... What is it? Harry and Ron are joining me for lessons. The twins stared blankly, then their faces contorted in disdain. That's it? They exclaimed, incredulous. Shall we join you? The twins erupted in laughter. Perceiving the absurdity of the situation, Eli, while you may be a hero for battling trolls, you don't quite measure up among us third-year students, though they believed Eli had indeed dealt with the troll. They were convinced it was merely a fortunate coincidence. He could not possibly have faced it head dash on. I, in truth, most shared this sentiment. Oh, you don't believe me? Eli exclaimed, slapping the table. I, Eli, am a person of standing. If you don't believe me, then let us have a duel. The twins erupted into laughter, eager to teach this young upstart a lesson. Certainly, but do try not to cry if you lose. We will take care of you. Eli felt a chill run down his spine as he cast a glance at Ron, pondering if they were always this insufferable. But Ron's pained expression spoke volumes about his predicament. The group made their way to the room of requirement, where the twins were practically giddy at discovering such a prime spot for mischief. Eli was unfazed by revealing the location, confident he could persuade them to join his cause, summoning the arena for their contest. Eli positioned himself opposite the twins, with Harry and Ron serving as judges and spectators. The twins, somewhat dismissive, regarded the first year with disdain. Fred, you go first. George, you may not even get a turn. Eli observed as they discussed among themselves. Completely disregarding him, it was time to teach them a lesson. Why not both of you come with me together? The twins blinked in shock. Kids these days are so audacious. What are you staring at? Are you afraid? Eli continued to taunt, exuding bravado. The twins could hardly contain their irritation. We ought to teach this arrogant little brat a lesson. As the twins charged at him, Eli remained unfazed. He had previously quelled an entire first-year Slytherin class single-handedly. Facing two opponents would be a breeze. Legs stiffen, arms seize. The two combatants exhibited an impressive synergy in their duel, with one attacking from above while the other struck from below. They employed spells commonly utilized by students for playful pranks. As this was merely a friendly sparring session, upon casting their spells, both displayed expressions of smug satisfaction, convinced that the first-year student, Eli, would be unable to counter their incantations. Eli, however, remained utterly still, leading them to believe he was rendered speechless by fear. The spell shot forth with remarkable speed, reaching Eli in the blink of an eye. Harry and Ron widened their eyes in anticipation, eager to witness how Eli would respond. Spell stop, with a flick of his wand. Eli effortlessly dispelled both incantations into nothingness. What? The twins were left utterly flabbergasted. They had never anticipated that Eli could so nonchalantly neutralize their spells. Losing focus during a duel is certainly not a commendable habit. Disarming charm. The twins were positioned closely together, rendering them both targets of Eli's disarming spell. This adept application of magic was a clear indication of Eli's rising proficiency. Caught completely off guard, the twins were swiftly toppled to the ground, their wands flying into Eli's grasp. They were thoroughly disarmed, utterly defeated. Well, what do you say? Are you convinced? Eli wore a self-satisfied grin. The twins, slightly disheveled, replied, We concede. You must teach us. Thus the twins willingly boarded Eli's ship of mischief, prompting a triumphant smile to spread across Eli's face. Everyone, I've been contemplating an idea, Eli said, returning the wands to the twins with a serious demeanor. Now we shall heed your counsel, Professor Hall. Eli paid no mind to the twins' banter, casting them a sidelong glance. I propose we establish a dueling club. The individuals present exchanged bewildered glances until the twins suddenly erupted into cheers, declaring it a splendid idea. Pray tell, what makes it so splendid? Eli teased the twins, who excitedly chimed in, We can openly prank people. It'll be like a Roman Colosseum. It'll be absolutely thrilling. Eli had expected something more profound from them. Yet they remained fixated on their mischievous antics. I am endeavoring to contribute to the elevation of Hogwarts student standards. You know, shouldn't Dumbledore express his gratitude for my efforts? Moreover, being well-versed in the narrative, he knew that if events unfolded as they traditionally did, a battle for Hogwarts would erupt years later, resulting in significant casualties among the students. This initiative could serve as preparation for the potential conflict ahead, sweating now to minimize bloodshed later. The notion of a dueling club garnered the support of Harry and Ron, as adventurous Gryffindors are often intrigued by novel endeavors. However, establishing a club is not as simple as it sounds. Akin to Muggle universities, it requires an application to IT. Seemed he would need to find time to visit Professor McGonagall. Coincidentally, he also wished to inquire about the training methods for becoming an animagus. He had long desired to experience the sensation of transforming into a small creature, which had nothing to do with the girls' restroom. With the dueling club proposition officially set in motion, the day's studies came to a close. Seizing the moment, Eli decided to seek out Professor McGonagall immediately. Although it was the Christmas holiday, and some professors were absent from the school, Eli was aware that Professor McGonagall remained present. Upon reaching her office, he knocked gently on the door. Moments later, the door opened to reveal Professor McGonagall, her hair casually tied back, a departure from her usual stern appearance, making her seem considerably more approachable. "Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall." Eli greeted her politely, presenting himself as a model student. "Eli, what brings you here?" Professor McGonagall appeared to be in good spirits during her time away from work. "Professor, I wish to establish a club." Eli stated directly, avoiding any unnecessary preamble. Professor McGonagall was taken aback. The establishment of clubs at Hogwarts was quite rare, and it had been ages since a student had made such a request. "Come in. Let us discuss this further." She invited him inside. Stepping into her office, Eli immediately noted the meticulous arrangement of the room, with bookshelves neatly lined with volumes, even organized alphabetically. He also observed many Quidditch magazines strewn across her desk. Confirming the rumors of her fervent enthusiasm for the sport, "Mr. Hall, perhaps you could elaborate on the type of club you wish to create." "Certainly. My friends and I hope to form a dueling club to facilitate the exchange of magical insights among students." Eli felt a pang of anxiety. The nature of the club was rather sensitive, and he feared possible rejection. As expected, upon hearing the name of the club, Professor McGonagall frowned. Eli's heart sank at her reaction. It was no wonder she hesitated. While the school would not prevent students from forming clubs, had he proposed a study group, or even a Bertie Bott's every flavor beans exchange, she would have readily agreed. Unfortunately, a dueling club posed significant risks, and allowing students to engage in combat could lead to unforeseen accidents. Professor McGonagall's greatest fear was student injury. After a moment's contemplation, her expression turned serious. "Mr. Hall, I must inform you that there have been previous attempts to establish dueling clubs at the school, all of which were disbanded due to safety incidents. Can you assure me of how you plan to address these safety concerns?" Eli was momentarily taken aback. He had only just resolved to establish the dueling club and had not considered these implications. Caught unprepared, he hastily formulated a response. "Perhaps we could invite a professor to oversee the dueling instruction?" This seemed a prudent approach. Surely having a professor present would alleviate concerns. Professor McGonagall nodded, considering it a reasonable suggestion. However, professors have their own teaching responsibilities. Do you believe you can persuade one to oversee your dueling instruction? Eli was momentarily stumped. Indeed, where would a professor find the time to guide a group of rambunctious students in dueling? The second cold splash of reality hit him. Nonetheless, he was reluctant to surrender. The establishment of the dueling club was a crucial part of his plan, and he had to push forward. "Professor, we will make every effort to persuade a professor," Eli said earnestly, fixing his gaze on her. Perhaps swayed by Eli's determination, or perhaps hoping for increased student interaction, Professor McGonagall granted him an opportunity. "Very well. If you can convince at least one professor to assist you, I will give my approval." She smiled at him, adding, "I recommend Professor Flitwick. He was a dueling champion in his youth, and he would be perfectly suited to guide you." With Professor McGonagall relenting, Eli finally exhaled in relief. There was hope after all. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall. We will endeavor to persuade Professor Flitwick. Then I shall write a letter of recommendation to Professor Flitwick. The rest is up to you." Good luck. Eli was exhilarated. With Professor McGonagall's assistance, he felt a significant step towards success had been achieved, that he stood, bowing slightly to express his gratitude. Professor McGonagall was thoroughly pleased with this bright, eager, and polite student. Is there anything else, Mr. Hall? Eli composed himself. Aside from the dueling club, he had another serious matter to discuss. He endeavored to appear earnest. Professor, I wish to inquire about animagus transformation. At the mention of this, Professor McGonagall's demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming exceedingly grave. Mr. Hall, I must inform you that becoming an animagus is an exceptionally dangerous and advanced form of transfiguration, absolutely unsuitable for a first-year student. In fact, the majority of adults struggle to achieve it. Even before posing the question, Eli had anticipated Professor McGonagall's reaction, fully aware of the inherent dangers involved. No, Professor, I assure you, while I aspire to master this magic, at present, I merely wish to gain a deeper understanding. Professor McGonagall's complexion had improved significantly. At least this little fellow had refrained from uttering the absurdities he had been contemplating. It is quite commendable, Mr. Hall, to possess such aspirations. As your Transfiguration professor, I feel obliged to assist you in mastering the art of transfiguration. However, before we proceed, I would like to assess your current capabilities. Eli felt a surge of confidence. This was no problem at all. Professor, I am ready to accept the challenge. McGonagall produced a cup and placed it on the table. Please transfigure it into a toad, a living one, to the best of your ability. Eli drew forth his wand and gradually channeled his magical energy. The cup began to undergo a transformation that he was extremely cautious. For transfiguration demanded precise control over one's magical prowess, let alone the endeavor of converting an inanimate object into a living creature. Even at his current level, he had to tread carefully as he observed the cup slowly morphing. McGonagall's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Eli retracted his wand, and the original cup had now transformed into a croaking toad. Excellent work, Eli. I dare say your transfiguration skills rival those of upperclassmen. McGonagall retrieved a book titled Animagus Transformation Guide, surprisingly authored by herself. Study this book thoroughly, and feel free to consult me with any questions. Additionally, please submit a learning report every 2 weeks. Eli, initially beaming with joy at receiving the book, felt his smile falter upon hearing about the learning report. Professors are notoriously efficient in their dealings. And just a day later, Eli received a reply from Professor Flitwick. Observing the panting owl, he feared its wings might give out under the strain. The owl pecked at Eli's hand, signaling for a tip. After providing it with a morsel of lizard jerky, it flew away. Holding Flitwick's letter, Eli felt a flutter of anxiety. What if the professor declined his invitation? Yet, with the letter in hand, he felt as though he were unwrapping a mystery box. As he opened the letter, he read with fervor, "Success." Eli nearly leapt for joy. Not only had Professor Flitwick agreed, but he also expressed great enthusiasm for Eli's invitation. This was a splendid opportunity for Flitwick to showcase his skills before his students. Being a half-breed fairy, he was quite diminutive in stature and usually appeared very amiable, leading students to underestimate him as a dueling master. Having once been a champion duelist, he harbored a deep love for the craft, but his teaching responsibilities had prevented him from demonstrating his prowess. Thus, when Eli established the Dueling Club and invited him as a mentor, it finally granted him an opportunity to shine. Furthermore, driven by his trust in Eli, who was known for his diligence, exceptional talent, and politeness, Flitwick had repeatedly remarked that Eli was the most gifted student he had encountered. Hence, when Eli extended the invitation, Flitwick readily accepted, even requesting the owl to expedite the delivery of his response. Consequently, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Eli's Dueling Club was poised to receive approval. Shortly thereafter, McGonagall delivered a letter confirming that his Dueling Club had indeed been sanctioned and would be announced on the school bulletin board. This was precisely what Eli desired. He wished to attract more members to the Dueling Club. He harbored no fear of being overwhelmed by participants. Quite frankly, apart from the professors, there was no one in the school who could rival him. Thus, he remained entirely unfazed. He penned 2 letters, one to Harry, Ron, and the other to the twins, sharing the joyous news of the club's establishment. I, Eli, am now in charge. In high spirits, he resumed his study of the guidebook provided by Professor McGonagall. This is what it means to be a top student, always ready to learn at a moment's notice. Harry and his friends had remarked more than once that Eli should have been sorted into Ravenclaw. Hermione echoed this sentiment as well. These two were, without a doubt, academic zealots. Eli felt honored to receive such a title. Upon acquiring the book yesterday, he had delved into it for an entire night. It must be said that Professor McGonagall, as a master of Transfiguration, had penned an exceptional work. Moreover, she was among the few remaining animagi in all of England. There were scarcely a handful. This book on animagus transformation meticulously detailed the process of becoming an animagus, including numerous challenges one might encounter along the way and their potential solutions. To call this the ultimate supplementary material would be an understatement. After thorough study, Eli concluded that training to become an animagus was indeed a formidable task, fraught with peril and complexity. Firstly, one must hold a leaf of mandrake in their mouth during a full moon, retaining it until the next full moon. Throughout this period, one cannot swallow or expel it. Otherwise, one must start anew. This is akin to a mental challenge, eating and drinking while living in constant apprehension. After the full moon, the leaf must be removed and placed in a crystal vial filled with saliva. How utterly revolting! Furthermore, if the day is overcast and the moon is obscured, one must begin the process all over again. What a formidable psychological burden! If the previous steps are successfully completed, one must then add a strand of their own hair and a spoonful of dew collected over 7 days without exposure to sunlight or human interference. One might wonder how this is even feasible. If I am human, then how can I ensure the dew is untouched by humanity? Next, one must include the pupa of a boggart. And finally, the mixture must be placed in a location devoid of sunlight and living creatures, preferably buried, until a stormy day arrives, at which point the potion may be successfully extracted. While waiting for a thunderstorm, one must recite incantations at sunrise and sunset until the sensation of a second heartbeat is felt. Upon reading these convoluted instructions, Eli nearly erupted in expletives that he could scarcely fathom what the first wizard to complete the animagus transformation endured. The steps were not only laborious, but did not guarantee success. Many who managed to create the potion ultimately failed to transform. According to Professor McGonagall's research, this failure is often linked to insufficient magical power. The transformation of an animagus consumes an immense amount of magical energy, and if one runs out during the process, they risk becoming permanently trapped in their intermediate form, perhaps as a lizard person. Maintaining one's life would be a blessing, as many have paid the ultimate price. Moreover, animagi can only transform into ordinary animals. Historically, there have been no recorded instances of animagi transforming into magical creatures. However, Eli speculated that this might have something to do with the soul. The souls of magical creatures tend to be far more potent than those of ordinary beings. Thus, transforming into a magical creature would impose a greater burden on one's soul, explaining why many are simply incapable of becoming magical animals. Of course, this is merely conjecture based on Professor McGonagall's insights. At his current level, successfully completing the animagus transformation would be unprecedented. Achieving such a feat at a young age would be nothing short of miraculous. Nevertheless, Eli was determined to accomplish this marvel, as his magical power and soul were already considerably more robust than others, and they were still on an upward trajectory. Once his transfiguration skills improved, success would likely follow. Yet therein lay the challenge. He must balance his academic coursework, study potion making under Snape, maintain the Dueling Club, and eventually manage a potion factory. Eli's mind felt as though it were swelling with responsibilities. He wished he could split himself into several parts. Was there truly no magical means for duplication? He could only hope to establish the potion factory swiftly. Once he had a little financial backing, he would revel in the bittersweet struggle. Thus, Eli assigned himself an additional task: to complete the animagus transformation before summer break. Of course, this was not feasible at present. Winter offered no thunderstorms. At the very least, spring would provide the necessary conditions. Therefore, Eli had time to accumulate knowledge in Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall would offer him considerable support. Eli promptly wrote to his family, requesting additional books on human anatomy. After all, he would be undertaking human transfiguration. How could he proceed without an understanding of the human body? However, there would be no opportunities for practical application. He certainly could not practice on his roommate. Speaking of roommates, oh dear, that thought was entirely misplaced. How could he possibly consider dissecting his adorable roommates? Draco's petite frame might be suited for such an endeavor. Ah, what a strange thought. How quickly it must be banished from my mind. Malfoy Manor. Draco suddenly sneezed. During the Christmas holiday, with no classes to attend, Eli spent each day either teaching Harry and his friends magic or secluding himself in the room of requirement. Delving into the studies of transfiguration and potions, the books purchased by the Halls had arrived long ago, comprising a collection of highly authoritative anatomy texts. Eli spent his days immersed in the detailed illustrations of the human body. Now, upon seeing Harry and his companions, he couldn't help but envision anatomical diagrams. "Come, flex your biceps." Eli instructed Harry on the wand movement for a spell. "What?" Harry replied, slightly flustered as he raised his hand awkwardly. Eli rubbed his temples, fearing he might be losing his grip on the art of learning. Nevertheless, it became evident that such study had greatly enhanced his transfiguration skills. The learning report he submitted to Professor McGonagall included insights from his recent anatomical studies. "Eli, I must say, this certainly qualifies as an exceptional paper on transfiguration," Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her glasses perched on her nose as she scrutinized Eli's report, her face beaming with delight. It was a rare sight to witness Professor McGonagall so exuberant. The last instance seemed to coincide with Harry's triumph in securing the Quidditch match for Gryffindor. "This is all thanks to the book you provided me," Eli remarked, keenly aware of the professor's appreciation. "Oh, Eli, you needn't be so modest. Even if I had given this book to someone else, they would not have produced such a paper. This is entirely your own merit." Professor McGonagall showed no hint of claiming credit, generously showering Eli with praise. Eli felt his cheeks warm. Was it customary for wizards to be so forthright in their commendations? The discourse regarding the connection between human anatomy and transfiguration was simply brilliant. A most innovative approach. Professor McGonagall meticulously filed away the paper. "Eli, I wonder if you would be interested in publishing your article in the Transfiguration Journal. I happen to be the academic advisor for today's Transfiguration." Professor McGonagall's anticipation was palpable, a rarity for someone so composed that, in her youth, she had published articles in this esteemed academic journal and even received the most promising newcomer award. It is worth mentioning that Dumbledore had also published exceptional works during his time as a student, at least one of which pertained to interspecies transfiguration. To publish in such a journal while still a student is undoubtedly a remarkable achievement, especially considering Eli was only in his first year. Eli did not hesitate. He did not wish to disappoint Professor McGonagall. He understood the sentiment of a distinguished scholar encountering an excellent piece of work, particularly when it originated from one of her students. "It would be an honor, Professor." Professor McGonagall was overjoyed. Eli felt a profound sense of accomplishment. How many could claim such an honor? Feeling quite proud, he straightened his posture before bidding farewell to Professor McGonagall. As Eli exited the office, he nearly burst into laughter. Why nearly? Just as he was about to erupt in joy, Harry unexpectedly appeared. Ahem! Eli stifled his laughter, rolling his eyes in surprise at, "Oh, Eli, what is the matter?" Eli's cheeks flushed, and he coughed, nearly brought to tears as he shot Harry an irritated glance. "Isn't it because of it? Me?" Harry replied, utterly perplexed. Eli couldn't be bothered to explain why he had suddenly arrived. "We haven't even started practicing magic today. I heard you were here, so I came to find you." It must be said that Harry had indeed changed considerably, although he still wasn't fond of reading. He had developed a keen interest in spells and dueling. Now, he was actively seeking Eli's guidance. Ever since learning about the Auror profession from Ron, he had mentioned more than once his desire to become one. Aurors were akin to police officers, albeit fewer in number and with a high entry threshold. Had Harry continued on his previous path without the professor's help, the prospect of becoming an Auror would have been utterly unattainable. However, things had changed. Eli was dedicated in his teaching, and Harry, possessing remarkable innate talent, was making rapid progress. Eli had sensed that Harry's magical prowess was significantly above that of his peers, given his lineage as a pure-blood descendant. After all, How else could he stand against Voldemort? The two made their way to the room of requirement, where Ron and the twins had already arrived. "Hello, Professor," the twins quipped, their banter having become a familiar occurrence for Eli. "Today, I will teach you Transfiguration." "Transfiguration?" they echoed. "Indeed. Allow me to demonstrate first. Pay close attention. I am about to transform." Later that evening, after a day of learning, Eli prepared to embark on an exploration of the Forbidden Forest. However, today was different. A slight ripple in the air signaled the presence of Eli's disillusionment charm. He approached the stone carving of the hunchbacked one-eyed, which, separate and reveal, the statue slowly parted, unveiling a secret passage. This was information the twins had shared with Eli, leading to Honeyduke's sweet shop in Hogsmeade. Eli donned his undetectable extension charm bag, filled with various materials harvested from the acromantula. Today, he intended to sell some of these items in exchange for galleons. This was not his first endeavor. He made a trip once a month, selling off a portion. Why sell in batches? It was the principle of scarcity. If he were to present an entire bag at once, how could he expect a fair price? The seller might not even be interested. This was also a strategy to accumulate funds for establishing a potion factory, what one might call the initial accumulation of capital. Alas, the poor acromantula. Since Eli's arrival, the creatures in the Forbidden Forest had fared much better, as the threat of the acromantula had diminished significantly. He certainly owed a debt of gratitude to Aragog. His progeny had not only fortified Eli's spirit, but also swelled his coffers. More excellent materials. The shopkeeper had grown accustomed to Eli's presence, this diminutive figure clad in black robes. Initially, he had presumed Eli to be a Hogwarts student and had sternly warned him against engaging with the acromantula. After consuming a potion, Eli's voice took on an elderly tone, and the shopkeeper no longer held any grievances. Of course, Barkley, my materials have never been subpar. The proprietor led Eli to the back room, where Eli released all the materials for inspection. Quite good, all quality items. The shopkeeper produced a pouch of coins, handing it to Eli. "Here are 5,000 galleons. Count it." Eli accepted the pouch. "No need. I trust your integrity." He turned to exit. Just then, Barkley abruptly called out, "Wait a moment." Eli turned, puzzled, as Barkley glanced around cautiously. Eli wondered why the shopkeeper seemed so anxious within his own establishment. Barkley leaned in and whispered, "You'd best not return here. Leave quickly. Someone is watching you. Ill intentions are at play." With that, Barkley resumed his normal demeanor and returned to the counter. Eli walked straight out. "Watching me? Who would be watching me? Why?" Eli pondered as he walked along the path. Contemplating what could have transpired, he speculated it might relate to those materials. However, acromantula were not particularly rare, nor were they prohibited items. Why would anyone take an interest? He was thoroughly baffled. Suddenly, Eli, who had been walking along the main road, veered into the woods. This was not the way back to school. Stupefied, a spell suddenly struck from behind, and just as it was about to hit Eli, a shimmering silver barrier materialized to shield him. Intrigued, Eli turned to confront whoever had taken an interest in him. "Not going to show yourself?" Eli scanned the surroundings but found no one. However, magic could not be concealed. Sectum sempra, an invisible blade sliced through a tree, producing no sound, and the tree was cleaved in two. A figure stumbled out from behind the tree. "Who are you?" Eli pointed his wand at the man. And even the disillusionment charm proved ineffective. He was certainly not an Auror. The individual clumsily rose to his feet, casting a resentful glare at Eli. "You sneaky scoundrel. You've provoked someone you ought not to have." Eli scoffed. If he could outsmart Voldemort, there was no one he couldn't handle. "You had best speak quickly, or I shall have no choice but to delve into your mind posthumously." The pale tip of his wand emitted a gray light, causing the man to feel a shiver of trepidation. Yet, he continued to glare at Eli in silence. "Disarm." A crimson beam sent the man's wand flying away. It seemed there was no room for negotiation. "Was there? Let me guess. I stand in the way of your profits, defenseless and stripped of any means of resistance." The man's expression shifted upon hearing Eli's words. Eli keenly detected this subtle change. Had he hit the mark? "Reveal the identity of her benefactor to me, and you may depart with your dignity intact. Refuse, and I shall ensure your demise is dignified." The menacing tone startled the man, yet stripped of resistance. He erupted in a fit of despairing rage. "You bastard! You delude yourself! You will die! You will surely perish! Ha! Sleep now!" Eli was disinclined to listen to his ramblings, advancing as his wand shimmered with a silver glow. Legilimens, a silver chain of light manifested at the man's temple as Eli drew forth his memories. This was the man's recollection, extracted by Eli's legilimency. If it were Dumbledore, a mere glance into his eyes would suffice. Eli, however, required the incantation. Alas, he was far from possessing the prowess of truly powerful wizards. Currently, he could not even best an aura, merely managing to put up a fight. This man was significantly weaker than a trained elite wizard, barely superior to a seventh-year student, whom Eli could easily overpower. Having secured the man's memories, he resolved to review them later, as he lacked a pensieve to examine them directly. In hindsight, he should have delved into the memories before the man lost consciousness. Eli glanced at the unconscious figure and murmured, "Ultimate death. A gray light extinguishes life. Soul reap. Ah, the essence of a wizard's soul is surely superior to that of spider." The moment this man dared to assault him, he was fated to die. Eli had no intention of letting a tiger return to the mountains. Voldemort sought to eliminate Harry out of fear, and now Eli too felt a similar apprehension. Observing the lifeless body on the ground, he pondered if it might still hold some utility. Was this even intelligible? The Shrieking Shack, a notorious haunt of spirits, where the villagers of Hogsmeade never dared to tread. Ah, lacking tools, yet magic is a wondrous asset. The once desolate Shrieking Shack now housed two individuals. More accurately, one standing Eli and the other, the specter of the assailant he had slain, after reviewing the memories. The information gleaned was limited due to his insufficient mastery of memory magic. However, one crucial detail emerged: Bork. Indeed, the very Bork of Borgin and Berks, who had once sold a vial, nay, a trove of poisons. Little did he expect that the dealings of Borgin and Berks in Diagon Alley extended so far, that the magical materials he sold had encroached upon their market. What Eli remained unaware of was that while the acromantula was not exceedingly rare, the market had long been monopolized by Bork, resulting in a lack of suppliers for the eight-eyed giant spider's materials. When Eli began selling these materials in bulk, the Bork family dispatched agents to uncover the identity of the seller and bring him to justice. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Eli, leading to their demise and the absorption of their very soul. Now, it was time for the remnants of his corporeal form to serve one last purpose. Eli, having received formal education, was not a saint, but was at least of average capability. Yet he harbored no sympathy for those who wished him harm. Magic lifted the corpse. With a gentle wave of his wand, Eli meticulously separated the skin and muscle. Practical application always proved more profound than theoretical knowledge. After an extensive study of dissection texts, Eli now resembled a true scientist, with magic facilitating his endeavors, thanks to Snape's assistance in honing his magical control. Otherwise, the body would have been in tatters. Nonetheless, things were not entirely perfect. His control over magic remained inadequate, and he inadvertently damaged some tissues. However, overall, it was manageable. Nearby floated a sheet of parchment and a feather quill that wrote of its own accord. This was no trivial expense, yet for Eli's current wealth, it was but a trifle. Prolonged, meticulous control of his magic caused a fine sheen of sweat to form on Eli's brow, yet even as it trickled into his eyes, he remained undeterred, seemingly entranced in an altered state of extreme focus. After nearly an entire night of labor, what lay before him could no longer be considered merely a body. Various tissues were unfurled like totems. Upon completion in the final moment, Eli collapsed onto the ground, a sharp pain piercing his head, not from the depletion of magic, but rather the significant toll of extended magical manipulation on his mental faculties. Yet, gazing at the parchment filled with meticulous notes, Eli donned a satisfied smile. Every effort was worth it. Blood magic. A scarlet beam shot forth from Eli's wand, instantly causing the blood within the lifeless husk to congeal. Alas, it was still not quite perfect. Observing the charred sections, Eli shook his head. This was the blood-curdling curse. Its name may appear innocuous, yet any creature struck by its force would succumb to death from coagulated blood within moments. However, The effect Eli had just unleashed was somewhat excessive, resulting in some areas becoming carbonized. While this perhaps indicated greater lethality, it also underscored his limited mastery over magic and spells, marking the largest chasm between him and advanced wizards. Yet, he was merely a first-year student. Time was on his side. With a flick of his wand, the parchment and quill were stowed away in his bag. He doused the remnants with bone-disintegrating potion. Erasing all traces in an instant, surveying the shrieking shack, he mused that it made for an excellent secret hideout. It was rarely visited, and the nearby residents never approached. Thus, whatever Eli did here would remain undiscovered. The Room of Requirement could not solely belong to him, especially with the possibility of being discovered by Dumbledore at school. If today's experiment were to come to light, he could easily face expulsion. It was best that Dumbledore remained oblivious to his practice of dark magic. Who could guarantee his stance on such matters was tolerant? Forbidding Eli from engaging with dark magic was impractical. Indeed, most offensive spells wielded by dark magic were superior to those of light. As for the other wizards who spoke of the corrupting allure of dark magic, such claims were mere fabrications meant to deceive children. Dark magic may indeed possess strange and malevolent effects, but it lacked the power to seduce the heart. It was often the practitioner who became overly enamored with power. Of course, true maleficent magic did exist. The killing curse, such a spell, was indeed to be avoided. What incantation did Voldemort employ to create Horcruxes and fragment his soul? It was the killing curse. This curse not only obliterated other souls, but also harmed the soul of the caster. Just look at Voldemort's later deranged demeanor. It was certainly influenced by the killing curse. In contrast, Eli's inadvertently created ultimate death was far more benign. At the very least, Eli had not experienced any adverse effects. And the spell did not annihilate the soul. Rather, it severed the connection between the soul and the body, akin to extinguishing life itself. Moreover, Dumbledore never explicitly forbade him from using this spell. Did he? Anyway, when the time comes, it will be blamed on old Dang for not reminding. Haha. Speaking of dark magic, Eli is not merely learning from old Voldemort's memories. Snape is also instructing him. The disarming charm, known as the Godric's Hollow, was taught by Snape, and it is a technique he devised himself. A truly effective spell, as for dark magic. Eli is determined to master it. He is not a noble white wizard. Once he excels in the dark arts, this world shall become his domain as the dark god of Gunera. Ahem, I digress. Eli returned to the castle as dawn broke. Never mind, I shall not study today. I hereby grant myself permission. At that moment, in Nocturne Alley, in Borgin and Berkst, Mr. Borgin, Kester hasn't returned. He must be dead. A man clad in black with slick back hair spoke respectfully to the hunched figure behind the counter. Dead. A greasy voice emerged from beneath oily hair, laced with a hint of chill. The man in black bowed even lower. Should we not capture that owner to ascertain the identity of the seller? Borgin pondered for a moment, then sneered. No need. After this scare, he won't show his face for some time. Remember, our target is galleons, not murder. During this period, that old fool Dumbledore has been pressuring the Ministry of Magic. And that soft-hearted fudge has begun to suppress dark wizards everywhere. We must not draw attention to ourselves. Understood. The man nodded. Borgin continued. However, we must still send someone to keep an eye on that side, particularly on the movements of Hogwarts. The man furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting this matter is related to Hogwarts? Borgin ceased fiddling with his greasy hair. The man quickly fell silent. Why is my holiday balance insufficient again? Eli expressed his reluctance to attend school. Self-study is far more appealing, is it not? During this brief Christmas break, Eli not only successfully established a dueling club, but also significantly improved his Transfiguration skills. Even publishing 3 papers on Transfiguration today, Professor McGonagall was so excited that she declared her intention to recommend Eli for the Most Promising Newcomer Award. The editor of today's Transfiguration magazine directly contacted Eli, expressing great optimism about him. This means that the Newcomer Award is almost certainly Eli's to claim. Eli remarked, I am indeed remarkable. As the saying goes, fame brings fear, and pigs fear growth. Eli began to gain a modicum of recognition in the Transfiguration academic circle. And given his astonishing age, others began to approach him. They were merely trying to court a future master. Various forums and lecture invitations poured in, all of which Eli declined. What a joke! Why would I waste my time chatting with you lot when I have research to conduct? This disdain for reputation garnered Professor McGonagall's admiration, and even Dumbledore took the time to write him a letter of praise. And so, the newcomer award was announced, and indeed, it was Eli's. There was to be an award ceremony, which Eli initially planned to skip. However, upon learning of the 1,000-galleon reward, he thought, well, it's just a trip. That day, the Daily Prophet widely reported the news that a first-year wizard from Hogwarts had won the prestigious newcomer award from an authoritative academic journal. This newcomer is astonishingly new. In no time, the entire magical world was abuzz with this news. Some were amazed, others skeptical, but Eli, the subject of the attention, felt quite overwhelmed. He wished to continue flying under the radar. But with this announcement, how could he? He hoped that old Voldemort would not notice him too soon. Otherwise, he might meet an untimely end. Nevertheless, his mentors and friends were genuinely delighted for him. Professor McGonagall, with a wave of her hand, awarded Slytherin 100 points. She immediately began to explain animagi to Eli. Old Dumbledore sneakily sent him a rather shabby notebook, which Eli almost disdainfully tossed aside. However, after flipping through a few pages, he nearly sealed the thing and wore it around his neck. Dumbledore's notes. The notes of a legendary wizard. Absolutely a treasure. Such supplementary materials as 3-year simulations and 5-year transfiguration resources pale in comparison. Snape sent a small vial of potion, and Eli barely restrained the urge to sell it. Felix Felicis, it is said that consuming it brings good fortune for a time, allowing one to find success in all endeavors. Hermione sent a letter several pages long, expressing her astonishment and requesting to learn from him. Harry and Ron remained blissfully unaware, as they were completely disinterested. Eli shared the good news with his family, and Mrs. Hall nearly burst from the letter to shower him with kisses. That Mr. Hall expressed gratitude for their excellent guidance, while Eli scoffed internally but dared not voice it. This holiday was exceptionally fulfilling for Eli, and he lamented the return to school, where there would be little time for research. However, the school year must commence. He is not the headmaster. Students returned to school in droves, and Hermione immediately sought out Eli. In the Great Hall, she exclaimed, "I can hardly believe it." Eli covered his head, wishing to cast a silencing charm on himself, while Harry and Ron ravenously devoured their food. That little which is terrifying. And then, I found Nicholas Flamel. When Hermione uttered her last sentence, the hall fell silent, and the 3 useless men raised their heads in unison. "You saw him?" Ron asked in disbelief. Hermione shot him a glare. "Of course not. He is an extremely renowned alchemist." An alchemist? What does that imply about what is hidden on the 3rd floor? Compared to Ron, Harry managed to grasp the crux of the matter. During the holiday, he had spent his time either studying with Eli or playing, having long forgotten about Nicholas Flamel. Hermione beckoned them to lean closer. "The Philosopher's Stone." "What?" Harry and Ron exclaimed in unison, immediately inviting Hermione and Eli's disdain. Eli could not help but lament that only Hermione had uncovered the truth. Those 2 fools did not even know what the Philosopher's Stone was. The Philosopher's Stone is an exceedingly rare treasure, containing immense magical power, capable of transmuting base metals into gold, and most importantly, granting immortality. We must inform the professors, but the professors may not believe us. Then we should find Hagrid. Harry was resolute in his intention to thwart Snape. Eli felt a pang of sympathy for the headmaster. That evening, at the appointed time, Eli adeptly rolled out of bed. His nightly escapades in the Forbidden Forest had transformed him into the new Night Prince. Following the twins, the routine was seamless, ensuring he would not be discovered. "Where are you going?" A sudden voice startled Eli, causing him to jump. "Draco." Eli turned to see the flamboyant figure with slicked back hair. "Are you going out for a night stroll again?" Draco stepped forward. Eli awkwardly chuckled. "Not at all. I just need to use the restroom." Draco wore an expression of having seen through his ruse. "You don't have to pretend. I've noticed you going out every night and returning quite late." Eli was astonished. "Good heavens, you stay awake at night to spy on me. Something's off with you." "Oh, what?" "I just like night strolls. What's it to you?" Since he had already been discovered, Eli decided to drop the act. That Draco's face flickered with conflict. Then he summoned his courage. I want to go too. If you don't take me, I will inform the professors. Eli was taken aback, impressed by Draco's audacity to threaten him for the sake of a night adventure. Eli contemplated that bringing Draco along would mean he would learn about the Philosopher's Stone and the Dragon Egg. Indeed, Hagrid was busy hatching an egg. However, while Draco was a bit of a troublemaker, he was not yet a Death Eater, and knowing about the Philosopher's Stone wouldn't lead to any malicious intent. As for the Dragon Egg, Eli recalled that Draco seemed particularly fond of dragons. Otherwise, why would his name be associated with one? I can take you, but you must promise to keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, Draco's face paled at the thought, but curiosity triumphed over fear. All right, I swear on my pure blood honor. Eli nodded, observing Draco's well-prepared attire. He had clearly been planning this for a while. Let us go. Draco rubbed his hands together in excitement. Eli cast the disillusionment charm on the two of them. Draco's eyes widened. Cool. As soon as they spoke, the disillusionment charm was automatically lifted. Eli slapped Draco on the forehead, urging him to be silent. Otherwise, the effect would dissipate. Poor child, I would have to cast it again. Eli recast the disillusionment charm. Draco, feeling quite aggrieved, trailed behind. The two arrived outside the castle, where the dim glow of Hagrid's hut was faintly visible. Eli, is it a Malfoy? Harry and his companions were about to pull Eli towards Hagrid's hut when they suddenly noticed that a Malfoy was following him. What is wrong, Weasley? Is it only you who can come? Draco and Ron had a particularly antagonistic relationship, stemming from their family feud. They were utterly unprepared for Eli bringing along the detested Malfoy, and their expressions soured immediately. Eli, why did you? Harry asked in confusion. While Draco shot him a taunting look, Eli nudged Draco, signaling him to quell his temper. Leaning closer to the group, Eli whispered, he spotted me when I was sneaking out, so I brought him along. If I drag him into this, he won't dare to tell. Hermione cast Eli an impressed glance, and Harry and Ron's expressions softened somewhat. However, seeing Draco's smug demeanor reignited their annoyance. All right, we don't have much time. Let's hurry. The five of them knocked on Hagrid's door. Hagrid opened the door, apologizing that he couldn't entertain guests today, and he immediately attempted to close it. Do we know about the Philosopher's Stone? Hermione suddenly exclaimed. Hagrid paused mid-motion, his expression transforming into one of shock as he peered at the group of youngsters outside. How could you possibly know? Come in. They filed in one after another. Only Draco was left in the dark, utterly puzzled. What Philosopher's Stone? No one answered him. Eli gestured for him to hold his questions for now. Snape is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry appeared somewhat impatient. Hagrid looked as though he had heard something preposterous. You can't possibly still suspect him. He's one of the professors responsible for guarding it. Realizing he had let something slip, Hagrid's expression shifted. Eli chuckled wryly. Having already said so much, it no longer mattered. One of the professors. So, there are other professors who set traps and spells? Hermione quickly seized upon Hagrid's words. Hagrid, flustered from his repeated slips, exclaimed, You shouldn't be concerned with this matter. He's a professor, Harry pressed on. Even so, that doesn't rule out the possibility of him being involved in a heist. Eli remained silent, for the true drama of the evening had nothing to do with the Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid owned a large black dog that appeared quite formidable, yet its temperament was quite contrary to its imposing size. That I warn you, don't come any closer. Eli nervously watched as the drooling, goofy dog approached him. The dog seemed particularly interested in Eli, inching closer. Hey, don't come over here, slurp. The dog licked Eli's face. Eli exclaimed, Oh no, I'm tainted now. Nobby, no mischief. Hagrid scolded the dog sternly, causing it to settle down. Eli hurriedly wiped his face. Suddenly, a pot over the fire made a clattering noise, and Hagrid turned around eagerly to know, This is wonderful. Hagrid was eager to retrieve its contents, nearly forgetting to put on gloves. A dragon egg? Draco, who had been bewildered by the earlier conversation, suddenly brightened at the sight of what Hagrid was holding. A dragon egg? Hermione and the others exchanged astonished glances with Draco, then turned to Hagrid's large egg. Draco and Harry rushed over, for this was indeed a rare find. Dragons were inherently dangerous creatures, rated at least 5 stars for danger and strictly regulated by the Ministry of Magic. One would rarely encounter them, let alone a hatching dragon egg. Draco, looking as though he might drool, made Eli uncertain whether he was captivated by its appearance or tempted to consume. "It's a Norwegian ridgeback," Draco exclaimed. Ron looked skeptically at him. "How do you know?" Draco shot him a glance. "Of course, I can tell by the shell. Norwegian ridgeback eggs are smooth and colorful. You must have never seen one." Weasley. Ron's face turned crimson. Crack. The eggshell was suddenly breached from within, and a small dragon that resembled a lizard with wings stumbled out. Making a few calls to Hagrid's eyes sparkled with maternal affection. "Oh, Dobby, my little darling," he reached out to playfully tease the small dragon, eliciting a few cries from it. Hagrid's heart melted. "Oh, look, it thinks I'm its mother." The five of them watched in bemusement as Hagrid's maternal instincts overflowed. Suddenly, the little dragon spat a burst of flame at Hagrid, singeing part of his beard. Hagrid hastily extinguished the flames, saying he's a bit nervous. Draco kept his gaze fixed on the little dragon, warning, "You'd better be careful. This kind of dragon can breathe fire and is venomous." Hagrid looked at Draco in surprise. "You seem to know a lot about them." Draco beamed with pride. "Of course, my family owns a dragon sanctuary." Hagrid nodded in understanding, while Ron could no longer tolerate Draco's pretentiousness, muttering under his breath, to everyone's astonishment, Draco and Hagrid engaged in a lively discussion, seemingly hitting it off quite well. Was this the power of shared interests? The young wizards were equally fascinated by dragons, exchanging questions and creating a harmonious atmosphere in the room, but I read that dragons grow very quickly. In a few days, your hut might not be able to accommodate him. What will you do with Dobby? Hermione's comment suddenly silenced the room. Hagrid's face fell. He was well aware of the rapid growth of dragons. Yet his affection for them had overshadowed those concerns. The Forbidden Forest. Eli began to mourn for the creatures within the Forbidden Forest, which not only had to contend with acromantulas, but might also soon be home to a dragon. Hagrid, the Forbidden Forest might not be able to shelter such a large flying dragon, and the centaurs certainly won't agree. The group fell silent, and Hagrid looked as though he might burst into tears. Draco gazed at the little dragon with a look of reluctance. Suddenly, Ron had a flash of inspiration. "Perhaps we can send Dobby to the dragon's sanctuary. My brother Charlie works at one in Romania." Hagrid ceased his sobbing, realizing that while they couldn't keep Dobby, sending him to a sanctuary was a wonderful alternative. That Draco's eyes lit up. "My family has a few sanctuaries there as well. We can send Dobby there, and I will ensure they treat him well." Hagrid's spirits lifted significantly. With Ron's brother and Draco's family dragon sanctuaries, Dobby would surely be well cared for. Hagrid wiped his tears with a grimy handkerchief, looking gratefully at Draco and Ron. "Thank you, Draco. Thank you, Ron. I'll leave Dobby in your capable hands." The atmosphere suddenly felt like a heartfelt farewell. They played with Dobby for a while longer, mainly Hagrid doing the interacting, as the others, even Draco, were a bit too intimidated to touch the dragon. "All right, children, it's getting quite late. You should return to the castle. Nighttime wanderings are not a good habit." Indeed, it was late, and Eli had originally intended to inform Hagrid about the Philosopher's Stone. However, judging by Hagrid's demeanor, it was clear that belief was beyond reach, and the group had no choice but to retreat. Along the way, they continued their discourse regarding dragons, momentarily setting aside the animosities between Harry and Draco. It was hardly surprising. They were merely 11-year-old children, devoid of any peculiar biases, merely influenced by their familial environments, and destined to develop their own discernment in due course. Eli was also striving to correct Draco's mindset, as he did not wish for Draco to become a Death Eater as depicted in the original narrative. Even if he did succumb to that fate, he would lack the heart to commit heinous acts. In essence, Draco possessed a kind heart, yet the influence of his family dulled his judgment, leaving him devoid of the courage to be resolute, given his current amiable interaction with Harry and the others. It was entirely plausible for him to undergo transformation. As they ambled along, a figure unexpectedly emerged ahead. Eli exclaimed, "Oh dear!" Professor McGonagall regarded the quartet who had previously encountered the troll and inquired, "Can any of you enlighten me as to why it is once again you?" The group fumbled for words. She then turned her gaze to the downcast Draco, saying, "Mr. Malfoy, I believe your father would not be pleased to learn your disciplinary infractions at school." Draco's complexion turned pale. Night wandering was a serious violation, and McGonagall was known for her unforgiving nature. Each of you shall lose 50 points. The others instantly wore expressions of dismay. It was exceedingly harsh. The combined total of Eli and Draco amounted to 100 points, and with Gryffindor's 3 members, they faced a staggering deduction of 150 points. Professor McGonagall's reputation for fairness and strictness was indeed well earned. In an instant, Slytherin and Gryffindor found themselves trailing Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff at by dawn. Small wizards would discover this shocking turn of events that McGonagall's brows remained tightly knit, showing no sign of leniency. To ensure this lesson is indelibly etched in your memories. You shall accompany Hagrid on a patrol of the Forbidden Forest tonight. Hagrid looked on in exasperation at the 5 young miscreants who had returned. Children can be so bothersome. As they proceeded into the Forbidden Forest, he declared, "We shall split into 2 groups. Hermione and Ron shall accompany me, while Draco, Harry, and Eli shall stay together. If you encounter any danger, send up red sparks with your wand. I asked that understood." "What exactly are we supposed to do?" Draco inquired. Hagrid's expression grew grave as he explained that there had been several recent attacks on unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, with another incident occurring that very day. They needed to locate the poor creatures swiftly. After briefing them, the 2 groups began to disperse. Draco brought along Fong, oblivious to Eli's forlorn gaze. "If my father finds out I was caught wandering at night, he will surely scold me," Draco said anxiously. Harry, adopting the demeanor of one with experience, replied, "What is there to fear about being scolded? Just pretend you didn't tea here. You must have received quite a few reprimands." "Scarhead," Draco teased, a mischievous grin on his face. "Don't call me Scarhead." Suddenly, Eli halted Harry and Draco. Without answering, he stared intently at a shadow on the ground, gripping his wand tightly. The shadow quickly noticed the trio and slowly lifted its head, obscuring most of its face, with silver blood trickling from its mouth. Draco emitted a particularly shrill scream, grabbing the other 2 in an attempt to flee. However, he tripped over a tree root and fell to the ground. Ow! At the moment the shadow raised its head, Harry felt a piercing pain radiate from his scar, clutching his forehead in agony. Eli recognized the shadow as Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort. It was Quirrell who had unleashed the troll on Halloween, who had cursed Harry during Quidditch, and who sought to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort was but a fragment of a soul, a remnant of life, desperate to regain strength by acquiring the stone. Until then, he had sustained his power through unicorn blood. He was well aware of the consequences of drinking unicorn blood, yet his madness drove him to pursue life at any cost. But a flash of sickly green light surged toward them, and Eli's pupils dilated as he forcefully pushed Harry and Draco aside. They narrowly avoided the killing curse, leaving Eli shaken. Damn it, that was too intense. The first wave was straight to Avada. Had Eli not reacted swiftly, they could have perished right then. It was that he had forgotten to counteract with a spell. The killing curse could only be thwarted physically, as magic could not repel it unless countered by another spell. Shatter! Eli retaliated swiftly, though he had no desire to engage in a protracted battle. The foe's killing curse was cast silently, while he had to recite incantations, rendering him at a disadvantage. After casting his spell, Eli quickly shielded himself and Harry and Draco with a protective charm. Fong had already fled, and Eli could only hope Hagrid would arrive soon. Another wave of green light shot toward them, and Eli braced a fallen branch to block the spell. Boom! The powerful curse shattered the branch, sending splinters flying. Sleep? Eli launched another attack, attempting to catch the enemy off guard amidst the chaos of wood shavings. However, the opponent was no novice. An armored charm deflected Eli's spell. Eli was uncertain whether it was Voldemort or Quirrell controlling the shadow. Regardless, the enemy's power far surpassed his own, and even with the addition of Draco and Harry, it would be futile. Get out of here and call for help. Eli shouted urgently to the 2 on the ground, while hastily conjuring multiple shields, but they hesitated, Harry still intent on wielding his wand. Draco, quickly take him with you. Don't be foolish. Eli's commanding voice jolted Draco awake, and after a struggle, he grabbed Harry. You be careful, he urged before leading Harry away. As the 2 fled, the shadow emitted a roar and swiftly pursued Harry, unleashing several spells. Clearly, Its primary target was Harry. Eli positioned himself as a barrier, declaring, "Your opponent is me. Sleep." In a state of heightened tension, Eli unleashed his magic with abandon, every spell carrying significant force. The shadow, attempting to deflect Eli's spells as before, underestimated the might of a sorcerer. Upon contact, the wand was jolted from the shadow's grasp, causing it to stagger back. "You fool!" Eli faintly heard a furious shout as the shadow twitched. Extending a hand for his wand to return, Eli, however, was not one to remain passive. Shatter. The shadow clumsily evaded, while aware of the potency of Eli's previous spell, unwilling to engage directly. The tide of battle appeared to shift. Yet Eli grew more solemn. "Avada Kedavra!" Shatter. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of magic, their spells clashing in a dazzling display of light. The forest was illuminated by two distinct colors, the point of impact erupting with explosive sounds. Eli felt the immense pressure on his wand, pouring forth magic as if it were limitless. The shadow, too, displayed signs of strain, veins bulging on its hand. In terms of magical power, Eli was not far behind. But the opponent's spells were exceptionally refined, piercing through Eli's defenses like a knife through butter, causing Eli's strength to wane. Beads of sweat dotted Eli's forehead, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Yet, the killing curse continued its relentless advance. Suddenly, the sound of frantic hooves approached, and the shadow, perhaps unwilling to engage further, suddenly erupted, violently severing the connection between their spells. Bloody hell! Eli had no time to react. As he was flung backward, landing unceremoniously on his back, the shadow turned to flee. Just then, Ronan and Firenze arrived with their entourage, witnessing Eli's unfortunate position. "I'll fight you," Eli, embarrassed by his fall, retaliated with several shatter spells in the direction of the retreating shadow, causing explosions to erupt. The centaurs exchanged awkward glances, while Firenze hurried to restrain Eli. Hagrid, armed with a crossbow and accompanied by Harry and the others, soon arrived. Seeing the centaurs, he breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his weapon. However, upon noticing Eli struggling against Firenze, Hagrid assumed a conflict had erupted and rushed to clarify. "Oh, yes, my friend. He means no harm. He is quite amiable. You wretched dog, come on, strike again. I shall obliterate your skin and feathers." "FK. Wet FT," from the side, Eli's curses echoed. Hage. This was not his usual demeanor. Hage suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Ronan, understanding Hage's misunderstanding, stepped forward, clarifying, "It is not as you presume. He is one of us. That he just had a skirmish with the scoundrel who attacked the unicorn, and he may still be agitated." Following this incident, the patrols of the Forbidden Forest were immediately halted, and the group returned to the castle. The events within the Forbidden Forest were never mentioned again, but a delightful occurrence was about to unfold. The Dueling Club was officially inaugurated. A crowd gathered before the notice board, all intrigued by the sudden emergence of this Dueling Club. An empty classroom had been transformed into a dueling arena. The space was filled with eager spectators, as Professor Flitwick and Eli stood upon the dueling platform. Today, Professor Flitwick appeared unusually refined, dressed impeccably, exuding an aura of brilliance that captivated the young wizards, who whispered in astonishment at the professor's atypical demeanor. Professor Flitwick cleared his throat, and silence enveloped the surroundings. The professor appeared invigorated, welcoming the students with enthusiasm. "I am your Professor Flitwick, here to foster student interaction." And blah blah blah. He spoke for quite some time, his fervor boundless, while the students below nearly succumbed to slumber. "Now, I invite our club president, Mr. Hall, to say a few words." Finally, it was Eli's turn. Eli cleared his throat with a semblance of formality. "I hereby declare the Dueling Club officially established." After pondering for some time, he could not conjure a fitting phrase, so he decided to simply announce its formation, feeling fatigued. Once Eli concluded his brief address, a hand shot up in the audience, voicing skepticism. "Professor Flitwick, why is it him? Shouldn't you be the president?" The atmosphere grew eerily quiet following the query, and hushed murmurs began to circulate, revealing that he was not the only one with such doubts. Many shared the sentiment. Closest to the dueling platform was Draco, who upon learning of Eli's establishment of the dueling club, immediately sought to join. He turned back, his demeanor shifting back to that of young Malfoy. Who else could it be if not him? Laughter erupted around them, though the individual in question wore an expression of discontent, yet remained silent. Eli recognized that if he did not demonstrate his prowess to these skeptics, the dueling club might struggle to gain traction. All right. Questioning is everyone's right, and as president, it is my duty to address these concerns. The young wizards nodded in agreement, finding Eli's statement quite reasonable, devoid of fault. However, his next words sent ripples through the crowd, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Since there are doubts regarding my capabilities as president, I shall stand upon this dueling platform now. Anyone may challenge me. Should I lose, I will resign. Audacious, utterly audacious. The students present were not merely first years. Aside from the 6th and 7th years preoccupied with their ultimate wizarding exams, there were students from other years as well, regardless of their grade. They believed this first-year wizard must have lost his mind. The closest to the platform, Harry and his companions, grew concerned, with Hermione repeatedly whispering for him to remain calm. Eli offered them a reassuring smile and gestured to Hermione to trust him. Professor Flitwick, taken aback by the unfolding chaos, hurriedly sought to intervene. Eli halted him, saying, "Professor, if I cannot withstand their challenges today, this club will lose its credibility. Trust me, Professor." Professor Flitwick hesitated, but Eli's repeated assurances of safety led him to step aside. Attention! Sparring must be limited. The use of harmful spells is strictly prohibited. Professor Flitwick announced loudly, taking on the role of referee and safety officer. "I shall go first." A second-year boy stepped onto the platform. The first-year students, aware of Eli's abilities, hesitated to challenge him, while the older students felt it unseemly to bully a younger student. Thus the challenger was a second year. The two exchanged the formalities of dueling, with Eli maintaining a noble composure, calm and collected. Expelliarmus. The boy attempted to strike first, launching an attack immediately after completing the formalities. Eli, however, did not panic or evade. He appeared almost unresponsive. Some spectators displayed expressions of disdain or amusement, while Hermione gasped in fear. With a mere flick, Eli deflected the spell effortlessly. The crowd fell silent. This was more effective than Snape's intimidation. The second year froze in disbelief. Had he truly been disarmed so easily? While one spell alone might not defeat Eli, it certainly should not have been so effortlessly neutralized. Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. Eli smiled slightly. Petrificus totalis. With that light incantation, his opponent panicked and forgot to evade. With a thud, the boy fell to the ground, struggling in vain as his legs remained bound together and immobile. The duel concluded, and Eli struck a pose, gazing up at the ceiling with a sense of triumph. "Mr. Hall wins, a clever application of magic," Professor Flitwick announced loudly, praising Eli's recent maneuver. In truth, this technique had been learned from Quirrell the previous night. Though Quirrell was adept at the shield charm, Eli had executed a more brute force approach. Yet, the result appeared remarkably similar, a feat not easily replicated by other young wizards. "I shall go next." Another second year stepped up, apparently believing the previous victory was merely a fluke. Eli glanced at the older students, who seemed tempted but remained hesitant. "Please," Eli insisted, fully committed to maintaining his bravado. After the customary exchange, stupefy. Yet again, the spell was deflected. He managed to conjure a shield charm. Eli's lips curled into a slight smile. This second year proved somewhat intriguing. Though the shield charm was not an advanced spell, it was uncommon for a second year to possess such knowledge. His confidence was not entirely unfounded. However, it was futile. Petrificus totalis. A stronger incantation was unleashed as the boy struggled to maintain his shield charm, his expression growing grave. Bang! The spell collided with the shield charm, demonstrating overwhelming force. The shield charm quickly faded, collapsing in an instant. And the second year's face paled. Yet there was no time for a response, as he too was bound and fell to the ground. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. This was total domination. Even the shield charm proved ineffective. Eli emerged victorious once more. Another challenger approached, a third year this time. However, it was futile. Stupefy. Petri ficus totalis. Thud. There was no suspense whatsoever. He fell decisively, or rather, that was the greatest suspense of all. Eli, nonchalantly placing his hands behind his back, suggested, "Why not have two of you come at me at once? It would save time." But a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. This audacity was astounding. Eli cautiously edged closer to Professor Flitwick, whose expression conveyed, "If you continue with this arrogance, I might just want to smack you. Point to it is, we'll take you on." The twins approached, bantering jovially. They exchanged knowing glances with Eli, prompting a smile from him. These two were clearly rallying support for him, knowing full well they stood no chance, yet seeking to bolster his reputation. As expected, they too faced defeat just as the previous challengers. The surrounding students were left in shock. What sort of sorcery was this? A first year had vanquished 2 third years. Eli gazed at the ceiling, adopting an expression of lofty superiority, dramatically sighing, "Ah, the loneliness, and why goodness, how audacious and masterfully theatrical." The wizards below began to ascend one after another, some even collaborating in pairs, while only a few upperclassmen retained a modicum of dignity, opting not to join forces. Yet, there were always the audacious ones. And soon 2 fifth-year students joined the fray. The battle was no longer as straightforward as before. It unfolded with a back-and-forth exchange lasting 2 to 3 minutes before it concluded in defeat. Naturally, Eli did not exert his full strength, as unleashing ultimate death was indeed inappropriate. Such is how authority is established. The entire Hogwarts was left in astonishment as a first-year wizard single-handedly challenged nearly half the school. He had not yet been defeated. Even 2 fifth years had failed to vanquish him. In a moment, Eli basked in glory, and the Dueling Club blazed with fervor. New members joined in droves, and the professors marveled at the palpable atmosphere of learning that had flourished. With students discussing spells in the corridors as the final exams approached, perhaps due to the club's influence, students' grades in Charms class were exceptionally brilliant, causing Professor Flitwick to beam with delight in Potions class. Eli received a perfect score for his nearly flawless concoction in Charms class. Professor Flitwick even declared that given Eli's prowess, he would grant full marks as long as he made no errors. The outcome was, of course, full marks, and his performance remained nothing short of astounding. In Transfiguration, Eli transformed a teacup into a flapping owl, prompting Professor McGonagall to generously award full marks. The only exception was History of Magic, where Eli was utterly lost, having spent the class either daydreaming or dozing off. Thus, among all subjects, only in History of Magic did he barely pass. The final examinations at the school were now concluded. But the trio, along with Eli, were just beginning theirs. I had anticipated that Hogwarts exams would be terrifying, yet they proved to be quite entertaining. Weasley, you must have faced some challenges in potions. Shut it. Malfoy, at least I'll manage an E. The 5 of them exited the classroom, having just completed their final exam, while Ron and Draco continued their bickering. Indeed, Malfoy had managed to insert himself into their ranks, transforming the original trio into a now competitive quintet. Of course, Draco's admiration for Eli had blossomed since their encounters in the Forbidden Forest and the subsequent Dueling Club showdown, leading him to become Eli's little fanboy, constantly pestering him to teach magic. Having faced dragons and danger together, Draco's rapport with the trio had improved significantly. At least it was no longer as antagonistic as before, though they still relished exchanging barbs now and then, particularly with Ron, who seemed to be at odds with Draco. In any case, Eli had profoundly influenced them all. Ron was no longer a lackluster student, but had ascended to a merely weak one. Harry, enchanted by dueling, had the opportunity to fully unleash his talents. Hermione, too, was inspired by Eli, joining the Dueling Club to transform her theoretical knowledge into practical experience. As for Draco, he had finally shed his habit of proclaiming, "I'll tell my father." Uncertainty lingered regarding the fate of the Philosopher's Stone. Harry remained preoccupied with it. Philosopher's Stone? You haven't even explained it to me, Draco exclaimed, bewildered, having longed to inquire since hearing about it in Hagrid's hut, but had held his tongue until now. Observing the curiosity nearly bursting forth from Draco, Eli patiently elucidated the matter. After an extensive explanation, Draco, in shock, ran his hand through his slick back hair. Snape is attempting to steal a stone protected by Dumbledore? The disbelief was palpable on his face. You may not realize how much influence Snape possesses. He is connected with numerous families and would not steal the Philosopher's Stone for mere gold. As a member of the Malfoy family, Draco was somewhat aware of such matters. However, the evidence was irrefutable, and his suspicion could not be dismissed. Ron soon clashed with Draco again. Harry intervened, separating the two. Draco, Snape isn't after gold at all. Then what is he after? Harry's voice dropped to a whisper, fearful of being overheard. He is serving Voldemort. The name slipped from Harry's lips without concern, causing Draco's face to pale and Ron to become uneasy. Only Eli and Hermione remained unfazed. Eli, knowing he would eventually confront the Dark Lord, felt no trepidation as he had yet to be resurrected. Hermione, being Muggle-born, had never encountered Voldemort's terror. You shouldn't utter that name. Draco quickly admonished Harry. Why not? Draco's voice lowered further, recalling the rumors that the Dark Lord had placed a curse on his name, enabling him to sense those who invoked it. But he isn't, Hermione interjected. Having never heard of such an eerie enchantment, finding it hard to believe that no, he hasn't died, that Harry's declaration drew the attention of the others. He touched his scar. The shadow we encountered that day was him. My scar is a mark he left. It hurt terribly when we faced him. Eli understood that Harry was entirely correct. At that moment, Voldemort was concealed within Quirrell's mind that a heavy atmosphere enveloped them. As Draco and Ron, coming from pureblood families, had undoubtedly heard of the Dark Lord's dreadfulness. Yet he had now fallen to relying on unicorn blood to sustain his life, so there was little to fear. He sought the Philosopher's Stone to regain his power. If successful, that nightmare would manifest into reality. Eli shattered the oppressive mood, igniting excitement in Harry and Ron. Yes, we must stop him. The group made their way out of the castle. Hagrid's hut was not far away, and Hagrid was seated at the entrance, playing music. Harry suddenly halted, a flash of insight striking him, and he hastened toward Hagrid. Harry, where are you going? It makes sense now. Don't you find it odd? Why would Hagrid want a dragon, and coincidentally encounter someone carrying a dragon egg who would be wandering about with a dragon egg? A look of realization crossed Hermione's face. While Ron and Draco remained bewildered, Eli felt a surge of excitement. It was coming. The mini-game was about to begin. No, wait. How could I act recklessly like the little lion? I must remain calm. Hagrid, do you remember what the person who gave you the dragon egg looked like? The group was slightly out of breath. Hagrid gazed at the approaching youngsters in surprise, his face reflecting a nostalgic expression. He was wearing a black cloak. I couldn't see his face. The group's expressions shifted. Wearing a black cloak? Isn't that ominous? No one good wears a black cloak? Did he say anything to you? Oh, of course, he asked me what animals I had raised, and I told him quite a few. Hagrid appeared somewhat proud. Did he seem particularly interested in Norbert? Yes, he asked a few questions about Norbert. I told him the secret to handling animals is knowing how to keep them calm. For Norbert, just a bit of music puts him right to sleep. Hagrid's face lit up with warmth when he mentioned Norbert, but suddenly shifted. Oh no, I shouldn't have let that slip. The five of them turned and dashed back toward the castle. Hagrid muttered, I shouldn't have told you. Professor McGonagall was still in the classroom grading assignments when the young wizards burst in. Professor, we need to see Professor Dumbledore immediately, before they had even steadied themselves. Harry shouted. Professor McGonagall jumped in surprise, casting an annoyed glance at the group. What are you lot doing here again? Professor Dumbledore has gone to London at the behest of the Ministry of Magic. What is it you need? The group exchanged glances. Someone is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Professor McGonagall's expression changed instantly. How do you know about the Philosopher's Stone? Regardless of how you found out, it is currently very well protected. You students should return to your dormitories at once. This is not your concern. The group was unceremoniously ushered out, looking defeated. How could it be that Dumbledore was called to the ministry at such a crucial time? This fell off. The young wizards began to sense that something was amiss. Tonight, we will go to the trapdoor. It must be tonight, Harry declared emphatically, showcasing Gryffindor's bravery to the fullest. Draco looked incredulous. Tonight? You mean we're going to face that person ourselves? Malfoy, are you scared? Ron seized the opportunity to retort sharply that Draco's temper flared instantly. He could accept defeat at anyone's hands but this particular individual. With a puffed chest, he declared, Let's go. Who's afraid? Why have you only just arrived? Eli had dispelled the disillusionment charm and stood with Draco outside the chamber on the third floor where the Philosopher's Stone was stored. Harry and his companions rushed over, breathless. Neville spotted us. And we had no choice but to take him down first, Ron said, casting a peculiar glance at Hermione. All right, let us proceed. Eli used the unlocking charm to unfasten the door, cautiously pushing it open. Instantly, a cacophony of thunderous snores and melodious music filled the air. Eli stepped inside, glancing back at the door, noting its impressive soundproofing. It appeared they had been beaten to it. The atmosphere turned grave. The ever-repeating melody from the harp had already put Fluffy to sleep. The group opened the trapdoor that had been previously suppressed by Fluffy, revealing a pitch-black abyss below, obscuring what lay beneath. They hesitated. Have you not noticed that the music has ceased? Eli remarked suddenly to IT. Was then they realized that the room had fallen silent. The music had vanished, and the three-headed dog's snores had also ceased. Jump! Harry was pushed downward by Eli, and the others, no longer daring to hesitate, followed suit. Fluffy was roused by the commotion, and upon seeing the unexpected intruders, he was intent on tearing them apart. Eli took up the rear, casting the shield charm for protection. Fluffy raised a paw to strike that moment. Harry and the others had already leapt down. Little pup, I won't play with you just yet, with a swift movement. Eli jumped down as well. Then he landed on Harry, and the curtain fell on the scene. Just kidding, softer net caught Eli's fall. It was a tangle of vines. Are you all right? Voices chimed in from around. Everyone was fine except for Ron, whose voice trembled. Have you noticed that this thing is tightening? Indeed, the group immediately felt the vines begin to coil around them, constricting ever more tightly. Ron and Draco shrieked in panic, struggling desperately, but to no avail. Is this how we meet our end? Do not struggle. This is the devil's snare. The more you fight, the tighter it binds. Hermione suddenly shouted, and Eli recognized the devil's snare, quickly ceasing his frantic movements. Gradually, Eli felt the vines loosen until they could no longer restrain him, allowing him to drop down. The fall was not great, and he sustained no injuries. Hermione soon followed, and Eli helped her up. They made it down, but there are still three up top. In no time, Harry joined them, but Ron and Draco remained howling above. Do not struggle. Do not struggle, Hermione repeatedly urged loudly. Yet the two continued their pig-like wails. Eli raised his wand. Lumos. Suddenly, it was as if the sun had risen. The world was illuminated, the fierce light forcing Hermione and Harry to shield their faces. The devil's snare writhed in response to the blinding light, akin to a serpent encountering a potent antidote, thrashing wildly. Ron and Draco tumbled down in disarray. Once they helped them up, the two unfortunate souls appeared thoroughly rattled. Let us move. More challenges await us. The group ventured into the only corridor. What is that sound? It resembled the flapping of wings. At the far end of the passage, a multitude of birds seemed to be flapping their wings in unison. At the passage's conclusion lay a spacious room, with only a door opposite and the corridor they had traversed behind them. Alohomora. Ron mimicked Hermione's actions, drawing his wand and calling out to the door. Yet, it remained stubbornly still. Embarrassed, Ron scratched his head. I'm not sure why that didn't work. Eli stepped forward to inspect the door, which was under several powerful enchantments, preventing it from being forcibly opened. He looked up, realizing they must locate the true key among the swarm. The group gazed upward, discovering that the source of the flapping noise was a multitude of key-like creatures with wings resembling those of insects. The sight of the swarm sent shivers down their spines. Who could discern which key was genuine? Eli continued to scrutinize the door. It appeared ancient, its lock rusty, suggesting that the key should be similarly weathered. The group fervently searched among the keys for the one that appeared most distinctive, soon finding their eyes straining from the effort. Look, that one, its wing is damaged. Harry suddenly pointed at one among them. A broomstick floated nearby. It seems we need to fly up and capture it. Go, Harry. If Snape can catch on a broom, so can you. Ron encouraged him. Snape? Harry mounted the broom, and, at that moment, the key suddenly seemed to go berserk, fiercely charging at him. Harry ascended swiftly, darting toward the key. True to his reputation as the youngest seeker, Harry maneuvered adeptly on the broom, narrowly missing the key on several occasions. The other keys pursued him relentlessly, yet due to Harry's exceptional flying skills, none managed to touch him. Catch the key! Harry seized the key and hurled it downward with all his might, then continued to evade the unyielding swarm. Eli caught the key and dashed to the door. Hurry, hurry, the group urged anxiously as Harry faced peril above. The door swung open, and they filed in. Harry, come now. Harry dove in just as Eli swiftly shut the door. The sound of keys battering against it echoing behind them. They collectively exhaled in relief. Those keys were relentless, nearly breaking through. The next challenge revealed another room, another door, though this time it was dominated by a massive chessboard. The group attempted to circumvent the board, only to find the door completely blocked by pieces. As they approached the opposing pieces, the pawn-like figures brandished their swords, their intentions unmistakably threatening. That it seems we must play a game of chess. Ron suddenly transformed, embodying the strategist on the battlefield. Following Ron's lead, they each took on the role of a chess piece. I shall be the knight. Ron mounted the stone horse. Are we truly to engage in a game of wizard chess? Draco's expression soured. Ron pointed to one of the pawns. You, move to d5. The pawn obeyed, slowly advancing to d5, right within the attacking range of the opposing piece. In an instant, the opposing pawn drew its swords and struck at their piece. A resounding clash echoed, followed by a cloud of dust as the attacked piece shattered into fragments. It was indeed real. The group fell silent with gravity. But the game had commenced. Retreat was not an option. The chessboard transformed into a true battlefield, with strikes exchanged and losses on both sides. Ron maintained an extraordinary calm, deftly balancing the safety of his companions while matching the opposing side in strength. Eli, too, was amidst the fray, observing the unfolding game. His expression grew grave as he realized he could not comprehend the situation. As pieces dwindled and debris accumulated, the game approached its decisive phase, when a white king captured a piece. The atmosphere fell into an eerie stillness. Harry, you see it too, don't you? If I make this move, the white king will capture me, but you can checkmate the opponent. No, it cannot be. Listen, Harry, you are the boy who lived against all odds. Your mission is to confront that man, and you cannot allow yourself to become a mere pawn sacrificed in this game. Knight to h3. In truth, Ron has a way to ensure his safety. However, this would place Draco in peril. Faced with such a dilemma, he did not hesitate. With unwavering resolve, he charged forth as a knight. The White King raised his heavy sword high and plunged it mercilessly into the stone steed beneath Ron. The knight had fallen, and Ron lay unconscious amidst the rubble. Harry strode resolutely to the White King, pronouncing his death sentence. You are to perish. The great sword crashed down, and victory belonged to the dark pieces. The others rushed to Ron's side, checking his injuries. Eli had intended to leave Draco behind, but his insistence led to him joining the group. Hermione, take Ron upstairs and summon the professor. The rest of us will proceed to the next challenge. Once again, they entered a room devoid of doors or windows, save for the passage they had come through. In the center stood a colossal mirror, before which a man clad in a large hood was positioned. Professor Quirrell, the man turned, revealing himself to be Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort. No, it was Snape. Harry could hardly believe that the one awaiting them was not the Snape he had always trusted. Quirrell smirked mockingly. Indeed, Snape's insufferable demeanor did seem more fitting of a villain. With him present, who would suspect the stuttering Quirrell? Yes, it has always been me. It has always been my intent to bring about your demise. The troll was my doing, and so was Quidditch. That Snape fellow dared to thwart me on the 3rd floor, and from that day forth, he never trusted me again. But I was never alone. Quirrell grew increasingly agitated as he faced the mirror once more. What purpose did this mirror serve? Suddenly, a feeble, hissing voice, reminiscent of serpent, emerged from the back of Quirrell's head. Let me speak. But you, I still possess some strength. Quirrell began to slowly unravel the turban from his head, revealing a distorted human face on the back of his skull. Harry clutched his forehead in anguish at the sight. Voldemort! Harry cried out, attempting to pull Eli and Draco away. Yet Quirrell merely snapped his fingers, and a ring of flames encircled them. Harry, do not resist. Do you not wish to see your parents? Help me obtain that object, and I can bring them back to life. The mirror reflected the figures of Harry and Eli's parents. This mirror was indeed the mirror of a Reist. Eli, I know you. You are exceptionally gifted. There is no such thing as good and evil in this world. Those incapable of vying for power are unworthy of claiming dominion over it. And you, if we cooperate, the world shall bow before us. Eli scoffed. You. I suggest you focus on saving your own nose first. Expelliarmus. Eli seized the initiative, unwilling to gamble on the professor arriving in time. Foolish, Voldemort roared, seizing control of Quirrell's body to dispel Eli's spell. Green light surged towards them. The three swiftly evaded, blood magic possessed. At the brink of life and death, Eli exerted all his strength. Disarm. 3 beams of light shot towards Voldemort. He waved his wand fiercely, countering all 3 spells. What a formidable talent. You align yourself with the worthless. Who is truly worthless remains to be seen. Ultimate death. Avada Kedavra. Once again, 2 beams of light collided. Don't just stand there. Harry and Draco hastily waved their wands. Disarm. Stupefy. Voldemort roared again, unleashing a powerful force that sent them sprawling. This time, Voldemort did not grant Eli a moment to react. Submit to me. Dark magic surge. A wave of black light surged forth like a tempest towards the closest Eli and Harry. Eli's pupils constricted. Armor protection. A figure suddenly lunged forward, casting the protective charm and valiantly absorbing Voldemort's attack, only to be hurled away by the immense force, lying motionless on the ground. Draco. Eli's fury surged. Ultimate death. Damned insect. Unaware of its own mortality, the magic collided once more. Harry, slap him in the face. Eli shouted desperately, to the precipice of life and death. Harry acted on instinct, charging forward to deliver several stinging slaps to Voldemort's face. The Dark Lord, a master of magic, never anticipated such a crude method of combat. With Eli distracting him, Quirrell's body could not withstand another surge of power. Harry's slaps landed with undeniable force, the sound echoing crisply throughout the chamber. The areas where Voldemort was struck began to char, his heart-wrenching screams mingling with Quirrell's. Seeing that his slaps had such an effect, Harry continued to rain blows upon him. Quirrell's body struggled for a moment before disintegrating into dust, but a dark mist suddenly erupted, revealing a grotesque face that roared as it fled the scene. They had triumphed. Harry collapsed, struck down by the dark mist conjured by Voldemort. In a haze of the world, a pair of familiar green eyes appeared in his vision. Mother Eli, aside from the ashes of Quirrell. Only Eli remained standing. Harry, Draco awaken. Eli sighed dramatically. You two are out cold. How are we supposed to ascend now? I don't care. I'm lying down too. Eli decided to recline as well. Since they couldn't leave any time soon, he would simply rest. Wherever one falls, there one lies. They found themselves in a dire situation, unexpectedly engaging in a magical duel with the Dark Lord. He recalled watching the film, where Voldemort merely made an appearance, leaving Quirrell to act as a melee mage without a wand. He wondered why it had come to this, with Voldemort directly seizing control of Quirrell's body, wielding a wand to try and eliminate them. Fortunately, Voldemort had yet to regain his full strength, and Quirrell's magic was insufficient to obliterate as long as he could not be instantly vanquished. Eli had a way to defeat him. It is worth noting that the blood protection charm was not exclusive to Harry. He possessed it as well. The original plan was for Harry to handle Quirrell while he took matters into his own hands. Yet ultimately, Quirrell fell to Harry's merciless slap, and Voldemort lost his vessel, rendering him incapable of causing further chaos. Moreover, his identity had not been revealed. He did not wish to disclose his lineage prematurely, especially to Harry. The reason was simple. He was unprepared to embrace the sudden bond of brotherhood. However, he did not mind revealing his talent, for confrontation with Voldemort was inevitable, and with the Dark Lord currently unable to resurrect himself. What was there to fear? One must possess both talent and courage. Without the audacity to draw one's sword against the powerful, what kind of hero could one be? Eli did not aspire to be a hero, but he also refused to beg on his knees. Yet lying here felt rather pleasant in this chamber. 1 was cold, 2 were unconscious, and another was snoring. When the professors hurriedly arrived, Madame Pomfrey marveled at Eli's remarkable quality of sleep. Another close call, and once more, these unfortunate children found themselves in peril, now with an added Draco. Who could say whether this was a carefully orchestrated trial? However, Eli remained unconcerned. He was in a foul mood, particularly displeased at the sight of the red garb symbolizing Gryffindor in the Great Hall. Just moments ago, it had been green, but old Dumbledore had gone up and prattled on, transforming ITT. Confront a formidable foe requires not only sufficient strength, but also immense courage and wisdom. Hermione Granger demonstrated her intellect in the face of danger, earning 50 points. Ron Weasley displayed remarkable chess skills, also earning 50 points. Harry Potter, Eli Hall, and Draco Malfoy, in the face of a terrifying adversary, exhibited extraordinary courage in their defiance, each earning 60 points. There's also Nawi Longbottom, who possesses the requisite courage to halt his friends, earning an additional 10 points. In light of these factors, I believe the decor here ought to undergo a transformation. With a mere flick of his wrist, Professor Dumbledore changed the decorations to a vibrant red. The Gryffindor house erupted in exuberant cheers, while the Slytherin contingent, having experienced the dramatic ups and downs of life, languished in despondency, their lips spewing curses. The joy and glory of the house cup belonged to others, leaving them with naught. A rather unsatisfactory end-of-term banquet for Slytherin concluded, and the young wizards departed in an orderly fashion. Buoyed by the prospect of the upcoming holiday, Eli, someone suddenly called out to him. It was Professor McGonagall. Professor Dumbledore requests your presence in his office. The password is iced lemon tea. Have a wonderful holiday, she instructed before making her exit. Eli began to speculate about the reason for Dumbledore's summons. Could it be that he was summoned to face repercussions for the stolen house cup, perhaps to endure a scathing reprimand? How terrifying! As he pondered, he found himself at the door of the office. The password was rather peculiar. Iced lemon tea. Eli felt as though he were becoming a lemon himself upon uttering the password. The winged statue spiraled upwards, revealing a staircase. He ascended and knocked on the door. Surprisingly, Dumbledore did not play his customary game of leaving the door ajar, welcoming him with, "Ah, I knew you would come. Oh, do come in. Would you care for something to drink?" Dumbledore greeted him with a warmth akin to that of a market vendor eager to attract customers. "Thank you, Professor, but the banquet fare was quite satisfactory. And I am rather full." Eli politely declined, the implication being that they had indulged in food rather than celebrating the house cup. Dumbledore, undeterred, produced a selection of candies. "You must try this. It is a honeydew's confection, a flavor I find quite delightful." Eli glanced at the wriggling pile of candies, reminiscent of live cockroaches, nearly losing his recently consumed meal. How could Dumbledore have such a taste? "No, thank you. I truly am full." Dumbledore proceeded to enjoy a few himself, provoking a wave of nausea in Eli. He felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Dumbledore's request could not merely be about sweets and tea. Yet, the enigmatic man kept his secrets close, leaving Eli at a loss for what to do. In truth, I have contemplated this matter for quite some time. It may be rather unethical and could cause harm. Dumbledore began. Then perhaps you should refrain from saying it. If it is both unethical and harmful, do you wish to harm me? Can I choose not to listen? Eli replied timidly. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, pausing in his candy consumption, clearly unprepared for such a response from Eli. That moment, Eli's heart raced. Could this elderly wizard erupt in anger? Yet, Dumbledore quickly regained his composure. In fact, I have considered many possibilities, and I still wish to speak with you. Very well. You are formidable. You are the authority here. Speak your mind, and I shall listen in silence. Bill, perhaps I shall refer to you as Bill Potter. Eli's hair stood on end. Dumbledore knew. But what did he intend to do? Eli struggled to maintain his composure. Feeling none of Dumbledore's mind-reading powers, he feigned confusion. Professor, I do not quite understand. Dumbledore nodded, his expression growing more solemn, as if he were delving into memories. 11 years ago, Voldemort was vanquished by an infant mere months old, a child who would later be known as the boy who lived, Harry Potter. However, many are unaware that the Potter family had a second son, Harry's biological brother, Bill Potter, who vanished that fateful night. Dumbledore's gaze grew more nostalgic. That we searched extensively, yet all that remained were faint traces of apparition. Bill, still an infant, could not have mastered apparition, leading us to speculate that he may have been abducted. His penetrating gaze seemed to see through Eli entirely, making him feel as though he were laid bare. Had it not been for the absence of any intrusive mental force, he might have believed Dumbledore was employing legitimacy. Until your arrival, Eli, you are the lost child, the younger son of the Potter family, Harry's true brother, Bill Potter. We have learned that your parents, the Halls, did not conceal your non-biological origins from you. Eli feigned disbelief. But they are just muggles. I know, child. It was not they who abducted you. To this day, we remain ignorant of how you disappeared. But how can you prove that I am indeed Bill? A hint of mystery flickered across Dumbledore's face as he produced an ancient-looking feather quill, seemingly from another age. This quill has existed since the founding of Hogwarts. It is a powerful alchemical artifact. Whenever a qualified wizard is born in Britain, it inscribes their name. 11 years ago, it inscribed Bill Potter, and now it reads Eli Hall. Eli was taken aback. He never anticipated that Dumbledore had long since unraveled the truth of his lineage. Surely, he must have been under observation since before he even entered the school. A wave of helplessness washed over him. He had believed he could operate beneath Dumbledore's radar, only to discover that he had been seen all along. Yet no one had spoken of IT at this point. He felt like a jest, the situation utterly mortifying. Having reached this juncture, Eli could no longer deny the truth. Oh, Merlin's trousers. I am the younger brother of the Savior. Harry Potter. Regardless of Dumbledore's belief in Eli's act, he himself was convinced. Eli, you ought to understand what you will face in the future. You possess immense talent. I assure you, you are the most gifted student I have encountered. My only hope is that you will always stand by Harry's side. Eli nodded. This was indeed his mission upon assuming this body. Throughout history, many exceptionally talented wizards have existed, yet many succumbed to the allure of power. Indeed, power is incredibly tempting I must confess. I once pursued power with reckless abandon, but some truths only reveal themselves when it is too late. Power and immortality are not the most precious gifts. Love is that Dumbledore's past was far from perfect, a source of enduring anguish. In his youth, he encountered another prodigious talent, one equally ambitious. They shared a language and aspirations, their bond akin to that of brothers. Yet that individual ultimately tread a path Dumbledore wished to avoid. Initially, he chose indulgence, until a tragic conflict cost him his sister. His brother also departed, and that individual chose ideals. Dumbledore possessed legendary strength. Defeating that individual and gaining renown, ultimately becoming the only one capable of contending with Voldemort. The world hailed him as the greatest white wizard. Though he appeared to possess everything, in truth, he had lost it all. His beloved family and friends. All forsaken. Albus Dumbledore, Gellert Grindelwald, 2 months of passion and a century of unspeakable sorrow. He had erred in his judgment. Eli's talents compelled him to worry that Eli might become the third Dark Lord. He must ensure Eli received adequate guidance and had familial ties. Professor, although my biological parents have passed, I understand the reasons for their demise, that I have my adoptive parents and my brother. My strength will always serve as a shield for those I hold dear. Eli's gaze was resolute, a promise from a contemporary champion. Dumbledore smiled, his defenses lowered, the expression relaxed. However, I hope you will refrain from sharing this with Harry for the time being. Dumbledore regarded Eli with surprise. I am not yet prepared, nor is he. Dumbledore pondered this for a moment. Very well. This is your matter to navigate, and you must be ready to this point. My old friend should be arriving. Dumbledore glanced toward the fireplace, seemingly anticipating someone. Professor, may I take my leave? Eli assumed Dumbledore was signaling for him to exit. Dumbledore interrupted him. No, my old friend wishes to meet you. Meet me? Eli was utterly bewildered. He had no knowledge of any old friends of Dumbledore's who would recognize him. Boom! Suddenly, green flames erupted from the fireplace, casting an emerald glow upon Dumbledore's beard. Ah, Nick! You have finally arrived, Dumbledore exclaimed, hastily approaching. No, Albus, there's no need to assist me. I can manage on my own. A man emerged, age beyond even Eli's imagination. His skin sagged, and his steps were unsteady. Eli feared he might crumble after just a few strides. Upon hearing Dumbledore's address, Eli instantly recognized the identity of the man. Nick LeMay, the greatest alchemist, the sole possessor of the Philosopher's Stone, was at least 660 years old. Thanks to the Philosopher's Stone, he had lived for several centuries, far surpassing the limits of human lifespan, something even wizards could not achieve. Wizards tend to live longer than ordinary mortals, especially the powerful ones. Dumbledore himself was over 100, yet still sprightly enough to contend with Voldemort, who was merely in his 70s. Nick LeMay shuffled forward, his legs moving in a peculiar manner. "Oh dear sir, do take care. Should you fall here, it would be quite the conundrum." "Just a moment, I shall be on my way shortly," he replied, his snail-paced progress leaving Eli in disbelief. The old gentleman seemed to embody the spirit of a 100-meter dash. Panting heavily despite hardly making any distance, Dumbledore contemplated offering assistance, but Nick appeared to take offense at the suggestion. The obstinate elder, unwavering in his resolve, finally reached the chair after what felt like an eternity. He took a deep breath, acknowledging that it was indeed a feat for someone of his age to move so swiftly. "Dumbledore, Eli." "Ah, so this is Eli Hall, the talented young man you've spoken of," remarked the elder, his gaze sharp. Eli promptly stood and bowed. "Greetings, I am Eli Hall." It was imperative to observe proper etiquette when addressing a venerable figure, even if his age did not quite rival that of the ancient mages along the banks of the Nile. "This lad exhibits a commendable degree of politeness, yet do not allow yourself to be led astray by Albus. He has a penchant for frivolous pursuits." Eli mentally applauded this sentiment countless times, yet outwardly maintained a facade of ignorance. Dumbledore settled into his seat, casting a glance at Eli, who feigned oblivion, and thought to himself, "At least you recognize your place. What do you think of him?" "He is the most gifted student I have ever encountered." Nick scrutinized Eli, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, he is extraordinary. I have seen many remarkable talents, yet none quite like him." He then shot a sidelong glance at Dumbledore. "Is it merely my humble skills that have captured your admiration? Young lad, would you care to learn alchemy from me?" Dumbledore felt a twinge of embarrassment at Nick's comment. Yet upon hearing Nick's offer, he turned his expectant gaze toward Eli. Eli was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? How had the conversation turned to the subject of apprenticeship? "Albus, have you secretly sold me? Having such an unparalleled alchemist as a mentor would indeed be a tremendous stroke of fortune." Eli stammered, caught off guard. "Oh, not be anxious, young one. Your talent in alchemy is indisputable. Simply tell me whether you wish to learn." Such an opportunity was too precious to decline. To refuse would be sheer folly. "I will." Nick LeMay nodded, and Dumbledore released a sigh of relief. "There is no time to waste. Let us proceed this way. You shall study with me this summer. Return home and enjoy a few days of leisure first." How does that sound? Eli dared not refuse. "Absolutely. No issues whatsoever." "Very well, then. It is not easy for an old man like me to make this journey, that I shall write to you when the time comes." Dumbledore instructed Eli to return home, and as he departed, he noticed Dumbledore unveiling the very Philosopher's Stone that Voldemort so desperately coveted. As the young wizards boarded the train home, the semester officially came to an end. Eli and his companions crowded into the compartment, reminiscent of their arrival. This term had been nothing short of tumultuous. Trolls, Quidditch, Quirrell, and Voldemort. These were experiences that many might only encounter a few times in their lives, yet they had amassed them all in just one semester. Each individual had gained something valuable. Eli had fortified his soul, alleviated the peril of uncontrolled magic, and greatly increased his power, not to mention earning a tidy sum. Harry and Ron had managed to escape the clutches of Snape, and reminiscing about the professor's expression when they passed their exams brought them a sense of secret delight. Draco had finally made a few friends, feeling as though the world had shifted beneath him. Hermione was perhaps the happiest of all. She had anticipated that Eli would secure the top position, given his relentless studying. Yet in the end, Eli lagged behind her due to lackluster results in history of magic. Indeed, this young witch had nearly achieved the highest scores in every subject, firmly securing her place at the top. Eli had settled for a rather unremarkable second place, had it not been for his dismal performance in history of magic. His exceptional scores in other subjects would have placed him far ahead of Hermione. However, Aside from serving as a mere boast, second place was sufficient to satisfy Eli's need for recognition. After all, he was the first-year student who had vanquished a troll and faced Voldemort. Did he truly need to rely on such trivial accomplishments for validation? Did it matter to him? Was he disappointed? When Hermione bragged, did he feel anger? No. Eli merely wished to impart a lesson to her about humility. Nothing more. With a sudden crack, he unintentionally shattered another cup. The train arrived at its destination swiftly, and parents awaited on the platform. From a distance, Eli spotted his mother waving. While his father hesitated, unsure how to balance authority with affection, his hands awkwardly at his sides. "Mother!" Eli leaped into her embrace. And upon noticing his eager father, he dutifully rushed toward him. Mr. Hall's face crinkled into a smile, though he feigned seriousness. "You're growing up, young man. You must learn to be more composed." Harry watched this exchange, sharing in the joy, yet a shadow of sadness lingered in his eyes. "These are my friends. This is Harry, whom we met at the Dursleys. This is Hermione, who also resides in London. And this is Ron, whose entire family are wizards. Oh, you are Harry. We have met before. So you're a wizard too." Mr. Hall greeted Harry warmly with a handshake, then turned his attention to Hermione. Hermione, ever polite, introduced herself. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt. I am Hermione Granger." But Mr. Hall was pleasantly surprised. "Oh, I remember. Your parents are dentists, correct? Their excellent skills saved my teeth. I even saw you last time I visited. What a delightful coincidence." He then glanced at Ron, who appeared somewhat shy, perhaps due to a lack of interaction with Muggles. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt. I am Ron." Ron Weasley. Mr. Hall strained to recall if he had met this child before, but as a member of a wizarding family. "It was unlikely. A pleasure to meet you. Do come over to our home sometime." The Granger and Weasley family soon arrived, with the twins and Percy already reunited with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. The adults from the three families engaged in lively conversation. Particularly Mr. Weasley, who was especially animated. He was one of the few wizards who held a fascination for the Muggle world, and as a pure-blood wizard, he was thrilled to have made so many Muggle friends. The Grangers and Halls were old acquaintances, naturally having much to discuss. Mr. Hall and Mr. Weasley found common ground in their professions, leading to an enjoyable exchange. Their rapport was akin to that of long-lost friends. The Dursleys arrived fashionably late, their reluctance to pick up Harry evident. However, upon encountering the Halls, their demeanor abruptly shifted. The Weasleys, hailing from a magical lineage, were not particularly adept at interacting with Muggles, especially those like the Dursleys who held a disdain for magic. The Dursleys treated the Weasleys with a wary distance, which left a poor impression on the Weasley couple, who had assumed all Muggles would be amiable like the Halls and Grangers. After exchanging farewells, each family returned home. Mr. Dursley unceremoniously shoved Harry into the car, eliciting disapproval from onlookers. The Weasley, Hall, and Granger families even agreed to maintain correspondence, recognizing the ease of interaction amongst themselves. Their meeting today felt like a long-awaited reunion. Once everyone departed, Mrs. Hall seized Eli by the ear. "Look at you, all grown up, daring to stay away from home. You vanished for a month before the school year, skipped Christmas, and now you say you can only stay a few days for summer?" Eli's lamentations echoed through the air, akin to the cries of slaughtered pig. What of vanquishing the colossal beast or engaging in a fierce duel with the Dark Lord? Ultimately, he would still face the wrath of his mother. Mr. Hall, ever the instigator, stoked the flames of discord, for he is not the one who acts that is feared, but the one who incites. Eli, baring his teeth in frustration, vowed to reveal the whereabouts of his father's hidden stash of money. Thus, upon returning home, a fierce confrontation ensued. In truth, the principal targets of reproach were Mr. Hall and Eli himself. As soon as Eli stepped through the door, he spilled the beans about Mr. Hall's secret hoard with the fervor of a bamboo tube pouring forth beans. With irrefutable evidence at hand, even Mr. Hall's esteemed reputation as a lawyer could not salvage his position. Not long after, Mrs. Hall was on the verge of transforming into a fire-breathing Norwegian Ridgeback, while Eli and Mr. Hall huddled in a corner, trembling that Mr. Hall was not one to be outdone, promptly disclosing Eli's childhood mischief involving Mrs. Hall's cosmetics. And there was also the matter of Eli's schoolyard brawl, a secret Mr. Hall had kept hidden, now laid bare. The two nearly severed their father-son bond. each accusing the other of disloyalty. This skirmish came to an abrupt end with the arrival of the Granger family. Eli nearly embraced Hermione, calling her his savior. Before long, the Weasley family arrived, though they did not bring all 7 children, only the youngest, Ron and Ginny, did. In the evening, Harry was also brought over by Mr. Hall. Conventionally, the Dursleys had no desire to see Harry make friends. However, due to work-related matters that necessitated their reliance on the Hall family, they begrudgingly released Harry. The exchange of the Hall family's friendship for the freedom of an unwelcome guest was deemed worthwhile. After all, they relished the opportunity to avoid Harry's presence. The 3 families had agreed to gather at the Hall residence for a meal. The women enjoyed lively conversations, with Mrs. Weasley being a delightful presence, sharing her expertise in household management with Mrs. Hall and Mrs. Granger. Meanwhile, the men engaged in boastful banter, utterly unconcerned with appearances, exchanging gifts out of mutual curiosity about each other's worlds. Mr. Weasley presented them with some magical trinkets, which elicited awe from Mr. Granger and Mr. Hall. After returning home, Mr. Granger sent Mr. Weasley an electric toothbrush, though it remained uncertain whether it would malfunction due to magical interference that Mr. Hall pondered for a while before discreetly handing Mr. Weasley a small object, a Glock 17 9mm caliber. After testing it, Mr. Weasley exclaimed that it was far more effective than a wand. After dinner, the children played nearby. Oh, what is it? Eli turned to Hermione. Hermione covered her mouth, reluctant to reveal her secret. Are you hurt? Hermione shook her head and slowly uncovered her hand, revealing a tiny tooth nestled in her palm. Eli was astounded. At 11 years old, she was still losing teeth? Hermione's cheeks flushed, and she playfully slapped Eli on the head. Eli clutched his head, unable to suppress his laughter, and Hermione joined in, her missing tooth adding to the absurdity. Eli took the tooth and tossed it onto the roof. Why throw it on the roof? Hermione asked, puzzled, still covering her mouth. Eli wore the expression of seasoned veteran, explaining that tossing a lost tooth onto the roof would ensure the growth of a new one. Really? Hermione looked skeptical. Would I deceive you? Eli adopted the demeanor of an adult from a past life, trying to persuade a child. Hermione rummaged through her pocket and produced a small pouch, opening it to reveal 5 or 6 teeth. In disbelief, Eli watched as she tossed them all onto the roof. This way, they'll grow back faster. You kept those in your pocket? Humph. Hermione shot him a glare, clearly unwilling to disclose the secrets of little fairies. That evening, the Granger and Weasley families took their leave, while Harry temporarily stayed at the Hall residence, but he remained there until Eli received a letter from Nickleby. Though his stay was brief, it allowed Harry to finally experience the warmth of a true home. After 11 years in this world, he finally understood the essence of family and belonging. Upon returning to the Dursleys, he felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance, as if departing from a genuine home. Eli was also about to embark on his holiday study period, which promised to be immensely fulfilling. Mom, that's enough. Please stop cramming clothes into my trunk. Eli sighed as he observed his mother persistently stuffing garments into a magically expanded trunk. This compact yet spacious trunk seemed to perfectly suit Mrs. Hall's needs, unlike ordinary trunks that would quickly reach capacity, leaving one feeling unsatisfied. This trunk alone afforded her a semblance of relief, allowing her to ease her reluctance by packing a few extra items. When Mrs. Hall finally stuffed in the last piece, Eli's room was left with a considerable emptiness this was a tidal wave of maternal love. Eli retrieved a small ball from Nickleby's letter, which appeared to be made of copper and bore no distinct markings. According to the letter, if he recited the address accompanied by the ball 3 times and then gave a gentle flick, he would be transported to Nickleby's location. This sounded akin to apparition or a portkey. Of course, apparition could never compare to the convenience of a portkey, though it had its own advantages. That moment, Mr. Hall set down his newspaper and said, Eli, take care of yourself, and try not to cause any trouble for your teachers. Mr. Hall always maintained a paternal reserve, even though deep down he longed to embrace Eli and express how much he would miss him. All right, I will, Eli replied, lifting the trunk and smiling at his parents as they gazed at him. He then quietly recited the address from the letter to the ball. Upon reaching the 3rd repetition, he gently flicked the ball, causing it to tremble. The vibrations did not cease. Instead, They intensified, as if suddenly awakened. The space around him began to warp, and the familiar sensation of being pulled came over him, which might have induced nausea in an ordinary person. Eli felt as though he were a small object navigating through tofu. The resistance from the surrounding space palpable. This process lasted a bit longer than his previous experience in Diagon Alley. As the sensation of transit faded, he found himself at his destination, Devonshire, France. Before him lay an unassuming little courtyard, exuding the charm of the English countryside. It certainly did not resemble the abode of an alchemist. "Oh, Eli, come in. Dinner is ready," Nickleby called out, resembling an ordinary grandfather, albeit one over 660 years old. Eli felt somewhat shy as he carried his trunk inside. There were no smoking alchemical furnaces, nor any peculiar tools. Eli almost suspected he had wandered into a typical household. The walls were adorned with numerous opera posters, some appearing quite ancient, while others seemed hand-painted. Without magical protection, they would surely have turned to dust. Not quite what one would expect from an alchemist's home. "Is it?" Nickleby remarked, standing beside Eli and gazing at the posters. "I have studied alchemy for centuries. Surely, I must have time and space that do not pertain to it. Without that, I would go mad. Now, come to dinner. Today, Perrine made a special effort to cook, but I suggest you be cautious. She hasn't cooked in over 100 years. You old codger, are you speaking ill of me again?" Came a voice, slightly aged yet still robust. "Not at all." Nickleby, like a child caught in mischief, pulled Eli toward the dining room, whispering, "She hasn't changed a bit in all these years." Eli dared not nod, fearing her wrath might be directed at him. "Oh, you must have misheard." Then he muttered under his breath, "Goodness, has she lost her hearing?" The table was lavishly set, far from the image Eli had conjured of someone who hadn't cooked in over a century. "Oh, Eli, I'm so pleased to see you. Come, sit down and enjoy my culinary skills." Before him stood a seemingly benevolent old woman, a stark contrast to the sharp voice that had just echoed through the room. She was gracefully waving her wand, arranging the dishes upon the table, inviting the two guests to take their seats. Eli, unable to resist her hospitality, sampled a piece of beef. It appeared rather bland. He then tried a slice of duck breast, and with a startled gasp, the overwhelming saltiness nearly choked him, eliciting a torrent of saliva. Peregrine watched him expectantly. "Well, how does it taste?" "Delicious. Quite exquisite," Eli thought to himself, realizing this was perhaps the most disingenuous compliment he had ever uttered. "Oh, I too find it rather agreeable. It seems my culinary skills have not diminished over the years." Peregrine exuded a sense of pride in her cooking. Yet Nickleby, attuned to Eli's expression, recognized the grim reality of his wife's culinary prowess. A bead of cold sweat trickling down his temple. "Nick, you should eat as well. It has been ages since you last savored my cooking," suddenly called out. Nickleby surveyed the dishes before him, feeling as if he were staring down the barrel of a gun. Upon taking a bite, Eli could only watch in horror as Nickleby's eyes rolled back. "Sir, shall I call for an ambulance?" Eli was genuinely terrified at the prospect of witnessing the demise of the master alchemist. It seemed even the philosopher's stone would struggle to revive him. Thankfully, the old man remained robust, perhaps having developed a certain immunity to his wife's culinary experiments. At last, Nickleby managed to endure. Peregrine, observing Nickleby's deathly expression, appeared quite displeased. "Is it truly that dreadful? You used to wear the same face every time you sampled my dishes." She speared a piece of duck breast for herself, took a bite, and then grimaced, finally realizing the truth of her culinary abilities. It was simply unbearable, prompting her to retreat. With a command, a house elf materialized, swiftly commencing the preparation of a meal. It appeared that the usual cook was indeed this house elf. "I do apologize. After more than a century, my skills have inevitably waned." "No, you have consistently performed admirably," Nickleby muttered quietly, but bowed his head under his wife's piercing gaze. Eli observed the house elf's adeptness, pondering whether he too could acquire one. Perhaps it could even assist him in managing his burgeoning estate. He had recently purchased a plot of land in England for the cultivation of herbs. Now, all that remained was to acquire the seeds. Fortunately, the Ministry of Magic did not impose age restrictions. Otherwise, the barely teenaged Eli would have been unable to secure the land. Wizards were remarkably skilled at achieving feats that defied reality, much like the door Nicolae had just opened. Logically, it should have led directly outside, yet after Nicolae's manipulations, there was revealed an expansive space beyond. Here, Nicolae's identity as an alchemist seemed firmly established. Eli was certain he had never encountered anything like this before. The air was thick with an array of scents, and parchment scrolls were strewn about, making it convenient to document findings at any moment. This is where I conduct my research, and it will also be your place of learning. Nicolae assured. Eli was convinced that no other location would be better suited for the study of alchemy. Simply being here made him feel as though he were on the cusp of becoming a master alchemist himself. Nicolae, in his element, adopted a serious demeanor. Eli, share your thoughts on alchemy. This was to be Nicolae's inaugural lesson. After a moment's contemplation, Eli realized he possessed little understanding of alchemy. The sole product he was aware of was the Philosopher's Stone, which he had safeguarded, albeit only catching a fleeting glimpse of it, transforming decay into the miraculous, creating precious metals. He was far from certain. Nicolae nodded slightly. This perspective was indeed shared by many, including numerous alchemists. From a certain standpoint, this is not entirely incorrect. He rummaged through a nearby table and produced a slender volume. Eli's eyes widened as he recognized a journal in Nicolae's hands. Nature. A publication with which any muggle would be well acquainted. This esteemed scientific journal, established by Sir Joseph Norman Lockyer, encompassed cutting-edge research across physics, biology, and more. Alchemy bore striking similarities to muggle science. It was an extension of human intellect, capable of facilitating what individuals could not achieve alone. However, muggle science was firmly rooted in the laws of nature, while alchemy intertwined with magic. For instance, transmuting mercury into gold would be deemed utterly unscientific by muggle standards, yet was entirely feasible within the realm of alchemy. Both science and alchemy, despite their divergent paths, ultimately converge. Many wizards regard muggles as ignorant. Yet, how different are they from wizards who lack understanding of science? Eli was captivated by the wisdom of this master. Perhaps in his eyes, everything would ultimately converge upon a singularity. Nicolae continued, "What you just articulated is indeed correct. The essence of alchemy lies in the transformation of matter. Or as it is often said, the transmutation of decay into the miraculous." He gestured toward a contraption resembling a robot, explaining that such mechanical devices were extensions of alchemy. The creation of magical artifacts and wands could be classified under alchemical practices, though they were not the essence of it. The fundamental aim of alchemy is to transform matter, a notion that bears striking resemblance to muggle chemistry. It was clear that this enigmatic alchemist possessed a commendable understanding of muggle science. Eli listened, enraptured. In his view, the knowledge of transforming decay into the miraculous rivaled that of any incantation. Nicolae produced a hefty tome, its pages seemingly frozen in time. It did not appear to be made of paper, but rather resembled tightly bound bark, its cover encircled by brass. As Nicolae opened the book, he revealed that each set of 7 pages bore an illustration of a great serpent devouring a wand. "This is the source of my knowledge, and the origin of alchemy, the Book of Abraham." A profound reverence washed over Nicolae's countenance. He turned to Eli, his murky gaze alight with hope. Handing the book to Eli, he stated, "I have never taken on an apprentice, and you shall not be my sole student. However, I wish for you to carry on my life's work. You alone possess the potential to do so." Eli found himself momentarily paralyzed, hesitant to accept such a revered tome, a symbol of an alchemist's legacy. After a lengthy pause, he finally felt prepared, taking the book with a steady hand, the weight of responsibility increasing upon his shoulders. A smile of relief and hope spread across Nicolae's face. However, Eli could not help but inquire, "But why have you chosen me?" Confounded by the absence of trials, it seemed as though their meeting was merely serendipitous. Yet he had been entrusted with such an invaluable legacy. Nicolae regarded him with a profound gaze. Some individuals are born bearing unique destinies. With this cryptic statement, he shifted his demeanor. Studying alchemy is akin to learning anything else. One must begin with the fundamentals. The essence of alchemy is transformation, and the most basic form is creation, including handcrafted items and various mechanisms. Eli suddenly pondered, did this imply that all magical artifacts were merely rudimentary alchemical products? Nicklemy shook his head. Not quite. Such distinctions cannot be made so simplistically. For instance, take the legendary Deathly Hallows. Eli's expression sharpened. The Elder Wand, the Invisibility Cloak, and the Resurrection Stone. These three are collectively known as the Deathly Hallows. Legends claim they originated from Death himself. Yet this is inaccurate, or at least misleading. They are all products of alchemy. Though they may appear similar to magical items sold in shops, they are anything but ordinary. Endowed with profound and mysterious powers, the Elder Wand is unassailable, serving only the strongest. The Invisibility Cloak nearly erases one from existence. The Resurrection Stone can bring back the dead. Such feats are beyond the realm of ordinary alchemy. Eli's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This was knowledge he had never encountered. He had heard tales of the Deathly Hallows, the spoils of three brothers who had outwitted death. The eldest sought the most powerful wand. The second desired a tool to revive the deceased, while the youngest sought an artifact to escape death's grasp. There exists another legend. Nicklemy continued. The three brothers, yearning to inherit the mantle of death, crafted three remarkable alchemical artifacts in accordance with the essence of death itself. The Elder Wand symbolizes the power of death. The Resurrection Stone represents death's dominion over life and death, and the Invisibility Cloak embodies death's immortality. Together, these three items signify the authority of death. Suddenly, Nicklemy fixated on Eli's eyes, declaring that whoever possesses these three Deathly Hallows wields the authority of death and shall ascend to become the Grim Reaper. Eli, unnerved by Nicklemore's intense gaze, felt a sigh of relief as Nicklemy tempered his expression. These are profoundly intricate matters, yet you shall inevitably encounter them in due course. For now, however, you must diligently study the fundamentals. With a resounding thud, Nicklemy slammed a hefty tome onto the table, as if it struck Eli's very heart. Here lies the alchemical runes I have distilled from the Book of Abraham, and your task is to memorize them. Once you have committed them to memory, you may commence your studies in creation. Eli was nearly rendered speechless. Was he truly expected to memorize such a tome? He gazed at the book, which appeared to be as large as his own head, and felt a pang of anxiety. That a glimmer of mischief danced in Nicklemore's eyes. For some individuals are born with a unique mission. Come, fulfill your destiny. Young man, I have great faith in you. With that, he slipped away, slamming the door behind him. Eli remained, entranced, staring at the imposing volume on the table. I feel as though this book is mocking me. Eli could confidently assert that if it were anyone else, memorizing such material could very well take centuries. Fortunately, he prided himself on his sharp intellect and remarkable memory, and after a fortnight of intense study, he had made remarkable progress. Nicklemy had not hesitated to praise him, exclaiming that the boy was indeed a genius. Yet such advancement was not solely a matter of memory. As a time traveler, well aware of the rigors of the 996 word culture and adhering to the philosophy that diligence begets strength, Eli immersed himself in his studies with fervor. Aside from eating and sleeping, even his moments of leisure were spent with books in hand. He isolated himself within the laboratory, prompting Nicklemy to check on him multiple times to ensure he was not in peril. Perenelle had even intervened, warning Nicklemy not to overexert her beloved grandson. Indeed, Perenelle held a deep affection for Eli, having embraced him as her own grandson. Nicklemy concurred, as Eli was also his heir. Eli considered this a fortuitous arrangement, being the grandson of two venerable ancestors from the Ming dynasty, a rather significant lineage. Notably, Eli had already embarked on the path of becoming an animagus. After consulting Professor McGonagall, she deemed him to possess the requisite qualities to pursue this transformation, albeit she still believed him to be rather young. However, under Eli's insistence, Professor McGonagall advised him to inform her during his first transformation, for historically, all animagus trainees required the protection of others during their initial metamorphosis to prevent any reckless actions driven by an animal's instincts. Upon learning of Eli's intention to train as an animagus, the LeMay couple readily offered their assistance. Do not underestimate these two elderly alchemists. Their centuries of experience are no jest. Additionally, They possessed numerous alchemical tools that could aid Eli, such as the ability to conjure a thunderstorm. Indeed, Eli had already ingested mandrake leaves and entered a state of deep meditation. Nicklemore, how can alchemy be realized in a manner akin to a Muggle factory assembly line? Eli pondered as a quill, enchanted to write of its own accord, diligently transcribed his thoughts. This remarkable tool had been crafted under Nicklemore's guidance, linking to his mind and functioning as a veritable writing assistant. Nicklemore glanced over, not pausing to contemplate. It's straightforward. Simply construct interconnected mechanical devices, ideally with the aid of Transfiguration. Once you complete your studies in that area, it will be well within your grasp. Eli nodded in agreement. Nicklemore turned to Eli with a look of surprise. Do you wish to establish a factory? Eli affirmed with a nod and proceeded to share his vision for a potion factory with Nicklemore. Upon hearing this, Nicklemore regarded Eli with admiration, appreciating the notion that, if successful, it could potentially grant him dominion over the potion market in the magical realm. Yet his expression shifted to one of gravity. But are you aware of the dangers that accompany this endeavor? Eli contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. Nicklemore sighed. If you seek to dominate the market, you will inevitably clash with numerous factions. Pure-blood families and potion makers will take notice, and should you falter, even the Ministry of Magic may turn against you. Do not underestimate these individuals. The illustrious families of you are steeped in bloodshed, and if you threaten their interests, they will stop at nothing to eliminate you. Eli had anticipated such challenges, recognizing that in both the Muggle and magical realms, commercial rivalries extend far beyond mere business. The magical world, with its emphasis on supremacy, was no exception, yet he was unwilling to relent. Regardless of the outcome, one must take risks, mustn't one? He penned on parchment, acknowledging that difficulties would undoubtedly arise, for in pursuit of one's own interests, challenges are inevitable. Yet he was undaunted. After all, someone must be the first to seize the crabs. Nicklemore unabashedly expressed his admiration for Eli, recognizing that his earlier remarks had served as a test. Should Eli have faltered due to a few words, Nicklemore would have reconsidered his choice of successor. Indeed, extraordinary individuals possess extraordinary courage. Since you harbor such aspirations, I shall lend you my unwavering support. I may be aging and unable to engage in battles as I once could, but I am not lacking in wealth. Eli felt a wave of affluence wash over him. It seemed as though Nicklemore were adorned with gold chains the thickness of fingers. One must never doubt the financial prowess of a master alchemist, particularly one of Nicklemore's stature, for transmuting base metals into gold is child's play for him. Eli dared not contemplate how much gold Nicklemore had conjured using philosopher's stones. With Nicklemore's backing, Eli's factory was now fully equipped, awaiting only the right moment to launch. He continued to refine his vision for the potion factory, fully aware that rival factions would surely seek to undermine him. Thus, he resolved to keep both the raw materials and their sources firmly under his control. Should other factions attempt to impose sanctions by restricting access to raw materials, Eli would remain unperturbed. Holding the reins of production, he had already acquired a plot of land designated for herb cultivation. Furthermore, to safeguard against any underhanded tactics from adversaries, Eli knew he must deploy defensive enchantments around the factory premises. This posed no challenge for him. As one endowed with Voldemort-esque memories, he possessed an arsenal of nefarious curses, some of which even he dared not utter. The remaining issue revolved around personnel, yet that could be addressed in due course. If all else failed, there were always house elves. Not only are house elves formidable, but they are also bound by a profound loyalty to their masters, an indelible mark upon their souls. The establishment of a potion factory and mastery over the potion market was imminent. With this thought, Eli felt invigorated. An eagerness to learn surged within him, yet learning often induced a desire to sleep. With the Lomé couple's unwavering support, Eli diligently pursued his studies in ancient alchemical runes. These runes were derived from ancient runes, which held significant ties to magic. Many spells were, in fact, rooted in these ancient symbols. Hogwarts offered a course on this subject, albeit as an elective, and the lack of popularity stemmed from its perceived tedium. Eli, however, was captivated by these ancient runes, drawing from Voldemort-esque memories and Dumbledore-esque notes. He recognized that many powerful ancient spells relied on these symbols. Such ancient magic wielded tremendous power and was often employed in warfare. Numerous spells even necessitated the collaboration of multiple wizards, akin to the formations in the cultivation novels of his former life. Moreover, ancient runes delve into the very essence of magic, aspiring to become the most powerful wizard in Gun Era. Eli was determined to seize this knowledge. Tea dinner. Perenelle wielded a feather duster to coax Eli from the laboratory for a meal. The culinary skills of the house elves were indeed commendable, and the moment Eli caught a whiff of the aroma, his hunger surged. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the door, followed by a series of knocks. "Stanny, please attend to our guest." Suddenly, a domestic sprite appeared, assisting in opening the door. "Oh, Nick, I hope I might still partake in a dinner." Upon hearing such shameless words, Eli curiously glanced over, only to find Dumbledore, and behind him was Professor McGonagall. "One must say, your timing is rather unfortunate." "Oh, of course, not you, Minerva. Do come in." Perenelle warmly ushered them inside. "Hello, Eli. How have you been feeling lately?" "Quite well, very fulfilled," Eli replied candidly. Now he felt at ease to converse and dine, for the mandrake leaves had been successfully extracted and brewed into a potion. Now, he awaited a stormy weather. Up until now, Eli's journey into becoming an animagus had progressed remarkably well. With each sunset, he could distinctly feel a powerful second heartbeat as he cast his spells. "I have come with Albus specifically for your first transformation. I believe having Albus here will ensure a smooth process." Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat excited. After all, having her student complete animagus training during the summer of their first year was a tremendous source of pride for her. Eli was taken aback and immediately stood up, expressing his deep gratitude to the two professors. Dumbledore smiled gently. "No need to thank us so profusely. This is simply our duty as professors, and it is also the result of your own hard work." Eli gradually sat back down, feeling quite moved. It was remarkable that both Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore had personally come to assist him with his animagus transformation. After all, his own father had pursued animagus training clandestinely with his friends back in the day. However, he felt a twinge of confusion. "But how did you know today was the day?" Eli mused. Could there be some magic that forecast the weather? Or were they employing alchemical means? Dumbledore winked at him. "In fact, Muggle weather forecasts are quite reliable, although I have been deceived by them many times before." Eli felt a tumult of disbelief. "Dumbledore, you great wizard, you mean to tell me you were checking the weather forecast?" "You old rascal." Yet it proved that this time, the forecast was indeed accurate, as thunder began to rumble outside. They immediately proceeded to the potion storage area, where the vial had transformed entirely into a red potion. "No issues, we can begin." Professor McGonagall examined it carefully, and upon confirming its integrity, Dumbledore suddenly drew his wand. It was rare for anyone to see Dumbledore wielding his wand. Nickelme also produced a collection of alchemical devices. The two exchanged a glance before commencing their tasks. This location, being open and spacious, was an ideal setting for transformation. Dumbledore waved his wand, causing the surrounding space to distort, rendering it invisible even to Muggle satellites. Once Nickelme's alchemical equipment was set up, the protective barrier Dumbledore had cast multiplied several times over. That a spell powerful enough to enhance Dumbledore's magic must surely be an extraordinary alchemical creation. Professor McGonagall also readied her wand, standing at the ready. "Eli, commence," Dumbledore stated earnestly. Eli nodded, his demeanor serious, and consumed the red potion in one swift motion. He then pointed his wand at his heart. "Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus," as the incantation resonated. Eli immediately felt a second strong and vigorous heartbeat echoing within him. The sound thundered like a drum roll, creating a bizarre frequency alongside his original heartbeat. His blood seemed to boil, and every inch of his bones and flesh vibrated with newfound energy. His very soul appeared to tremble as a powerful mental force surged through him. Eli felt as though he had been drawn once more into the realm of the soul, still shrouded in a pallid expanse. Yet before him, a flame flickered to life. What is this? The fire grew stronger, casting terrifying light throughout the soul space. It appeared as though a creature was wandering within the outside world, The others began to sense the overwhelming surge of Eli's magical power. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall exchanged alarmed glances, both reflecting profound astonishment at that moment. Eli's body was in a state of extreme vitality, teetering on the brink of instability in the realm of the soul. Eli gazed in awe at the creature at the center of the flame, so sacred, so untouchable. Gradually, he discerned the being amidst the firelight. It was a bird, its plumage resplendent in myriad colors, radiating brilliance with each step. As a citizen of China, how could he not recognize this? It was a national totem, a symbol of civilization. The phoenix, his very soul quivered. Once thought lost to his homeland, he discovered that the ancient bloodline still chose him. Merging with the deity of his kin, what glory awaited him, and what was there to fear? Eli resolutely approached the flame, drawing nearer to this mythos. The phoenix gazed deeply at him, acknowledging the bravery of this young descendant, and let out a resonant cry. Soaring swiftly towards Eli, the two began to merge. In the outside world, Eli's body erupted in crimson flames, and the temperature around them began to rise exponentially. What on earth is happening? Nickelme shouted anxiously. Dumbledore was also engulfed in shock. Eli was on the verge of a miraculous transformation into a magical creature. Professor McGonagall's voice turned grave. Throughout history, no animagus had ever belonged to a magical being. Even if there had been one, they would have perished during their first transformation. Dumbledore murmured, "No, it is more than that." The flames swelled violently, and Eli's form was completely enveloped by the golden red fire. The terrifying heat compelled the others to employ magic for protection. The ground beneath them began to solidify. "What shall we do now?" Perennial pleaded, on the verge of tears, as was Professor McGonagall. Once the animagus transformation commenced, it could not be halted. It was solely dependent on him. It was either life or— Dumbledore fixed his gaze upon the fearsome flames, his eyes gleaming with anticipation and madness. Eli was not faring well either. The horrific heat was melting him away, his flesh and bones being methodically dismantled inch by inch. His magical energy dwindled rapidly, threatening to leave him in dire straits. Damn it, am I to fail? The depletion of magic approached its zenith. The flames began to spiral out of control. His soul trembled wildly, and his body began to collapse. Death was but a step away. The excruciating pain and physical trauma gradually led him to lose consciousness. The flames were spiraling beyond control, and as the world sank into darkness, he would face eternal demise. Finally, his magic was exhausted. Everything collapsed. The flames began to dissipate, and the terrifying temperature permeated the spells, leaving the others drenched in sweat. Did we succeed? They restrained the urge to rush forward. When the flames finally cleared, the familiar figure had yet to appear. Da-da! Perennial let out a silent scream of despair. Professor McGonagall's complexion turned ashen, her body swaying under the weight of profound sorrow. Only Dumbledore remained fixated on the pile of ashes on the ground. Suddenly, it seemed the ashes stirred, and the surrounding magical energy surged towards them. "Nick, use the Philosopher's Stone. Do something!" Dumbledore shouted urgently. Nickelme trembled as he retrieved the crimson Philosopher's Stone. He and Dumbledore pointed their wands in unison. The stone levitated slowly, emanating a fearsome wave of magical energy. And a beam of red light surged from the stone into the ashes. The world seemed to be illuminated with light. Eli shook off his confusion, the yearning for life igniting a frenzied desire to open his eyes. Concurrently, the mythos began to take shape. The golden red flames ignited once more, swiftly spreading outward. The sky was completely illuminated, and the earth seemed to awaken, showering down strands of radiant light. The sacred celestial phenomenon captivated the attention of all. As the creature at the center continued to develop, the world resonated with a haunting melody. The phoenix takes flight, its wings fluttering, ascending to the heavens. The noble Wangduoji, destined for greatness, enchants the common folk. The phoenix calls out from the high hills. The phoenix tree blossoms in the morning sun. The harmonious chorus, resounding throughout heaven and earth, heralds the birth of a myth. The phoenix, the male, is the foam. The female, the Huang de regal presence. the queen of all birds. Rising from the ashes, conquering death, Dumbledore gazed vacantly at the sacred radiance, his eyes brimming with hope. He was the sole witness to his own murmurs, for everyone else was ensnared in a profound astonishment. The sky was ablaze with hues reminiscent of divinity, the golden red flames piercing through the protective barriers erected by Dumbledore and Nickelmere in the Muggle world. The nearby inhabitants were irresistibly drawn to this celestial spectacle. Only when the flames gradually retracted and the auroras returned to the heavens did the people on the ground seem to truly awaken to reality. Albus, is this a phoenix? A magical creature animagus? A phoenix? Professor McGonagall inquired of Dumbledore, utterly astounded by the scene before her. The existence of an animagus, a creature of magic that had never before graced the earth, now stood vividly before her. Dumbledore shook his head, stating, "Indeed, it is a phoenix, but it bears no relation to Fawkes. This may well be a phoenix from the east, far exceeding our current understanding of magical creatures. Perhaps it ought to be classified as a mythical being. Fawkes is a phoenix from the western magical realm. The Dumbledore family is one that is followed by phoenixes in the western magical world. A phoenix is a creature of 5-star classification, exceedingly rare. Its tears possess healing properties, its song inspires courage, and it boasts remarkable carrying capacity. As its lifespan draws to a close, it chooses to undergo resurrection. Such a wondrous being has chosen to follow the Dumbledore family through generations, and they have an ancient adage. Whenever there is urgent need, the phoenix will appear forthwith. Yet the phoenix that had manifested from Eli outshone Fawkes by several streets. Enveloped in both golden red flames and radiant light. You know nothing of power, proclaimed the ancient East. All the flames surged back into Eli's being. His magical energy gradually subsided, signifying the official completion of his animagus transformation. Humanity harbors an enigmatic yearning for flight. Floating in mid-air, Eli excitedly beheld his resplendent wings, as if he were destined to conquer the very sky. He spiraled joyously through the air before gently descending to lower altitudes. Envisioning his human form within his mind, a transformation ensued, and the remnants of golden red flames coalesced into a robe of faint golden red hue. His original garments had been incinerated during the metamorphosis. Typically, during the first transformation into an animagus, all clothing and accessories would morph into fur or patterns, melding into the body. However, Eli's animagus transformation was remarkably unconventional. His clothes had vanished before the transformation even occurred. After all, no animagus transformation had ever required the use of a philosopher's stone. Now, the once vibrant philosopher's stone had become quite dim. "Eli, how are you faring?" Penelope rushed over, scrutinizing him, relieved to find no injuries. "Incredible! Eli, you may well be the first magical creature animagus in history," Dumbledore remarked with a smile. Professor McGonagall could hardly contain her excitement. Her student had achieved the status of an animagus at such a young age, and an astonishingly rare one at that. I suspect we may need to register with the Ministry of Magic. They will surely be astounded. No, Minerva, perhaps we should consider Eli's perspective. Dumbledore shook his head at Professor McGonagall, who seemed to grasp his meaning. "I believe this is perhaps not the right time. We can wait until adulthood. I have no desire to be interviewed by the Daily Prophet just yet." Eli's words elicited chuckles from those present, that he was unwilling to expose his animagus form prematurely, as it was a trump card he wished to keep concealed. Surely, Dumbledore shared this sentiment, with Dumbledore's protection in place. The matter of whether or not it contravened wizarding law was of little concern. After all, wasn't Rita, the reporter from the Daily Prophet, also an illegal animagus? This was knowledge Eli had gleaned from films in his previous life. That woman frequently transformed into a diminutive beetle to eavesdrop for exclusive scoops. Thus, it was clear that keeping one's animagus form under wraps had its advantages. After all, wasn't his father also an illegal animagus in his day? What does that say about the integrity of the family? With a thought, Eli transformed the golden red robe back into his previous attire. This was far more convenient. He would no longer need to change clothes. After ensuring Eli was unharmed, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall took their leave, for they were not idly occupied. Following the completion of his animagus endeavor, Eli delved into the study of alchemy. according to Nickelmere. Eli had mastered the alchemical runes and was ready to formally embark on alchemical manufacturing. Judging by the automatic quill Eli had previously created, his talent and skill were commendable. Nickelmere's teachings utilized the potion production line that Eli required as a prime example. Such a mechanism, if left to others to replicate, would likely prove unfeasible. Yet under Nickelmere's guidance, it became a novice's lesson. Eli was determined and made rapid progress, overcoming numerous challenges. Presently, however, the most vexing issue was the connection of the runes. The machinery on the production line must be interconnected and controllable. Otherwise, production would be impossible. In the Muggle world, such problems could be resolved with electrical circuits, a matter of a few wires. Yet in alchemy, the task was far from simple. To achieve mechanical connectivity, a magical circuit must be established. However, as the individual work units were not interconnected, they could only rely on the mutual resonance of the runes. This conundrum left Eli scratching his head. Whenever he contemplated seeking Nickelmere's counsel, he was met with the same refrain. Learn it yourself. Think it through. I, Eli, am a person of stature. I do not require assistance. He isolated himself in the laboratory, neglecting food and drink. For this, Nickelmere faced several bouts of domestic strife with Penelope. Yet the heavens do not forsake those who strive, with the aid of the Book of Abraham. Eli finally conquered this hurdle. Rubbing his chilly head, Eli felt like crying without tears. Engaging in research was indeed a hair-raising endeavor. Nevertheless, all was worthwhile. Eli had completed the construction of various work units. In due time, producing any potion would merely require assembly as of today. His vision for a potion factory was over halfway realized. He was merely a step away from establishing the plant and commencing production. With summer vacation drawing to a close, Nickelmere concluded his holiday studies early. The Halls had written to inform Eli that Ron had invited him to visit the Weasley household. With Eli's studies concluded, it seemed an opportune moment to make the trip. The Weasley family resided in Devon, not too far away, making the journey quite manageable. Remember to write often and take good care of yourself at school. Penelope incessantly admonished, leaving Eli feeling somewhat dazed. All right, enough of that. Let Eli set off, Penelope declared, her eyes gleaming fiercely, prompting Nickelmere to bow his head once more. Bearing the pastries crafted by Penelope, Eli set forth on his journey. Oh, Eli, Mrs. Weasley, busy arranging items by the window, spotted Eli's arrival and rushed out in delight. Hello, Auntie. Oh, do come in. Ron and the others can hardly wait for you. Hurry inside. Mrs. Weasley was particularly warm-hearted. Any guest in her home was met with unrestrained joy. Ron, come down. Eli's here. Eli surveyed the Weasley home, noting the abundance of magical ambience compared to Nickelmere's residence. The house was rather cramped, yet Mrs. Weasley managed it with remarkable order, exuding warmth. Brushes were automatically washing dishes in the sink, while a sweater on a chair was being knitted by itself. Though Eli could not fathom the rationale behind knitting in summer, a clock adorned the wall, but did not indicate the time. Each hand bore the visage of a Weasley family member, signifying their current states. This clearly demonstrated Mrs. Weasley's deep concern for her family. Eli, you have finally arrived. Ron rushed down, brimming with excitement. Ron Weasley, you had better ensure your room is tidy before coming down. Mrs. Weasley admonished, hands on her hips, leaving Ron momentarily frozen in place. Oh, Eli, do sit down. You must be tired from your journey. Rest a while. The Mrs. Weasley possesses an extraordinary ability to effortlessly shift her moods, leaving Eli both amused and perplexed. However, he finds great comfort in the warm and inviting atmosphere of the Weasley household. In his eyes, despite the family's modest means, the kindness and warmth of the parents render the young Weasleys fortunate indeed. Mom, I've tidied everything up, Ron said, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Mrs. Weasley sighed, exasperated yet affectionate. I really don't know what to do with you. I must tend to the vegetable garden now. So please take good care of Eli. Ron felt as if a great weight had been lifted. Eli, you're finally here. Ginny has been incessantly nagging about crisps. It's driving me mad, Ron exclaimed as he flopped onto the sofa opposite Eli. Eli rummaged through his expandable bag, producing an astonishing array of snacks, causing Ron's eyes to widen in delight. Wow, The expandable bag had been magically enhanced by Eli's alchemical skills, significantly increasing its capacity. Though it could not rival Newt Scamander's wondrous case, it resembled a small room, one that Eli could even inhabit. A spark of entrepreneurial spirit ignited within him. Perhaps he could become a real estate mogul in a magical realm. By Merlin's beard, a cheerful voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Ginny, bounding down the stairs. "Ginny, come quick! If you don't hurry, your silly brother will devour everything," Eli called out with a smile. After all, she was to be his future sister-in-law, deserving of special treatment. As for the already insatiable Ron, Eli playfully slapped the back of his head. "Leave some for your sister." Ron, nursing his head, mumbled, "But there's so much." Eli shot him a bemused glance, noticing Ginny already lost in a sea of snacks. "Hey, Eli, you didn't even let us know you were coming." The unmistakable banter of the twins echoed from the staircase. "We've been working on loads of new gadgets. Come on, try them out. They'll surely knock your socks off." Eli's curiosity piqued at their enthusiasm. "What are we waiting for? Show me." The trio dashed up the stairs in a whirlwind. The Weasley residence resembled a haphazardly assembled wooden structure, appearing crooked and defying the laws of architecture. Inside, the charm was palpable. Upon reaching the twins' room, they dragged out a large trunk from beneath the bed, filled to the brim with an assortment of prank items. "There were even more before," one twin lamented. "Percy squealed on us, and Mum threw them all away. He claims we disturb his studies, but who knows what he's really up to in there." Eli couldn't help but admire the twins' penchant for mischief. The sheer volume of items before him made him wonder just how much they had previously amassed. They began to introduce their collection. "This is a firework that can launch a person into the sky. But worry not, it won't kill you. And this is a vomiting candy, still in the experimental phase. We have no clue what it will do if you eat it." Eli marveled at their unique fascination with pranks. "George Weasley, Fred Weasley." The twins froze like startled mice, hastily pushing the trunk back under the bed. The voice belonged to none other than Mrs. Weasley, hands on her hips as she stood in the doorway. With a flick of her wand, the trunk slid out from its hiding place. The twins turned ashen. "I never imagined you two would be so audacious." "Oh, but I'm not talking about you. Eli, would you mind stepping out for a moment? I need to have a word with these two rascals." Eli cast a glance at the twins before leaving, aware that the enemy he faced was far too formidable. As he descended the stairs, a tempest of reprimands erupted from above. Mrs. Weasley launched into a tirade, leaving the twins mute with dread. They had once been kings of mischief, but the arrival of their mother had altered the balance of power entirely. "Eli, has Harry written to you during the holidays?" Eli shook his head. Although he had been at Nickelmere's, he was certain that if any friends had reached out, his parents would have conveyed the messages. Hasn't he written to you at all?" "Not a single letter." "Did you write to him?" "Of course, but we received no reply, as if our letters vanished in a thin air." "Vanished?" Eli's mind raced, realizing that this might signal the beginning of the second arc of the original story. Harry was likely entangled with an annoying house elf. What was its name? Dobby. This little creature seemed to know something, and to protect Harry, it likely hoped he wouldn't return to school as for the letters. Harry was probably confined to his room by the Dursleys. Given their nature, they would certainly not want Harry using an owl to contact his friends. "Oh, poor brother," Eli mused aloud, sharing his thoughts with Ron. Ron's expression turned grave, and he suddenly declared, "We must rescue him." "Rescue who? You two are plotting a grand rescue without us?" The twins resumed their banter, seemingly unfazed by the earlier reprimand. Ron recounted the news of Harry's confinement, embellishing the tale with dramatic flair, eliciting a mix of amusement and exasperation from Eli that I don't recall mentioning any beatings, did I? What else with the whips and candles? The twins looked equally bewildered, but they knew their brother well. So, Harry might actually be trapped? We should certainly rescue him. That we have a brilliant idea. What idea? The twins exchanged mischievous grins while Eli thought, "Oh no, are you sure this will be all right?" "Of course, they'll never find out. Have you ever driven before? You need to trust our driving skills." "Oh, Merlin," a car barely skimmed over the top of a tree, nearly leading to disaster. "Indeed, we flew over," they replied, piloting Mr. Weasley's enchanted car, whisking Ron and Eli off on their mission to rescue Harry. Eli wiped his brow, casting several shield charms for good measure, as the thrill of adventure coursed through them. The Weasley brothers and Ron were filled with exhilaration, with Ron eager to storm into number 4, Privet Drive, and rescue Harry. Eli could only caution him, Azkaban welcomes you. Under Eli's guidance, the car finally arrived at Privet Drive, now shrouded in night. Just days prior, the Dursleys had been bustling about, preparing the living room that Mrs. Dursley meticulously decorated a cake she had just baked. Upstairs, the hooting of an owl stirred Mr. Dursley's ire as he chastised Harry. "Harry, come down here." Harry, having just calmed a restless Hedwig, descended the stairs with a resigned expression. "You called for me, Uncle Vernon?" Without glancing back, Mr. Dursley barked, "If you can't keep that owl under control, I'll throw it out." Harry, feeling helpless, protested, "But Hedwig has been cooped up in her cage. If I could just let her out for a couple of hours before he could finish." Mr. Dursley interrupted brusquely. "You think she can deliver your letters?" "Think again, this." Harry's spirits dimmed. He lamented, "But no one has written to me this holiday. Not a single letter." Mr. Dursley fell silent, perhaps deriving some satisfaction from Harry's plight. Dudley, having just finished adjusting his bow tie, stormed past Harry, intending to shove him aside, but suddenly changed his mind and walked around him. Mr. Dursley smirked. "You should be more grateful that we raised you, and even gave you Dudley's old room, that we are good-hearted people. Don't think you can repay our kindness by siding with those Potters. That cake is for the Masons. You cannot eat it." Mrs. Dursley swatted Dudley's hand away as he reached for a cherry atop the cake, eliciting a look of dissatisfaction from him. "They should be arriving soon," Mr. Dursley urged. "Now, let us practice again. When the Masons arrive, Penny, you should." Mrs. Dursley resembled an actress performing in a musical, elegantly striding across the living room. "And I should have been there to warmly welcome them." Mr. Dursley was thoroughly pleased with Petunia's response. "Very well. And you, Dudley?" Dudley tightened his small suit and puffed out his chubby chest, proclaiming, "I will go greet them." "Precisely." Mr. Dursley slowly cast his gaze towards Harry, who stood alongside Petunia and Dudley. The trio glared at Harry with an unfriendly demeanor, reminiscent of Hagrid's three-headed dog. "And what about you?" Harry pressed his lips together. Remaining silent upstairs, as if he were a mere figment of imagination, he had long grown accustomed to this treatment, and his reticence seemed to satisfy Mr. Dursley, who nodded approvingly. Harry returned to his room. Although it appeared far more spacious than his previous cramped cupboard, it felt no different to him, but he sensed that he did not belong there. Upon opening the door, he was startled to find a diminutive, wrinkled creature bouncing on his bed. He quickly retreated outside. After a brief explanation, he discerned that this was a house elf named Dobby, who seemed reluctant to divulge the identity of his master. From Dobby's words, Harry learned that his failure to receive letters was due to this peculiar being. Yet he could not hold it against Dobby, as the creature insisted it was for Harry's own good, claiming that someone intended to harm him. Moreover, this little creature would bang its head against a cupboard at the slightest disagreement, the noise echoing throughout the house, which terrified Harry, fearing it would draw the ire of the Dursleys. Downstairs, the Dursleys were impeccably hosting the Masons, appearing to engage in pleasant conversation. Just as they approached the 9th hole, a sudden commotion from above caused the Masons to furrow their brows, and the expressions of the Dursleys froze in shock. "Oh, you know how it is, just a bit rambunctious that I'll go take care of it." Hearing Mr. Dursley's footsteps, Dobby hastily concealed himself in the cupboard. Mr. Dursley rudely flung open the door. "I warned you, you interrupted my golf joke." He struggled to suppress his voice from rising in anger. Once Mr. Dursley departed, Dobby emerged from the wardrobe, a bundle of letters cascading from his person. "What is that?" Dobby appeared rather sheepish, hoping that Harry Potter would not be upset. "These are all letters from your friends, and you dare tell me not to be angry?" Harry had never been this furious before. "Give them to me." "No." Dobby sprinted away as Harry lunged for the letters. Realizing too late that was a grave miscalculation, Dobby dashed downstairs and, with a snap of his fingers, levitated the pudding cake into the air. Harry was drenched in cold sweat. Dobby, no. Unless Harry Potter promises not to return to school. How could Harry possibly agree to such a demand? Hogwarts was his home. "No, I cannot forsake it." With a gentle push, Dobby directed the cake toward the Masons' heads. The Dursleys' expressions once again froze in disbelief, and Mrs. Dursley's face turned pale. Harry cautiously attempted to seize the cake, but Dobby snapped his fingers again, and the cake plummeted onto the masons. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. The conversation abruptly ended, and Mr. Dursley's face transformed from a deep crimson to a shade of purple. The following day, he sealed Harry's window. This continued until the arrival of the Weasley family. A swaying vehicle came to a halt outside Harry's window, startling him awake. "What are you doing here?" Upon seeing the occupants in the car, Harry nearly leaped for joy. Eileen gestured for Harry to quickly gather his belongings, using magic to forcibly remove the security bars from the window. Eileen was unperturbed by the possibility of being reported to the Ministry of Magic for using magic in the Muggle world, as Nickleby had provided him with equipment to conceal their traces. The loud noise roused Mr. Dursley, who realized it emanated from Harry's room and hurriedly waddled towards the door. Hearing the commotion inside, he frantically unlocked the 9 locks securing Harry's door. One might think a mythical beast was sealed within. Had there not been so many locks, he might have burst in to seize Harry long ago. Once he finally unlocked all the locks and entered the room, Harry was already prepared to leave. Mr. Dursley seemed to possess a latent talent for sprinting as he lunged forward and grasped Harry. Fred had no desire to concern himself with the fate of this bothersome individual, and without hesitation, he started the car, pulling Harry in with Ron and Eileen. That Mr. Dursley fell to the ground, his wife and Dudley watching in horror. Fortunately, the greenery below cushioned his fall, though those plants would likely not survive the encounter. When the vehicle returned to number 4, Privet Drive, dawn had already broken. It was still quite early, and Mr. Weasley certainly had not returned. He had previously written to say he was working late at the ministry. The group moved stealthily, praying that Mrs. Weasley had not yet risen and would not notice their disappearance along with the car. Unfortunately, a woman of Mrs. Weasley's caliber, who managed a household of 9 with such efficiency, would undoubtedly notice. "Where have you all been?" Mrs. Weasley appeared before them as if by magic, her sharp voice startling Harry, who had been admiring the cozy atmosphere of number 4. "Oh, how wonderful to see you." "Harry!" Mrs. Weasley's demeanor shifted instantly, leaving Harry momentarily speechless. The bed was empty, no notes remained, and even the car was gone. You could have been dead or seen by someone. Not you, of course, Eileen. Harry. This was a classic display of double standards, which Eileen found amusing. "Ha!" Eileen chuckled, while Harry felt a bit lost. He pondered why Mrs. Weasley could be so kind to him while his aunt, yes, his aunt, his mother's sister, could not. Ron, who often exhibited a bit of a dull-witted nature, attempted to interject during the twin silence. They don't feed Harry, locked him away, and even sealed his windows. Mrs. Weasley, already in a foul mood, was in no mood to listen to Ron's explanations, nearly pointing a finger at him. "Watch it, or I'll seal your windows too. Ronald Weasley." That was it. Once a mother invoked your full name, your fate was sealed. Thankfully, there was a theorem that dictated it was not a good time to discipline children when guests were present. Ron was fortunate to escape a beating, though who knew what awaited him later? It was still quite early, and Mrs. Weasley, concerned for the group, had not even prepared breakfast, now that they were safely home. She wanted to ensure the children had a hearty meal. That it must be said that as a member of the Order of the Phoenix, Mrs. Weasley possessed considerable magical skill, with her remarkable domestic magic. She had proven her worth in the final battle against Bellatrix Lestrange. The benefit of rising early was that one could indulge in a delightful breakfast first, before Mrs. Weasley had even set down the plates. The group had leapt onto the chairs and begun to eat. "Go ahead, Harry, dig in." As a mother, Mrs. Weasley could hardly bear to see her children suffer, especially someone as kind-hearted as she, although she had said little. Upon hearing Ron recount Harry's experiences at the Dursleys, her heart ached for him. Light footsteps echoed down the stairs. "Mom, have you seen my sweater?" "Oh, yes, it's on you." It was Ginny, just waking up, still clad in her pajamas. "Good morning, Ginny." Eileen greeted her with a mouthful of fried egg, his words slightly muffled. Harry quickly set down his knife and fork. "Hi. Good morning." Ginny caught sight of Harry beside her, and, as if she had beheld something utterly astonishing, turned on her heel and fled without uttering a word. Eli stifled a chuckle. Ginny idolized the savior, Harry Potter, to such an extent that when she encountered him alive at the Weasley residence, she was rendered speechless. Now, with her hair disheveled, standing before her idol, It was only natural that she would feel even more bashful. The twins exchanged knowing glances, their faces breaking into mischievous smiles. "Did I do something wrong?" Harry asked, bewildered, glancing at Ron, who was grappling with the food on his plate. "She spent the entire summer raving about you. It was utterly insufferable." Eli shot a disdainful look at Ron, revealing his brotherly obsession. "Did you not mention she was fixated on crisps?" Eli retorted, refusing to concede. Can crisps possibly compare to Harry's allure? Ron shrugged. "It's a matter of preference." Eli nodded in satisfaction. Harry was as vital as crisps. "Good morning, Weasleys." Mr. Weasley returned home, looking travel-worn and fatigued, so much so that he failed to notice the 2 additional children in the house. What a night it was! The department conducted 9 inspections. 9. Mr. Weasley, who worked at the Ministry of Magic in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, lamented that the Ministry had gone on a frenzied search for dark magical artifacts, even intruding upon private residences. "Oh, Harry, Eli, how delightful to see you. When did you arrive?" It was only upon sitting at the table that he noticed Harry and Eli beside him. "Your sons flew Eli over to Surrey in your car yesterday," he exclaimed, implying that he ought to assert his authority as the head of the household and discipline his unruly sons. To his surprise, Mr. Weasley suddenly inquired eagerly, "So, how does the car perform?" He had scarcely driven it himself, yet he was enamored with the vehicle that bore an uncanny resemblance to a Muggle object. Mrs. Weasley swiftly delivered a sharp slap to her husband's hat, knocking it askew. Mr. Weasley then adopted a serious demeanor, clearing his throat. "Ahem, this is a very dangerous endeavor. You are forbidden to do it again." His face bore no hint of reproach. An owl soon arrived, delivering several letters, including those for Harry and Eli. They contained the school supply list from Hogwarts. Oh dear, so many items. This will certainly be costly. With the previous defense against the dark arts professor, Quirrell, now turned to ash, a new instructor had come on board. Based on Eli's understanding of the plot, this individual was nothing more than a narcissistic charlatan, having appropriated others' adventures through a masterfully executed obliviate charm, transforming them into novels. He had become quite the hot topic, and this term's defense against the dark arts textbook comprised his entire oeuvre. This posed a significant challenge for the Weasley family. Eli felt a weight settle in his heart. This semester would not be easy. After all, lurking within the school was a basilisk, ready to petrify anyone who met its gaze. Voldemort's first Horcrux, the diary, had entered Hogwarts and would soon fall into Ginny's possession. Under Voldemort's insidious influence, Ginny would unlock the Chamber of Secrets, unleashing the basilisk upon the half-blood wizards. Many students would be caught in its wake, fortunate enough not to meet its gaze directly, thus merely being petrified. Ultimately, Ginny would fall victim to Voldemort's siphoning of her life force, and Hermione would also face petrification. Who knew if there would be unforeseen calamities that would claim 1 or 2 lives? Eli not only had to devise a plan to confront the basilisk, but also needed to expedite the acquisition of land to establish a factory. Thus, his tasks this semester would be far from light. However, he seemed to recall that the diary had been planted in Ginny's books by Draco's nefarious father, Lucius. Perhaps he could retrieve it in advance, as long as he kept old Voldemort at bay. His burden would lighten considerably, allowing him to focus on the factory. Harry had spent the most joyful day at the Weasley residence. If given the choice, he would never wish to return to number 4. Privet Drive. That night, everyone retired early. For the next day, they would venture to Diagon Alley to procure school supplies and board the train back to Hogwarts. Eli and Harry squeezed into Ron's room. Fortunately, in this magical world, Mrs. Weasley had enlarged Ron's bed several times over. Yet, constrained by the already cramped quarters, the 3 felt rather squished. Perhaps only Ron, with his carefree nature, could sleep so soundly. Eli felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him. For the moment his head hit the pillow, his snoring had been relentless. "Eli, are you asleep?" came Harry's voice, prompting Eli to turn. It seemed Harry was also wide awake, perhaps due to excitement or simply being unable to sleep amidst the noise. "What's wrong?" Harry fell silent for a moment, as if gathering his thoughts. "When you told me to use my hand to strike Voldemort, did you already know he couldn't touch me?" Eli was taken aback. Had the boy finally grasped this revelation? How had he suddenly discovered this blind spot? To be honest, Eli had not fully considered the implications, and given their circumstances, they had little choice that I too had no alternatives. Nor did I anticipate that Voldemort would be unable to touch you. It was a stroke of blind luck. Is that true? Harry sounded skeptical, as if this answer was not what he truly wished to hear. Indeed. Harry fell silent once more, and for a moment, the only sound in the room was Ron's snores echoing through the air. Just when Eli thought Ron had finally drifted off, Harry spoke again. Actually, I have a brother. Eli's heart skipped a beat. Did Harry know something? What about him? He died, or rather, he is missing. Eli let out a sigh of relief, yet he was at a loss for how to respond. Do you think it was my fault they perished? They are gone, and I am the only one left. Harry's voice carried a tinge of loneliness beneath the night sky. No, Harry, they merely wish to protect you. This is not your doing. Besides, you still have, he had nearly uttered, you still have your aunt and uncle, but the thought of what Harry had endured at the Dursleys' home rendered him speechless. Such words would offer no comfort to Harry. Harry suddenly turned towards him. Do you think it's possible that Billy is still alive? His striking emerald eyes, so reminiscent of Eli's, sparkled even in the dim light. Eli could not bear to meet his gaze. I hope so, he murmured, staring at the ceiling. Harry abruptly added, I never said Billy was his name. Eli's heart raced. Was he being outmaneuvered by this boy? Harry had never before mentioned his brother to anyone. As Dumbledore had remarked, very few knew that Harry had a sibling. Eli had not thought much of it earlier, but now he felt ensnared in a trap. He fell silent, unsure of what to say. Was this how his secret would be revealed? Would the grand drama of brotherly recognition unfold while they shared the same bed? Eli's mind was in disarray, fluctuating between how to explain and what to say upon their revelation. I sense that there are many things you are concealing from me. Harry spoke almost to himself, as if the earlier conversation had merely been a jest. Eli was rendered speechless by Harry's remarks. Dumbledore too, and you as well. Harry glanced at Eli, who was still feigning ignorance, as if accepting a fate he could not escape. I merely hope that you will not abandon me. Eli turned to look at Harry, who was now staring at the ceiling, mirroring Eli's earlier posture. Rest assured, we will not. We will always be here. Harry turned to Eli with a smile before burrowing into his blankets. Good night. Eli remained awake, staring wide-eyed, while Ron's snores persisted relentlessly. Silencio! With a flick of his wand, the world finally fell silent. The following day, everyone rose early, primarily roused by Mrs. Weasley. According to her, a late start would result in missing the press conference of Gilderoy Lockhart, their new defense against the dark arts professor, who, it must be emphasized, is a charlatan. However, the vast majority remained oblivious to his true nature. With Mrs. Weasley still an ardent admirer, the few of them traveled through the fireplace to Diagon Alley, where it seemed Harry had inadvertently been transported elsewhere. Due to a slip of the tongue, Dobby a twist of fate, he found himself in Borgin and Burke's, also known as Knockturn Alley, and encountered Draco. Though Draco was a friend, his father was less so, prompting Harry to conceal himself. After evading the Malfoys, he narrowly escaped being surrounded in Knockturn Alley, thanks to a fortuitous meeting with Hagrid. Hagrid mentioned that the cabbages at school had been devoured by flesh-eating slugs, claiming to be there to purchase insecticide, a statement that only a fool would believe, that flesh-eating slugs consuming cabbages. Surely, they must have changed their diet. Oh my, we were just about to look for you. Are you all right, dear? Mrs. Weasley brushed the dust off Harry, and Hermione soon joined them. After exchanging pleasantries with a few close friends, an exceedingly flamboyant young man made his entrance. Mrs. Weasley was utterly thrilled, while Ron appeared somewhat exasperated. His mother was completely captivated. After receiving a playful slap from her, Ron began to discuss how popular Lockhart was, albeit expressing his belief that Lockhart was a fraud. Eli shrugged. He's all right. I suppose I don't really pay attention to him, so it doesn't matter. Meanwhile, Hermione gazed dreamily at Lockhart, exclaiming, You have no idea how brave he is. What was this sudden surge of anger? Eli glanced at Lockhart, instantly perceiving how detestable that grin was. Ron, you are absolutely right. Harry was forcibly captured into a photo op and subsequently received a complete collection of Lockhart's works. Draco emerged to make a few teasing remarks, but his scoundrel father soon interrupted the atmosphere. Another argument ensued, with with Lucius mocking Ginny's book before setting it aside, all the while Eli observed intently, noticing a black notebook tucked inside. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he discreetly cast a spell, transforming the diary into a small stone that flew into his undetectable expansion bag. Eli's eyes gleamed. "Oh, Voldemort, your time of revelry is over." In high spirits, Eli chatted with Harry and the others as they trailed behind. However, disaster struck as platform 9 3/4 was sealed off. Harry and Ron tumbled unceremoniously to the ground. With the train about to depart, Eli suggested driving there. Indeed, in that flying car. "Ron, can you really handle it?" "Shouldn't be a problem," he replied. "Be safe." Eli cast a shield charm on the group and dispatched an owl to Professor McGonagall to explain their predicament. "First, let me remind you, Muggles have never seen a flying car." Ron fumbled with the invisible accelerator, and thankfully, Eli had earlier cast a Muggle-repelling charm, or would have made headlines. The car soared into the air, but suddenly, "Watch out, we're going to crash." The vehicle took off, heading straight for the clock tower. If it collided, tomorrow's news would surely feature a bizarre accident of a car crashing into a clock tower. In a flurry of panic, the car narrowly missed the tower. The three of them were drenched in cold sweat, and Eli's pet snake, Dog Egg, in fright, burrowed into Eli's arms, peering out and hissing. They flew for what felt like an eternity before finally locating the railway where the Hogwarts Express was meant to depart. Ron guided the car along the tracks, at least ensuring they wouldn't stray off course. Suddenly, the sound of a train whistle echoed. Their faces lit up with joy, for this railway was specifically designated by the Muggle government for the Ministry of Magic's exclusive use for the Hogwarts Express. This meant that the whistle could only possibly come from the Hogwarts train. "It seems we are about to catch up with them," Harry exclaimed, exhilarated at the thought of driving a flying car to school. Yet Eli could not share in the excitement, for he had already heard the train sound coming from behind. "Get out of the way. The train is right behind us." A louder whistle confirmed Eli's assertion. Harry and Ron turned ashen. "Hurry!" Ron slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the car shot forward at maximum speed. But how could a car outrun a train? Eli anxiously glanced back, the distance between them and the train closing rapidly. "Steer to the side," Harry shouted urgently as Ron swiftly turned the wheel. The car veered off the tracks, narrowly avoiding a collision with the train. However, those who pass their driving tests know that one should never jerk the steering wheel during an emergency. Eli and the others were now experiencing the dire consequences of such an action. The entire vehicle began to spin in midair, leaving the passengers feeling utterly disoriented. The owl, trapped in its cage, squawked in terror. Clearly, Mr. Weasley hadn't purchased the most luxurious vehicle, as it lacked even a basic cushioning charm. With a jolt, the car door on Harry's side swung open, and he was violently thrown out of balance. "Harry!" Eli gasped in horror, but thankfully, Harry reacted quickly and grasped the door. However, at such high speeds, he would not be able to hold on for long. "Harry, hold on. I'm coming to help you." Eli extended his hand. But he was hardly Hercules. Lifting Harry was no simple task. "Damn it, I'm a wizard," he exclaimed. "Harry, fly to me." Suddenly, a tremendous force propelled Harry back to Eli's side, leaving his hair standing on end from either the wind or sheer fright. His lips lost all color. What a rush! Eli quickly secured the door, while Ron strained to stabilize the vehicle. The ride had been nothing short of exhilarating, forcing the young trio to confront the challenges of life at such a tender age. The train had long left them behind, and being late was inevitable. As they approached the school, night had already fallen, and they were certain to miss the sorting ceremony. Ron gradually maneuvered the car to land in an open area. It is well known that initiating a drive is one challenge, but safely bringing a car to a halt is another. Eli and his companions now faced this very predicament. Who planted such a massive tree here? Ron's car collided headfirst into a tree, leaving the vehicle suspended and immobile. Suddenly, they felt the tree begin to move. Eli recalled that the school had a whomping willow that was known to be aggressive. "Oh no, it can't be." Thud! A branch violently smashed through the car window, shaking the entire tree in an attempt to dislodge the cursed vehicle. After a harrowing journey, Ron, now in a state of panic, began banging his wand against the steering wheel, desperately trying to cast a spell. Fate was playing a cruel trick While he failed to conjure magic, his wand snapped in two. Ron stared at the broken wand. His face ashen, Eli could not simply allow the Whomping Willow to wreak havoc without consequence. Who would pay for the damage? Paying was simply out of the question. Bind it swiftly. A powerful spell enveloped the entire tree, rendering the once violent Whomping Willow completely immobile. The car, still tilted, gently descended. Bang, bang, bang. The vehicle seemed to surrender entirely, throwing the three boys out, followed by their luggage tumbling out of the trunk like discarded refuse. And then it sped off nonchalantly. Eli stared in disbelief. Had the car truly developed a mind of its own? The trio watched as the vehicle barreled into the forbidden forest, and Ron's eyes reflected a complete lack of hope. His wand was broken, and the car was gone. With no other options, they collected their belongings and hurried to the Great Hall. Along the way, Harry recounted his peculiar encounter with a house elf. Before they could even enter the hall, they were apprehended and taken to Snape's office. After a thorough scolding from Snape, Harry and Ron could hardly lift their heads in shame. What about Eli? He is non-existent. Snape's primary targets are Harry and Ron. With the start of the school year, Snape seized the opportunity to berate them, tossing his hair back with satisfaction. If it weren't for Mr. Hall's foresight, you two would have been expelled for violating numerous wizarding laws and school regulations. Slytherin gains 20 points. Harry, Ron. Eli exclaimed, "Hooray!" Thanks to Eli's intervention, they had not caused much trouble, merely losing a car and arriving late, which amounted to nothing more than compensating the injured Lou for his emotional distress. Lou, who had been napping, complained, "I was just there sleeping when suddenly I received a hefty bump. Just consider how much harm such a blow could inflict on a tree that's been around for decades. Woe is me." Ultimately, it was Dumbledore who arrived alongside Professor McGonagall to mediate the situation, while Snape promptly pointed his finger at Harry and Ron, ready to lodge a complaint. Dumbledore managed to soothe Snape after some effort. "All right, Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, you may return to the Great Hall for now. The tarts today are quite delightful. Eli, do come with me." Eli responded with a puzzled. Upon entering the office, Dumbledore's phoenix was perched on its stand. Upon seeing Eli, it bowed respectfully before playfully rubbing against him. Hey, you silly bird, don't come over here. I warn you, I shall call Fox." Dumbledore's words were effective, and the bird stood at attention, though it still occasionally glanced toward Eli. Eli shifted slightly, attempting to distance himself from the mischievous creature. "I hear from Nick that you wish to establish a potion factory." Eli was taken aback, wondering if he had been sold out again. However, he maintained his politeness and replied, "Yes." Dumbledore nodded, emphasizing the importance and significance of the matter. "Do not blame Nick for informing me that I can assist you." Eli instantly felt invigorated, albeit with a hint of wariness. Dumbledore, being the astute individual he was, could easily discern Eli's expression, and he offered a resigned smile. "Do not be anxious. I seek nothing from you, that I merely hope you can manage this factory well, as that would contribute to the wizarding world." Eli's demeanor softened slightly, realizing that he could not outwit this old fox. "How do you plan to assist?" Dumbledore produced a stack of contracts. "Here lies the ancestral property of the Potter family, a magical shampoo factory. After your parents' untimely demise, I regret my impertinence, but the family estate was temporarily entrusted to me as per James' prior instructions, that he handed the contracts to Eli. Now it is yours, a rightful return to its owner." Eli pondered over the contracts in his hand, feeling a myriad of emotions. Indeed, it was a return to its rightful owner, and he owed Dumbledore his gratitude. The Potter family had built their fortune on the sale of magical shampoo, making them a moderately affluent family, and now it was primarily inherited by Harry. Was Snape's refusal to wash his hair perhaps due to the fact that the shampoo was produced by the Potters? Eli thought it best to expedite the transformation of the factory. "Now?" Eli asked in surprise, but he could also surmise why Dumbledore was so invested in the potion factory. With Dumbledore's knowledge, he grasped the potential success of such an endeavor. With Voldemort's imminent resurgence and the Death Eaters stirring, he hoped to complete this project that could significantly impact the wizarding world. This way, resisting Voldemort would become considerably easier. Dumbledore trusted Eli enough, given his lineage, as he was the heir of Nick LeMay, and he discerned that Eli would not choose to harm others as Voldemort did. Eli had family and friends, and, in his own words, he understood love and possessed it. Voldemort was a product of an elixir of infatuation, thus inherently unable to perceive love. That Dumbledore's current intention was to expedite Eli's establishment of the potion factory's framework. If you have no pressing matters, Dumbledore implied clearly, it was better to act sooner than later. Eli nodded in agreement, as it aligned with his own desires. Dumbledore extended his arm, and Eli stepped forward to rest his hand upon it. "Fox, if you would be so kind." Dumbledore's phoenix flew above them and suddenly transformed into flames that enveloped them. Then came the familiar sensation of traversing space, and, after a brief moment, the world had transformed dramatically. Where are we? The surroundings resembled a not-so-recent Muggle neighborhood, with streetlights dimly glowing. In fact, first-time travelers often experience some discomfort. Did you not? Eli glanced at Dumbledore, who replied, "No young people today are truly remarkable," Dumbledore remarked. Then produced a small object. He activated it, and the light from the surrounding street lamps detached from their fixtures and flew into Dumbledore's small device, plunging the area into darkness. Feeling the sudden darkness, Eli expressed his discomfort. "Why are you turning off the lights, old man?" Dumbledore shot him a glance, and Eli immediately fell silent, awkwardly averting his gaze. Surely, this old fellow couldn't have overheard anything. But wait, how could a foreigner discern such matters? This is Godric's Hollow, home to both Muggles and wizards. It would be best not to draw attention to ourselves to Godric's Hollow. Eli was quite familiar with the name. Sensing Eli's contemplation, Dumbledore added, "This was also your former home." Eli suddenly realized that the tragic events instigated by Voldemort had indeed occurred in Godric's Hollow. "Would you like to take a look?" Eli hesitated before shaking his head. "No, we have things to attend to. There's no need to dwell on the past too soon." Dumbledore's expression shifted slightly at Eli's response. Then he nodded, as if in understanding. "Indeed, there is no need to dwell on the past too soon. Let us proceed." Dumbledore extended his arm once more. Eli cast a peculiar glance at Dumbledore, realizing that he had brought him here specifically to visit the site of his parents' demise. How inconsiderate. Dumbledore seemed to sense Eli's skeptical gaze and cleared his throat awkwardly before Eli finally placed his hand upon his arm. This time, they materialized in an open space devoid of any nearby dwellings. Dumbledore waved his hand, and it appeared as though a curtain had fallen, revealing a rather sizable factory. It bore the marks of age. "Step inside." As the door opened, a musty odor and some pungent scents assaulted them. The interior was exceedingly dilapidated, with scarcely any functional equipment. Dumbledore illuminated the space with his wand, asking, "Do you see anything that can be salvaged?" Eli wandered around, shrugged his shoulders, and replied, "Not a single thing." Dumbledore slowly waved his wand in all directions, causing a tempest to arise. Everything within the factory was swept together and gradually vanished. "Impressive skill," Eli exclaimed, genuinely admiring Dumbledore's prowess. "Thank you for the compliment." Dumbledore graciously accepted. Eli cast several illuminating spells that floated around, transforming the factory into a brightly lit space that he then retrieved his fourth-dimensional pocket, tapped it with his wand, and a plethora of items surged forth. Those items expanded in the breeze, instantly regaining their original size. Under Eli's control, these units he had summoned aligned sequentially, ultimately forming a fully automated assembly line that, put it somewhat awkwardly, it exuded a strong sense of technological advancement. "Remarkable skill," Dumbledore praised once more, and Eli politely returned the gesture. "Thank you." That he approached and placed a batch of potion ingredients into the feed chute, tapping the machine with his wand, prompting the entire assembly line to spring into action. In an unprecedented move, Eli introduced the concept of a catalyst into the potion-making process, thereby significantly shortening the production cycle. Before long, the end of the assembly line had already produced several potions. Dumbledore approached, using his wand to extract a few samples for inspection. After examining them, a glimmer of excitement lit up his eyes. Exceptional quality restorative potions. Eli could hardly contain his smile. He had already verified the potion's quality, which undoubtedly surpassed anything available on the market. Dumbledore examined the remarkable assembly line with a look of disbelief. "Magic is truly wondrous. How is this achieved?" Eli wore an inscrutable expression, declaring, "Business secret." Dumbledore cast a glance at the young rascal, then affectionately patted his head. "Ah, please refrain from patting my head. It stunts my growth." The mere thought of his brother Harry Potter's future height made Eli exclaim, "Dame!" Dumbledore chose not to pry further, as he had no desire to invade Eli's privacy. For Eli, this was indeed his winning formula. To dominate the potion market, both substantial production and exceptional quality were imperative. The method to achieve this was precisely the accurate potion-making technique Eli had researched. He had developed precise formulas for several potions, which he then input into the alchemical apparatus. Machines could effortlessly achieve precision, allowing his assembly line to continuously produce potions of remarkably high and stable quality. Dumbledore waved his wand once more, reciting a series of convoluted and bizarre incantations. Eli could vaguely discern some of it. It was in the ancient language of runes. He could now distinctly feel waves of formidable magical energy rippling through the space. Had these energies harbored any malice towards him, he would have surely perished. The sheer power of a spell capable of engaging Dumbledore, a legendary wizard, for such an extended period was beyond Eli's imagination. It was not difficult to surmise that it was likely a protective enchantment. The incantation lasted for over 10 minutes, and only then did Eli notice the magical energy gradually stabilizing, as if a barrier had been erected around them. He could guarantee that such a level of enchantment would deter even Voldemort from breaching it. Even at his full strength, a parchment scroll slowly materialized from the void. Dumbledore handed it to Eli, stating gravely that only those whose names he personally inscribed could enter this place. Eli ran his fingers over the parchment, finding it indistinguishable from ordinary parchment. He then produced a quill and inquired, "What is your full name, Professor?" Dumbledore, of course, was permitted entry, and Eli held absolute trust in him. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, and a glimmer of mischief flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. Eli suggested, "Why don't you write it yourself?" The first name inscribed on the parchment was Dumbledore's, and as Eli finished writing, the ink seemed to be absorbed into the paper, vanishing without a trace. "I have arranged for someone for you. He has already set up a shop for you in Diagon Alley that, if you have any needs, you may contact him. Though he may not seem entirely reliable, he can indeed accomplish what others cannot." "Oh, Mundungus Fletcher." After finalizing the potion factory arrangements, the two returned to school. They had undoubtedly missed the banquet, as the students had long since returned to their respective common rooms. "What happened? Is Dumbledore planning to expel you?" "I can contact my father to exert some pressure." Eli quickly interrupted Draco. "Dumbledore isn't considering expulsion. He merely asked me to recount everything that transpired today to avoid any omissions. The Ministry of Magic is rather neurotic about such matters." Draco nodded in agreement, fully aware of the Ministry's notorious reputation, given his prestigious magical lineage. Now that the Scarhead has gained notoriety, you should have seen the smug expression on Weasley's face. Draco's ire flared at the thought of Ron's boastful demeanor. "Why is it not me getting the spotlight?" Ron would approach anyone, inquiring how they returned to school, only to proudly declare, "I drove here." In their youthful exuberance, many were drawn to such thrilling tales. Numerous students had witnessed that car on the train, particularly the Gryffindor Lions, who were envious of Ron. Although the other houses didn't exhibit the same level of excitement as Gryffindor, they were still quite intrigued. Even the Slytherin snakes occasionally fancied themselves showcasing a flying car before the train. The first class of the second year was herbologied at the third greenhouse. A group of young lions and snakes chattered incessantly. "Quiet down, children." Professor Sprout, the herbology instructor, arrived fashionably late, looking as though she had just finished tending to her plants. The little wizards, having not seen each other all summer, were bursting with conversation, as was their nature. They seemed oblivious to Professor Sprout's request for silence. With a hint of exasperation, she tapped the flower pot with her wand. "Settle down, children." Only then did the little wizards quiet down. In front of them were small plants cultivated in tiny pots, all of the same kind. Eli immediately recognized the herb. Mandrake. He had spent an entire month during the summer dealing with its leaves, making it impossible for him not to know it. Today, we will learn about Mandrake. Can anyone tell me what Mandrake is? In such classroom discussions, Hermione was invariably the most eager participant, and this occasion was no exception. She was the first to raise her hand in the entire greenhouse. The professor happily called on her. Hermione, slightly exhilarated at the prospect of speaking, took a deep breath. Mandrake can cure petrified beings, but it is also quite dangerous, as its cry can be lethal. The professor was thoroughly pleased. Excellent. 5 points to Gryffindor. Our task today is to repot these mandrakes. Our mandrakes are still seedlings. Their cries are not lethal, but can render one unconscious for several hours. Professor Sprout picked up a pair of earmuffs. I have distributed earmuffs to each of you. Remember to wear them. Everyone took the earmuffs before putting them on. After all were equipped, Professor Sprout lifted one of the pots and grasped the base of the mandrake. Watch closely. Grasp their base and pull with force. With a vigorous tug, the mandrake's roots were exposed and it resembled a small, albeit rather unattractive doll. The moment it emerged from the soil, the little doll emitted a piercing scream. Wah! Everyone winced. The sound was overwhelmingly jarring. Eli could distinctly sense the magical energy within its cry, albeit muffled by the earmuffs. His undetectable extension charm bag contained several live mandrakes. His bag had grown so spacious that it resembled a fourth-dimensional pocket. At noon, while everyone was dining in the Great Hall, a gray owl suddenly swooped in. All eyes were drawn to it. It was not the time for deliveries. Errol? Ron recognized the owl as their family's clumsy bird. Eli observed that the owl clutched a crimson envelope in its talons, a howler. The owl dove headfirst into Ron's plate, eliciting laughter from those nearby. Eli silently mourned Ron's fate. Ron, still holding his nearly broken wand, stared blankly at Harry that I'm done for. Harry could not muster any comforting words. Yes, you'd best open it. I ignored my grandmother's howler once, and the consequences were severe. Neville chimed in, still shaken. Trembling, Ron prepared to open the envelope. Unable to watch any longer, Eli pointed his wand, casting a barrier around Ron, silencing him entirely. Everyone stared at Eli in astonishment. They had never witnessed such magic, although they missed the opportunity for some entertainment. There was a tinge of regret. Even without sound, Ron's pale face made it evident that the consequences were dire. This was merely a small interlude. The true highlight of the day lay ahead. The Dueling Club was to hold its first gathering of the academic year. Following last semester's activities, aside from the 5th to 7th years occupied with exams, a considerable portion of the other years had joined the Dueling Club. Initially, many had adopted a wait-and-see attitude or were simply uninterested. However, as the trend of dueling fever spread, many feared falling behind and decided to join it. It is a great pleasure to see you all in this new term. Eli stood atop the platform, beneath which a throng of eager spectators gathered. The sheer number of attendees exceeded all expectations, prompting Professor McGonagall to relocate the event to a more spacious classroom. Professor Flitwick was absent, having entrusted the club entirely to Eli after witnessing his remarkable abilities last semester. The wizards below were restless. After a holiday, they had not forgotten their desire to vanquish their rivals. Indeed, Draco had already set his sights on Ron. Well then, the usual challenge. Who dares to face me? A hush fell over the crowd. Last semester, many had dared to challenge Eli, only to be effortlessly defeated without a glimmer of resistance. I wish to give it a try. A voice broke the silence, drawing the collective gaze of the audience. The individual under scrutiny felt a twinge of discomfort under so many eyes, but quickly regained composure. Eli nodded. At the very least, he exhibited remarkable poise. I'm Cedric Diggory, a fourth-year student, and I humbly request your guidance, President. Eli was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the courteous youth before him. He had been profoundly impressed by Cedric during his past life while watching a film, as his personal charm made him quite popular among Hufflepuffs, only to meet a tragic end at the hands of Peter Pettigrew. The killing curse had robbed him of his youthful life. Eli swiftly shook off his reverie, and the two exchanged formal dueling salutations. Eli chose not to overpower Cedric immediately. Doing so would undermine the fundamental purpose of the Dueling Club. Cedric remained composed, opting not to strike first, but instead casting a shield charm upon himself. Eli acknowledged his sound judgment. His combat awareness far surpassed that of many others, understanding the importance of self-protection before attempting to defeat an opponent. Eli, too, cast a shield charm, a gesture of respect towards his opponent. Cedric felt a surge of anxiety. He was acutely aware of Eli's prowess, knowing he stood little chance of victory. Yet he had no intention of winning. His aim was to learn from Eli's combat techniques. His attacks were methodical, always ensuring he safeguarded himself before pressing forward against Eli. After several minutes of engaged combat, Eli cast a disarming charm. But Cedric evaded it by swiftly ducking. In that same movement, he retaliated with a spell aimed at Eli. Eli frowned, sensing that Cedric's spell had gone awry. Nevertheless, Eli would not allow him an easy escape and promptly unleashed another disarming charm. Cedric raised his shield charm in defense, but Eli's spell struck the wooden panel beside him, shattering it into pieces. As Eli prepared to continue his assault, Cedric pointed his wand at the debris, which swiftly transformed into ropes that lunged toward Eli. A glint of determination flickered in Eli's eyes as he quickly withdrew his wand and waved it, dispelling the ropes with ease. "Disarm you," Eli declared, maintaining his momentum as he activated his shield charm to fend off Cedric's disarming charm. Feeling the force of the spell, he thought, "Well done, lad." Cedric's spellcasting skill rivaled that of some sixth-year students. Through quick reflexes and clever transfiguration, Cedric pushed Eli to employ 2 silent incantations in succession. Clearly, Cedric was a standout among his peers. However, this was where his progress halted. The 2 simultaneously cast disarming charms, and 2 streaks of red lightning clashed violently in the air. One could not help but remark that Cedric had miscalculated. Eli's magical power was not to be measured by ordinary standards. With overwhelming force, Eli's spell swiftly overpowered Cedric's, leaving him struggling to withstand the onslaught. Just as Eli's spell was about to strike Cedric, he flicked his wand upward, sending both spells soaring toward the ceiling, where they left a charred mark. Breathless, Cedric admitted, "I concede." Without a hint of hesitation, he accepted his defeat with grace. The crowd erupted into fervent applause. He and Eli shook hands, expressing gratitude for the president's guidance. "You are a formidable opponent." Though Cedric ultimately fell, both the audience and Eli regarded him with newfound respect. This sunlit, righteous young man garnered an array of admirers among the female students. Following this, the wizards present divided into groups for free sparring, with Eli circulating among them, occasionally offering insights. The first gathering of the semester was a resounding success. The fervor for learning fostered by the club remained unabated, with students frequently seen engaged in animated discussions in the corridors. The professors were delighted to witness this phenomenon, that if one were to identify the most anticipated class of the moment, it would undoubtedly be defense against the dark arts. Just the arrival of a new professor each year generated considerable excitement and curiosity. The curse of Voldemort seemed to endure, for since Professor Merithoth's departure, no one had managed to hold the position for over a year. This year's professor was particularly intriguing, being a renowned figure with titles such as novelist and adventurer, Gilderoy Lockhart. Upon mention of his name, Eli couldn't help but scoff. Had the Order of Merlin become so inept? How could someone who relied solely on memory charms receive a third-class Order of Merlin? Eli harbored doubts about the medal's value. In the defense against the dark arts classroom, students consistently arrived exceptionally early, particularly the young witches, including Hermione, who had managed to secure a seat in the front row. Eli sat at the back, feeling inexplicably irked, while Harry engaged in animated chatter with Ron and Draco. "Trust me, that Lockhart is nothing but a fraud, and why Dad warned me about him before we came." Ron voiced his agreement with Draco for the first time. Harry, unfamiliar with Lockhart, pondered why Professor Dumbledore would hire him if that were the case. Who knows, perhaps he's just losing his mind. Though Harry wished to retort, the image of Dumbledore's towering beard made him think twice. "Allow me to introduce your new defense against the dark arts professor, me, Gilderoy Lockhart." Upon hearing his excessively theatrical introduction, laced with a hint of melodrama, Eli rolled his eyes. Lockhart appeared at the lectern, clad in an ostentatiously flamboyant yellow robe adorned with his own portraits. The female attendees displayed infatuated expressions, including Hermione, recipient of the third-class Order of Merlin, 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. "But I never boast, for I do not rely on my smile to defeat the Banshee." He chuckled coyly. The male students exchanged perplexed glances, bewildered by Lockhart's self-satisfied grin, which seemed as foolish as a troll's. Meanwhile, the girls were utterly smitten. Eli gazed at the flamboyant figure before him, wishing he could teach him a few dark curses. Harry and the others nearly retched at the sight. As if that weren't nauseating enough, the man handed out a quiz to assess their preparatory knowledge. Eli glanced at the question, "What is my favorite color?" "Uffed. Whoever cares. I don't know. I'll just write poop yellow." He filled out the quiz haphazardly. Lockhart began grading the quizzes on the spot, shaking his head in dismay. "Look here, nearly no one remembers that my favorite color is lavender. And you, Mr. Hall, what is this you wrote in the my favorite food section?" "Big Dipper." "I don't know what that is, but I can assure you, you are mistaken." Eli was utterly speechless, while Harry and the others laughed heartily, showing a complete lack of loyalty. Only Miss Hermione Granger seemed to appreciate his declaration of wanting to rid the world of evil and promote his exclusive hair potion line. The more he spoke, the more he wore an expression of deep affection, even winking at Hermione, who turned beet red. Eli's gaze could have killed. If he unleashed the killing curse at that moment, it would surely hit its mark. Harry and the others hastily restrained Eli's hand, urging him to calm down. "Now, you're about to witness the most terrifying demon in the world. Please do not scream, as this may provoke them." Lockhart procured a grand cage, which he placed upon the podium, shrouded in cloth, rendering its contents nearly indistinguishable to the audience. However, the occasional ferocious cries emanating from within inevitably evoked thoughts of the weeping Mandrake, compounded by Lockhart's feigned, enigmatic expression, leaving the young wizards in a state of bewilderment. "What do you suppose lies inside?" Ron appeared genuinely apprehensive. Despite being seated in the last row, he instinctively edged back a fraction. The most terrifying creature. Could it possibly be a cage full of Snapes? Eli regarded the situation with disdain, questioning what truly fearsome entity Lockhart could possibly conjure at his level. That he mused that Lockhart could likely pen a voluminous novel extolling his own virtues simply for assisting an elderly lady across the street. As Lockhart sensed the atmosphere reaching a crescendo, he dramatically unveiled the cloth covering the cage. Inside were a swarm of palm-sized, blue-winged sprites, their demeanor decidedly irritable. The moment the cover was lifted, the cage nearly toppled under their frenzied movements. The young wizards braced themselves to scream, but upon glimpsing the contents, they found themselves momentarily speechless. "Cornish pixies?" Seamus from Gryffindor grinned, his expression almost inscribing the words, "Is that all?" Lockhart, still indulging in his theatrics, proclaimed, "Indeed, freshly captured Cornish pixies." His demeanor suggested that he was claiming sole credit for devouring the last morsel of his meal, rather than having been fed by his parents. Even Goyle let out a derisive snort. Young wizards from magical families were hardly unfamiliar with Cornish pixies. While these diminutive creatures possessed some magical abilities, they were generally inconsequential that a wizard of their age could easily swat one aside with a mere hand. They posed no significant threat. However, much like locusts, a solitary pixie was negligible, but a swarm could indeed cause chaos. Lockhart, now acutely aware of the scorn directed at him by the young wizards, felt his countenance shift. These creatures had been specifically acquired, their numbers substantial enough to create mischief without endangering the students. But he had recently learned spells to counter these pixies and envisioned a moment when he could display his prowess as the young wizards found themselves at a loss. Observing their apparent lack of concern, he resolved to demonstrate his capabilities to this group of students. "Laugh all you want. These pixies are cunning and troublesome little fiends. Let's see how you handle them," he declared, flinging open the cage door. The pixies, imbued with notable intelligence, promptly surged forth, having long been cooped up and brimming with fury. They erupted like frenzied wild dogs, intent on wreaking havoc. Lockhart, overwhelmed by the tumultuous sprites, stumbled backward in fright. The young wizards, unaccustomed to such a surging mass of enraged Cornish pixies, instinctively ducked for cover, momentarily forgetting their identities as wizards. Eli remained seated calmly. Any pixie daring to approach him was swiftly repelled by his enchantments, leaving none brave enough to venture near. Harry and his friends hastily inched closer to Eli. "What is there to fear? What about the spells I've taught you?" "Stand firm." Eli's gaze was one of disappointment as he observed the young wizards, who, at a critical moment, seemed to forget to even draw their wands. Feeling a twinge of shame from Eli's words, Harry and the others began to muster their courage and cast spells. The Cornish pixies, being rather low-level magical creatures, were utterly unable to withstand the onslaught of the young wizard's spells. The tide of battle began to shift. The once raucous pixies, who had been gleefully shredding pages of books, were suddenly sent flying by an unexpected barrage of magic. Eli's eyes narrowed as he observed Lockhart, who stood at the forefront, watching the chaos unfold. The strange energy radiated from Eli, causing the affected pixies to momentarily freeze, their glossy dark eyes losing their luster as if they were under a spell. Under Eli's sardonic laughter, a multitude of pixies charged towards the now panic-stricken Lockhart, who, upon witnessing their approach, broke into a cold sweat and frantically waved his wand, attempting to cast a spell. Yet his incantations seemed to falter, proving utterly ineffective, and before he knew it, his wand was snatched away by the sprites. The pixies swiftly surrounded Lockhart, who, in sheer terror, flailed his arms. "No, no. This is a custom robe. Don't mess up my hair." Completely powerless, Lockhart found himself hoisted into the air by the sprites, suspended against the wall like one of his oversized portraits. The young wizards, having regained their composure, began to retaliate. The majority present were members of the Dueling Club, their magical prowess enhanced. Naturally, they easily dispatched the seemingly intimidating pixies. Hermione, spotting Eli's unruffled demeanor, swatted away a pixie tugging at her hair with a decisive slap. "Freeze them all!" In an instant, this young witch exhibited extraordinary prowess, casting a spell that immobilized every pixie scattered throughout the classroom. Eli raised an eyebrow in appreciation. Hermione strode over to Eli, her gaze fixed on his calm disposition, her mind racing with a multitude of thoughts before finally expressing, "You could have intervened." Eli glanced at the somewhat accusatory young witch, and then at the still-hanging Lockhart. Humph! He turned away with an air of indifference, leaving Hermione in a state of astonishment. What just happened? After a prolonged silence, she turned to Harry and the others, seeking answers that you'll have to ask him yourself. Draco replied with a pout. This peculiar defense against the dark arts lesson quickly gained notoriety at Hogwarts, particularly due to Lockhart's comically inept response, leaving the students utterly astounded. Eli, however, paid no heed to the unfolding chaos. He was engrossed in a letter that bore a succinct message. Personnel have arrived. This missive, originating from Nicklemore, was a confirmation of his earlier agreement to support Eli's potion factory, now in the process of being realized with a shipment of house elves. Eli's proposal involved employing the ever-loyal house elves to manage the factory. He stepped into a secluded area, and with a flourish, a magnificent bird materialized at his side. Suddenly engulfed in golden-red flames, he vanished in an instant, leaving behind only the remnants of smoldering embers. Moments later, by the potion factory, a flash of fire heralded Eli's return to human form. The house elves, who had been patiently awaiting his arrival, bowed deeply, proclaiming, "We greet our master." Eli recorded their names on a parchment and proceeded to instruct them on the operation of the machinery, before dispatching a letter to Mundungus in Diagon Alley. "Commence operations." Eli set the prices for all the potions, ensuring the first batch consisted of commonly used concoctions that he refrained from drastically underpricing them. Instead, he implemented a 10% discount as part of a grand opening promotion. This strategy was akin to gradually acclimatizing consumers, avoiding an immediate backlash against the market by the time they realized the value of Eli's potions. They would have already developed a fondness for them. The factory operated with remarkable efficiency, and the first batch of potions was swiftly produced. Eli assigned one of the house elves a discreetly expandable box for transporting the potions, ensuring ample storage. Additionally, he designated 3 elves for protection. This formidable assembly would deter any wizardic assault. It is noteworthy that, despite lacking wands, house elves generally possess superior magical abilities compared to human wizards. Their magic seemed innate, effortlessly wielded as if it were an extension of themselves. In a distant corner of the factory, Eli had established a transfer station, complete with a fireplace connected to the flue network that linked to the store in Diagon Alley. The transporters utilized this route to deliver potions to the shop without revealing the existence of the factory. Meanwhile, in Diagon Alley, an unusual commotion drew everyone's attention. Good news! Good news! A new store has opened. With a grand sale, everything at a 10% discount. Don't miss out on your beloved potions. At the entrance of a newly opened potion shop, several enchanted trumpets flitted about tirelessly, proclaiming their exuberant announcements. Montangus, sitting at the counter, awkwardly covered his face, for even he, a seasoned rogue accustomed to the underbelly of society, could hardly endure such an excruciatingly embarrassing promotional display. He found himself fervently wishing for no one to cast their gaze upon him, for the humiliation was simply unbearable. This unorthodox method of advertising was certainly not of his own design. It was Eli who had dispatched these magical trumpets, instructing him to activate them on the day of the grand opening. Without divulging any further details, originally, Eli had contemplated setting off a few firecrackers for good luck and to create a lively atmosphere. However, considering the potential existence of a firecracker ban imposed by the British Ministry of Magic, Eli begrudgingly abandoned that idea. He had even considered inviting Dumbledore to perform the ceremonial ribbon cutting, but upon hearing this proposal, Dumbledore had promptly shooed Eli out of his office, vowing that he had never encountered such a pedestrian approach to a grand opening. Eli scratched his head, wondering if it truly was that unsophisticated. Wasn't this the customary manner of celebration? He thought it was quite acceptable that, of course, Dumbledore's reluctance to appear was not solely due to the crudeness of the promotional method. There were certainly other factors at play as a highly esteemed wizard. Every move he made carried significant weight. The current Minister of Magic, Fudge, was a product of Dumbledore's mentorship, and this connection made Fudge exceedingly wary of Dumbledore. Fully aware of his formidable capabilities that on the surface, Fudge appeared to rely on Dumbledore. Yet secretly, he could not bear the thought of Dumbledore's potential interference, fearing that the great wizard could easily unseat him. Fudge was an individual who craved power. After all, Dumbledore had the ability to elevate him to his current position, and he could just as easily replace him. Thus, the notion of Dumbledore being entangled with a potion shop of limitless potential would surely keep everyone awake at night. What granted Voldemort the audacity to unleash chaos upon the entirety of the British magical community? Was it not his terrifying power and exceptional intellect, qualities that Dumbledore also possessed? The level of trepidation surrounding Voldemort was mirrored by the same level of concern regarding Dumbledore. Consequently, Dumbledore would not publicly align himself with the potion shop, by this time. People had been captivated by the peculiar promotional method and were flocking into the uniquely styled potion shop. Montangus, realizing there was no escape, mustered a smile and began to greet each patron. Who would dare to reject the allure of wealth? According to Eli's established guidelines, every counter would offer a selection of potions for wizards to sample free of charge. Montangus found this rather perplexing, deeming it a squandering of resources. Yet he dared not go against Eli's wishes. To be precise, he did not wish to defy Dumbledore's directive. He had always been a rogue navigating the gray areas of morality, having engaged in various money-making schemes. Though lacking exceptional magical prowess, he possessed a remarkable talent for gathering intelligence. That it was precisely this quality that had drawn Dumbledore to accept him. Despite being a thoroughly unscrupulous character, Montangus was unwaveringly loyal to Dumbledore. Naturally, he would not dare to oppose those whom Dumbledore had entrusted. Wizards had never encountered such an innovative promotional approach, and initially they hesitated. However, once one individual began to sample the potions, others quickly followed suit. The formulas Eli had devised were no trivial matter. Those with a discerning eye were left in utter disbelief after trying them. Surely, these potions were crafted by a master. The effects were exceedingly rare to find in the marketplace. It was not to say that other shops could not produce potions of such quality, but rather that potions of this caliber required meticulous craftsmanship from potion masters, making it impossible to produce large quantities at once. Observing the counters brimming with potions, one could only imagine the toll it would take on a potion master's cauldron to produce such a bounty. Consequently, skepticism began to surface. They could not possibly have an entire stock of potions of this quality. Surely, only the samples were of the highest caliber, while the other offerings could not possibly match such excellence. This sentiment was quickly echoed by other wizards. After all, to present so many high-quality potions at such a low price was preposterous. Sir, since you doubt the quality of our potions, why not purchase a vial and try it before everyone? Montangus approached with a beaming smile, a tactic Eli had taught him that if one was skeptical, why not try a sample? The wizard could no longer maintain his stoic facade, for with so many eyes upon him. Could he truly afford to back down? Very well. I will take 2 vials. He produced a few coins, and Montangus's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly accepted the payment. After you, sir, the wizard casually grabbed 2 vials from the counter. Opening one immediately, as he tasted it, his expression shifted dramatically. The surrounding crowd grew anxious, exclaiming, "What is it? Speak up." "Yes, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us whether it is good or bad." The atmosphere quickly turned lively. The wizard surveyed the eager faces around him, his expression contorting in a struggle, before finally declaring, "Just like the samples, it is of high quality." The crowd erupted into gasps of astonishment. "I want 2 vials as well." Some could hardly contain their excitement, tossing coins to Montangus, unable to wait to open their potions. "This is truly high quality. I need 5 more." "No, make it 10. The scene quickly transformed into a frenzy of activity, with some even engaging in competitive purchasing. The initial tester of the potions, witnessing the uproar, wore a grim expression and huffed before striding out of the shop. Montangus observed the retreating figure with a glint of mockery in his eyes. This individual had been sent by other shops to scout for weaknesses, perhaps even to stir trouble. Yet, with the quality of the potions on display and so many witnesses, deception was out of the question. This unexpected turn of events was precisely what Eli had hoped for, serving as a splendid advertisement for his establishment. "Oh dear, you madman!" exclaimed one wizard, gazing at the now empty shop, marveling at the crowd's fervor. Suddenly, he noticed that Montangus still held a vial, and in a swift motion he dashed forward, snatching it away, tossing a few coins and fleeing without a backward glance. Montangus, taken aback, spread his hands in confusion, staring blankly at the shop that had been stripped bare, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Counting the seemingly endless coins, he felt his mouth water at the thought of them all belonging to him. But wait, he suddenly slapped himself twice, realizing that this was a task entrusted to him by Dumbledore. How could he indulge in personal gain? He hastily gathered the coins and deposited them in Gringotts, fearful that if he lingered too long, he might succumb to temptation. Upon returning to the now desolate shop, he noticed a few curious wizards lingering outside, disheartened to find the shelves bare, and they shook their heads before departing. Montangus felt a pang of regret. This was all money slipping through his fingers. If only they could receive another shipment of potions, they would have a continuous flow of income. He could hardly resist the impulse to write to Eli, requesting an additional supply. Meanwhile, far away at Hogwarts, Eli received a letter from Gringotts. Upon reading the impressive figures inscribed upon the parchment, Eli's grin stretched from ear to ear in just 1 day's time. They had amassed a staggering 10,000 galleons. This was a sum many wizards would never see in their entire lives. Remarkably, this figure was the result of Eli intentionally limiting the quantity of goods released. Indeed, the strategy of restricting daily stock was Eli's own ingenious idea. Firstly, this constituted a form of hunger marketing, effectively igniting the shopping fervor among wizards. Secondly, scarcity enhances value. If people were satiated too quickly, how could they maintain interest in future sales? At this nascent stage of his shop's journey, what he craved most was popularity. He aimed to create an atmosphere of frenzied demand, leading to a sense of scarcity. This way, people would be fully convinced of the miraculous nature of his products and eagerly anticipate their next opportunity. Additionally, this would serve to quell the apprehensions of his competitors. If his products not only surpassed theirs in quality and price, but also boasted a massive supply, it would undoubtedly provoke a swift backlash in the marketplace. There was a genuine risk that his shop could face closure due to unforeseen circumstances within a few days. His intention was to operate with the subtlety of boiling a frog. By the time they realized that his shop was not merely a novelty, but a formidable contender, it would already be too late. The sudden emergence of the Phoenix Potion Shop has stirred quite a commotion within the British magical community. Many have begun to speculate about this peculiar establishment, which boasts products of exceptional quality at prices significantly below the market average. Could this truly be madness? The potion industry is rife with gossip, yet it remains merely that gossip to them. Such a modest shop is only noteworthy at its inception. The proprietor, the potions there are not trivial. Their quality is remarkable, and the prices are indeed only 90% of ours. Exclaimed a man who had just sampled the potion within the shop, now reporting his findings to the elegantly attired gentleman across from him. The latter scoffed. They possess but this limited acumen. They may have already sold out their stock of high-quality potions, which is hardly a cause for concern. This sentiment was not unique to him. All potion merchants shared the same viewpoint, the TO them. It was merely a gimmick. After years in the potion trade, how could they possibly be unaware of such matters? Many believed that the Phoenix Potion Shop would soon be unable to maintain such high quality and that prices would inevitably rise. Another letter arrived, and after perusing it, Eli let out a soft chuckle. T. seemed Montangus was relatively honest, but how long could he sustain this fade? The letter was from the Phoenix Potion Shop. Containing a small pixie employee, he had personally arranged to oversee the accounts that Montangus's potential underhanded dealings would be easily discerned. The following day arrived with the same fervor, the same enthusiastic calls. Montangus had donned a suit that had clearly been saved for a long time, looking significantly more respectable than before. Yet, on him, it appeared comically ill-fitting. He had even slicked back his hair, holding a loudspeaker with a festive expression. Come one, come all, the grand opening of the Phoenix Potion Shop awaits. No need to shout. Let us in at once. A long line had already formed at the entrance, with numerous wizards eagerly clutching their coin pouches. Montangus, with a beaming smile that made his wrinkles resemble blooming chrysanthemums, proclaimed, No need to rush, everyone. Our shop has rules. We shall not open until the appointed time. Immediately, a cacophony of protests erupted from the crowd, demanding, What rules? We are all here. Why not conduct business? Montangus relished the uproar. It was not that he possessed any peculiar inclinations, but rather that he reveled in the shop's burgeoning popularity, clutching a polished pocket watch. He fixated on the ticking hands. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, open. At the designated moment, the watch emitted a resounding chime. Montangus hastily swung open the shop door, and the throng surged in, knocking him off balance, his garments torn by the crowd's enthusiasm. His meticulously styled hair became a disheveled mess. Regaining his composure, he wore a grin as he surveyed the frenzied customers. In no time, the shop was emptied once more, but he shut the door, alone, gleefully counting his coins. Growing ever more elated. After finishing, he smiled broadly, relishing the satisfaction of his earnings. Foolish children, with their money, yet they do not seize the opportunity. What a limited perspective! Suddenly, a commotion arose from behind. The sound of flue powder being used reached his ears. Montangus turned in confusion. Was there another delivery? It was not a pixie, but rather a slender, pale-skinned boy with red hair, clad in a pristine wizard's robe, who surveyed the shop with keen interest. It was Eli's first visit here, and he found the soar rather appealing. Are you Mr. Hall? Montangus inquired, perplexed. He had never encountered Eli before, but recognized him as the only young person to come through the fireplace. Eli, observing the somewhat comical and sleazy middle-aged man before him, could not help but chuckle softly as he strolled closer, tapping his fingers on the empty counter. Montangus Fleech, I appreciate your hard work in managing the shop, Eli remarked, casting a fleeting glance at him before continuing to survey his surroundings with genuine curiosity. Montangus rose, rubbing his hands together with a forced smile. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Not at all. Eli's expression bore no warmth, yet Montangus, blinded by his greed, remained oblivious. With such diligent efforts, perhaps I should consider raising your salary? Upon hearing this, Montangus beamed, revealing a set of large yellowed teeth, his hands rubbing together more fervently. Oh, that's not necessary. Just a modest increase will suffice. Ha. He gestured with his hands for emphasis. Eli scoffed, his smile gradually turning frigid as he placed several potion vials on the counter, each adorned with the Phoenix Potion Shop label. It appears you have already amassed quite a fortune. Have you not, Montangus? Montangus faltered, his smile stiffening, but he quickly regained his composure. Oh, that's nothing. I'm merely serving Dumbledore. Serving you? Eli's smile vanished in an instant. Legilimens. His eyes morphed into fearsome whirlpools, causing Montangus to startle and instinctively attempt to resist. Yet his meager magical prowess and soul force were laughable before In an instant, his eyes lost their luster, leaving him in a stupor as fragmented images flashed before him. Eli withdrew his magic. Montongus crumpled, retreating back to his chair. Eli donned a smile once more. "Is there something you wish to convey to me?" Montongus trembled, struggling to stand, his hands quaking as he extracted a bag from his robes, inadvertently spilling its golden contents across the floor. "Here, this is all of it. I return it all. I was just confused." Eli adopted a gentle smile, one that would appear sunny to any onlooker. He picked up a gold galleon from the ground, steadying the trembling Montongus. Montongus offered no resistance. Having witnessed Eli's prowess, he knew he had no ground to stand upon. "Stand up. The floor is cold." Eli gently assisted Montongus to his feet, disregarding his incessant shaking, and straightened his clothes. He placed the galleon back in Montongus's hand, yet the latter did not dare touch it. "Take it. This is your hard-earned money. I shall not keep it." Montongus clutched the galleon. Feeling a chill seep into his back, he was utterly perplexed by the intentions of this little demon. Eli patted his shoulder reassuringly. "It's all right. The past is behind us. I bear you no grudge. You may keep the money, but I hope to never catch you plotting behind my back again." Montongus tensed up, nodding fervently, terrified of any delay. Yes, I shall not dare. I will never again. No. No future. No future." Eli chuckled softly, satisfied with his response. He had thoroughly examined Montongus's memories and found no secrets left hidden. Montongus's earnings did not stem from pilfering the shop's profits. Rather, he had been selling the shop's goods at inflated prices on the black market. Eli also discovered that many of the eager customers were opportunistic resellers, purchasing low from him only to sell high elsewhere. However, while they profited, what did Eli stand to gain? His current aim was to swiftly have wizards accept and rely upon his products. With resellers taking the goods to sell at exorbitant prices, what options remained for the other wizards? Eli's smile faded as he declared, "Listen, I now require you to continue selling goods on the black market. But do not set the prices too low. Simply undercut the others slightly." "What?" Montongus choked, bewildered. What was Eli truly after? Hadn't he just been punished for black market dealings? Eli remained unperturbed, producing a gold galleon and waving it tantalizingly before Montongus's eyes. "Money, my friend, we must profit from both ends. If we allow those resellers to take all the gains, what do we earn?" Montongus pondered this, then smacked his thigh in realization. "Exactly. If they take all the profits, what do we gain?" Eli laughed at Montongus, who had once again fallen into the allure of wealth. "Therefore, I shall supply you with an additional batch of potions each day. You shall sell these to the black market, ensuring those thieves pay dearly." "Yes, let those scoundrels pay dearly," Montongus exclaimed, enthusiasm igniting in his voice. Montgomery was absolutely beside himself with excitement, wishing fervently that he could seize those unscrupulous middlemen and give them a thorough thrashing. Eli gestured for him to calm down, reminding him that the profits from the black market were divided in a manner that favored both of them. The more he earned, the more Montgomery would benefit as well. Upon hearing this, Montgomery trembled with fervor, his eyes nearly glowing with greed. His lips quivered for some time, yet he could not muster a single word. Instead, he took a step back and bowed deeply to Eli. "From now on, I, Montgomery Fleech, will heed the boss's commands." Eli let out a hearty laugh, patting him on the shoulder. "Don't let me down." He then turned and stepped into the fireplace, using flue powder to depart. It was only after he heard Eli's departing footsteps that Montgomery straightened up, his eyes filled with an insatiable thirst for wealth. Eli returned to Hogwarts. Finding the dormitory empty, he had not truly sneaked out. This was sanctioned by Dumbledore. Although the protective magic of Hogwarts could not prevent him from disapparating, that certainly would not escape Dumbledore's notice. Dumbledore had previously given him permission to leave on account of the potion factory. Thus, he was effectively utilizing a backdoor facilitated by Dumbledore. Of course, Dumbledore did not grant this privilege without reason. If Eli managed the potion factory effectively, it would alleviate many burdens, providing him with greater confidence in confronting Voldemort. This arrangement was mutually beneficial for Montgomery. He was merely a miserly little man, driven by avarice. Allowing him to run the shop would undoubtedly lead to his indulging in personal gain. However, Eli saw no need to eliminate him over such trifles. After all, Montgomery was sent by Dumbledore on one hand. He was there to assist Eli, and on the other, to supervise him and prevent him from straying down Voldemort's treacherous path, should Eli eliminate Montgomery. He would become akin to a bloodthirsty fiend in Dumbledore's eyes. Drawing the ire of such a legendary wizard would not bode well. Moreover, Dumbledore had been rather kind to him. Why would he wish to offend his own kind? Though Montgomery was somewhat detestable, he was nonetheless capable. For instance, entrusting the black market dealings to him was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Starting the following day, Montgomery would begin to introduce the products of the Phoenix Potion Shop into the black market, which would become a significant source of revenue. The middlemen, as usual, arrived early, clutching their bulging coin purses outside the Phoenix Potion Shop. Their purses had never been so full. Other wizards merely observed the substantial queue, shaking their heads in dismay before departing. Most of them were ordinary folk. The potions from other shops were simply too exorbitant for them. When illness struck, they could hardly afford anything. Now, suddenly, a Phoenix Potion Shop appeared, offering high-quality potions at reasonable prices. Although still not exceedingly cheap, they were certainly more accessible than those from other stores. Were they not? Regrettably, the shop was rather peculiar, despite grand claims of promotional events. They only sold a limited amount each day and closed once sold out. Their opening hours were firmly set, and they would not open before the designated time, prompting many to arrive excessively early. Some even camped out the night before closing time. How could ordinary wizards ever hope to purchase anything under such circumstances? In the black market, there existed a batch of potions from the Phoenix Potion Shop. However, their prices were outrageously inflated and far beyond reach for the common folk. Until one fateful day, a new batch of potions from the Phoenix Potion Shop appeared in the black market. They were of impeccable quality, genuine products, and offered at prices lower than those of other middlemen. With identical quality but differing prices, it was evident which option would be favored. The middlemen were utterly flabbergasted. They found themselves unable to sell a single potion from their stock. What to do? Lower the prices. Yet no matter how much they reduced their prices, there always seemed to be someone undercutting them further. Regardless of their efforts, lower prices kept emerging. Soon, their prices were nearly matching the uniform rate of the Phoenix Potion Shop, rendering any profit utterly non-existent. The middlemen gazed despondently at their unsold potions. On the verge of tears, this situation had resulted in a total loss. While the middlemen faced ruin, the ordinary wizards were overjoyed. The area outside the Phoenix Potion Shop grew increasingly lively, with announcements ringing out in jubilant tones. And Montgomery's hair was slicked with even more oil. The Phoenix Potion Shop had become a sensation throughout the entirety of the British magical community. Even wizards from other countries had heard of its renown, with many traveling specifically to England to procure a vial of the high-quality potions offered there. Crash! A vial of potions shattered into a myriad of pieces, emblazoned with the image of a phoenix with 9 tail feathers. I commanded you to investigate. Why have you brought me no information? The roar echoed through the Borgin and Burke's shop. The cloaked figure lowered his head, gripping his hands tightly. Sir, we have dispatched numerous agents to investigate, yet we have gleaned not a single clue regarding the source of their products. Hidden in the shadows, Borgin fiercely tossed his hair back, inhaling deeply as he struggled to suppress his anger. And you have no insight into how they manage their deliveries? The cloaked figure hesitated for a moment before bowing his head in resignation. You useless fool! Borgin could no longer contain his frustration, seizing objects from the table and hurling them in a fit of rage. The cloaked figure shielded his head in pain, stumbling precariously. After venting his wrath, Borgin felt a measure of relief and discarded the object in his hand. Have the Ministry of Magic monitor the Flu network and instruct all our suppliers of magical materials to report any deliveries during this period. Find out who the potion masters behind this operation are, and uncover their lair. Get out, he bellowed, causing the cloaked figure to tremble. He nodded in compliance and hurriedly departed without a backward glance. Meanwhile, Eli, still at school, received a letter from the house elf responsible for the factory. After reading the letter, Eli's expression grew increasingly grave. The letter spontaneously ignited, turning to ash. The Ministry of Magic had begun surveilling the Flu network. It turned out that the house elf had reported feeling watched during today's delivery. The Floo network had always been directly overseen by the Ministry of Magic. Realizing they were under scrutiny could only mean that the Ministry was taking action. Eli narrowed his eyes. What could this mean? Was it merely an attempt to ascertain the origins of the Phoenix Potion Shop, or was there someone leveraging the Ministry to conspire against him? If someone were indeed attempting to harm him through the Ministry, their influence must be substantial. The ability to manipulate the Ministry implied at least a prominent pure-blood family. He made his way to a secluded area and transformed into a phoenix, traversing the flames directly to the potion factory. Whether in the east or the west, phoenixes possessed an innate talent for spatial travel. It was faster, safer, and could cover greater distances. In a flash of flame, Eli materialized within the factory. The house elves were diligently engaged in production, their dedication to work proving utterly reassuring. Master Hall. Upon Eli's arrival, aside from the house elf busy operating machinery, the others respectfully bowed. This was Eli's directive. Work took precedence over everything, and even upon encountering him, they were to prioritize their tasks. Previously, he had requested that the house elves refrain from calling him master, yet their anxiety led them to inadvertently address him as Master Hall. Klein had met the master before. Eli nodded at him, recognizing him as the appointed manager of the factory, chosen for his steady demeanor in overseeing the house elves. Have them all stop. I have something to discuss. Klein rushed forward, calling out a few times, causing the little elves to cease their tasks and form a remarkably orderly square formation. Their demeanor had significantly improved since their arrival, and they were no longer clad in the tattered pillowcases they once wore. Though the pillowcases remained, Eli had previously provided them with garments, yet they were filled with trepidation, prompting Eli to abandon the idea that in the magical realm, presenting clothing to one's house elf was tantamount to banishing them from one's home, resulting in the automatic nullification of the contract. This was an exceedingly terrifying prospect for elves whose servitude had been ingrained in their very souls to prevent these little beings from making any foolish decisions. Eli had to transform the garments into specially designed pillowcase shapes, which appeared far more visually appealing and were considerably more comfortable. The little elves were overwhelmed with gratitude, leaving Eli both amused and exasperated. Good afternoon, everyone. I am here to inform you that the factory will be temporarily shut down. Before Eli could finish his statement, the little elves began to display expressions of panic. Klein's voice trembled. Have we not performed adequately, Master? We can improve. We can accept punishment. Observing the little elves on the verge of tears, Eli had no choice but to press his wand against his throat and amplify his voice with magic. Everyone, please calm down and listen to me. You have made no mistakes. The little elves quieted, some looking at Eli with concern. The factory is merely on a temporary hiatus because there are those who seek to harm us. Thus, we must take some precautionary measures. Instantly, the little elves felt reassured, but upon hearing of the threats against the factory, they became fervent once more. They clamored to protect the factory and safeguard the Hall family's assets. Master, please entrust us with the defense task. Klein will strike down the enemy with fierce vengeance. Klein's countenance was filled with a fierce determination. Eli, drenched in sweat, interjected, Stop, stop. We are cultured beings who appreciate decorum. We cannot resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Can we? Our priority is to ensure safety. During this period, you must not leave the factory for your own protection, that we shall abandon the previous method of transportation via the Floo network. Allocate some personnel to establish transit stations and utilize apparition for direct transport. Klein stepped forward, but Master, we may not have enough manpower. Eli surveyed the small gathering of elves, barely a dozen, and realized that if they ventured out for supplies or operations, they would be left with very few. This posed yet another dilemma. Klein exchanged glances with the elves, as if reaching a silent agreement. Master, we may have a solution, though. Pray tell, in the Donic forest, our kin still reside. Eli raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Aren't you all typically born into wizarding families? Klein nodded. Indeed, since the ancient wars, our kind has been bound into servitude, living within wizarding households. However, a small faction has remained outside these families, some even having been expelled. These kin have managed to survive in the Donic forest. Eli acknowledged this as a splendid idea. With the assistance of the elf tribe, his endeavors would be significantly facilitated. Klein expressed his willingness to guide Eli to the Donic Forest and to persuade his kin to aid the Hall family. Eli affectionately ruffled his head. "Thank you." With the manpower issue resolved, Eli decided to embark on their journey to the Donic Forest the following day with Klein. Now he found himself at the Phoenix Apothecary. Montangus stood respectfully. "Boss, no time for pleasantries. There may be those plotting against us. And the flu network has been compromised. Effective immediately, the Phoenix Apothecary will cease operations for maintenance." Montangus was taken aback. "What shall we do?" "No need for panic. They have yet to make their move. The outcome remains uncertain. For now, prioritize safety and refrain from any dealings in the black market until we resume normal operations. The shop will undergo renovations, and we shall reopen in 15 days. Shockwaves rippled through the community. The once thriving Phoenix Apothecary was suddenly closed. Was it a case of absconding with funds or something far more sinister? The headlines of the prophet remained as sensational as ever, igniting fervent discussions among wizards that, as usual, patrons prepared to queue for purchases, yet the familiar, unsavory figure was absent, and the store was locked tight, displaying a sign stating, "Closed for adjustment. Reopening in 15 days." The veracity of this closure was uncertain, yet it felt akin to abruptly halting a lively dance party. Debate was inevitable. Some expressed anticipation. Others lamented. While a few reveled in misfortune, Mr. Boking was utterly bewildered. Why had they suddenly decided to reorganize? Had they uncovered something? He habitually ran his greasy fingers through his hair, leaning against the counter. The black-clad figure, still nursing the wounds from their last encounter, stood before him, head bowed. According to the Ministry of Transportation, they detected the use of the flu network at that establishment. However, by the time they arrived for an inspection, everything had vanished. The other end of the flu network connected to a house in Godric's Hollow. Where nothing was found, Boking's hand froze mid-motion. Vanished? It seemed someone has caught on. A flicker of distaste crossed his face, lending him an even more greasy appearance. Those fools at the ministry must have grown complacent. He then turned his gaze to the figure in black. "And what of our supply channels?" The figure shook his head. "We have not detected any bulk purchases. Only familiar faces have been coming through." Boking's expression darkened. No irregularities whatsoever. The figure hesitated slightly before responding in a hushed tone. "None." Bang! The sudden noise startled the black-clad figure. Boking clenched his fists and slammed them onto the table. "What are they up to? Damn it. Didn't they say they would resume operations in 15 days? Continue the investigation. I refuse to believe they will leave no trace." "Yes." The figure nodded respectfully and departed. Boking remained alone at the counter. Shrouded in darkness, rendering his features indistinct, he rubbed a few sheets of paper in his hands, which contained various pieces of information. Montangus? A petty crook? Intriguing. Meanwhile, Eli, having issued the closure notice, saw the factory come to a complete halt, with the little elves staying inside, none daring to venture out. Montangus had concealed himself, as Eli had indeed advised him to prioritize safety. However, his cowardice was evident. He hid away as soon as operations ceased. Eli planned to establish transit stations in various locations to create a transportation network capable of serving all the wizarding strongholds across Britain. He needed to sever ties with the flu network, relying instead on the exceptional apparition skills of the house elves. However, this endeavor would require the participation of many elves to be realized. Fortunately, Eli had already resolved to accompany Klein to the Donic Forest in search of the elf tribe. With their assistance, not only could the transportation network be constructed, but it would also serve as a significant advantage for him in the future. It is worth noting that in the climactic battle depicted in the films, the house elves of Hogwarts played a crucial role, proving to be a formidable force. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Eli was seeking counsel from Dumbledore. "You mean the ministry is surveilling your flu network?" Dumbledore's half-moon spectacles concealed a serious gaze. The involvement of the ministry indicated a formidable adversary. Although anyone could meddle with the ministry, indeed, Klein has relayed this information. "Thankfully, we have not been discovered. We have ceased all activities for the time being." "And what are your plans moving forward?" Eli hesitated momentarily, as the existence of the Donic elf tribe was a closely guarded secret for the elves. Even Klein's initial uncertainty had been telling. Nevertheless, his moment of indecision was fleeting, for Dumbledore was not one to pride. He regarded all beings as equals and would never act detrimentally towards the elves. Klein intends to take me to their kin. I seek their assistance. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes reflecting admiration, but he refrained from inquiring where the elf tribe was located as he sensed Eli's hesitation. Since you were able to forge a friendship with the centaurs, I believe the amiable elves will also trust you. Building alliances is no simple feat. Consider a stroke of fortune. Upon hearing this, Eli thought to himself, "Ah, here we go again. The old man is about to commence his philosophical lecture." To his surprise, Dumbledore shook his head, indicating that it seemed no one was inclined to listen to the life experiences of an elderly man. "You may return now," he said. Taken aback, Eli promptly bid farewell to Dumbledore. "Take care," the professor said. "Thank you, Professor," Eli replied. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found himself alone once more, recalling Draco's statement about preparing to join the Quidditch team. At that time, Draco had confidently patted his chest, declaring he would surely defeat Harry, to which Harry responded with a disdainful smile, thinking, who fears whom? The two old adversaries were once again poised to engage in their eternal rivalry on the Quidditch field. With no one else around, Eli retrieved Voldemort's diary. Even before he lost his nose, Voldemort had been someone of considerable discernment. Aside from this diary, his Horcruxes were either antiquities or heirlooms. However, this diary, being the first Horcrux, undoubtedly held special significance that it was the only Horcrux that had developed self-awareness and nearly achieved rebirth. Perhaps this diary represented Voldemort's youthful days, running in the sunset. Eli had kept this object hidden at the bottom of his trunk, employing magic to prevent it from exerting its influence. Thus, Hogwarts had remained tranquil up to this point, and Eli felt that old Dumbledore ought to be grateful to him, for he had spared Hogwarts from a potential closure. He opened the diary, which revealed no words or lines, just a blank expanse. The pages were slightly yellowed, resembling an ordinary diary. Eli attempted to drop a single drop of ink onto it, which, as expected, left no trace, slowly seeming to be absorbed. "Who are you?" Gradually emerged from the formerly blank space that, is it beginning to deceive people already? If other wizards were to see this, they would merely be intrigued by this magical talking diary, soon to be ensnared by Voldemort's manipulations. Eli activated his mental shielding spell. With his current soul strength, mastering the mental barrier required little effort, although he could not modify memories. After some contemplation, he inscribed upon the diary, "I am Dudley Dursley. Who are you?" A mere disguise, not at all shameful. The text slowly faded from the paper, only to be replaced by another statement. "I am Tom Riddle." Eli felt a surge of playful enthusiasm. Could this be humanity's early chat software? "Are you a student at Hogwarts?" "Yes, I come from 50 years ago. Consider me your senior." Eli couldn't help but chuckle. Here it comes, Tom's familiar tricks. "Did you pass your O.W.L.S? Could you teach me?" "Of course." Together, chickens and rabbits total 27, and their combined foot count is 86. How many chickens and how many rabbits are there? At this point, there was no response from Tom's writing. Tom was utterly baffled. Why were wizards now studying this sort of thing? Who was so bored as to confine chickens and rabbits together? Seeing Tom silent, Eli wrote again, "Tom, do you want a wife?" "What?" Even through the diary, the surprise in Tom's voice was palpable. "I know a lovely girl named Lynn Diu. Would you like me to introduce you?" Early the next morning, Eli vanished from Hogwarts. Dumbledore provided him with a cover story, claiming he had taken a leave of absence to return home. So naturally, no one was suspicious. At this moment, Eli had arrived at the factory, where the house elves were busy at work. None were idle. They were either cleaning or maintaining machinery. Klein approached Eli, performing an impeccably formal greeting. Having been born in the Knickerbocker family, he had been schooled in etiquette by his elders, thus was well versed in such formalities. "Let us proceed. If there are no further matters to discuss, we can depart." Eli beckoned Klein. Klein stepped forward, taking Eli's hand, and with a crackling sound, they vanished from the factory. The house elves' method of spatial traversal bore a striking resemblance to a wizard's apparition, both possessing a strong sense of distortion. In contrast, Eli's phoenix form traversed through flames like a blade slicing through space, rendering it relatively safer, alleviating concerns of dismemberment. The two materialized in a forest devoid of any signs of human activity. In the distance, faint sounds of machinery could be heard. "Why do your kin live so close to humans?" Eli inquired. "Generally speaking, magical beings tend to maintain a respectful distance from ordinary humans to avoid unnecessary conflict. Particularly for house elves, a domesticated race, they were especially fearful of humans. Those who had not entered wizarding households dared not approach too closely." Klein explained that in recent years, the Daunic Forest had begun to be commercially developed by humans, prompting the house elves to migrate continually. Due to their substantial numbers and the extensive range of human activity, they feared being inadvertently discovered during their migrations. Thus, they had been retreating deeper into the Daunic Forest. Klein led Eli further in, where it appeared that no life forms resided. After walking for some time, the calls of animals replaced the din of humanity. "Please wait here, Master Hall." Eli halted, while Klein advanced, seemingly searching for something in the air with his hands. Eli sensed a surge of magical energy emanating from Klein. He appeared to be casting a spell. As Klein's hand gestures became more frequent, Eli could see a faint ripple in the air. When the magical fluctuations reached a certain intensity, the space suddenly resembled a photograph marred by evident Photoshop traces, slowly revealing a circular portal containing a completely different scene. "Master Hall, we may enter now," Klein announced, stepping forward to welcome Eli through the circle. It turned out that a magical barrier had been placed here. It was akin to a spatial folding. Without the ability to open the barrier, no one would have sensed the existence of another realm. Eli was awestruck as he stepped into the new space. It was brimming with the essence of life, filled with quaint little houses arranged in a charmingly disordered manner. "Oh, a wizard!" A sharp cry suddenly pierced the air, and Eli saw a figure darting away. Judging by its stature, it appeared to be a house elf. "Please forgive their rudeness. They have not been trained in etiquette," Klein explained. Eli offered a reassuring smile and patiently waited, having intruded upon their home. He understood that since he sought their assistance, it was imperative not to instill fear or anger in them. Gradually, a commotion arose as a group of house elves appeared. Upon sighting Eli, some were frightened while others displayed curiosity. None, however, welcomed him. All bore a sullen expression. Leading the group was an elderly-looking elf, leaning on a crude, unrefined staff, dressed in garments of indiscernible material that appeared quite rudimentary. Among the elves, he exuded an air of composure. Eli adjusted his attire, striving to project a friendly demeanor. Klein exhibited signs of nervousness. The elder elf halted, maintaining a respectful distance from Eli, while the other house elves stood behind him, keeping their distance as well. "I have met a wizard, sir," he said, bowing slightly, though his frail body seemed to hinder his movement. Eli reciprocated with a slight bow, a gesture that elicited astonishment from the house elves. Some even appeared alarmed. The elder elf seemed equally taken aback, swaying slightly. "What do we owe the honor of your visit, esteemed wizard?" Eli shook his head, stating that there was no command per se. He had no ill intentions and sought their assistance. Assistance? The elder elf furrowed his brow. They had lived here for generations, effectively evading wizards. The mark of servitude within their souls rendered them unable to resist the wizards. Some had never entered a wizarding family. While others had been expelled, they harbored a deep-seated fear of wizards and were certainly no longer willing to enter their households. "Chief Gwenthan, Mr. Hall is a good man. He provides us with delicious food, the finest clothing, and is even willing to pay us." Klein interjected, still somewhat anxious, for he had unilaterally brought a human into their territory. However, he still endeavored to speak on behalf of as soon as these words were uttered. The little elves erupted into gasps of astonishment, commencing a hushed murmur among themselves. The elf, known as Gwynton, could no longer conceal the surprise etched upon his face, observing the reaction of the little elves. Eli continued in accordance with Klein's earlier statements, affirming, "Indeed, my purpose in seeking your assistance is not to enlist you as servants, but to request your collaboration. I am prepared to ensure your livelihoods and safety." The expression on Gwynton's face fluctuated between turmoil and disbelief. When had they, as house elves, ever been accorded such treatment? Yet, their retreat into this forest had been a deliberate choice to distance themselves from humans and wizards alike. Should they acquiesce this time, they would irrevocably relinquish their tranquil sanctuary. Master Wizard, it is not that we doubt your intentions. Rather, you see, we have sheltered here for generations that, to put it bluntly, we desire a life of peace and comfort. Eli surveyed the little elves, discerning their reluctance to forsake a life of freedom, which set them apart from their counterparts outside. Elder Chief, he declared, I can assure you that you will not suffer harm from other wizards. I possess the strength to safeguard your collective safety. Gwynton's expression intensified, for it was unprecedented for a wizard to offer such assurances to house elves. Eli pressed on, you must have noticed the relentless encroachment of muggles upon the land. Even wizards have been compelled to conceal themselves. I do not speak in alarmist tones. You may soon face unavoidable peril. When that time comes, who will protect you? Gwynton's body trembled, for he was acutely aware that Eli spoke the truth. The atmosphere grew heavy with realization, punctuated by quiet sobs, even Klein's face reflecting sorrow. Eli approached Gwynton slowly, striving to convey no intent of malice. Gwynton refrained from any rash actions, recognizing that this wizard might indeed be different. Eli crouched down to meet Gwynton at eye level. The elf, taken aback, nearly stumbled, but Eli steadied him. After a lengthy contemplation, Gwynton summoned his courage, asking, how can you prove the veracity of your words? Klein attempted to interject with supportive remarks. But Eli halted him. A surge of magical energy surged within Eli, akin to a wild beast awakening, and a formidable pressure resonated through the forest, causing the foliage to rustle ominously. The little elves gasped in unison, with Gwynton positioned nearest, displaying sheer astonishment. Eli bore no ill intent. Thus no harm befell any of the elves. Is this sufficient? Gwynton surveyed Eli with incredulity, astonished that a boy of merely 12 or 13 could wield such power. Such strength was indeed capable of safeguarding them. Yet Gwynton shook his head, saying no, this is still insufficient. Eli faltered, uncertain as to what the elder wished him to demonstrate. However, upon gazing into Gwynton's murky yet resolute eyes and observing the cluster of little elves behind him, Eli grasped the underlying sentiment. He procured his wand, startling Klein. Eli urged him to remain calm, assuring him of his benign intentions. Eli extended the wand toward the utterly stunned Gwynton, stating, this is my sincerity. The wand, a symbol of a wizard's identity, bore significant weight. In duels, surrendering it signified defeat. Yet here he was, offering his wand to this house elf, a being of a lineage historically bound to serve wizards. All the little elves stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them, a wizard presenting his wand. Suddenly, Gwynton cast aside his cane and prostrated himself on the ground, exclaiming, the elven race has served its masters for generations. The other elves followed suit, including Klein, collectively proclaiming, the elven race serves its masters for eternity. Eli waved his wand, and all the little elves felt an unseen force lifting them. Do not kneel, he commanded. You are to work for me. I demand your loyalty, but you need not become my slaves. I offer you employment, wages, and the rights and means to live freely. Eli's voice resonated through the forest, echoing with profound clarity. The little elves gazed upon this not-so-tall boy, who radiated like the sun. They once more prostrated themselves, declaring, the elven race shall forever remain loyal to its master. Eli remarked, thus a kneel and a lift. I implore you, cease your kneeling, for I am weary. The little elf joyfully scurried away to gather their treasure belongings, while Gwynton escorted Eli to a cave. Initially narrow, it soon opened up to reveal a spacious interior, seemingly enhanced by a spell akin to the undetectable extension charm. Gwynton performed an action reminiscent of Klein's barrier unlocking gesture, and Eli observed closely, noting how it caused the magical energies to resonate in unison with the barrier. He attempted to memorize the frequency, though it demanded exceptional control over magic. The space yielded a passage, and Gwynton led Eli inside. Within lay a small platform adorned with several ancient books, the pages crafted from the bark of ancient trees, bore the marks of time without decay. Gwynton presented these volumes to Eli, stating, "This is the reason we have remained here. These texts contain our lineage, chronicling all our magic and knowledge." Eli delicately caressed the covers, sensing the passage of time and traces of magic. Yet he pondered, why would the elves entrust him with knowledge that human wizards seemingly could not learn? A look of nostalgia crossed Gwynton's face as he replied, "This is due to the imprints within our souls that I have always refrained from allowing my kin to study the contents. For the imprints bind us to our wizard masters. Should we be discovered, our legacy would be irrevocably exposed." Eli turned the pages, revealing a jumble of ancient runes. Could it be that these runes are the script of the elven race? He inquired. No, not quite," Gwynton replied, reverently stroking the pages. "Wizards refer to it as runic. We call it the ancient tongue." "The ancient tongue?" Eli echoed. "Indeed, in primordial times, all wisdom-bearing races utilized the ancient tongue. It is the source of magic, a divine gift." Gwynton's face radiated with reverence. Eli solemnly tucked the books away, recognizing them as treasures and symbols of his burgeoning friendship with the elven race. He inscribed the names of all the elves onto a parchment. "Let us depart," he declared, as the premise of spatial traversal necessitated prior visitation to the destination. Eli and Klein first escorted a few little elves to the factory, subsequently allowing those who had previously visited to retrieve the remaining elves. The factory soon buzzed with activity. The little elves, brimming with curiosity, hesitated to roam or touch anything. Eli surveyed the area, noting that while there was ample manpower, the factory seemed rather cramped. Perceiving Eli's concern, Gwynton offered, "Master, our elven race excels in spatial transformation. Leave this task to us." This suited Eli's intentions perfectly, and he entrusted the little elves with the factory and shop renovation tasks. The elves, eager to work, began employing magic to carve out spaces, visibly expanding the area before Eli's astonished gaze. Having experimented with such magic himself, he recognized it to be far more stable than the undetectable extension charm. Some little elves commenced erecting barriers around the factory, similar to those found in their homeland. These barriers were remarkably ingenious, effectively segregating the space while rendering it imperceptible to outsiders. They created an independent realm. With the tasks assigned to the little elves, Eli returned to Hogwarts. Those around him greeted him warmly. He had become something of a celebrity. According to the class schedule, there were no lessons, yet Draco and his companions were nowhere to be found. It had been days since Eli last saw them. Ever since Draco issued his challenge to Harry, the duo had been frequenting the Quidditch pitch at every opportunity, with Goyle and Crabbe tagging along to join the excitement. Soon Eli stumbled upon a troubling revelation. The diary was missing. Everywhere one looks, there are signs of turmoil. The only thing missing is that diary. It seems I have underestimated him. Dog Dan is incessantly hissing in the glass tank, and Eli leans in to listen. "Crabbe?" Eli's expression turns grave. Dog Dan has been here the entire time and knows precisely what transpired. It was Crabbe who took the diary. Eli now senses that the situation is turning precarious. He must swiftly find a way to approach Crabbe and retrieve the diary. He cannot yet inform Dumbledore, for how would he explain how he came by this diary? If it were not for others, Eli could simply perform a legilimency spell and then follow it up with a memory charm to conveniently erase the encounter. However, Crabbe and Goyle are inseparable and always shadowing Draco. He cannot simply perform such actions in plain sight of others. That insufferable little oaf is truly a nuisance. Recently, he has been preoccupied with matters concerning the apothecary shop, primarily collecting payments. The factory and store are currently undergoing renovations, allowing him a welcome respite. Perhaps he should check on how their training is progressing. For now, he will set aside thoughts of the diary, as Crabbe is keeping watch that if there are plans to release the basilisk, Eli will certainly not be kept in the dark. He donned his school uniform and made his way to the Quidditch pitch. Meanwhile, on the other side, two factions, one clad in red and the other in green, seem to be confronting one another. "Apologies, but the pitch has already been reserved by us for today," declared Wood, the Gryffindor captain, as he addressed the approaching Slytherins. From their demeanor, it is evident they also wish to enter the pitch. Among the Slytherins is a large-toothed individual, instantly irritating. Indeed, this is Flint, the captain of Slytherin, who had knocked Wood unconscious with a single ball last term. Eli harbors a decidedly unfavorable impression of this fellow, who incessantly boasts about pure blood superiority, relentlessly targeting half-blood and muggle-born wizards. In short, he is an exceedingly vexatious individual. We have reserved the pitch for today. Professor Snape has granted us special permission to train our new seeker. New seeker? Who? The crowd gradually parted, revealing a short, flamboyantly coiffed LD. Was none other than Draco, whose hairline seemed to have receded further. Eli is tempted to advise him to use less hair gel. Draco's father has generously sponsored a Nimbus 2001 for each member of our team, Draco declared smugly, raising an eyebrow in a taunting manner at Harry. Harry chose to ignore him and rolled his eyes dramatically. Nimbus 2001. Gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd, and the faces of the Gryffindor players suddenly turned ashen. Previously, the most advanced broomstick in Harry's possession was the Nimbus 2000. However, a new broom called the Nimbus 2001 has recently been released, quickly overshadowing its predecessors. Of course, the price is exorbitant, and it is shocking to see Lucius display such extravagance by providing each player with one. In terms of equipment alone, Gryffindor is already at a disadvantage compared to Slytherin. Relishing the envy of those around him and the grim expressions of his opponents, Flint felt exhilarated. With his crooked teeth on display, he boasted, "What can you possibly hope to compare with us? You inferior brooms?" The Gryffindor players wished to retort, but the truth remained. How could an Iveco van compete with a Lamborghini? However, our victories have never relied on external advantages. A resolute voice shattered the stalemate. Flint, still basking in the thrill of boasting, could not allow such a provocation to go unanswered. With a scowl, he turned to face the audacious little witch, his buck-toothed grin only added to his menacing appearance. Yet Hermione remained unflinching, defiantly gazing back at him. Realizing his menacing glare had no effect, Flint's temper flared. He opened his mouth to hurl insult. That moment, Draco spotted Eli approaching, and his expression shifted. He attempted to intervene. How shall I put it? One seeking their own demise is beyond salvation. Flint's crooked teeth did nothing to hinder his incessant chatter. You should tend to your self-righteous mouth. You filthy mudblood. The moment those words escaped his lips, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Draco immediately distanced himself from Flint. Petri ficus totalis. Flint was sent flying, landing in a heap, his body rigid as stone. Screams erupted as onlookers rushed to inspect him. Discovering that his skin was beginning to petrify, One can only imagine the severity of the spell. What is going on here? Like a great bat, Snape stormed onto the scene, his robes billowing, after examining Flint on the ground. He barked, "You two, get him to the hospital wing immediately." He then turned, his expression darkening as he surveyed both factions, resembling a serpent poised to strike, his visage exceedingly grim. "Who is responsible?" "It was I." "Professor," Eli stepped forward slowly. Snape's pupils dilated, and he instinctively attempted to mask his expression. However, the authority of his position held him in check, rendering his face rigid. Then, enlighten me as to what transpired. He enunciated each word with deliberate slowness. Eli remained undeterred. Even if punishment awaited him, so be it. It was only fitting to deliver a memorable lesson to those he despised. He uttered the term mudblood. "What? Mudblood?" Snape's expression faltered, a flicker of sorrow and disbelief crossing his features. Suddenly, he spun around, declaring, "Mr. Hall must reflect a detention for the day. We all engaged in this altercation. Then you shall all accompany him." He bellowed before storming off, even more hastily than he arrived. Eli distinctly observed a glimmer of hatred in Snape's final glance. "It seems a moment of silence for Flint is in order." Eli turned to Harry and the others. "Are you satisfied? Eager to be confined to detention?" Eli. No need to explain. You simply cannot tolerate others using that word." "Off we go to detention." Eli swaggered towards the detention room, with Harry and Ron hurriedly trailing behind. In the detention room, the three little ones huddled in a corner. "Eli, where have you been lately?" "We rarely see you," Ron inquired. The eager look on Ron's face seemed to scream, "Please tell me. I want to share it with everyone." Sighing, Eli replied, Oh, it's nothing. I'll tell you later. Teeth at Eli's reluctance only piqued their curiosity further. The door creaked open, and Hermione entered, joining them in their corner. What brings you here? Just to be clear, don't say thank you. I merely found his behavior intolerable. Hermione shot Eli a glare and quietly settled beside them. Sensing the tension in the air, Eli softened his tone. What's wrong? Still upset? Flint is simply a foolish idiot. How can one take his words seriously? Hermione paused, visibly affected by the term. How could anyone make such a statement? If even the top student in the year is deemed inferior, what does that make me, the illustrious Eli? Hermione, amused by Eli's banter, broke into laughter. Harry and Ron chimed in. Exactly. If even you can't measure up, who are we supposed to copy homework from? Eli grinned. Is that a possibility? He rubbed his hands together. Hermione, do you think I could also? Hermione shot him another glare. Who would let you copy their homework? Oomph. The door creaked open once more, and in walked a flamboyant youth with a slick hairstyle. Draco, what brings you here? This detention room is quite lively today. Draco surveyed the group huddled together. Well, I suppose I bear some responsibility. Now, 5 little ones were squatting against the wall. After a long while, Eli felt a wave of boredom wash over him. How about I tell you a story? Sounds great. Let us recount the tale of Kong E.G. and the journey from Baichao Garden to the 3-Flavor House. It is incorrect. Why did he stop? Enough, I understand. Since that day, a legend has circulated at Hogwarts about Kong E.G. slaying his way from the Baichao Garden to the Sandway bookstore as a group of individuals emerged from the confinement chamber in high spirits. Perhaps marking the day when the confinement chamber felt the most humiliated, the blood had been entirely extinguished that a voice, reminiscent of a demonic whisper, began to echo, causing Eli's expression to shift dramatically. The basilisk had emerged. Harry, equally perplexed, scanned the surroundings, asking, Did you all hear something? Something. The others listened intently. You can't possibly be daft from being confined. Draco seized the opportunity to mock, yet Harry maintained a serious demeanor, insisting, I truly heard sound. Can't you all hear it? The others shook their heads. Eli, can you not hear it either? Eli also shook his head, realizing that speaking up would reveal his own ability to converse in Parseltongue. Harry dismissed it, attributing it to an auditory hallucination, despite having been certain just moments ago. The group continued onward. Look, they followed Hermione's pointed finger to discover several large, crimson characters scrawled upon the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware the heir's enemy. The blood-red letters appeared exceptionally sinister, akin to a ferocious beast with gaping jaws, poised to devour. Silence enveloped the surroundings, punctuated only by the sound of dripping water. Is this Filch's doing? A figure hung nearby, appearing completely petrified. Eli glanced at it and remarked, It has been petrified. What is the Chamber of Secrets? Harry stepped forward to scrutinize the letters on the wall. I am aware of a legend. Slytherin possesses a chamber, within which lies a monster, specifically tasked with purging the school of muggle-born wizards. Draco subtly cast a glance at Hermione before nodding to take tea that moment. The sound of footsteps echoed nearby. This place served as a junction, and the students had just finished dinner, with both Gryffindor and Slytherin wizards passing through. All were entranced by the dreadful words upon the wall. Some timid students covered their mouths in fear. The heir's enemy? Who could it be? A voice emerged from the Slytherin crowd, and upon seeing Eli, the individual hastily fell silent. Students are prohibited from gathering. Potter, Filch, the school caretaker, shouted as he squeezed into the crowd. Upon seeing the figure hanging on the wall, his face drained of color. Madame Lorelei, his eyes reddened with fervor. You killed her. You killed her. He glared at Harry with an utterly terrifying gaze. No, I did not. I will kill you. I will kill you. Argus, Dumbledore, and the professors arrived just in time. Upon noticing the words on the wall, he momentarily froze. However, he quickly turned to Filch. Argus, your pet has merely been petrified. I believe Madame Pomfrey can heal her. All students, return to your respective dormitories. Except for you 5, Dumbledore pointed at Eli and his companions, while the remaining students were escorted back by the prefects. Professor! Professor! I must avenge her! Argus, calm down. Madame Lorelei is indeed only petrified and can be restored. The perpetrator must also face punishment. Filch pointed at Harry, exclaiming, It was him. As soon as I arrived, he was here. It cannot be anyone else. Dumbledore cast a glance at the bewildered Harry. No, Argus, I believe such a powerful petrification curse could not have been cast by second-year Mr. Potter. Filch scrutinized the group and abruptly halted at Eli, who raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was him. He petrified that fellow Flint. Pomfrey said it was quite troublesome. I know. Dumbledore shot a glance at Eli, who simply shrugged in response, as if to say, You must be joking. I know my own students. Professor, I believe this may not involve Mr. Hall. They just emerged from the confinement chamber and likely had no time to execute this. Snape interjected, glancing at the writing on the wall. Perhaps our defense against the dark arts professor would be more adept at handling such matters. Professor Lockhart has likely been rendered incapable due to the previous teaching incident. Dumbledore waved his hand, signaling that lingering here would yield no results. All right, everyone disperse. Please have Madame Pomfrey attend to Madame Lorelei. Filch, we will assist you in uncovering the true culprit. Now, everyone, please leave. The young wizards hurriedly departed, eager to avoid any further peculiar occurrences. Harry, did you just say you heard some strange sounds? Hermione inquired, pondering if it might relate to the recent events. Harry nodded. Should I inform them? Professors Dumbledore and the others? No, Harry, Hermione replied gravely. Even the magical realm. Hearing sounds that others could not was not a favorable sign. The group returned to their dormitories, hastening their pace considerably. Upon reaching their dormitory, Goyle and Crabbe were present. Draco, Eli, you have finally returned. Did they trouble you? Eli shook his head and approached. Did you two stay together in the Great Hall? Both nodded affirmatively. Eli scrutinized Crabbe's expression, finding it genuine, and Goyle likely shared the same narrative. Eli's demeanor grew serious. Matters had become increasingly complicated. Shortly after their emergence from the confinement chamber, they had heard the basilisk's voice, followed by the appearance of the blood-stained message. If Crabbe were the culprit, it seemed implausible, as he had indeed been amidst the crowd. Their demeanor did not suggest they had been cursed. Either they were exceptionally skilled at concealing their actions, or the true perpetrator lay elsewhere. To uncover the assailant, one must delve into Crabbe's involvement. For Dogbert would never deceive him. He had indeed witnessed Crabbe take the diary that day. Polyjuice potion? Impossible. No one knew the diary was in his possession. The Horcrux had been ensnared by magic, rendering him incapable of manipulating others. Thus, the only suspect remained Crabbe from their dormitory. Yet, why was it not he who opened the chamber? Had Voldemort forsaken Crabbe? It was plausible, given Crabbe's apathetic demeanor. It was indeed challenging to manipulate him. Eli now desired nothing more than to cast legitimacy upon Crabbe. Crabbe, feeling Eli's scrutiny, hastily retreated into his bed. For a time thereafter, no further attacks occurred. The perpetrators seemed to have withdrawn. Yet Eli dared not relax. The situation had spiraled beyond his understanding, and he could not guarantee that a genuine fatality would not arise. Once again, the annual Quidditch match arrived, and Eli sat listlessly in the stands. He could not fathom the appeal of such a spectacle. Draco was also on the field, leaving him without a companion to converse with. This match featured Gryffindor against Slytherin, old rivals with no pretense of civility. On Gryffindor's side, the twins were ready to wager. It appeared that most believed Slytherin would emerge victorious. This was not mere bravado from the Lions, but rather due to the outrageous equipment of the Slytherin team. Previously, Gryffindor had Harry, who wielded a Nimbus 2000, boosting their morale. Now, the Slytherin team had been blessed with Lucius's financial largesse, with each player equipped with a Nimbus 2001 who would dare place their bets on Gryffindor. Eli folded a paper crane, containing several galleons, and sent it flying towards the twins. He intended to bet on Gryffindor. While others may be unaware, he certainly was not, as a player in this game. He held the upper hand. He awaited the moment to collect his winnings. Draco and Harry resembled two spirited roosters, brandishing their brooms as if ready to engage in a fierce duel. The match commenced with fervor, offering these long-standing rivals an opportunity to unleash their pent-up frustrations. The intensity of the competition electrified the atmosphere, eliciting gasps from the spectators. From the very beginning, the two seekers became entangled in a relentless struggle, each determined not to let the other seize the golden snitch. The advantage of Slytherin's superior equipment quickly became apparent. Although they did not capture the snitch immediately, They scored goal after goal. The game tilted heavily in their favor, with Gryffindor barely managing 30 points, while Slytherin surged ahead with 90. Despite their dominance, Slytherin's penchant for underhanded tactics persisted, relying on the high performance of their brooms. They toyed with the Gryffindor players, leaving them bewildered. Harry found himself in a precarious position. Draco's speed outmatched his own, forcing him to rely on his exceptional skills to keep pace, though he could not bridge the gap created by their equipment. Suddenly, a bludger hurtled toward Harry, its rapid approach accompanied by a menacing whistle. He swiftly dodged, but the ball seemed intent on pursuing him. In Quidditch, many players have suffered injuries from bludgers, and Harry had no desire to exit the game prematurely. He darted about, the bludger wreaking havoc around him, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The situation was dire. It was evident that something was amiss. In the stands, Lucius, attending as a school board member, watched with pride as his son gained the upper hand. Severus Snape observed the match with keen interest. Draco, sensing the bludger's unusual behavior, seized a bat from a teammate. "Head over here, Scarhead." Harry, struggling to evade, heard Draco's call and quickly understood his intention. He altered his course and flew toward Draco. Draco, eyes locked on the relentless bludger pursuing Harry, summoned all his strength and, as Harry soared past, swung the bat with all his might. However, he underestimated the ball's force. The impact shattered the bat, sending Draco hurtling from his broom. "Cheating! This is cheating!" Lucius exclaimed, leaping to his feet and pointing furiously at the referee. "Draco!" Harry witnessed Draco tumble from his broom. But the bludger continued its furious chase, closing the distance. In a moment of inspiration, Harry dug beneath the stands, where wooden pillars jutted out haphazardly. Utilizing his superior agility, he navigated the obstacles while the bludger, lacking finesse, barreled forward, smashing into the supports and sending splinters flying. Thus, Harry managed to create some distance between himself and the rogue ball. Suddenly, a glimmering golden shape zipped past. It was the golden snitch. Harry, forgetting all else, reached out to grasp it. The snitch executed a sharp turn, sending Harry sprawling from his broom. Gasps erupted from the crowd as he rolled several times before coming to a halt. The bludger, undeterred, plummeted toward him. Harry scrambled to evade it, creating a sizable crater upon impact with the ground. Now, everyone recognized that the ball was behaving erratically. Hagrid, along with Ron and others, rushed onto the field, while Eli cast a spell at the rampaging bludger. With a thunderous explosion, 2 spells struck the ball, obliterating it into fragments. Eli and Hermione exchanged glances, pulling back their wands. The professors joined the fray, with Gilderoy Lockhart sprinting ahead of the rest, brimming with enthusiasm, as if he were about to proclaim, "Let me heal you." Harry, upon seeing Lockhart, felt a wave of despair. "You? Perhaps it's best if you don't." "Nonsense. Allow me to treat you. Just look at your arm." Lockhart insisted, brandishing his wand, while Eli rushed forward, too late to intervene. "Bone regrowth." Eli, nearing the scene, heard Lockhart reciting the incantation and his expression shifted. The spell itself was sound, but Lockhart's flamboyant delivery was utterly unnecessary. A radiant beam enveloped Harry's arm, and he immediately sensed the pain dissipate. "Is it effective?" Lockhart asked, beaming as he raised Harry's arm to showcase his success. However, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Harry's arm hung limply at his side. The scene was comically absurd. Lockhart's smile faltered as he squeezed Harry's arm, which only added to the grotesque spectacle. Harry nearly fainted at the sight that Lockhart's complexion oscillated between shades of green and white, irritation creeping into his expression as he stammered an explanation, when suddenly a small golden ball dropped to the ground. Lockhart snatched it up, elevating it triumphantly. "Look, Harry Potter has seized the golden snitch. Gryffindor has triumphed." Some young Gryffindors, unaware of the preceding chaos, erupted into cheers at the news. Lucius stormed onto the field, seizing Draco by the collar. "Father, silence. After all the money I've spent, you dare to lose to these paupers." Draco lowered his head, tears welling in his eyes as he clutched his injured arm. Lucius, still fuming, found Gryffindor's cheers akin to slaps across his face. "Do not wear that expression. Reflect on your actions." With that, he turned and stormed away, eager to escape the scene. Madame Pomfrey hurried over, instructing others to carry Harry away. Upon noticing Draco sulking with his arm wrapped protectively, she exclaimed, "Oh dear child, are you in pain? Quickly, someone assist him to the hospital wing." Snap. A flash of light interrupted them. "Oh, Colin, could you refrain from documenting my current state?" Harry's arm remained limp, while the twins relentlessly teased him. "Look, we have an elastic man here. You needn't worry about fractures anymore." Their banter left Harry utterly speechless. "Mr. Malfoy, drink this. You may recover by tonight. Step aside, step aside. You should come to me directly." Madame Pomfrey handed Malfoy a potion before dashing back to Harry. Restoring bones is a piece of cake, but regrowing them is a different matter entirely. Madame Pomfrey shook her head in frustration, seemingly blaming the mischief maker who caused the injury. "You should be able to heal him, right?" "Oh, certainly," she replied, glancing at Harry. "However, the process of regrowth will be quite excruciating. You may not fare well tonight, but if you endure, all will be well." Harry accepted the potion offered by Madame Pomfrey, resigned to whatever trials lay ahead. "Ugh," he exclaimed as he gulped it down, only to vomit it back up, grimacing in distaste. "Good heavens, did you think potions were merely pumpkin juice? Unfortunately, we are out of the Phoenix potion from the apothecary. This is brewed by Professor Snape. That it may taste unpleasant, but its efficacy is undeniable. Harry winced as he regarded Madame Pomfrey, realizing that the potion's foul taste was indeed reminiscent of Snape's infamous concoctions. Little did they know, Professor Snape was likely reveling in his success at that very moment, having crafted a superior bone regrowth potion specifically for Harry, using his remarkable potion-making skills to render it utterly repulsive. Poor Harry could only endure the ordeal with the fortitude of someone facing a daunting challenge. All right. The patient needs ample rest. You all must leave, but quickly. You are of no use here. I can manage." Madame Pomfrey shooed away the students surrounding Harry, leaving him with only Draco at his side. "Now we are alike. Scarhead, you owe me one this time." Ha. Draco's injuries were considerably less severe than Harry's. After consuming the potion, he was promptly dismissed from the infirmary by Madame Pomfrey that very afternoon. Madame Pomfrey had an unwavering obsession with ensuring her patients enjoyed absolute rest, while simultaneously disallowing those who were already well from occupying the beds. That evening, the effects of the bone-mending potion continued to radiate. Harry felt an intense ache in his arm. Though it was not excruciating, it certainly precluded any hope of a restful night. He tossed and turned in bed, utterly alone in the infirmary, which filled him with a sense of dread. The whispers, akin to those of a demon, echoed incessantly in his mind, in a state of panic. Harry glanced around, for this was the very voice he had last heard. "Hello!" A bulbous eye, the size of a light bulb, suddenly appeared before him, nearly causing him to tumble off the bed in fright. Harry Potter should have heeded Dobby's advice. He ought not to have returned to school after missing the train. A realization dawned upon Harry. "It was you, the wretched creature. You were the one who blocked the platform, preventing the three of us from boarding the train." Harry's expression darkened further. Dobby sensed the reproach emanating from Harry and appeared somewhat sheepish. "Indeed, it was Dobby." Harry's anger flared. "Do you have any idea how close you came to causing us to plummet from the sky, only to be bludgeoned to death by a wrathful willow? Yet, at least this would keep Harry Potter away from this school. Harry Potter must return home." Dobby thought that the rogue bludger would make Harry Potter understand. "Your bludger? You sent it to attack me." Harry recalled the events of the day, nearly leading to the extinction of the Potter line. It was the first time Harry contemplated ending someone's life. Yes, Dobby felt a twinge of guilt. Thus, Dobby punished himself by burning his own hand with an iron. He extended a hand, haphazardly wrapped in bandages, revealing several blistered burns on the exposed skin. The sight softened Harry's fury, and he took a deep breath. "You had best leave while my bones are still healing. Otherwise, I shall strangle you." Dobby fell from the bed in terror. No, Dobby never intended to harm Harry Potter. Dobby only wishes for Harry Potter to remain unharmed. So you permit only Harry Potter to suffer your harm. A cold voice suddenly pierced the air. Eli had appeared in the infirmary, wand in hand. Dobby gasped as his form began to flicker, attempting to escape. Eli pointed his wand, and Dobby's almost vanished body was swiftly expelled from the space. Dobby was considered a prodigy among house elves, capable of blending into the shadows of Hogwarts, a feat not easily accomplished. Yet, such a skill was utterly trivial before Eli, the absolute sovereign of the realm of space. Whose house elf dares to harm a wizard? Dobby trembled, gripped by fear. Didn't know. Dobby does not wish to harm Harry Potter. Dobby recalled that it was Harry Potter who had vanquished that mysterious foe. People regarded house elves as nuisances, and indeed, they did so even now. As the conversation continued, Dobby began to sob. Eli, do not harm him. Harry cast a sympathetic glance at Dobby, observing the myriad of scars adorning his body, dressed in tattered rags. Dobby wept uncontrollably, and Eli wore a mask of pain. This little creature has wiped his nose on my collar. You should leave at once. Do not appear near me again. Dobby halted his tears and spoke cautiously to Harry. Harry Potter must depart from this castle. It will soon become exceedingly dangerous, for history is on the verge of repeating itself. Repeating itself? Are you suggesting this has happened before? Dobby covered his mouth, realizing he had spoken too freely. Eli found this amusing. Truly, he was as tight-lipped as Hagrid. Harry lunged forward to seize Dobby by the collar. Hey. Eli attempted to intervene, but Harry had already grasped him, causing Eli to retreat slightly. I asked that where you just wiped your nose. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the door. Eli quickly cast a disillusionment charm and concealed himself in the corner. Harry attempted to catch Dobby once more, but he escaped with a snap of his fingers, forcing Harry to lie back down and feign sleep. What was transpiring now? The second student has been petrified. Voices of Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall echoed. Perhaps we can find the culprit through this camera. A flurry of sparks erupted, filling the air with the acrid scent of smoke. What does this mean? It means our students are no longer safe, came the somber voice of Dumbledore. A second attack had occurred within the castle, and another victim, Colin from Gryffindor, had been petrified. Fear permeated the school, and tales of the Chamber of Secrets circulated among the students. However, these were largely the fanciful imaginings of children, for no one truly knew what the chamber was like at this moment. Those of mixed or muggle heritage were the most terrified. They either stayed indoors or banded together in groups. Some even whispered with glee, particularly those who championed the pureblood ideology. They remained blissfully unaware of what blood truly represented. However, due to familial influence, they stubbornly adhered to this illogical doctrine. Draco was among them. Yet, due to Eli's influence, he had undergone significant change. He had never uttered the term mudblood and bore no animosity towards muggle-borns like Hermione. Rather, their relationships had improved. This transformation stemmed from his brother, Eli, who, according to the information they possessed, was a muggle-born wizard. If Eli faced discrimination, what could they, who had been unable to lay a finger on him during the dueling club, possibly represent? Of course, there remained die-hard extremists, such as Flint. This individual had depleted the remaining mandrake herbs in the school and had since been discharged from the hospital wing, avoiding Eli at all costs. Yet he continued to gossip in private. Eli could not concern himself with such individuals. Instilling his ideals into others' minds was far more challenging than pilfering their money. During this period, he focused on extracting Crabbe's memories while keeping a close eye on the factory's progress. According to the news from Klein, renovations of the factory and shops were nearly complete, and the transfer station was on the verge of construction. It seemed that before long, the Phoenix Potion Shop would officially open for business. Eli dared not relax. Once operational, it would not merely be minor skirmishes like those of the grand opening. Phoenix Potions had already ingrained itself into the hearts of many, and he was poised to launch a direct assault on the potion market. This was bound to incite a tempest of bloodshed. According to reports from Montague, he sensed he was being investigated. This fellow was quite astute, having directly sought refuge in the Muggle world, a place where wizarding authority dared not overreach. After dinner, Eli did not join Draco and the others. He lingered alone until the end. As only a handful of individuals remained in the Great Hall, he kept a watchful eye on Goyle and Crabbe. And upon seeing them prepare to rise, Eli promptly exited the hall. He levitated 2 cakes laced with the potion of life and death, allowing them to hover in midair. This was a diluted version of the potion he had concocted. Otherwise, given his skill level, it would have likely caused the 2 oafs to slip into a permanent slumber. Was this trap not simple? Was it not foolish? Yet, it proved that even the most simplistic traps could ensnare the foolish. Eli gazed at the two imbeciles now sprawled on the floor. Fast asleep, feeling utterly exasperated, he maneuvered them into the broom cupboard. Sectum sempra. Eli's sole power began to encroach upon Crabbe. The thoughts occupying Crabbe's mind were quite simplistic. When to sleep, when to eat, and what to consume. As Eli delved into his memories, his countenance grew increasingly grim. Withdrawing the spell, Eli's expression turned grave. The memories pertaining to the diary had been obliterated. A segment of Crabbe's recollection was missing, and it was precisely that segment concerning the diary. Remarkably, he remained oblivious to this fact. To forget is to empty, Eli mused, erasing their memories of being enchanted, and he departed with a heavy heart. Given the current circumstances, he feared he had miscalculated. Damn it, he had underestimated him. Now he was utterly at a loss as to whom the diary had ensnared, while the basilisk continued its relentless assaults. The situation had spiraled beyond his control that a profound sense of emptiness engulfed him. His trump card, the mastery of the narrative, had vanished. What lay ahead remained uncertain. Who else might fall victim, and whether anyone would tragically lose their life. All remained shrouded in mystery. Eli's mood grew increasingly agitated. Notably, the recent Dueling Club had become ever more vibrant, with wizards diligently honing their magical prowess. All Eli could do was assist them in enhancing their abilities, hoping that it would aid in their escape when the time came. Harry was particularly invested in the attack incidents. He could hear sounds that others could not, and whenever these sounds emerged, suffering ensued. Even he began to doubt whether he was truly the so-called heir. Yet, he wished to distance himself from that title, eager to identify the culprit and find closure for himself. Hermione also keenly sensed the connection between Harry and the peculiar voice, firmly believing it was intrinsically linked to the attack events. Thus, the trio of determined individuals once again embarked on investigation into the conspiracy. Do you have any leads regarding the voice in Harry's mind? The five of them sat in the Great Hall, whispering conspiratorially that a few shook their heads. Draco, what do you know about the Chamber of Secrets? Draco shrugged. Nothing more. I've shared everything I know. However, I recall that this incident occurred many years ago. Many years ago, the group was instantly captivated, with Harry reacting most strongly, recalling Dobby's warning that history was about to repeat itself. Indeed, I heard that a student died back then, and Hogwarts nearly closed down. A student died? Who? Harry inquired urgently. I don't know. The information was tightly controlled at the time. Silence fell over them once again. Perhaps we could ask someone, or rather, a ghost. Who? Moaning Myrtle. I've been researching information about the chamber in the library these past few days, and I heard someone mention the ghost of the girls' restroom. Myrtle, who was once a student at Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, Eli furrowed his brow. Wait, you've been to the library these past few days? Hermione nodded. Alone? Hermione glanced at Eli's increasingly serious expression, feeling hesitant to continue. Eli felt a surge of frustration. Do you not realize how perilous the situation is? Do you truly believe you can evade the monster? But enough, Hermione! Listen to me. You cannot handle the monster right now. From this moment on, it would be best for you to remain in your dormitory. Eli suddenly became agitated, startling the others. They were bewildered by Eli's fierce outburst. Hermione pressed her lips tightly together, understanding that Eli was concerned for her, yet no one enjoys being reprimanded so harshly. Noticing the tension in the atmosphere, Draco attempted to diffuse the situation. Eli, calm down. Hermione only meant well. Hermione, don't take it personally. Eli is simply concerned for our safety. Realizing he had overreacted, Eli softened his tone, but the shadow of anxiety still loomed over him. I apologize. With that, Eli left abruptly. He was overwhelmed with the desire to storm into the chamber, slay the basilisk, and eliminate Voldemort. If only he were capable of doing so. Since their last unpleasant encounter, Eli had confined himself to the room of requirement whenever he had a chance. He had been tinkering with various alchemical devices specifically designed to combat the basilisk. Hermione, too, had refrained from investigating the library alone thereafter. Today, Lockhart was dressed flamboyantly, although he usually appeared no less ostentatious. In the defense against the dark arts classroom, A dueling platform had been set up, and Lockhart stood confidently atop it. Although he had lost some admirers after the previous two social blunders, a loyal fan base still remained, as evidenced by the starry-eyed girls in the audience. Lockhart reveled in their adoration. It was his lifelong ambition. He was a graduate of Ravenclaw, the fabled Academy of Scholars. Yet his magical prowess seemed incongruous with his esteemed institution. His focus had been on cultivating his fame. Fortunately, he had mastered the art of the memory charm, deceiving adventurers with his charm and disguises, then claiming their accomplishments as his own. This had garnered him immense accolades, and he basked in the glory. Now, reveling in the attention of these young witches and wizards, he felt thoroughly satisfied. Dear students, I hear you have established a dueling club. However, I believe you require an exceptional instructor, and that would be me, with the proper guidance. Thus, I have petitioned Professor Dumbledore to establish the Gilderoy Lockhart Dueling Club, and I have invited Professor Snape to assist me. He removed his cloak and tossed it to the students below, inciting a flurry of competition. Professor Snape ascended the stage with a stoic expression, and upon witnessing this, Eli knew Lockhart was in trouble. Professor Snape and I will demonstrate a brief example. Of course, I will.